Chapter 2. The time is different, but the time is different. Dear friends, put your mind at rest for a moment. In addition, the time and space where the protagonist of this work is located is slightly different from the original plot. Dear friends, just treat it as the butterfly effect caused by the protagonist's time travel. Where am I? Dragon Ball World. 766 AE. In the most luxurious hospital in the western capital. The baby with a tuft of blue hair stared curiously at everything around him. He had been born for a while. Woo! What a cute baby! A blonde lady held the baby in her arms and teased him. Mrs. Bridget of Briefs held the baby to Bulma. Bulma stared at him with loving eyes and gently stroked his little hand. My dear baby Trunks! The baby seemed to have heard something incredible, and its tender body shook violently. Trunks? I am Trunks. I have traveled through time. Trunks was quite shocked. He only remembered that he was writing a novel all night, but he didn't expect to travel directly to the Dragon Ball world. Ding! Welcome to the Dragon Ball world. Bind the system. Time seemed to stop, and the heavy electronic sound was silent after broadcasting a sentence. Trunks felt as if there were 10,000 alpacas galloping in his heart. Souls are merging. Fusion is complete. System binding is complete. I hope the host can survive in the Dragon Ball world. After a few seconds, the system electronic sound disappeared. Trunks' face turned black. Luckily, he traveled through time and had a golden finger, but he himself didn't know what it was. In an instant, he felt as if his head was surging like a sea, and his head was about to split. Wow wow wow! Trunks couldn't help crying. Seeing this, Bulma gently patted Trunks' back. Bulma, oh! Don't cry, Trunks! After a minute of pain, Trunks finally calmed down. The two souls in his body have now completely merged into one. Then, a female voice appeared in Trunks' ears. Oh, by the way, where is Vegeta? It's been so long, why don't you come to see him? Brian continued to ask. Although Briefs, as a grandfather, didn't stay in the hospital all the time, he had come to see Trunks several times. Bulma spread her hands helplessly and said, he should be training in the gravity room. It is indeed reasonable for Vegeta to be able to do such an operation. After all, as the eternal runner-up, Vegeta has basically been following the footsteps of Son Goku all his life. Most of the time he spends practicing. In addition, the reason why Vegeta and Bulma can get together is probably because Bulma forced herself on him. So, Trunks was not surprised that Vegeta did not come to visit the mother and son. Suddenly, Bulma took out a remote control, connected to the shouting system of the gravity room, and shouted angrily. Vegeta! Did you forget something? On the other side, in the gravity room, Vegeta, who was sweating profusely, was doing the last push-up. The angry roar interrupted Vegeta's training. Obviously, he was frightened by the sudden roar, and the last push-up ended in failure. Vegeta responded impatiently, nosy woman. What's the matter? Bulma continued to yell, do you still want your wife and children? Vegeta's voice stopped abruptly, as if he suddenly remembered something. Vegeta's reaction made Bulma feel aggrieved. She looked out the window. And it was obvious that she was very angry, and her tears were about to fall. A few seconds later, a familiar figure appeared in Trunks' eyes outside the window. It was the man who exuded the aura of speed. Vegeta broke the glass and flew into the hospital from outside. This way of appearance was quite barbaric. Vegeta's eyes quickly scanned Trunks' body. Bulma pouted, hey, I thought you really forgot about us. Vegeta ignored Bulma and directly snatched Trunks from her hand. Although Vegeta did not care about Bulma at the first time, Bulma was very happy that he could get to the hospital so quickly. Vegeta lifted Trunks up high and kept rolling him, looking him up and down. The father and son looked at each other. A smile appeared on Vegeta's lips. Ha ha ha! My son of Vegeta! He will definitely be stronger than Kakarot's son. He will definitely be the most powerful scion in the future. In Trunks' view, Trunks in the original Dragon Ball world was just a fusion material for Gotenks. Now that he has traveled through Trunks' soul, this situation will definitely be broken by him. Hearing this, Trunks thought to himself. That's for sure. Suddenly a male voice flooded into Vegeta's mind. He immediately looked around vigilantly and paused in his heart. Who is talking? But he found that there were only 4 people in the room, and the 2 women who could talk were also women. Vegeta held Trunks and flew out of the window. After searching for a while, he did not find anyone else. Strange, what's going on? Trunks, who had just traveled through time, had not yet adapted. He was several hundred meters high under his feet. Trunks shuddered and his tail quickly rolled up. At this moment, Trunks' tail caught Vegeta's attention. The tail is the fatal weakness of the scions. It can't be left. After saying that, Vegeta gathered a beam of laser in his hand and immediately cut off Trunks' tail. Trunks instantly became agitated, and his fear of heights just now disappeared. Stop! The tail is the source of scion power. Although the tail is a scion weakness, it can be overcome through long-term training. The benefits outweigh the disadvantages. In addition, the tail is a necessary condition for transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. It must not be cut. Just when Trunks thought his tail was about to be gone, the flashing laser in Vegeta's hand suddenly disappeared. Vegeta looked around again, and he was sure that there was no one else around. Vegeta stared at Trunks with a questioning look. Could it be that Trunks was talking? But this kid didn't open his mouth? Impossible, how can a baby who has just been born speak? The tail is the source of scion power? What a joke, this is obviously a fatal weakness. Vegeta recalled that when he came to Earth and became a giant ape, it was because his tail was cut off that he turned back to his original form. Since then, his tail has never grown back. But since then, he always felt that there seemed to be a lack of power in his body. Super Saiyan 4? What is that? So far, Vegeta's strength is still hovering at the stage of breaking through himself and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan was a great blow to him. Although he didn't know what Super Saiyan 4 was, it must be related to Super Saiyan. No matter who was talking, Vegeta heard it clearly. With a try-it attitude, he decided not to pull out Trunks' tail. At this moment, Bulma's face changed. Vegeta! Trunks is just a baby. Hurry up and bring him in. It was because of this sentence that Vegeta put Trunks back to Bulma's bedside. Chapter 3. After dinner, the 2 of them went to the moon. On the roof of the Universal Capsule Company, Vegeta folded his arms across his chest and looked into the distance. Now he has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, and he has finally achieved his goal in the past few years. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky, as if he was thinking about something. Everything that happened on Earth in the past few years flew quickly in his mind. From the invasion of Earth to Namek, he had a new family on Earth again. He will never forget that battle, which was his first battle with Son Goku. From that moment on, a seed was planted in his heart. A lower-level warrior was actually able to compete with him. He thought that as the Prince of the Scions, he should be the first to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. But he didn't. A lower-level soldier actually ran ahead of him and became the first to transform into a Super Saiyan. He was dissatisfied, angry, and hateful. Finally, after years of hard work, today, the seed finally sprouted in his heart. In extreme anger at Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, he finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta chuckled and said, "Oh, Kakarot, it's really because of you that I failed and because of you that I succeeded. It's really ridiculous." After saying this, Vegeta's eyes froze. Suddenly, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes, and his fists clenched suddenly. Humph, Kakarot, I really want to fight you again. Let's see whether your Super Saiyan is stronger or my Super Saiyan is stronger. At this moment, Vegeta once again raised his aura to a higher level. The white aura turned golden in an instant. Vegeta was inspired and released all the anger in his heart. Ah! Kakarot! A golden light bloomed on the top of the Universal Capsule Company. The powerful voice quickly attracted Bulma, who was coaxing Trunks to sleep. Trunks, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the shouting. He stared out the window in confusion, and soon he saw the dazzling golden light. Did Dad transform into a Super Saiyan again? Before Trunks could react, Bulma rushed out. Hey! Vegeta! I know you are very excited now. But can you calm down a little? Bulma shouted at Vegeta, but Vegeta was still talking to himself. Kakarot! Did you see it? I have transformed into a Super Saiyan now. At this moment, Bulma couldn't help it. Vegeta! Come down! You woke Trunks up. Bulma glanced at Trunks, but Trunks was staring at Vegeta with his eyes wide open. Obviously, Trunks was not affected by Vegeta's actions, but was surprisingly energetic. Bulma became even more angry when she saw that Vegeta ignored her. Hey! Vegeta! If you don't want your son to grow tall in the future, just continue to ignore me. Bulma stamped her feet in anger, and then glanced at Trunks again. There was still no ripple on Trunks' face, but he continued to stare at Vegeta with full concentration. Looking at Trunks' serious look, Bulma felt that Trunks and Vegeta were simply carved out of the same mold. The father and son must be of the same character. At this moment, Trunks had no idea that he had been involved in the quarrel between his parents. Bulma sighed, with a hint of sourness in her tone. Oh, it's so painful, giving birth to a son who doesn't look like his mother. This sentence was obviously said to Trunks. In fact, Bulma really misunderstood him. He just stared at Vegeta without blinking, not because he was shocked by Vegeta's powerful strength. But he was confirming something. Bulma's words instantly interrupted Trunks' attention, and he was very smart and immediately heard the truth. In the end, Bulma still felt wronged. It was obviously for the sake of her son, but not only her husband didn't cooperate, but even her son didn't cooperate. Wow wow wow! Trunks cried loudly. Bulma smiled happily, and Vegeta was also attracted by Trunks crying. Vegeta! You scared Trunks! Aren't you coming down? Vegeta looked sideways and glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Towards Trunks. And at this moment, Trunks also fixed his eyes on him. The two looked at each other. Vegeta's breath was restrained a little, and he murmured, "Ha!" He was actually shocked by my powerful breath. Only weak Saiyans would be scared to tears by the breath of the strong. It seems that special training for Trunks should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Although he said so, Vegeta still jumped down from the roof obediently and came to the side of the two. Trunks was a little tearful. He was just cooperating with Bulma, and crying was not his intention. He just felt a little wronged and complained in his heart. Powerful breath? It's just this level. Vegeta's mind twisted, and the strange voice came to his mind again. It's this voice again. Trunks's complaints continued to sound. It's just that I just transformed into a Super Saiyan, and all the cells in my body are abnormally excited. This is also a common problem for people who have just transformed into Super Saiyans. If I can control the excitement of transforming into a Super Saiyan, I don't know how many times stronger it will be than now. The ridicule of this mysterious voice made Vegeta blush. But he didn't know who the owner of this voice was. Vegeta quickly flew into the air and looked down at everything under his feet. Who is it? Come out! But no one answered him. Trunks stared at Vegeta intently, and he confirmed again that Vegeta's aura was quite impetuous now. Bulma shouted at Vegeta, "Vegeta! What are you crazy about? Looking at the puzzled Bulma, Vegeta seemed to understand something. From Bulma's reaction, it is obvious that she did not hear this strange voice. Could it be that only I can hear this voice? At this moment, Vegeta's heart has stabilized a lot. He carefully recalled everything that happened today. Because of the appearance of this voice, he broke through the Super Saiyan in advance. Although the way this voice spoke made him very unhappy, every word was true. Vegeta spread his hands and felt the excitement brought to him by the Super Saiyan. This guy is right. I am very excited all over now, and my breath is also very unstable. Why not try it? Try to restrain the excitement of the Super Saiyan. So Vegeta closed his eyes and tried to restrain the excitement of transforming into a Super Saiyan. In just a few seconds, a sense of indescribable comfort burst out in Vegeta's body. Humph! Although that voice is very unpleasant, restraining excitement can indeed make my body better. Vegeta opened his eyes with a smile on his face. Through this inexplicable voice, Vegeta tasted unprecedented sweetness. Vegeta flew away from the spot, and for the next period of time, he will devote himself to controlling the excitement. Only Bulma and Trunks were left there, and Bulma complained, "Hey, it's like this again, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. I really don't know what's going on in your mind." Trunks also had some doubts about Vegeta's reaction, but what else could Vegeta think of besides surpassing Son Goku? Setting: the voice of the heart can only be heard if it is close. In the text, when Vegeta is far away from Trunks, such as flying away, flying into the air, etc., Vegeta can't hear Trunks' voice of the heart. The voice of the heart that Vegeta heard will sound in his mind, and he will make a series of reactions. Chapter 4. The days passed like this for a few more days. Trunks had been living a comfortable life. Until this day came, Trunks' cognition was broken. Trunks opened his eyes lazily as usual, and suddenly a boy appeared in front of him. "Woo, so cute!" Son Gohan squatted in front of Trunks, teasing Trunks with one hand. "Aunt Bulma, is this your and Uncle Vegeta's baby? What's his name?" After that, Son Gohan stretched out his fingers and gently poked Trunks' delicate face again and again. Then, he made faces playfully, trying to make Trunks laugh. However, at this moment, Trunks had a blank expression and dull eyes, as if he had lost his soul. He was not affected by Son Gohan's behavior at all, let alone a smile. His eyes were fixed on Son Gohan. What is going on? Shouldn't Brother Gohan be training hard to defeat the upcoming androids? And now it seems that there is no trace of training on his body, but a strong scholarly aura. Trunks looked at Son Gohan like a curious baby. Because he clearly remembered that in the original work, Trunks and Son Gohan first met on the island where everyone agreed. But now he met Son Gohan for the first time at the Universal Capsule Company. At this moment, Bulma's voice interrupted Trunks' thoughts. Bulma smiled and said to Son Gohan, "Yes, Gohan, this is the child of Vegeta and I, his name is Trunks." Son Gohan touched his head, "Trunks, I am Brother Gohan. By the way, speaking of Uncle Vegeta, why didn't I see him?" Speaking of Vegeta, Bulma is still a little angry now, because she hasn't seen Vegeta for a long time. "I don't know, he hasn't been seen these days. According to his personality, he should have gone to practice. Really, it's already a peaceful era, and he's still thinking about practicing." After these words came out, Trunks' head tilted, as if he heard words beyond his cognition. He was stunned. Peaceful era? According to the development of the plot, my mother should also know that the next enemy to be faced is a human being. Trunks glanced at Son Gohan again in disbelief. It seems that something is wrong. The conversation between Bulma and Son Gohan next made Trunks tremble all over. "Gohan, is Chi-Chi doing well?" Bulma asked with concern. Son Gohan smiled and nodded. "Mom is doing well, don't worry, Aunt Bulma. Dad has been dead for a year, and now Mom has come out of it. When Son Gohan said this, there was a trace of elusive sadness in his eyes. But the sentimental Bulma still noticed it. She stroked Son Gohan's head and comforted him. Sorry, Gohan, I shouldn't have mentioned this. Son Gohan raised his head and said with a smile, It's okay, Aunt Bulma, although Dad is dead, I will definitely study hard and let Mom live a happy life in the future. Then, Son Gohan made a face to tease Trunks again. But no matter how hard Son Gohan tried, Trunks' face was still dull, as if he had lost his soul. Son Goku had actually died a long time ago. Trunks looked at Son Gohan again. No wonder Brother Gohan has a scholarly air, it turns out Uncle Goku is dead. When he thought of this, Trunks was stunned. Trunks had almost made up his mind. The time and space he traveled through was not the main time and space, but the desperate future time and space. The tragedy of the future time and space began when Son Goku died of a heart attack. After that, the androids appeared. All the Z fighters will be killed. Due to Piccolo's death, the Dragon Balls will also disappear, and the killed people cannot be resurrected. Son Gohan, who originally thought he could become a scholar, was eventually forced to become the last Z fighter. And in order to protect Trunks, he eventually died tragically at the hands of the androids. Trunks couldn't take his eyes off Son Gohan for a long time. This amiable big brother doesn't know his future fate yet. Trunks finally locked his eyes on Son Gohan's arm. This arm. The image of one-armed Gohan appeared in Trunks' mind. Ta! Suddenly, a crisp sound of landing attracted the attention of the three people. A contemptuous voice came out of Vegeta's mouth. Oh! Kakarote's son! Vegeta looked down on Son Gohan, looked him up and down, and carefully felt Son Gohan's breath. Kakarote's son, why is your breath not as good as before? Humph, I feel sad for Kakarote. Son Gohan lowered his head in shame. I'm sorry, Uncle Vegeta, I neglected my training after my father died. Bulma on the side quickly tried to smooth things over. Aya, Vegeta. Goku is dead, Gohan is Chi-Chi's hope. Do you think he will only practice like you? Gohan will be a scholar in the future. Vegeta snorted coldly, turned his head and looked at Trunks, his eyes full of expectation. The next second, he said coldly to Son Gohan, Hey, son of Kakarote. My son Trunks will definitely be stronger than you. Because you are only the son of a lower-level soldier, and my Trunks has the noble blood of this prince. If you don't want to be surpassed by him, I advise you to continue practicing, so as not to embarrass Kakarote. Son Gohan lowered his head again. Yes, if my father hadn't died, I would have continued to practice, right? Listening to Vegeta's words, Bulma was a little speechless. Okay, I know your son is excellent. You talk as if you gave birth to him alone, and you don't mention me at all. Let's stop talking about this topic. Watching Son Gohan grow up little by little, Bulma still cares about Son Gohan's feelings. In her opinion, Son Gohan's fate is indeed pitiful. A child who lost his father at the age of a few years old has to fight for the future of his family. Chi-Chi is a very tough person. After Son Goku died, Bulma thought about giving her help, but Chi-Chi always refused and said she had to rely on herself. Trunks stared at Vegeta seriously. Hey, Dad's mouth is still as poisonous as ever. Suddenly, Vegeta's body trembled slightly. The voice of the mysterious man suddenly came into his mind. At this moment, Vegeta's worldview seemed to collapse. Dad? Did I hear it right just now? Chapter 5. The Sound of the. In the past few days, this voice has appeared frequently, helping him break through the Super Saiyan and allowing him to restrain the excitement of the Super Saiyan. And every time this voice appears, there is a person beside him. That is Trunks. Although it is very unbelievable, Vegeta did hear the word Dad. But now there is another thing that Vegeta cannot understand. How can Trunks, who was just born, knows so much. Just when Vegeta's thoughts were drifting, the voice came again. Trunks clenched his young fists, and the desperate future events passed through his mind again. Alas, it's a pity that I'm just a baby now and can't change anything. In the future time and space, everyone will be killed by the androids. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien Shinyan, Uncle Piccolo, will all die. Even Dad. And a few years later, Brother Gohan also sacrificed himself to protect me. In the end, only my mother and I are left to depend on each other. Vegeta's nerves seemed to be hooked by an invisible giant hand. At this moment, his mood was extremely complicated. Future time and space. Trunks is from the future. No. He is just a baby now. A bold guess was born in Vegeta's heart. He was reborn with the memory of the future. Although Vegeta didn't believe it very much, what happened in the past few days was really too strange. From the beginning, the tale was related to Super Saiyan 4, to the transformation into a Super Saiyan, and then to restraining excitement to make oneself stronger. It is impossible for a child who has just been born to understand so much. Now, all signs point to Vegeta's seemingly absurd guess. But Vegeta is just guessing, after all, he has now broken through the Super Saiyan. As for the absurd thing that he was killed by a cyborg, Vegeta absolutely does not believe it. Tisk, what cyborg? This prince does not believe that this thing can kill me. Compared to this guess, Vegeta even suspected that something dirty was possessed by his son Trunks. Boom boom boom. The continuous explosion sound began to spread from a distance. One mushroom cloud after another exploded in the sky. The other end of the city is now in chaos. The streets are full of screams. Trunks frowned. Damn! Has the cyborg appeared? Vegeta and Son Gohan also flew into the sky at the same time at this moment. Sirens continued to sound in the city, and soon the broadcasts that resounded throughout the city quickly spread to every corner of the city. Dear citizens! Please evacuate quickly if you are near the explosion site. Our city has been attacked by a man and a woman. They call themselves androids. Please don't panic. The king has sent out troops to suppress them. In addition, the king has contacted the boy who once defeated Piccolo. Please don't be too nervous. Son Gohan looked into the distance, watching the burning sea of fire. Damn, this is definitely not a simple terrorist attack. Just then, a familiar breath was sensed by Son Gohan. It's Uncle Krillin's breath. Has he arrived at the scene? Then several more breaths poured into Son Gohan's mind, and his brows furrowed. It's definitely not simple. Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien Shinyan, and Dumplings have all arrived at the scene. No, I have to hurry over too. Son Gohan quickly raised his breath. When he was about to fly to the explosion site, his body suddenly stopped in place. As if locked by something. Son Gohan's mouth was wide open, and his lips were trembling. Uncle Krillin's breath disappeared. Before he had time to shed tears, something happened that made Son Gohan even more heartbroken. Not only did Krillin's breath disappear quickly, but the breaths of Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, and Yamcha also disappeared in an instant. Everyone was killed by the androids. Son Gohan's tears burst out, and crystal tears fell from the air, dripping on the ground bit by bit. The incident happened suddenly, and even Trunks did not expect that everyone would die so quickly. Bulma, who was holding Trunks, reacted immediately. From Son Gohan's reaction, it can be seen that Krillin and the others are probably in danger. How could Bulma not recognize the boy who defeated Piccolo in the king's mouth? But Son Goku is dead. Bulma was so anxious that she yelled at the top of her lungs, Gohan! I'll get you the Dragon Ball radar right now. Before she finished speaking, she gently placed Trunks on the stroller and ran towards the laboratory. After entering the laboratory, Bulma began to search around anxiously. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead, but she didn't dare to slow down at all. After searching through boxes and cabinets, she finally found the Dragon Ball radar in a corner. Finally found it! Bulma rushed out with the Dragon Ball radar in a hurry. Son Gohan had already landed on the ground and was silently wiping the tears from his eyes. When he saw Bulma rushing over and handing over the Dragon Ball radar, he grabbed it without hesitation, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Then, Son Gohan took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and used all his strength to rush towards the direction of the first Dragon Ball at the fastest speed. At the same time, Vegeta, who was standing high above the sky, stared into the distance with eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on his face. Actually, a cyborg really appeared. He muttered to himself, secretly amazed in his heart. At this moment, his doubts about Trunks in his heart seemed to be alleviated a little bit. Chapter 6. The two of them were in a mess. Trunks' eyes trembled as he stared at the scene blankly. He already knew what was going to happen next. Son Gohan survived by chance because he went to find the Dragon Balls and did not participate in the battle. And the Dragon Balls that Son Gohan found would also turn into stone because of Piccolo's death. No. Uncle Piccolo must be stopped from being killed. If Uncle Piccolo dies, it's really over. Trunks wanted to change all this, but now he was just a powerless baby. Helplessness took over his body. He could only pray for a miracle to happen and that the Dragon Balls that Son Gohan found would not turn into stone. As Trunks had guessed, the accident did happen. Son Gohan, who was flying at high speed, suddenly stopped as if he was cast a spell of immobilization, and was suspended in the air without moving. His eyes were empty, staring straight ahead, and his body was shaking violently uncontrollably. 2 lines of tears slid down his cheeks and hit the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. The light spots on the radar screen that originally flashed and represented the position of the Dragon Balls went out one by one. Finally, they disappeared completely. This means that the 7 Dragon Balls that he and Piccolo guarded together have disappeared with his death. Bye. Uncle Piccolo's breath has also disappeared. Son Gohan muttered to himself, his voice with uncontrollable sobs and pain. Uncle Piccolo! A heart-wrenching roar resounded through the sky, deafening. This cry full of despair and sorrow echoed in the sky for a long time, as if to tear the sky apart. Son Gohan's face was full of tears, and his heart had long been swallowed by great grief. On the other side, Vegeta had already landed on the ground. Hee, another breath disappeared. It seems that the Namekian is also dead. All the ants have been killed. Then it's time for me, Super Vegeta, to appear. Vegeta clenched his fists, and his eyes exuded infinite pride. This scene happened to be seen by Trunks, and he saw the dawn in his eyes again. Fortunately, Dad is still here. There is still hope. Vegeta turned around and stared at Trunks, and the corners of his mouth could hardly be suppressed. In his opinion, he was the only one who could defeat the android now. Vegeta instantly increased his breath, and this scene made Trunks feel bad instantly. Vegeta was not a master who could stay still. He had already broken through the Super Saiyan and couldn't wait to find an android to practice. It's over. With Dad's personality, he would definitely go directly to the android. But how could he be a match for the android now? No. He must be stopped. He waved his hands anxiously and burst into tears in an instant. He wanted to attract Vegeta's attention in this way. You can't go. Dad. More and more voices floated into Vegeta's mind, and Vegeta's brows were already furrowed at this moment. His fists were already clenched, and the next second, he suddenly focused on Trunks, with anger in his eyes. It seemed that he was about to become a Super Saiyan. Looking at Vegeta's posture, Trunks cried even louder. It seems that Dad has made up his mind to leave. Uncle Piccolo is dead, and the Dragon Balls have disappeared. Dad will never come back this time. And resurrection is impossible. Will the tragedy of the future time and space be repeated again? It seems that only Mom and I will depend on each other and survive in the end of the world. I'm okay. If Mom said that, she would be sad and painful for the rest of her life, right? Vegeta's pupils shrank suddenly, and his tightly furrowed brows relaxed. His whole body was tense, and he slowly turned his head to look at Bulma, his pupils trembling constantly. That was the only person who had loved him since he was a child. During the time he came to Earth, it was Bulma who made him feel what a gentle place was. However, the Scion royal blood in his body did not allow him to retreat. The next second, Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. What a joke! I am a proud Scion prince. Just a cyborg. What's so scary about that? Seeing that Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, Trunks' heart was already half cold. At this moment, Bulma had already learned that everyone had been transformed into cyborgs. People were killed. She covered her face in horror, tears streaming down her face. Finally, her eyes turned to Vegeta, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Her voice trembled, "Vegeta." It was this cry that made Trunks see hope again. Trunks could only pin his hopes on Bulma, because Vegeta's weakness was her. But the next second, Bulma looked at Vegeta with a look that was a little wrong. There was a kind of determination to pin all hopes on Vegeta. Vegeta! Everyone must still be breathing. Please, save everyone. For some reason, the pitiful Bulma would make Vegeta's body move unconsciously. It was like a conditioned reflex, perhaps trained for countless nights. Listening to Bulma's words and looking at Vegeta's eager body, Trunks' face darkened. No. Mom. Dad can never beat the androids now. Vegeta's questioning words made his fists clench. Tisk. What android? I can transform into a Super Saiyan now. I'm different from the trash on Earth. Although Vegeta seemed to be talking to himself and didn't answer Bulma directly, Bulma felt much better after hearing it. Bulma gave Vegeta a thumbs up. She had seen the power of Super Saiyans a long time ago. When Goku broke through to become a Super Saiyan and severely injured Frieza, and when Frieza brought his father to Earth, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan again to destroy them. Now, although Goku is dead, Bulma's husband can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta is the only man who can carry the banner after Goku's death. Then Vegeta. Come on. I believe in you. I promise you, I will give you a second child after completing the mission. Vegeta's old face turned red. Humph, I will destroy the androids without you telling me. Trunks sighed, his heart already cold. It's over. It's impossible for Dad to beat this android. Even if he becomes a Super Saiyan, Dad is no match for him. In Trunks' mind, the scene of Vegeta being pierced by the android appeared. The current Dad is definitely not a match for the android. Not to mention Dad, even if Uncle Goku is still alive, he may not be able to beat two androids. But if it's Uncle Goku, he must know the existence of the Spirit Time Chamber. He will definitely be able to handle this kind of emergency. A large voice of Trunks' mind was transmitted to Vegeta's mind. In an instant, Vegeta's face immediately turned red. Kakarot again. Kakarot is dead. I, Vegeta, am the most powerful Saiyan. Humph. I am much stronger than Kakarot was then. He roared at Trunks, asshole. I am a proud Saiyan prince. The golden breath surged, and Vegeta's breath became violent. Vegeta's body turned into a golden arrow and flew towards the explosion site. Only Bulma, who was full of expectations, and Trunks, who was full of melancholy, were left in the yard. Come on. Vegeta. Bulma hugged Trunks tightly and stroked Trunks' face with her hand. Dad will win, right, Trunks? Trunks had a stern face and was in a complicated mood. He thought Bulma could stop Vegeta, but Vegeta was determined to leave after Bulma's encouragement. And judging from Vegeta's breath just now, his breath was very unstable, which is a taboo for Super Saiyans. Trunks' heart finally died. In his opinion, the tragedy of future time and space would happen again. Chapter 7. The city is still a mess, but the streets are still open. Hundreds of kilometers away from Zidu, there is such a city standing quietly. This city has just experienced a brutal terrorist attack, and the atmosphere is full of desolation and desolation. Everything here is in sharp contrast to the previous prosperity. The streets that should have been bustling with traffic have become deserted at this moment. The wreckage of the bombed car is scattered in the middle of the road like a pile of scrap metal. The so-called road has long been unrecognizable, with large and small pits of varying depths everywhere. This prosperous street should have been crowded with people, but now it has changed its appearance. The air is filled with the smell of blood, and many humans have been killed. In this ruin, a figure is particularly eye-catching. It is a tall blonde girl, exuding a noble and cold temperament. At this moment, she is stepping on ahead gracefully, with indifference and disdain in her eyes. This woman is the first sister of the Dragon Ball world, number 18. But she is a cold devil in this world. Next to her is her twin brother with black hair, number 17. Number 17 casually raised his hand, and a gas bomb streaked across the sky like a meteor, accurately hitting a shopping mall not far away. With a loud bang, the shopping mall was instantly razed to the ground, with smoke and dust billowing and flames rising to the sky. Hey, number 18, aren't you afraid of getting your clothes dirty? Number 17, who was standing aside, looked at number 18 and teased. 18 just smiled and replied lightly, "We were born to kill, why bother about these details?" Before she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her foot and stomped hard, and the head under her feet, which had already been completely unrecognizable, suddenly exploded, and brains and blood splattered everywhere. And this poor head was taken from Dr. Giro's body by the brother and sister before. They played all the way from the basement to here, enjoying this perverted pleasure. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions sounded. Boom! Several energy waves fell from the sky, and thick smoke swirled around the two brothers and sisters. The smoke dissipated, and a golden figure appeared in the sky. The two androids also saw the appearance of the visitor. The database in 18's body began to mobilize continuously, and finally locked on the three words Vegeta. Number 17 rubbed his nose and said indifferently, "Oh? Vegeta. Another one is here to die." No 17's provocative eyes swept over the bodies lying around him, which were Krillin and others who were killed. Among them, Piccolo died the most miserably, because the androids knew the characteristics of the Namekians. So Piccolo's body had long been torn into pieces, and there was no intact flesh on his body, and there was no possibility of growing new limbs. Vegeta landed opposite the two, and his golden arrogance continued to expand. "You are the androids? Haha, you just killed those garbage. I am different from them. Yes, it seems that you two have heard of my reputation a long time ago." Vegeta's tone was extremely confident. Vegeta's clenched fist was placed on his chest, and the thumb suddenly pointed at himself. "But you are wrong. The one standing in front of you is Super Vegeta." For Vegeta's self-introduction, number 18 just slightly raised her lips and put on a trace of disdain. Because she already had Vegeta's data in her database. However, his strength is still too weak. No 18's figure disappeared instantly. At the same time, a phantom appeared in front of Vegeta. The whistling wind swept across his face. Looking at No 18's arrogant face, Vegeta's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Bang! A crisp sound came from Vegeta's abdomen, and Vegeta's eyes were empty and he lowered his head in disbelief. He only saw that No 18's fist actually grew on his stomach. The piercing pain surged from his abdomen to his whole body, and a mouthful of old blood gushed out. The fist seemed to have the idea of piercing his body. "Want to put him to death? What Super Vegeta? He's just a piece of trash." No 18's voice echoed in Vegeta's ears. At this moment, Vegeta's mind was blank. A second later, his brain was. The words that Ranks had said before invaded. Everyone will be killed by the androids, including his father. And now, he was really seriously injured by the android. Trunks's thoughts came true 100%. Then, Bulma's appearance appeared in his mind. And Trunks, who had not grown up yet. Some responsibilities, he must shoulder. For a moment, the proud Scion Prince was afraid of death. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that after his death, these two demons would be left alone. His wife and children would be displaced and live a hellish life. Vegeta's eyes were dazed. Namekians are dead, and the Dragon Balls are gone. Trunks' words really came true. If I die, the future will repeat the same mistakes. Bulma. Trunks. No. I can't die. At this moment, Vegeta finally understood why Trunks was so anxious just now. After some inner struggle, Vegeta made a decision. He never thought that one day he would give up the so-called pride of the Scions for his wife and children. Suddenly, a strong force burst out from Vegeta's body, which was also the result of Vegeta's restraint of the excitement of the Super Saiyan these days. A few days ago, he was sure that he could not have such power. He used all his strength and tried desperately to move No 18's clenched fist away from his abdomen. In the next moment, he quickly put his hands on his chest, and a dazzling golden energy beam suddenly gushed out from his palms. This is his ultimate flash. Seeing this, number 18 also gathered energy waves in his hands. The two energy beams intertwined and collided with each other, and in an instant, flames burst out, and this piece of ruins ushered in light again. Ah! Damn it! Die for this prince! Vegeta's forehead burst into blue energy, and he used all his strength to push the ultimate flash towards number 18. Number 18 just snorted coldly, without a trace of ripples on his face. She just looked up and continued to increase the energy supply. Boom boom boom! The two forces ushered in the ultimate showdown, and explosions came one after another around Vegeta. At the same time, thick smoke rose up and shrouded the ruins. Number 18 waved his hand elegantly and uttered a few words lightly. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Let's go, number 17, let's continue playing our game. Number 17 was stunned by the flying smoke. Are you sure he's dead? Number 18 had an indifferent expression. Who cares, does it matter? If you can kill him once, you can kill him twice. Chapter 8. The two of them were killed in a car accident. Zidu. Universal Capsule Company. Due to the inhumane killing game of the androids, humans are facing an unprecedented crisis. Bulma's family has also evacuated to the basement. News of androids killing humans kept coming from the radio. Bulma hugged Trunks and walked back and forth anxiously, stamping her feet. The reason why Bulma was so anxious was that Vegeta had left them for a long time. But the androids outside were still killing humans. Suddenly, Bulma stopped and looked down at Trunks. Trunks, don't you think anything will happen to your father? There was a bit of worry on Trunks' tender face, and his eyes were red. Now his father has been killed by the androids. Damn it! It would have been great if my mother had stopped my father at that time. At this point, Trunks can only pin his hopes on himself. Vegeta was defeated, and the future will develop as in his memory. But he is just a baby now and can't do anything. He is too weak now and is no match for the androids. If he really wants to take action, he has to wait until he grows up. But during this period, his life will definitely be in dire straits. He will not be able to experience the life of the richest man in the world. But it is not impossible to end this apocalypse in advance. Trunks glanced at Son Gohan on the side. Maybe it was because he traveled to the desperate future. Although he was a traveler, he had brought himself into this world at this moment. Son Gohan has a very strong talent. In the future, due to the death of Son Goku and Piccolo, he has no one to teach him. He has to rely on himself to practice, so he can't fight against the androids. Now Trunks has his own plan in mind. As long as he can speak, he will tell Son Gohan to find Mr. Popo to practice in the Spirit Time Chamber. Although Mr. Popo's combat power is not high, he has trained Son Goku before, so Son Gohan will definitely become stronger through his special training. Suddenly, Trunks felt a hot thing dripping on his face. Trunks' thoughts were interrupted at this moment. He raised his head gently and saw Bulma crying anxiously. "Trunks, do you think your father was killed by the android?" Trunks drooped his face. Although he also hoped that Vegeta was still alive, he was familiar with the plot of the future time and space and had no hope. Looking at the crying Bulma, the Briefs couple hurried over to comfort Bulma. At this moment, Son Gohan, who was sitting next to her, suddenly stood up. His fists were clenched, and his eyes were full of anger. "Aunt Bulma, I think I should do something." After saying that, Son Gohan was about to leave the basement. Judging from this posture, he wanted to seek revenge on the androids. This move scared Trunks. With Son Gohan's current strength, he was just going to give his head. Although Bulma was very emotional now, she was a smart person after all. She knew that if even Vegeta couldn't beat the androids, Son Gohan would have the same fate as others. "Gohan! Stop! If you are also killed by the androids, then there is really no hope. Think about your mother. Before Goku died, you promised to take good care of her." Son Gohan stopped and his clenched fists loosened at this moment. He finally shed tears of shame. "But Uncle Vegeta's aura has also disappeared." As soon as these words came out, Bulma's eyes became dazed. In her mind, Vegeta's high-spirited appearance before he set off appeared. It was she who asked Vegeta to challenge the androids. At this moment, she shed tears of regret. For some reason, looking at his mother's red eyes, Trunks' eyes also became red. During this period of time, he has completely integrated into this family. So, he made up his mind that after killing the androids in the future, he would definitely revive Vegeta. At this moment, Trunks' mind flashed several ways to revive Vegeta. The first choice is the Dragon Ball of Namek, and then the 2-star Dragon Ball. If that doesn't work, then the Super Dragon Ball. No. No. A surprised voice came from Son Gohan's mouth, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were focused on Son Gohan, looking forward to his next words. Son Gohan continued to be surprised. "No. I clearly sensed that Uncle Vegeta's breath had disappeared. But Uncle Vegeta's breath just appeared again. It's just very weak." Son Gohan's words were like an oasis in the desert, warming everyone's almost dry hearts. Bulma immediately ran to Son Gohan, put her hands on Son Gohan's shoulders, and shook Son Gohan's body. "Gohan! Do you mean Vegeta is not dead?" Son Gohan nodded violently. "Yes. I think Uncle Vegeta must have escaped from the androids. His weak breath is approaching us now. I'll go and bring Uncle Vegeta here now." Son Gohan flew out quickly with brisk steps. The city was already destroyed beyond recognition at this time. After making sure that there were no androids around, Son Gohan began to look for Vegeta's breath. Finally, in front of a destroyed building, he found Vegeta covered in blood. Vegeta fell to the ground, and his scarred right hand was still struggling to drag his body towards the direction of the West capital. He was still muttering, "No! I can't die! Day!" He heard a sound of footsteps. He raised his head with difficulty. "Kakarot, son!" Son Gohan didn't say anything, directly carried Vegeta, and flew towards the basement without stopping. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the basement. With a clang, the door of the basement was opened. Vegeta's broken body was revealed in Bulma's eyes. Bulma felt something stung her heart, and she was heartbroken. "Vegeta!" Bulma ran towards Vegeta with big strides, supporting Vegeta together with son Gohan. The briefs couple on the side had already started to debug medical equipment. After seeing that he had successfully reached the basement, Vegeta's mouth corners slightly raised. Then his eyes stayed on Trunks and Bulma. He smiled meaningfully. Trunks was shocked at this time. Dad is still alive, history has begun to change. Trunks' voice came into Vegeta's mind. After hearing this, Vegeta also fell asleep with peace of mind. Chapter 9. The old man was in a hurry. Basement. In a medical cabin, gurgling bubbling sounds were heard frequently. When Frieza came to Earth, he was killed by Son Goku, and then Bulma dismantled the medical cabin in Frieza's spaceship for research. She was interested in science and took the medical cabin into her pocket, but she didn't expect that she would be able to use it one day. Looking at Vegeta who was sleeping, Trunks felt incredible. His cognition was once again shocked. Vegeta could come back alive in the hands of the android. A small head, a big question. Dad survived. Just then, vital signs appeared in the treatment cabin. Vegeta's eyes slowly opened. Looking at Vegeta who had just woken up, Bulma was the first to run to the treatment cabin. Great! Vegeta! You're awake! It was at this moment that Trunks' voice entered Vegeta's mind again. It's a good thing that Dad is still alive. His strength has greatly increased after being resurrected from the brink of death. But with Dad's current strength, he is still no match for the android. Listening to Trunks' voice, Vegeta no longer had the anger he once had. He had indeed experienced the power of the android, and he knew very well that he could not beat the android now. Vegeta had made up his mind at this moment to practice harder. But the problem now was that he didn't know when he could defeat the android. Moreover, he didn't know whether the two murderous demons would give him a chance to continue to become stronger. It was good that he was still alive, but number 18 alone had beaten him without any chance to fight back. What's more, there was number 17 whose strength was unknown. Damn it! Vegeta cursed in his heart. The current situation was already quite serious. But at this moment, Trunks' voice echoed in his mind again. Since Dad is still alive, the previous plan can have another option. Gohan and Dad don't know the existence of the Spirit Time Chamber. As long as I can speak, I can tell them about the Spirit Time Chamber. And let Mr. Popo guide them in the practice of their aura. Dad and Gohan can both surpass Super Saiyan, so that the crisis of artificial humans can be ended as soon as possible. This sound that subverted Vegeta's cognition was continuously transmitted to Vegeta's mind. At this moment, his heartbeat was extremely fast. Spirit Time Chamber? What is that? Who is Mr. Popo? Obviously, there was no such person in Vegeta's memory. He was sure that Mr. Popo was definitely a person on Earth. Surpass Super Saiyan. These topics that Vegeta didn't know about kept impacting Vegeta's brain. The eyes that had just opened were staring at Bulma outside the treatment cabin. Such a scene made Bulma's breathing become short. Vegeta! What's wrong with you? Don't scare me! Vegeta's abnormal behavior also attracted Son Gohan's attention at this moment. Son Gohan quickly moved closer to Vegeta. Vegeta also saw the actions of the two, so in order not to let Bulma worry too much, he took off the oxygen mask. Panting heavily, he said, I'm fine. Please move aside, I'll be out soon. Seeing this, Bulma and Son Gohan retreated a few meters. Bang! Vegeta smashed the medical cabin with one punch. Ah! Vegeta! Can you not be so barbaric? Although Bulma seemed to be talking about Vegeta, there was no blame in her tone. After all, this medical cabin can be rebuilt if it is gone. But if her husband is gone, then he is really gone. Bulma took the initiative to put her body into Vegeta's arms. This action caught Vegeta off guard, and Bulma hugged Vegeta tightly. The pearls in Bulma's eyes still dripped onto Vegeta's shoulders. At this time, the proud Saiyan prince became tender. He had also walked through the gates of hell, during which he had seen the cruelty of the androids. In just half a day, the androids turned the earth upside down. The tragedy of the future time and space described by Trunks floated through his mind again. He gently patted Bulma's back. "Everything is still in time, Bulma, fortunately I am still alive. All this is thanks to our child." Seeing that Bulma stopped sobbing, Vegeta gently moved Bulma away from him. He clearly understood that this was not the time for sentimental love. Because he didn't know when the androids would come back. So the most urgent thing was to solve the troubles in front of him. How to solve it? It's very simple. Trunks has just given Vegeta the answer. After experiencing what happened these days, Vegeta has completely understood that as long as he follows Trunks' heart, there will be no problem. Vegeta asked Bulma. "Bulma, do you know someone?" Bulma stared at Vegeta with curiosity. "Who?" Vegeta replied calmly. "An earthling who has mastered the breath to perfection." As soon as these words came out, Trunks shuddered all over. "Dad, what's going on? Did I hear correctly?" He actually asked such a question. Does he know his weakness? Vegeta smiled calmly, and continued to respond. "Mr. Popo." Trunks' eyes widened. He never thought that Vegeta would ask Bulma about Mr. Popo. Dad should have no intersection with Mr. Popo. Why would he suddenly ask such a question? After hearing Trunks' thoughts, Vegeta's mouth slightly tilted. Sure enough, my guess was right. Trunks doesn't know that I can hear his thoughts. It was at this time that Vegeta decided to keep the fact that he could hear Trunks' thoughts to himself. After all, this was a secret that belonged to him alone, a secret that could only work for him. Bulma scratched her head and recalled. "Mr. Popo, he was the one who helped me find the spaceship that the gods took when they came to Earth. He's in the Temple of Heaven, why are you looking for him?" "Vegeta, where is the Temple of Heaven?" "The highest point on Earth, you can see it as long as you fly to the highest point." Bulma replied. After getting the reply, Vegeta immediately took action and opened the door of the basement. Before he left, he turned back and waved to Son Gohan. "Gohan, I hope you can come with me." After saying that, he flew directly towards the direction of the Temple of Heaven. Son Gohan was stunned, he couldn't believe his ears. "Gohan? Not Kakaroto's son, this is the first time Uncle Vegeta called me Gohan." For some reason, Vegeta now makes Son Gohan feel strange. At this moment, Trunks' heart is like 1,000 horses galloping. What happened to Dad? Trunks' brain kept working, and finally a seemingly unrealistic idea came into his mind. Could it be that the real Dad has been killed by the android? The current Dad is a time traveler like me. Trunks could only think of this about Vegeta's abnormality. After all, he often reads some time travel novels in his previous life. Of course, this is just Trunks' suspicion. Whether it is true or not remains to be studied. Chapter 10. The two of them were sitting on the ground, and the two of them were sitting on the ground. In the basement. Vegeta's words obviously made Son Gohan a little flattered. "Gohan, did Vegeta just call your name? Did I hear it right? The sun is rising from the west." Not only Gohan felt incredible, but even Bulma felt incredible. After all, since Vegeta came to Earth, he has always labeled Son Gohan as the son of Kakaroto, a low-level warrior. And just 2 days ago, before the android incident broke out, Vegeta compared Son Gohan and Trunks with disdain. Vegeta insisted that the son of a low-level warrior was not as good as Trunks, who had the blood of the Saiyan royal family. But what Bulma didn't know was that the reason why Vegeta had such a change was because he heard Trunks' inner thoughts. The android incident also proved that Trunks' words were not false. In the future, Son Gohan became the last warrior and was killed by the android to protect Trunks. Based on this alone, Vegeta had a deep respect for Son Gohan, so Vegeta no longer thought that Son Gohan was just the son of a lower-level warrior at this moment. Son Gohan deserved Vegeta to call him by his name directly. So Gohan, are you going to go with Vegeta to find Mr. Popo? Bulma continued to ask. Son Gohan was silent. Bulma waited for Son Gohan's answer. In addition, Trunks was also waiting for Son Gohan's response. At this time, Son Gohan's mind appeared the scene of Piccolo and the other's breath disappearing. His fists tightened again and again. Being able to become stronger and defeat the androids was what he wanted. But now, he still had something to do. Son Gohan replied, Aunt Bulma. I also want to practice with Uncle Vegeta. It's just. Mom is still alone at home, I think I have to go home and get her consent. Bulma smiled. You don't have to go back, I can contact Chi-Chi now. The reason why Bulma smiled was because she already knew the answer. She firmly believed that as a wife who had saved the world many times, she would make the most rational decision in such a critical moment. Bulma took out a remote control and operated a small flying robot. Soon, a projection was generated by the robot, and the picture was exactly Baizai Mountain. Although the outside world is in chaos, I, Bulma, can still do simple communication. This flying robot is a mother-child robot. Mine is a mother robot, and the child robot happens to be near Baizai Mountain. I will control the child robot to find Chi-Chi. Bulma explained to Son Gohan confidently. Trunks was also shocked by Bulma's explanation. Mom is indeed a genius who can build a time machine. Bulma controlled the sub-robot, and finally the sub-robot's screen was connected to Baizai Mountain. As the camera zoomed in little by little, Son Gohan's home appeared in the screen. Something unexpected happened. There were people who fainted one after another around Son Gohan's home. These people were lunatics in the end of the world. In order to avoid the pursuit of the androids, they came to the deep mountains and old forests, and happened to meet a family. They were hungry and had evil thoughts about this family. Coincidentally, this family was none other than the family formed by the most powerful person on earth. And now the person who is in charge of this family is the most powerful woman on earth, Shishi. Shishi's combat power is more than 100. You must know that more than 100 combat power is enough to become the overlord of the earth. Dealing with these lunatics in the end of the world, it is not easy. Chi-Chi was sitting on a rock, crossing her legs, and yelling at the lunatics. You unscrupulous guys, do you dare? However, no one responded to her, and the lunatics had already fallen asleep. At this moment, a robot as big as a bee flew to Chi-Chi's side. Chi-Chi! Can you hear me? Bulma's voice came from the robot to Chi-Chi's ears, and then Bulma was projected by the robot. Bulma? Oh, by the way. Didn't Gohan go to your place the day before yesterday? Why hasn't he come back yet? Chi-Chi asked. That's what I want to tell you. Bulma said. The news of the appearance of the androids was told to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi frowned, and Son Gohan, who was next to Bulma, felt something was wrong. He hurried to Bulma's side and explained, Mom. Everyone sacrificed. Dragon Balls too. But before Son Gohan finished speaking, a serious voice came from Chi-Chi's side. Gohan. Now and immediately. Go to the Temple of Heaven to practice. As soon as these words came out, Son Gohan showed a surprised expression, while Bulma nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Trunks actually knew the answer early on. Although Chi-Chi's wish was that Gohan would become a scholar, she was a person with a big picture view after all. In the plot of Dragon Ball Z, after Son Goku recovered from his heart attack, Chi-Chi did not stop Son Goku from looking for the androids again. It can be seen that Chi-Chi is not actually the kind of unreasonable person. Now that Son Goku is dead and the world is in crisis again, the only person who can inherit Son Goku's legacy is her son, Son Gohan. Son Gohan stammered, Mom. Chi-Chi smiled slightly, Gohan, go ahead and do it. If the world is gone, what's the point of being a scholar? Chi-Chi knew clearly that when Goku was alive, she could be a selfish mother, but now that Goku is gone, his son no longer belongs to her alone. Son Gohan nodded suddenly, with tears of emotion in his eyes. I know. Mom. Chi-Chi smiled amiably and continued, after all, you are Son Goku's son. After saying that, Chi-Chi hung up the line. After getting Chi-Chi's permission, Son Gohan was about to fly directly to the Temple of the Gods. At this moment, Bulma stopped him. Gohan, can you take me and my family to the Celestial Temple? Because, this is the Western capital, I'm afraid the androids will find us. Besides, Vegeta has already gone to the Celestial Temple. If you leave again, Gohan, then we. And I don't know how long you will have to train in the Celestial Temple. So thank you, Gohan. What Bulma said really made sense, and Son Gohan agreed directly. With his current strength, he can definitely bring Bulma and her son and the Briefs couple to the Celestial Temple. Son Gohan responded. Okay. Aunt Bulma, Grandpa Briefs, and Grandma Briggan, get ready, we'll set off right away. Chapter 11. The old man was buried in the tomb. The Temple of the Gods. Due to Piccolo's death, the position of the God of Earth is now vacant. The owner of the Temple of the Gods, the former God of the Gods, has also died. A dark-skinned man with big eyes is standing worriedly at the edge of the temple. This man is Mr. Popo, the servant of God. He sensed that an unfriendly aura is approaching the Temple of the Gods. And this man is none other than Vegeta, the Scion Prince who invaded the Earth many years ago. Although Vegeta has changed over the years, Mr. Popo is still wary of him. Mr. Popo doesn't know why Vegeta suddenly moved closer to the Temple of the Gods. Logically, Vegeta should not know the existence of the Temple of the Gods. Mr. Popo's forehead began to be covered with dense beads of sweat. Because Vegeta's breath was getting closer and closer to the Temple of Heaven. Day. With the crisp sound of footsteps, Vegeta appeared on the Temple of Heaven. Vegeta looked around. He was still a little shocked when he came to the Temple of Heaven for the first time. Unexpectedly, he didn't expect that there was such a mysterious place on Earth. Well, it seems that Trunks was right. Then, Vegeta glanced at Mr. Popo, who looked like a coal ball. Hey, that person, do you know where Mr. Popo is? Mr. Popo was stunned, obviously caught off guard. Although he was a little scared, Popo still responded politely, what do you want to see him for? Vegeta got straight to the point, training. The androids have messed up everything down there. The purpose of my coming this time is to break through myself and defeat the androids. Popo blinked. After the android incident broke out, the Earth had already fallen into a state of dire straits in just 3 days. He never thought that Vegeta, who had invaded the Earth, would make such a plan. Mr. Vegeta, are you saying that you want to defeat the androids? Save the Earth? Popo asked. Vegeta snorted coldly, Tisk, I'm not interested in saving the Earth. I'm not Kakarot. I just want to defeat the androids. Vegeta said this, but he knew the real reason. After confirming that Vegeta had no ill intentions in coming here and was here to defeat the androids, Mr. Popo said. I am Popo, the servant of all previous gods. Is Mr. Vegeta here to be the new god of the Earth? Vegeta looked at Popo with suspicion. Is this dark guy Mr. Popo that Trunks mentioned? He looks weak anyway. Can he teach me how to control my breath? I saw Vegeta gather an energy bomb in his hand and quickly throw it at Popo. Whoosh! Mr. Popo frowned and reacted quickly. With a simple shake, he dodged the energy bomb. Popo's move was indeed beyond Vegeta's expectations. Popo, who looked very weak, was able to dodge his sneak attack. Well, it seems that this guy is really not simple. Become the god of the Earth? I'm not interested. I just want you to teach me how to control my breath. Popo nodded. Mr. Vegeta, if you want to defeat the android, Popo can give you special training. It may take some time. Vegeta's face changed. How long will it take? Mr. Popo responded, Sun Wukong practiced here for 3 years. Vegeta's mouth curled up, revealing a confident light. Hehe, Kakarot also practiced here, 3 years? Vegeta will only do better than him. 3 days. Vegeta can do what Kakarot can do in 3 years and 3 days. Looking at Vegeta, who was so impatient, Popo shook his head. Mr. Vegeta, you can't rush to practice your breath. I know Mr. Vegeta wants to defeat the android quickly, but it's a fantasy to completely master the control of breath and other fighting skills in 3 days. Popo's words undoubtedly poured cold water on Vegeta. But Vegeta thought about it carefully and realized that he was indeed a little too eager for quick success. Now he has more than just aura problem, he is still far behind the androids in terms of strength. Even if he can fully master aura within 3 days, he still can't catch up with the androids in strength. Now the androids are hunting humans at will in the world. What if one day they find? When it came to Bulma and Trunks. Damn! If only there was more time to practice. Just then, Popo brought Vegeta a better news. Mr. Vegeta, I actually have a way to make you stronger. Vegeta was immersed in his own thoughts, and suddenly, his thoughts stopped as if struck by lightning. His eyes suddenly focused forward, and fell directly on Mr. Popo. What method? Popo explained. Popo and Mr. Vegeta entered the spirit time room together. Vegeta was shocked, and Trunks' words came into his mind. Sure enough, the spirit time room also worked. Spiritual time room. Popo continued to explain, spiritual time room, a special space, the flow of time inside is different from the outside world, 1 year inside, 1 day outside. But a person can only enter for 2 days in his lifetime, that is, 2 years, Mr. Vegeta can go in with Popo. Hearing such good news, Vegeta's mood couldn't be better. Take me there. Okay, Mr. Vegeta. Day. Just as Mr. Popo was about to take Vegeta into the spiritual time room, a heavy sound of footsteps came from behind. Son Gohan dragged Bulma and her family to the Temple of Heaven. Bulma looked at the huge temple and found it was empty. She shouted loudly, Mr. Popo, where are you? After hearing Bulma's call, Popo stopped entering the spiritual time room. Popo hurried over to greet everyone and told them the news that Vegeta was going to enter the spiritual time room. Bulma exclaimed, What? Is there really such a space? Son Gohan also looked surprised, while Trunks was a little confused. Then, Bulma took out a universal capsule from her pocket and said to Popo. Mr. Popo, where is Vegeta? Popo pointed in the direction of the spirit time room, over there, follow it, turn left, please follow me. Bulma carried Trunks and trotted all the way to where Popo pointed, and Popo followed behind the mother and son. Trunks also saw Vegeta in the spirit time room behind him at this time. Trunks was shocked. Dad actually took the initiative to find Mr. Popo and discovered the existence of the spirit time room. Vegeta glanced sideways and saw Trunks being held by Bulma and moving closer to him, and Trunks' voice also entered Vegeta's mind. Trunks, let me change the tragedy of future time and space. Vegeta. Don't go in yet. Really? Bulma panted, took out a universal capsule from her arms and handed it to Vegeta. Oh, luckily I made it in time. There is your gravity chamber spaceship in here. Because you said you wanted to practice, I took it. There are also a lot of food in it. Really, don't you want your wife and children? You just ran here. Looking at the noisy Bulma, Vegeta did not feel impatient. He took the universal capsule and nodded slightly. Then he said to Popo, Hey, that guy, go in. Chapter 12. The two of them were busy, and the two of them were busy. Inside the spirit time room, Mr. Popo repeated the same method he used to train Sun Wukong on Vegeta. This included hide and seek, dummy training, and meditation training. These seemingly irrelevant trainings to improving combat effectiveness were carried out day after day. At first, Vegeta just wanted to give it a try, but when he calmed down and did these trivial things well. As time went by, he found that these things were not for improving his strength, but for training his character. Only when his heart was calm, his breath would be stable. It was indeed impossible for him to completely master his breath in 3 days, as he said at the beginning. Vegeta is a genius among the Scions. Although 3 days is a bit exaggerated, after 3 months of special training, he can completely control his breath. Vegeta's tightly closed eyes opened instantly, and then he also had his own training plan. He took out the universal capsule given by Bulma, and with a bang, a spaceship with a gravity room suddenly appeared. Then the next step is to continue to improve your strength. Originally, Popo wanted to give Vegeta some advice, but who knew that Vegeta actually closed the door of the gravity room directly, and this level was never opened again. So Popo opened the door of the Spirit Time House and walked out by himself. Outside world. 3 months have passed in the Spirit Time House. But only 6 hours have passed in the real world. Everyone is waiting for news from the Spirit Time House. Because of their advanced age, Mr. and Mrs. Briefs have been arranged by Bulma to rest in a room. With a click, the door of the Spirit Time House was opened. Mr. Popo entered everyone's sight. Bulma walked to Popo with heavy steps and asked in confusion, "Mr. Popo, why are you out alone?" Popo explained, "Vegeta can already control his breath, faster than Goku back then, it only took 3 months." Bulma had a smug smile on her face. Vegeta being faster than Son Goku was really beyond her expectations. "You are worthy of being my man." Son Gohan on the side approached Popo curiously and asked, "Mr. Popo, are you saying that Dad was trained by you before?" Popo stared at Son Gohan, and he saw the shadow of Son Goku in him. "Yes, you are Mr. Son Goku's son, right?" Son Gohan nodded his head and clenched his fists, saying, "Yes. Mr. Popo, please take me to the Spirit Time Chamber to practice after Uncle Vegeta comes out. You taught my father how to practice before." Popo blinked. "Okay, Popo will teach you." Trunks' eyes were focused on Mr. Popo. He recalled his memories of his previous life, and there were many different opinions about Mr. Popo's identity. Although Popo's combat power was not high, he always exuded a sense of mystery. As a servant of the God of Earth, he served several gods of Earth. Although he was a servant of God, he had a higher combat power than the gods. However, he did not take the initiative to solve the crisis of the Earth. In the desperate future time and space, the Earth was turned into hell by the artificial humans, and he did not take action. If he in the future took the initiative to find Son Gohan and told him about the existence of the Spirit Time Chamber, maybe Son Gohan in the future would not be unable to defeat even the androids. When Trunks thought of this, he felt that Son Gohan in the future was too pitiful. After his father died, his relationship with the gods was almost broken. The most typical example is King Kai of the North. Whether it was the Scion attack or the Frieza incident, King Kai of the North was conscientious in informing everyone, and also taught Son Goku the killing moves such as King Kai and Spirit Bomb. But after Son Goku died, the future Earth seemed to have lost contact with King Kai. As for why King Kai did not contact Son Gohan, Trunks has his own opinion. King Kai of the North, a god in charge of the North Milky Way. The 4 Milky Ways in the East, South, West and North are respectively governed by 4 King Kais. The Milky Way is so large that even if it is divided into 4, one of them is still vast and boundless. The Earth is just a drop in the ocean of this North Milky Way. The bosses that appeared in the early stages of Dragon Ball, whether they were Scions or Frieza, were all notorious troublemakers in the Northern Galaxy, evil people who brought harm to one side. Tyrant. They are the termites in the galaxy. As long as they exist, the North Galaxy will be in turmoil. Therefore, King Kai of the North will wholeheartedly help Sun Wukong defeat these people. In the future time and space, after Sun Wukong's death, the earth has no one in charge. The androids that appeared harmed all directions. Perhaps King Kai of the North wanted to contact Sun Gohan for help at the beginning. But King Kai of the North governs the entire North Galaxy after all, and he is busy every day. King Kai of the North found that no matter how evil the androids on Earth are, they are only on Earth. They don't have the evil idea of leaving the planet to do evil in the universe like Frieza and the Scions. So, King Kai's sight gradually faded from the Earth. When he thought of this, Trunks was relieved. After all, it was a favor for others to help you, and it was their duty not to help you. But fortunately, the future time and space he is in now is developing in a good direction. Vegeta actually took the initiative to find Mr. Popo and entered the spirit time room. Vegeta's transformation has changed the existing history. As long as Vegeta comes out of the spirit time chamber, it will be the end of the androids. Trunks was in a very happy mood. Now he just needed to wait for Vegeta to come out of the spirit time chamber, and everything would change. A wasteland on Earth. A huge spaceship stood on the dilapidated land. King Gula. We are here. The person who said it was the operator of the spaceship. Gula slowly opened his eyes and scanned the surrounding environment. Is this the Earth? Several figures knelt on one knee in unison. Yes, King Gula, if we hadn't been blocked by those people, we wouldn't have arrived on Earth until now. The person who spoke was called Shaviza, the first lackey under Gula. After hearing this, Gula's expression changed, and his eyes became unstable, as if he thought of something terrifying. Everyone! Go find the Dragon Balls! As for the people on this earth, just kill them all! Yes! The lackeys said in unison, and scattered towards the earth. Chapter 13. The sky was full of clouds, and the sky was full of clouds. In the Temple of Heaven, Sun Gohan, who was talking to Popo, suddenly had his eyes widened, his lips trembled, and his body trembled. A cool breeze blew across his cheek, and Sun Gohan was stunned. Bulma, who was standing by, immediately noticed the abnormality of Sun Gohan. Gohan, what's wrong with you? Bulma asked with concern. Trunks also noticed Sun Gohan's expression. What happened? Gohan shook his head and denied, no. Impossible, this breath is Frieza. Hasn't he been killed by my father? Gohan murmured to himself, but the next second, he stood up suddenly. No, that's not right. This is not Frieza's breath, it's stronger than Frieza. At this moment, Popo also realized that the Earth had a new uninvited guest. Earth is really full of disasters. Listening to what Gohan said, Trunks seemed to understand who Gohan was talking about. Cooler is the boss from the movie version, and he didn't expect to appear in this time and space. In this case, Trunks can only attribute the changes in this time and space to the butterfly effect brought about by his crossing. Trunks is more and more convinced of his guess. Vegeta survived the hands of the androids, and now Cooler is invading the Earth again. But he clearly remembered that this Cooler should be in the timeline of the movie shortly after defeating Frieza and before the plot of the androids. Why did Cooler come to Earth now? All this was beyond Trunks's cognition. Fortunately, Cooler at most had one more transformation than Frieza in the third stage. As long as Vegeta came out of the spirit time chamber, everything would be easy to say. Just as everyone was worried about this matter, a voice that had disappeared for a long time reappeared in everyone's mind. Everyone, long time no see. Who? Sun Gohan looked around vigilantly. The old voice sounded again. It's me, King Kai of the North. Trunks' young body trembled violently. Is it really what I guessed? Only a bad guy in the galaxy like Cooler can alarm King Kai. At this moment, Trunks had already expected what King Kai was going to say. As expected, King Kai of the North's voice continued to sound. Everyone, Frisia's brother Cooler has come to Earth. Like Frisia and his son, he is the Emperor of the universe. However, his strength is above King Cold and Frisia, so please be careful." Trunks frowned. There must be something big going on when Cooler comes to Earth. Otherwise, King Kai wouldn't have contacted Brother Gohan. You know, in the future, he never contacted Brother Gohan. At this moment, Trunks has confirmed his previous conjecture. Sure enough, King Kai will only take action if he is a dangerous person who endangers the entire North Galaxy. Son Gohan scratched his head and recalled the past. He asked, "Lord Kai, is it the Lord Kai who taught Dad the King Fist?" King Kai nodded heavily. Yes. Son Gohan was overjoyed and his tone became excited. "Lord Kai, are Uncle Piccolo and Dad training with you? Are Uncle Krillin and the others here too?" Just then, a voice that was very familiar to Son Gohan came into his mind. "Gohan, I'm Piccolo." Son Gohan's tears flowed, and he was even more excited to hear Piccolo's voice than to hear Son Goku's voice. "Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo smiled lightly and then calmed Son Gohan's emotions. "Gohan, listen to me. Now only you and Vegeta can fight on Earth. You must protect the Earth well. Your father is not here with King Kai now, he is now in the underworld sparring with the masters of the universe." Son Gohan clenched his fists. "Yes. I will, Uncle Piccolo. When I accept Mr. Popo's guidance, I will definitely avenge you. I will definitely revive you when the matter on Earth is over. Use the Dragon Balls of Namek. As long as Lord Kai tells us the coordinates of New Namek, Aunt Bulma will definitely find a way to find Namek." Son Gohan did not forget to look at Bulma, and Bulma patted her chest. "Yes. Leave it to me." Listening to Son Gohan's heartfelt words, Trunks. I was also relieved. The situation is not particularly bad. As long as we can contact King Kai, we can find out the whereabouts of New Namek, and then we can revive Uncle Piccolo and the others. But at this moment, Piccolo's voice choked. "Gohan. I'm sorry." Son Gohan's voice was intermittent, and he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, saying, "What's wrong, Uncle Piccolo?" Piccolo hesitated for a few seconds, and finally told the truth. "Just a few months ago, something happened on New Namek. The new Elder Murray chose to commit suicide in order to prevent the Dragon Ball from falling into the hands of the evil." As soon as these words came out, Son Gohan's rekindled hope was once again destroyed. The Namek Dragon Ball is gone, so everyone can't be resurrected. Son Gohan's eyes were empty, and a sense of helplessness spread all over his body. Bulma's eyes also flashed a trace of tears, and she couldn't accept such news. The atmosphere became solemn, the air became heavy, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. And this explosive news almost choked Trunks to death. "What the hell? Did I hear it right? New Namek is gone." Piccolo's voice was interrupted, and King Kai's voice sounded again, breaking the brief silence. "Yes, and the person who destroyed New Namek was Kula. He wanted to use the Dragon Balls to realize his wish of immortality in order to defeat another cosmic bully." Trunks listened attentively, and such a plot might be in his blind spot of knowledge. "And the other cosmic bully is Bojack." Trunks' hairs all over his body trembled instantly. Bojack? How could this guy confront Cooler? And wasn't Bojack sealed by the Four Kings? How could he have a conflict with Cooler? Unless the seal is broken, how could Bojack be unsealed? Son Gohan seemed to have heard something incredible. Now was not the time to dwell on the past. He asked in shock. "Bojack? Who is that?" "Bojack is a bully in the galaxy. His strength is above Cooler. He was sealed by our Four Kings many years ago. But recently, the South King of the South Galaxy went to the battlefield in a daze to stop the riot in the South Galaxy and died. So Bojack was released. And Cooler came to Earth to fulfill his wish with the Dragon Balls. But, Earth's Dragon Balls are gone too. Son Gohan's words came true. Yes, this is also the reason why I contacted you this time. Given Cooler's personality, he would destroy the Earth after learning that the Earth's Dragon Balls have disappeared. So, Gohan, please stop Cooler with Vegeta. King Kai disconnected the connection. Trunks was shocked. If things continued like this, the Dragon Ball world he was familiar with would be completely changed. He could only put all his hopes on Vegeta and Son Gohan. After all, he couldn't do anything right now. Chapter 14. The night fell. The night sky, which should have been as dark as ink, seemed to be covered with a strange bloody veil. The night sky exuded a mysterious and terrifying atmosphere. Several lackeys under Gula had already started killing people on Earth. As soon as they caught someone, they started asking about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. What they didn't know was that the people on Earth knew very little about the Dragon Balls. The Earth was not New Namek, and not everyone knew the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. The smoke was billowing, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Due to Gula's invasion, the already scarred Earth was once again made worse. Damn it! These Earthlings don't seem to know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls at all. Shaviza smashed a house with one punch. Such a shocking scene scared the Earthman out of his wits. His mouth kept trembling, and his legs softened and trembled when he looked at Shaviza's terrifying eyes. Aliens! Aliens are invading the Earth! Shaviza looked at him with disdain and glared at him fiercely. The man suddenly felt bad, as if he had realized that his fate would be the same as his collapsed house. The trembling legs burst out with an inexplicable force at this moment, and ran away without looking back. Shaviza remained calm. Nez, who looked like a frog, was a little confused about Shaviza's behavior. When did Captain Shaviza become so soft-hearted? Dre, who looked similar to Likum, was also quite puzzled and waited for Shaviza's answer. Shaviza sneered and fired a laser directly at the fleeing human. Swoosh! The laser did hit something, but the fleeing man did not die. A sincere voice of gratitude came from a distance. Thank you. Thank you both for saving me. Before he finished speaking, an arm instantly pierced his chest and the man lost his life instantly. Shaviza looked into the darkness, and then two looming figures appeared. A man and a woman appeared in Shaviza's sight. The blonde took an elegant step, and then her mouth curled up slightly, teasing the black-haired man beside her. Oh! It seems that someone is stealing our work. Number 17 kept silent, and his evil eyes fell directly on the Shaviza trio. For some reason, these two people exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Shaviza's mind was working rapidly. Steal their work? Are they also looking for Dragon Balls? What? He has no fighting power. Dre's voice interrupted Shaviza's thinking. The detector in the corner of Dre's eyes had long been aimed at the two androids, and finally stopped at 0. Oh? Is he talking about me? Number 17 pointed at himself. Suddenly, number 17 disappeared from the spot, and Shaviza immediately felt bad. Boom! As Shaviza thought, Red had fallen to the ground, and there was a big hole in his abdomen. Shaviza and Nez only felt a chill on their backs. Their eyes could not catch such a speed at all. This sense of oppression was like they were facing Frisia, the former emperor of the universe. Lord Gula! Save me! Shaviza turned the detector and transmitted this sentence to Gula. Shaviza had realized that death was coming, and as he expected, after he finished speaking, an arm pierced his chest like a sharp blade. Nez beside him also suffered the same fate. The android siblings continued to wander slowly in the ruins, continuing to look for the next target. At the same time, Gula. He had already heard the news that his lackey was killed, but he didn't care. After all, he didn't care about a cosmic bully like him and a younger brother like Shaviza. He only needed to speak and more people in the universe would follow him. However, after all, you have to look at the owner before you can beat a dog. With this mentality, Gula decided to go and take a look. Gula raised his head and looked in the direction of Shaviza. But at this moment, an inexplicable discomfort was reflected in his mind. So that's it. Gula looked up at the sky, and that location was the Temple of the Gods. When he came to this planet, Gula vaguely felt a sense of being spied on. Hey, it's true. Dare to blasphemy against the king. Gula jumped up and headed towards the Temple of Heaven. It was at this time that the android siblings in the distance were also attracted by Gula's figure. Number 18 lifted her hair, looked up at the sky, and smiled evilly. Let's go, it seems there are interesting things to do again. Temple of Heaven. Mr. Popo's expression changed, and sweat dripped down. He's coming. It seems to be discovered. Son Gohan closed his eyes tightly, feeling Gula's breath, and was indeed approaching the Temple of Heaven. Damn it! Just when Son Gohan was about to fight alone, Bulma stopped him. Gohan! No! You are not their opponent. Son Gohan clenched his fists. Now he was the only one who could fight him. Trunks was also nervous. The plot had changed drastically. Son Gohan was definitely not a match for Cooler. Son Gohan raised his aura again, and the white flame spread in the Temple of Heaven. Trunks blinked, and his mood suddenly became unhappy. He could only pray that Vegeta could come out quickly. Mr. Popo's eyes were shining, and the image of Son Gohan became majestic in his eyes. Son Gohan had made up his mind to stop Cooler, but at this moment, everyone's heart was hanging. Day. Two sounds of footsteps arrived at the Temple of Heaven at the same time. The android siblings had arrived at the Temple of Heaven silently. The atmosphere became solemn at this moment. Number 17 smiled and greeted everyone, "Hello. This is a call from the devil. Two demons who kill people like crazy stand on the Temple of Heaven in such a dignified manner." Day. Another sound of footsteps comes. Everyone's eyes are focused on another person. Gula scanned everything around him. In his opinion, it is definitely not easy for such a place to appear on the earth. The Dragon Ball he is looking for is very likely here. Hand over the Dragon Ball. Number 17 looked up and down at Gula. Oh? How come this person looks similar to Frieza? Gula looked at number 17 with murderous eyes. Do you know Frieza? Number 17 smiled. Just a piece of trash. Gula smiled, and he agreed with No 17's statement. You are right, he is indeed a waste. And I, as his brother, am much better than him. I admire you very much. My men just died. Would you consider working for me? Looking at this scene, Trunks's heart was actually at peace. Let number 17 be Gula's subordinate. Gula thought of this, there will be a good show soon. Things really happened as Trunks thought. Number 17 had a disdainful smile on his face. Ha ha ha. Did I hear it right? Sister. This guy asked me to be his subordinate. Number 17 laughed even more unscrupulously. Number 18 on the side couldn't help laughing out loud. Gula's expression changed. His eyelids twitched wildly, and the veins on his forehead wriggled like earthworms. What are you laughing at? No 17's laughter stopped abruptly, and he answered seriously. Subordinates? Are you talking about the three I killed just now? Such bastards are worthy of being compared with me. At this moment, Bulma seemed to understand something, and her two big eyes looked around. Oh! Master Kula! You are looking for the Dragon Balls, right? The Earth's Dragon Balls are actually gone. The reason is that android. He killed the Earth's god. So the Dragon Balls disappeared. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and Kula's memory began to recall that when he was on New Namek, the great elder Mulai committed suicide to prevent him from getting the Dragon Balls, and the Namek Dragon Balls turned into stone. Kula's eyes were filled with bloodshot, and the murderous intent was about to seep out of his eyes. Swish! Kula's breath rose sharply, and he ran towards the android siblings with great momentum. Trunks' tense face relaxed, and he smiled in his heart. He didn't expect Bulma to use such a trick. Chapter 15. The two men were so angry that they had to face each other. Gula took heavy steps and approached the two artificial people step by step. Every time he took a step, the temple of heaven trembled for a second. I ask you, is what this earth woman said true or false? Gula's eyes were cold and his tone was full of hostility. Gula walked straight towards number 17 with an aggressive momentum, but number 17 didn't feel any pressure at all. So what if it is, so what if it isn't? Tell you, I don't need to do anything to deal with you. Sister, I guess your hands are itching too. Number 18 next to him grinned, and his fists were already clenched. I don't mind helping you deal with this guy. As soon as the words fell, a huge figure instantly appeared in No 18's eyes. Cooler jumped up. Although he was also in the third stage of transformation, he was much bigger than Frisia. Cooler was like a lion, clenching his fist and smashing at number 17. But he didn't know that a petite woman suddenly appeared in front of him. This person was number 18. The petite woman suddenly blocked number 17. She twisted her fist and confronted Cooler head-on. Bang! The fists of the two collided with each other. The pressure generated by the collision shook the glass of the entire temple. At this moment, all the spectators hid behind Son Gohan. Son Gohan raised his breath to the highest level to resist this strong storm. I hope the temple can hold on until Uncle Vegeta comes out. Uncle Vegeta, have you sensed Cooler's aura? Bang! Another heavy punch. Android 18 and Cooler are now evenly matched. Trunks stared at the fight between the two. As expected, the androids in the future are not as strong as those in the main time. Cooler can actually fight back and forth with Android 18. If it were Android 18 in the main time, Cooler would probably not be able to withstand a single punch. I saw a large and a small figure jumping back and forth in the sky. At this moment, the fight between the two has come to the air. The fist wind whistled continuously, and the two were still evenly matched. But as they fought, Cooler seemed to find something wrong. He himself was already panting, but the woman in front of him was not breathing at all, and was deadly calm. You are worthy of being the Emperor of the Universe? Haha, I will send you to see your useless brother Frisia. The figure of number 18 flickered continuously, and her body was moving towards Gula at high speed. Gula wiped the corner of his mouth, and his strong body was driven again. Ha, don't compare me with Frisia. He is just an arrogant and stupid guy. The bodies of the two shot towards each other like cannonballs. Bang! There was another dull noise, and No 18's fist was hitting Gula's abdomen. At this time, Gula's back arched into a shrimp shape, his eyeballs bulged, and his saliva splashed, which was obviously beyond his expectations. The corner of No 18's mouth twitched slightly, and he smiled disdainfully. Gula looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief, with 10,000 disbeliefs in his heart. Although she had golden hair, she was not a scion, she was just an earth woman. An earth woman could actually hurt him. What a humiliating thing! Bang! The thick tail came in handy at this time, and Gula swung it at number 18 with a dragon-like tail swing. This unexpected attack made the complacent number 18 feel defeated for the first time. Her body fell to the ground like a meteor. Just as she tried to control her falling body, two thick thighs attacked her again. Gula was very vengeful, and her two big feet stepped on No 18's chest unscrupulously. Obviously, number 18 was a little overwhelmed. Swish, swish, swish. Several energy bombs fell from the sky. Gula's attention was attracted by it, and he saw number 17 was at the edge of the temple and smiling evilly. Damn it! Gula cursed angrily. At this moment, number 18 seized the opportunity and immediately launched a counterattack. Her crossed arms suddenly spread apart, and a column of energy gushed out from her chest. Fortunately, the battle-hardened Gula reacted in time and dodged the attack quickly. Gula distanced himself at a very fast speed, staring at number 18 with a deep breath. Doesn't this guy know he's tired? Humph. Despicable guy. I'll take care of you too. Gula looked at number 17 angrily. Number 17 ignored him and stared at number 18 with a playful look. Sister. Is this your strength? Number 18's pupil shrank, his brows trembled slightly, and he gritted his teeth and said. Humph. Stop looking down on me. Keep going. As he said that, number 18 was full of fighting spirit and planned to rush towards Gula again. Gula looked at the brother and sister and felt that these two people were not simple at all. They are completely different from ordinary earthlings. No. We must fight quickly. In this case, then transform. Huff. The air began to tremble, and the dark night became uneasy at this moment. A huge breath swept from Gula. This mighty breath rose sharply in the air, blowing the Karan tower supporting the temple. The cat fairy held the fence tightly to stabilize his body. Today's scene was the most spectacular he had ever seen. The temple of heaven also began to shake due to the violent shaking of Karan tower. At this moment, the door of the house at a corner of the temple of heaven suddenly showed a little gap. A man with a damaged combat uniform slowly walked out from inside. He looked calm and walked forward with a resolute step. The roaring wind caused by Gula's transformation did not dare to move him at all. He did not even blink. Vegeta frowned and approached the people hiding behind Gohan step by step. With a click, a handful of security was placed on Bulma's shoulder. Bulma turned around and looked at Vegeta. Bulma's eyes were shining, and the stone hanging in her heart was put down in an instant. Vegeta! You came out early. Didn't you say you would stay for 2 days? Accompanied by Bulma's exclamation, Trunks suddenly raised his head. Vegeta's serious face occupied his entire eyeball, and Trunks' eyes burst into hope. Then, Vegeta walked in front of Son Gohan and said to him. Gohan, it's your turn to go in with Mr. Popo. Son Gohan's body trembled, and he looked at Vegeta with surprise. When did Uncle Vegeta come to my side? How come I didn't notice it at all? It seems that Uncle Vegeta has mastered the breath very well. Son Gohan nodded suddenly and shouted to Popo. Then, Mr. Popo, it's time for us to go to the spirit time chamber. Please. Please let me be as powerful as Uncle Vegeta. Then, Son Gohan and Popo entered the time chamber together. Vegeta turned sideways and put his hand on his shoulder, interrupting Son Gohan's action. Gohan, do you know how miserable Piccolo's death was? He was torn into pieces by the androids, and his whole body was covered with rotten flesh. After these words came out, Son Gohan clenched his fists, his eyes trembled, and the anger in his heart rose extremely. He gritted his teeth, looked firmly at the spirit time room, and quickly entered it. Vegeta turned around silently again, feeling the breath of Kula. Strange and familiar. It happened that this breath made Vegeta come out of the spirit time room in advance. Because this breath was very similar to an old friend of his, an extremely cruel old friend. In order to prevent his own family from being hurt, he came out in advance. Vegeta walked slowly to the edge of the temple, looked down, and Kula, who was transforming, came into his sight. Transform? Sorry, I can do it too. Vegeta's mouth twisted, and he flew down directly from the Sky Temple. Chapter 16. The more he looked at the enemy, the more he was defeated. Gula's breath continued to expand, and as his breath increased, a storm swept over. Gula's final form appeared. His figure became more sturdy, the muscles of his limbs became stronger, and several white tentacles grew behind his originally round head. The face with a sense of oppression was also covered by the mask, and the whole person exuded a mysterious and powerful aura. You are lucky to see me in this form. Although Gula's face was covered by the mask, his tone showed that there was a very arrogant face hidden under the mask. Facing the aggressive final form of Gula, number 17 still had a disdainful face. Number 18 on the side was a little surprised, her brows furrowed, because Gula was approaching her. Humph! It's just a change of appearance. Number 18 clenched her fists and prepared to welcome Gula. Humph! A change of appearance. Gula approached step by step. This is my fourth form, one more form than Frisia. You will regret what you said. My dear sister, do you need my help? Number 17 said playfully. Number 18's eyes changed, and the strength of the whole body gathered on the thighs. With a sudden kick, he jumped directly in front of Gula. Haha, no matter how you transform, you are still the same ugly monster. Boom! The punch that was charged and blasted out landed firmly on Gula's body. This seemingly unstoppable punch did not cause any substantial damage to Gula. Gula's eyes condensed, and a sinister light emanated from his eyes. Are you tickling me? As soon as the words fell, Gula instantly knocked No 18's arm off his chest, and his left hand, which had already condensed a heavy fist, hit No 18's stomach. Bang! The power of the fist was still increasing, and No 18's eyes were about to fall out at this moment. She had never expected Gula to increase so much. This Lushan Chenglongba directly rushed No 18's body into the sky, and soon a figure flashed in No 18's eyes. Number 18 looked at the figure in surprise, with a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Her lips slightly opened, and she asked, Vegeta. At this moment, number 18 had 10,000 questions in her heart. Why did the person who was casually controlled by her a few days ago appear here? Vegeta did not answer her question, but saw him holding his chest and suddenly releasing his hands. His clenched fists were swung up with force, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Seeing this, number 18 felt something was wrong and quickly stabilized her body, but when she realized it, it was too late. Vegeta's confident smile was already on the corners of his mouth. Boom! A destructive punch sent No 18's body into the sky again, and soon her body flew over the Temple of Heaven. The scene of No 18's defeat appeared in the eyes of everyone in the Temple of Heaven. At this moment, a figure once again broke into everyone's field of vision. I saw that Vegeta's hands had been clenched into hammers and placed on his waist. Damn android! Vegeta's sudden appearance caught number 18 off guard, but in her opinion, Vegeta was just a defeated opponent. Number 18 quickly stabilized her body and prepared to use her self-proclaimed strong body to resist this blow. But at this moment, golden light burst out from Vegeta's body, illuminating the night. Such Vegeta is something number 18 has never seen before. This was completely different from the Vegeta of the previous few days. Number 18 began to panic, and beads of sweat fell from her forehead. She could clearly sense that the Vegeta in front of her had become stronger. Even more oppressive than the Gula just now. Boom! Like a falling meteor, No 18's body fell to the ground. And this scene shocked Bulma, who was watching the battle. My Vegeta has really become stronger. Bulma was so excited that she almost jumped up, and Trunks in her arms also smiled. Vegeta's strength has improved a lot through special training. I saw Vegeta glanced at Bulma and Trunks, and the confidence at the corners of his mouth could not be concealed at all. It was obvious that he had a plan in mind. Vegeta's look back made Bulma even happier, and she shouted loudly, Vegeta! I promised you! We will have a second child after solving the androids. Hearing this, Vegeta's face gradually turned red, and he gently. His eyes fell on Bulma, and he nodded slightly. Then his sharp eyes were directed at the three people below the Temple of Heaven. Trunks concentrated his mind, stared at Bulma with wide eyes, and then looked at Vegeta. Maybe the sister will really be born early. This sentence also entered Vegeta's mind. Sister. The second child is a daughter? Vegeta was shocked and full of energy in an instant. The golden flame burned fiercely, and Vegeta rushed down like a stimulant. Looking at Vegeta falling from the sky, the already severely injured 18 panicked, while 17 was still bored. Cooler became interested. Golden hair. Is this the Super Saiyan who defeated Frieza? Vegeta stood proudly in the air, looking at the three people with a proud look, and then his puzzled eyes fell on Cooler. Oh! Vegeta asked, and Cooler came into view. Obviously, he didn't know this person, but the aura he exuded seemed familiar. What's your relationship with Frieza? Vegeta questioned Cooler. Cooler replied, you defeated Frieza. I asked you what your relationship with Frieza is, didn't you hear? Vegeta's tone was cold. Although he was questioning, he couldn't feel any fluctuations in his aura. His current aura was terribly stable. If it was the past, he might have been angry. Frieza's brother, Cooler. Android 17 explained to Vegeta with an expression of watching a play. Then he pointed at Vegeta and said to Cooler, Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, it was not him who defeated Frieza, but Son Goku, and the one called Son Goku is dead. Listening to Android 17's answer, Vegeta was thoughtful. A few seconds later, Vegeta scanned the three people with a sharp gaze. First, he said to Cool, you, Cool, Frieza's brother. Cool smiled and mocked, I've heard that Frieza once enslaved you Saiyans. Why do you think of him when you see me? Vegeta ignored Cool and pointed his finger at the androids. And you, the androids who brought me humiliation. Number 17 suddenly became energetic and said in a playful tone, what? You want to be beaten again? In that case, I won't let you run away this time. Number 18, who was next to number 17, was silent at this moment, and there was no arrogance on his face. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, his cheeks twitched, and he said with a half-smile. It's my pity that I can't kill Frieza with my own hands. Frieza was killed by Kakarot, so I will kill one of Frieza's brothers to prove that I am stronger than him. And you? You bastard androids! None of you can escape today. I, Vegeta, will fight 3 of them today. Chapter 17. The old man was very happy. For Cooler, Vegeta's behavior was just a boast. After Frieza's death, the news that the golden-haired Saiyan defeated Frieza and King Cold spread throughout the universe. Obviously, Vegeta is now a Super Saiyan. But Cooler is confident in his own strength. The emergence of 3 cosmic emperors in one race is definitely not a false existence. And Cooler was born with 4 transformations, and his strength is far above his brother Frieza, and even his father praises him. Cooler looked down on Vegeta and said coldly. Haha, you mean just you? A Saiyan who was enslaved by Frieza wants to fight 3 people alone. Before Vegeta could answer, number 17 also mocked Vegeta. He obviously did not take Vegeta seriously. A person who was beaten and fled by me 3 days ago can now speak arrogantly. Vegeta exuded a heroic spirit between his eyebrows, and these mocking words did not shake him at all. Suddenly, No 17's eyes widened, and Vegeta was running towards him aggressively. Looking at the fist as big as a sandbag approaching him step by step, he wanted to hide, but somehow, his body seemed to be restrained by an invisible hand. I saw the golden flame flashing in his eyes, and Vegeta's figure was clearly reflected in his eyes. The whistling sound of the fist passed by No 17's ears, and a ball of heat came over him. No 17's pupils trembled constantly, and it was at this time that he understood that Vegeta, who had let him do whatever he wanted a few days ago, had disappeared. Just when number 17 thought he was about to be knocked away, a mocking voice sounded in his ears, "You seem to be afraid." Number 17 opened his eyes suddenly, and he was surprised to find that Vegeta's arrogant face was right in front of him. Vegeta did not knock him away directly, but looked at him with contempt. Number 17 gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" Bang! A violent collision sound exploded from No 17's abdomen. Although he was furious, the initiative was always in Vegeta's hands, and he had no chance to defend against Vegeta's fist. The powerful impact shook No 17's body dozens of meters away. He began to regret the words he had just said to mock Vegeta. Vegeta's punch caught him off guard in terms of speed and strength. He stared at Vegeta with an unbelievable look, a hint of panic in his eyes, and beads of sweat began to gather on his forehead. How is it possible? It's been less than 3 days. I can't fight back. Just as number 17 was surprised, a chilling feeling surged into his body, and a haze was shrouding his whole body. He turned around abruptly, and at this moment his nerves were all tense. He turned around tremblingly, and sure enough, Vegeta had appeared behind him without anyone noticing. What caught his eyes was Vegeta's face full of proud smiles. Vegeta clasped his hands together and crossed them, and an explosive hammer was formed. Boom! With a violent noise, No 17's body was smashed to the ground, and the way it fell was exactly the same as No 18's just now. The two are worthy of being twins, and even the way they are defeated is surprisingly consistent. No 17's falling body was totally out of control, and he tried to force himself to stop falling. But he didn't expect that the face that frightened him would appear in front of him again. Vegeta grinned and said indifferently, "Humph, broken copper and iron." Boom! A bright light suddenly gathered in Vegeta's palm. The light quickly spread and enlarged, instantly drowning number 17 with lightning speed. The next second, Vegeta's sight gradually deviated and finally locked on a woman. Vegeta smiled evilly, and his sharp eyes fell on number 18. He shouted at number 18. "You can't escape either." Boom! Deafening explosions occurred one after another on number 17. Taking advantage of this gap, Vegeta flashed behind number 18, and kicked number 18 with a powerful kick, blasting number 18 into the mushroom cloud. In an instant, the wind and clouds rose, and smoke filled the air. When the smoke cleared, number 17 stood in the sky in a panic, holding his abdomen with both hands. 18's clothes had several holes in them, and he appeared in Vegeta's sight in a disheveled state. Both of them covered their bodies at the same time, breathing heavily, their faces full of disbelief, because the strength shown by Vegeta at this moment was completely inconsistent with the information they knew. Gula, who was watching the show, sneered at the pair of android siblings. "Ha! I thought you were so strong." But just after he finished speaking, a figure with a strong sense of oppression appeared behind Gula. He felt a strong discomfort next to his temple, and his nerves were tense. He turned around suddenly, and saw that Vegeta's elbow was about to hit his forehead. Gula wanted to jump away, but it was too late. He only felt a cool breeze on his forehead, and then a huge impact force merged into his head. Boom! Gula's body flew out with his legs spread out. How is it possible? When did he come here? Gula's eyes widened. He had never thought that Vegeta would be so powerful. The Super Saiyan who could defeat Frieza should be helpless against his fourth form. Just as his thoughts drifted, Vegeta's iron fist fell on his body again. The unscrupulous fists continued to swing, and Gula was beaten back step by step. He now completely understood that it was not that the android siblings were too weak, but that Vegeta in front of him was really strong. Bang! Gula was punched to the side of the android siblings. The reason why Vegeta did this was because he wanted to fulfill his promise just now. That is, Vegeta really wanted to fight 3 people alone. The android siblings held Gula who was being knocked away. Number 17 also put down his face at this moment, thinking that the 3 of them would attack Vegeta together. Hey! Did you see that? This guy called Vegeta is different from before. We must work together to defeat him. Gula simply disdained No 17's invitation. He shook number 17 off and stood up again. Just 2 of you trash from Earth? Are you worthy of fighting with me, Gula? As soon as the voice fell, a large number of energy balls quickly gathered in the sky, and Gula was shocked. It was nothing else, it was Vegeta's specialty, the prince's fighting method. Vegeta shouted loudly, I said. I want to fight 3. Vegeta's hands switched back and forth, and tens of thousands of energy balls swept towards the 3 people. The sound of explosions continued to bloom in the air, and the night also ushered in dawn again at this moment. And it was at this time that the 3 began to hide from each other. Damn it! Number 18 roared, and it was obvious that she had had enough of Vegeta's torture and could no longer bear it. She quickly gathered a laser beam in her hand and fired it at Vegeta with hatred. Vegeta's sharp eyes noticed the abnormality of number 18. He smiled knowingly. Oh? Are you in a hurry to die? I'm tired of it. The woman who humiliated me that day. Swoosh! Vegeta's body moved behind number 18 at a speed invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, number 18 didn't see Vegeta's movements at all, but found that the target had been lost. Just as she was surprised, a cool breeze blew her short hair, and it was not a breeze. It was the wind that announced the death of number 18 brought by Vegeta's aura. Vegeta chopped No 18's neck with a knife, and then the blood vessels on his arm bulged rapidly. His fist was like a sharp blade, gradually piercing No 18's abdomen. No 18's eyes were empty and lifeless. She only felt that all this was incredible. She began to regret letting Vegeta go that day. Maybe it was too late. Although she was an artificial person, she could feel pain just like a human. The heart-wrenching pain became more and more intense as the fist penetrated her body. Number 18 looked at Vegeta in fear. At this moment, her nerves were numb. She only saw Vegeta's lips twitching slightly beside her ear. I'll give you this punch, you bitch. After this punch, No 18's body fell to the ground in free fall. Vegeta looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, and then turned his eyes to Gula and number 17. Chapter 18. The 2 of them were so happy that they were so happy. Great! Vegeta! Bulma's face was full of smiles, and she held Trunks tightly in her arms with both hands. She couldn't hold back the joy in her heart. She was at the edge of the temple, and lowered her head to look down at the movement below. But she was not a martial artist, so she naturally couldn't see what was going on. But the reason why she was so happy was entirely because of the wailing of the enemy. Trunks couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Vegeta was completely in the upper hand. After dealing with number 18, his target was locked on number 17. Compared with Gula, he hated number 17 who humiliated him that day more. Vegeta was now able to crush number 17. He appeared in front of number 17 again. He bent his thigh with strength, and his entire knee penetrated into No 17's abdomen. This attack was as powerful as thunder, and it directly pushed out the acid in No 17's abdomen. In just 1 second, No 17's body had already rolled in the air for countless times. His body with fangs and claws rolled in the air. Damn it! Number 17 spitted and wiped the scars at the corners of his mouth. Although he had endless energy and didn't know how to get tired, in front of Vegeta's overwhelming power, this was just a decoration. Looking at Vegeta's body covered in golden light, number 17 panicked again for some reason. The smile on Vegeta's face couldn't be hidden at all, and he slowly floated in front of number 17. It's just scrap metal. Your fate will be the same as that stinky woman. Vegeta's words were heartbreaking, and a trace of panic flashed in No 17's eyes. However, at this moment, No 17's face changed and he laughed sinisterly. Hee, Vegeta, I admit that you are strong, but arrogance is really a common shortcoming of you scions. Ha ha ha. Along with No 17's words came other things, and a huge figure suddenly attacked from behind Vegeta. It was none other than Gula. He and number 17 actually reached an agreement to fight Vegeta together. Gula suddenly opened his hands, and his huge body tightly locked Vegeta's body. And his 2 strong arms were also tightly locking Vegeta's neck. Hee. Got you. Gula used all his strength to lock Vegeta. Vegeta paused. He waved his hands desperately, trying to break free from Gula's restraints. Seeing Vegeta's defeated look, number 17 couldn't help but sneer again. "It's so funny, Vegeta." After saying that, number 17 moved closer to Vegeta. But as he walked, no 17's face fell again. Vegeta's face changed and he smiled contemptuously. "My performance just now was okay, right? Did it give you hope again?" As soon as these words came out, number 17 and Gula showed dull expressions at the same time. After a short second, Vegeta's muscles swelled rapidly. His strength was rapidly improved, and his strong body directly broke free from Gula's restraints. Gula looked at Vegeta with a face full of fear. It was because Vegeta's current state was too oppressive. That's right, this is the second stage of Super Saiyan, that is, the muscular form. Vegeta took the opportunity to grab Gula's tail. Gula's heart skipped a beat, and he felt something was wrong. Vegeta in muscle form was a reckless man. He lifted Gula's tail and started to rotate 360 degrees. Gula's wailing continued. After 10 seconds, the rotation speed had reached the fastest. Vegeta threw Gula violently at number 17. Like an out-of-control cannonball, Gula's body was thrown heavily at number 17. At such a speed, number 17 had no time to dodge. His pupils dilated instantly, and it was too late when he reacted. Boom! The two bodies collided with each other, and number 17 and Gula had a close contact. The two bodies rushed towards the distant mountains together. Boom! A big hole was smashed into the mountain, and the two lay in it neatly. Vegeta immediately released the muscle form, and this move surprised Trunks, who was watching the battle in the temple. Removed the muscle shape. It seems that Dad has discovered the disadvantages of this state. The next second, Vegeta flew to number 17 and Kula at the speed of light. "I said, I want to fight 3 people, do you think I'm kidding?" Vegeta grinned at number 17 and Kula. Vegeta stretched out his hand and glanced at number 17 and Kula fiercely. The two were like brothers in distress, and they already knew that Vegeta was very scary now. "What are you doing?" the two said in unison. Vegeta smiled coldly. He held the necks of the two tightly with his arms. Then, countless crisp slaps came out one after another. Pa pa pa! Vegeta slapped the faces of the two people unscrupulously, and their faces were swollen. Somehow, looking at the mask on Kula's face, Vegeta always felt a little curious. After all, the first thing he saw when he came out of the spirit time room was Cooler in his 4th form. He was very curious about what kind of face he had under the mask. Frieza's brother. Vegeta's fingers brushed across Cooler's mask. Cooler's eyes revealed fear, and his eyeballs trembled. "Ah!" Cooler screamed with heart-wrenching pain. Vegeta's hands were tearing Cooler's mask, but what Vegeta didn't know was that it was not a mask at all, but Cooler's exoskeleton. Tear! A bloody face appeared in front of Vegeta, and Cooler was unrecognizable. "Beast! How dare you treat me like this?" Cooler cursed, and an unprecedented force burst out of his body. He suddenly broke free from Vegeta's restraints and raised his hands above his head. A purple energy bomb suddenly appeared in the sky. Cooler was desperate at this moment. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately understood Gula's intention. He wanted to blow up the earth. Vegeta frowned and put his hands on his chest. Final flash! With a roar, the golden energy column was like a dragon out of the sea, and immediately injected into Gula's purple energy ball. The control of this purple energy ball also fell into Vegeta's hands instantly. Through practice, Vegeta's breath has been mastered very well. He controls the direction of the ultimate flash at will, and finally pushes the energy ball towards Gula and number 17. Boom! In an instant, a violent storm swept the world, and the sky became bright at this moment. Ha ha ha! Even if you defeat me, what's the use? Bojack! Bojack will be back to Earth soon. Damn it! Bojack! Vegeta! If I have enough time to practice, neither of you will be my opponent. Gula's memory began to rewind. Due to Bojack's unsealing, Gula was chased by Bojack. He couldn't beat Bojack, so he thought of using the Dragon Balls to achieve immortality. This way he would have enough time to practice. He believed that as a genius of the Frozen Demon clan, he would be able to make rapid progress as long as he had the opportunity to practice. But how could Bojack, who had been chasing Gula all the way, give him a chance? Gula barked frantically, but Vegeta ignored him and kept urging his energy. The next second, the explosion was more powerful. Under the strong bombardment, Gula's body was submerged and eventually turned into slag. In the universe. On a spaceship. Report to King Bojack. Gula's trace was found, a woman said. She was a woman with aqua blue skin color and long orange hair. She was Zangia, one of Bojack's men, and also Bojack's girlfriend. A burly man with a blue body, a scar on his face, and a headscarf grinned. Full speed ahead. Chapter 19. The sky was full of stars, and the sky was full of stars. The gorgeous fireworks burst into life. The breeze blew Vegeta's hair, and his frozen body moved again. Vegeta's eyes were always fixed on the horizon. Is it over? Vegeta muttered to himself. Suddenly, a hint of darkness flashed in his eyes, and the words that Gula said before his death had already told him the answer. Things were not over at all. During the day when he entered the spirit time room, some unexpected things happened on Earth. Gula's arrival on Earth was the best proof. Vegeta looked up at the Temple of Heaven. He had to ask Bulma to know the answer to all this. Vegeta quickly flew towards the Temple of Heaven. Day. Vegeta landed in front of Bulma. Looking at Vegeta, who returned triumphantly, Bulma couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said with a smile. Vegeta! I knew you could do it. Bulma was extremely excited at the moment, because the person who saved the Earth was her lover. Vegeta's eyes were only tender for less than half a second, and then became cold again. It's not over yet, Bulma. Hearing this, Bulma also became serious. Yes. King Kai also said that the guy named Bojack is chasing Cooler. That means this guy named Bojack will also come to Earth. Listening to Bulma's words, Vegeta asked, King Kai? Bojack? What happened in the past 2 days? Hearing this, Bulma told Vegeta everything King Kai said. What? The Namekian Dragon Balls are gone too. Vegeta was furious, and it was obvious that this news had a great impact on him. Vegeta clenched his fists. He had already planned to use the Namekian Dragon Balls. Because Trunks said that the tail is the source of Saiyan power. He originally wanted to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to grow his tail and revive Piccolo. But he didn't expect that the Namekian Dragon Balls were destroyed by the damn thing Cooler. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly felt that Cooler died too hastily and should be tortured. Trunks in Bulma's arms glanced at Vegeta. If Bojack comes to Earth, Dad will definitely not be able to beat him with his current strength. Bojack's strength is above the full power of Super Saiyan and below Super Saiyan 2. Dad's current strength is only in muscle form, which is far from enough to deal with Bojack. Trunks' voice floated into Vegeta's mind. Vegeta tilted slightly. The words Bojack and Super Saiyan 2 were quickly injected into his brain. Bojack and Super Saiyan 2. I have only reached the muscle form now. Only by transforming into Super Saiyan 2 can Bojack be defeated. Vegeta's eyes were focused on Trunks, and he was looking forward to Trunks' next words. Trunks did not disappoint him, and Trunks' voice sounded again. To make Dad transform into Super Saiyan 2, it is obvious that Dad's current strength is far from enough. Unless he can enter the spirit time chamber again. As soon as these words came out, Vegeta trembled all over, and it was obvious that there were still many secrets in Trunks. After hearing Trunks' voice, Vegeta's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Staying by Trunks' side for a long time, his strength will be further improved. It is precisely because of this that Vegeta made an important decision. He put his hands on Bulma's shoulders. Bulma, teach me how to take care of Trunks. Bulma was confused by Vegeta's sudden move and stammered, What? Vegeta's hand slid to Bulma's chest and he took Trunks into his arms. This move surprised Bulma and Trunks at the same time. Vegeta's holding Trunks was a little awkward, and Trunks' head was suspended in the air. This discomfort made Trunks complain. Dad, what does this mean? But this holding posture is really hard to describe. Trunks raised his head hard and tried to move his head towards Vegeta's arm. This scene was extremely funny, just like a maggot moving. Hey! Vegeta! This is not how you hold a child. Bulma walked quickly to Vegeta and taught him how to hold a child. After Bulma's instruction, Vegeta also successfully learned how to hold a child. Bulma asked, Vegeta? What are you doing? Trunks was also confused and waiting for Vegeta's answer. Vegeta's eyes fell on Trunks, and the father and son looked at each other. For some reason, Vegeta now gave Trunks a sense of strangeness from time to time. Vegeta said, I'm going to take Trunks into the spirit time room. Trunks' face was full of disbelief, and his eyes were wide open. Vegeta seemed to see Trunks' doubts, so he said to Bulma. The next guy is very dangerous. Kakaroto's son can go to the battlefield, so my son must not fall behind. It is necessary to cultivate his fighting consciousness from an early age, so I plan to take him to the spirit time room to let him grow up quickly. On the surface, he was explaining to Bulma, but in fact, he was explaining to Trunks. After listening to Vegeta's explanation, Bulma felt a little speechless. Do you have to do this? Vegeta. Obviously, Bulma felt that Vegeta's proposal was a little absurd. Vegeta's eyes were unusually firm, and he nodded heavily. In this way, Bulma had no choice but to give up. Okay. Then next, I will teach you how to change diapers and feed bottles. As soon as these words came out, Vegeta was stunned. Change diapers. Bulma took Trunks from Vegeta's arms and immediately started to toss and turn. Yes. Change diapers. Do you think children are so easy to take care of? Really, you only know how to train. This is a delicate job. You have to learn it well. Vegeta turned sideways and looked at Bulma's movements seriously. Vegeta is indeed a genius of the science. After Bulma's teaching, he successfully learned how to change diapers. In the following time, Vegeta learned how to make milk powder and feed with a bottle. Who would have thought that the Scion Prince, who seemed to be full of blood and only knew how to know, would have such a gentle side? In the broken city, a ragged blonde was lying on the ground in embarrassment. After Vegeta's brutality, the current 18th has lost her former arrogance. Damn it! Vegeta! 18's eyes were full of resentment, and her hatred for Vegeta even exceeded that of Sun Wukong in her system command. And at this moment, it started to rain. Raindrops fell on her face, and a green figure slowly approached her in the hazy drizzle. Chapter 20. The woman's voice was obviously trembling, and her body retreated involuntarily. The raindrops fell dimly, soaking her hair and clothes, but she had no time to care about them at the moment. The scene in front of her was too weird, which made her heart beat faster. A creature resembling an alien was approaching the blonde step by step. Its body was tall and twisted, and its shell was covered with dense spots, which looked extremely disgusting. What was even more creepy was that it had a needle-like tail behind it. In this dark night, facing such an ugly alien, the woman was filled with fear. She didn't know what this monster wanted to do. Now number 18 had been severely injured by Vegeta. Although she had unlimited energy, her limbs had been fatally injured. Now she was like a lamb to be slaughtered. Cell gradually approached number 18, and no 18's fear of Cell seemed to be innate. Hey, I found it as expected. Cell said to himself, and the tail behind him kept swinging. Lying on the ground, number 18 couldn't help but prop up his almost crippled arms and trembled as he retreated. Now some parts of No 18's body were already naked. Looking at Cell's terrifying face, number 18 panicked. She shouted loudly, "What are you going to do?" I saw Cell's figure squatting slightly, and the long and thick tail behind him began to jump. This tail swam on No 18's body very flexibly, like a smart snake. A sudden itching sensation instantly flooded into No 18's body, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Damn it! Number 18 couldn't help but curse. Then, countless dazzling lasers suddenly burst out from her palms and shot straight at Cell. However, Cell's cunning eyes suddenly changed, and his body evaded these lasers extremely agilely with an amazing 360-degree backflip. At this moment, No 18's mouth opened wide, and she was completely shocked by Cell's extraordinary speed. She didn't even have time to react, and Cell had easily dodged her attack. Just as number 18 was shocked, a strange sound broke No 18's thoughts. Cell's long and thick tail stretched towards her delicate face at lightning speed like a venomous snake. 18's eyes were full of astonishment and fear. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The funnel at Cell's tail opened quickly, like a bloody mouth, ruthlessly covering 18's mouth. "Woo-woo, let me go!" 18 groaned in pain. She felt a powerful force trying to invade her body, and this feeling made her shudder. This demon who once killed people without blinking an eye actually shed tears at this moment. The evil will be punished by the evil, and the scene in front of him seemed to be the best portrayal of this sentence. Cell admired his masterpiece triumphantly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "What do you want to say? Wait until you enter my body before you say it." Cell's voice revealed an irresistible majesty. You are tailor-made for me, Android 18. Cell's eyes flashed with greed and desire. "Not only you, but also number 17, you will all become part of my body." Cell's words echoed in the air like a spell. A dazzling light emanated from Cell's body, and number 18 had fully integrated with Cell's body. Muscle tissue and exoskeleton were rearranged, and finally Cell evolved to the second stage. And his goal was far more than that. Boom! Suddenly, the sky flashed with dazzling light, and a purple energy ball stood out. Cell looked up and found Vegeta and others fighting. That's No 17. At this moment, Vegeta was performing a scene of blasting android number 17 and Kula into pieces. "No! Don't! No 17! Damn it! My time and space number 17 is dead. We must not fail at the last minute." Boom! There was a 1,000-foot light in the sky, and Cell's face twitched. His expression was distorted. He had already sensed the powerful aura of Vegeta in the sky. It was obvious that even now, he was no match for Vegeta. He still suppressed his aura and ran quickly towards the explosion site. Temple of the Gods of Heaven. It was already dawn. Vegeta had learned how to take care of Trunks. Everything was ready, and now he just had to wait for Son Gohan to come out of the Spirit Time Room. Vegeta had been waiting outside the Spirit Time Room for a day. He was meditating with his eyes closed. With a clang, the door of the Spirit Time Room opened. Everyone's eyes were focused on the door. Soon, a dark-skinned man walked out. It was Mr. Popo. Then, a young man with golden hair appeared behind him. Vegeta looked at Son Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and a relieved smile appeared on his face, but it was only for a short second and was difficult to capture. He could feel that Son Gohan's aura was steady and powerful, even comparable to his. "Uncle Vegeta, Aunt Bulma, I'm out." Bulma looked Son Gohan up and down. "Well, it seems that Gohan has also become a Super Saiyan. Why did you come out early?" Son Gohan touched his head and smiled bitterly. "Sorry, Aunt Bulma, there is no food, so I came out early." Son Gohan took out a universal capsule and handed it to Bulma, which Bulma gave him before he entered the spirit time chamber. Bulma complained, "I prepared it according to 2 years of food." "Oh, you Scions have an amazing appetite." Trunks also looked at Son Gohan. "Well, it seems that Brother Gohan has also reached Super Saiyan and has entered a state of restraining excitement. Sure enough, he is gifted and deserves to be the first man to reach Super Saiyan too." This sentence instantly entered Vegeta's mind, and his competitive spirit was instantly aroused. The first man to reach Super Saiyan 2. Humph! The first man to reach Super Saiyan 2 can only be me. Vegeta frowned, picked up Trunks, and walked straight to the spirit time chamber. Vegeta's behavior attracted the attention of Son Gohan. "Uncle Vegeta! Are you going to take Trunks into the spirit time chamber?" Vegeta chose to ignore Son Gohan directly. Now his mind was full of getting stronger. Seeing that Vegeta didn't speak, Son Gohan had to turn his eyes to Bulma. Bulma laughed. "That's right, Gohan, haha. Vegeta said that you, as Son Goku's son, have participated in the war, and Trunks, as his son, can't slack off. Really, you have to compete in everything." For Bulma's explanation, Son Gohan just nodded slightly, and then turned around to look at Vegeta's figure. Uncle Vegeta seems to have really changed. At this moment, Vegeta stopped and looked at Son Gohan with his peripheral vision. "I have already dealt with those guys, and Bojack will come to Earth next. By the way, I want to ask you something." Son Gohan looked at Vegeta in confusion. "What is it?" "Uncle Vegeta, can you do this form?" After saying that, Vegeta directly transformed into a muscular form. Son Gohan was stunned. This form seems to be a little inadequate. Vegeta has already learned the answer he wanted to get. Son Gohan has indeed become stronger now. Vegeta turned around and said nothing, and quickly took Trunks into the spirit time chamber. Chapter 21. The time is not the same as the outside world. Inside the spirit time room, Trunks is quite curious about this special space. The speed of time here is different from that in the outside world, and even the gravity is 10 times that of the outside world. Trunks, who has just arrived, suddenly feels that he is about to be suffocated by the pressure. Now he is just a child of only a few months old. If he hadn't had the blood of the Scions, he would have died. Damn! The gravity here is indeed different from that in the outside world. Trunks was breathing heavily, and Vegeta also noticed Trunks' abnormality at this moment. Vegeta took out a universal capsule, and a spaceship instantly stood in this white space. Vegeta took Trunks straight into the spaceship and adjusted the gravity to -10 times. In this way, the gravity of the spirit time chamber and the gravity of the spaceship offset each other, and the gravity became exactly the same as the outside world. Trunks felt relieved. Fortunately, Dad is here. Trunks, listen carefully. Vegeta suddenly ordered Trunks. Trunks instantly pricked up his ears, and his eyes were extremely firm. Vegeta was very satisfied with Trunks' performance. "Listen, we will spend the next year here, father and son. Son Gohan can already transform into a Super Saiyan, so you can't slack off either." Trunks widened his eyes, and it felt like he was being trained in the military. "Dad, do you want me to transform into a Super Saiyan at the age of 1? Trunks' voice has been heard by Vegeta. Vegeta was slightly stunned, and he also knew that it was obviously impossible to transform into a Super Saiyan at the age of 1. Practice should start from childhood. From now on, I will teach you to practice with all my heart." Trunks' eyes darkened. He couldn't even stand steadily now, so how could he practice? Vegeta also realized that it was a bit harsh to treat Trunks, who was just an infant, and it was indeed a bit too hasty to give Trunks special training now. Vegeta's real purpose was to wait for Trunks to tell him about Super Saiyan 2. After that, Vegeta started practicing on his own. Trunks looked at the white outside. Well, the spirit time chamber is indeed different from the outside world. Now Dad has reached the muscle form of Super Saiyan, and from the way Dad fights, he already knows the disadvantages of the muscle form. If Dad goes one step further, he should be able to reach the full power state. After this, if he bursts out again, he will be able to break through the Super Saiyan and transform into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's heart skipped a beat, waiting for Trunks' voice to continue. The chatterbox Trunks did not disappoint Vegeta. Although Dad has now restrained the excitement of Super Saiyan, he still has not fully adapted to Super Saiyan. If he can maintain the Super Saiyan state while eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping, he will definitely be able to reach the full power state soon. After this, if he gets a little angrier, he will be able to break through Super Saiyan 2. After hearing Trunks' voice, Vegeta's mouth corners were almost unable to be suppressed. Then, Vegeta walked to the control console and turned up the gravity of the gravity room little by little. The gravity of the spirit time room also changed from the same as the outside world to 5 times. After a short struggle, Trunks also adapted to the 5 times gravity. A few hours later, Vegeta directly placed Trunks outside the house, and Trunks was completely adapted to the 10 times gravity. At this time, Trunks' stomach had already begun to gurgle. Vegeta also patiently fed him with a bottle and took care of him carefully. Vegeta, who seemed careless, was actually rough and meticulous, and was still very gentle when taking care of his son. After feeding Trunks, Vegeta also began to eat in a whirlwind. The first day passed quickly. After Trunks fell asleep, Vegeta also fell asleep peacefully, but he directly transformed into a Super Saiyan to sleep. The days passed one by one. Until this day came. A fierce breath filled the spirit time room, and Vegeta stood in the sky. The violent breath only existed for a few seconds before returning to Vegeta's body. At this moment, Vegeta has mastered the essence of Super Saiyan. Reached the Super level Saiyan full power state. And below him, there stood a little guy. Trunks has learned to walk and has reached the stage of babbling. Looking at Vegeta's confident eyes, Trunks has seen hope in his heart. However, Vegeta's series of abnormal actions did make Trunks a little unexpected. Since Vegeta escaped from the hands of the androids, he was like a different person. The whole person exudes a reliable temperament. This kind of stability is not like what Vegeta can show now. Is it really what I think? Trunks stared at Vegeta with big eyes. It was at this time that Vegeta noticed Trunks's gaze. Vegeta landed next to Trunks. What is this kid thinking about? Trunks is only a little over 1 year old now, and Vegeta's height of 1.65 meters is like a giant in his eyes. Trunks' suspicious eyes fell on Vegeta. He looked Vegeta up and down, and finally his lips moved slightly, and a few intermittent words came out of his mouth. Odd, changes, even does not change. Vegeta's whole body stopped in place, with doubts in his eyes. What did this kid just say? What the hell? Trunks' expectant eyes could not move away from Vegeta for a long time. If Vegeta is really a time traveler as Trunks thought, then he must know what the next sentence is. Vegeta looked a little dazed, looking at Trunks' expression and the doubts that Trunks had changed about him these days. Vegeta had guessed that Trunks was testing him. But the reason why Vegeta had such a change was entirely because he could eavesdrop on Trunks' thoughts. Vegeta naturally didn't know what Trunks said next. Hey, Trunks! Vegeta's tone became heavy, and the majesty of a father emanated at this moment. Trunks stood up straight immediately. Dad! Dad! Vegeta stared at Trunks and said, You haven't trained today, have you? Trunks was actually a little afraid of Vegeta's gaze, and he gave up the idea in his mind. He quickly flew towards the gravity room and said to himself. Strange. Did I guess wrong? Chapter 22. The sky is full of bright colors, and the sky is full of bright colors. Temple of the Celestial God. Son Gohan, who came out of the spirit time room, had golden hair on his head, which was particularly dazzling. Bulma stared at Son Gohan curiously. Gohan, can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan turned sideways and explained politely, yes, Aunt Bulma, I will also transform. Bulma gave a thumbs up, well, you are worthy of being Gohan. If Sun Jun knew it, he would be very happy. Son Gohan smiled slightly. He finally reached the Super Saiyan and became another Super Saiyan after his father and Vegeta. He could successfully transform into a Super Saiyan without two people. The first person was Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo not only taught him how to control his breath, but also served as a combat guide for Son Gohan. Improving combat power through day-to-day training is a necessary condition for transforming into a Super Saiyan. There is another person, that is Vegeta. Son Gohan was puzzled as to why Vegeta told him about Piccolo's tragic death before he entered the spirit time room. But later, after he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he understood. After entering the spirit time room, he kept practicing, and his strength reached a bottleneck. When Son Gohan felt that he had not made any progress for a long time, he began to doubt himself. He told himself over and over again that he could not stop there. After all, just before entering the spirit time room, through the connection with King Kai, he promised Piccolo to protect the earth. But he did not make any progress at all. He told himself more than once, if it is only at this level, how can we protect the earth? He can't let Uncle Piccolo's tragedy happen again. The scene of Piccolo's tragic death described by Vegeta rushed into his mind. The scene of Piccolo being torn into pieces by the androids was like a storm that hit his nerves. In extreme anger, Son Gohan broke free from his shackles and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Bulma pointed at Gohan's hair and asked, Gohan, will you keep this state? Gohan came back to his senses, glanced at Mr. Popo, and explained to Bulma, Aunt Bulma, Mr. Popo asked me to do this. Bulma blinked at Mr. Popo, and Popo immediately explained. It's like this, I feel that Gohan's breath is very impetuous after he turned into a Super Saiyan, so I suggest that he keep the Super Saiyan state to stabilize his breath. Gohan nodded and smiled, well, that's what Mr. Popo said, so I keep this state for training and rest now, and I'm actually used to it. Looking at Gohan who was calm and unhurried in the Super Saiyan state, Bulma looked at the spirit time room again. She remembered Vegeta's eagerness to enter the spirit time room just now, and she seemed to understand something. As Vegeta's wife, Bulma understands Vegeta's character best. Vegeta rushed into the spirit time chamber again because he must have seen the rapid progress of Son Gohan. And there is a very high possibility that Son Gohan's current strength is equal to Vegeta, which is why Vegeta is so anxious. Bulma laughed from the bottom of her heart. She already knew Vegeta's strength. Even if the three villains joined forces, they were not his opponent. Now that Son Gohan has reached this level, Bulma's heart is more stable. A wasteland. Like other places on Earth, the air is mixed with the smell of blood. This pungent smell of blood floats in the air, and all this is caused by a violent explosion a few hours ago. There are scattered pieces of meat on the ground, and in the middle of these pieces of meat, there is a black-haired man lying. Number 17 is lying on the ground in a big word, his eyes are shining with incredible, and his whole face is wrapped in panic. A bloody memory began to flood into his mind. Just a few hours ago, Vegeta's ultimate flash attacked number 17 and Cooler. The two had agreed to resist the ultimate flash together. The unstoppable force exploded immediately, and the two could not resist it after all. At this critical moment, number 17 suddenly grabbed the exhausted Cooler and used Cooler's body to block him. After a deafening explosion, Cooler was minced. And he was 10. Number 7 also turned against his allies, and ended up lying on the land covered in wounds. Number 17 shook his head. Several hours had passed, but now he even had difficulty shaking his head. Damn it! Number 17 cursed in pain. He was glad that he was so cunning, which made him still alive. Number 17 raised his head with difficulty, but at this moment, a strange cool breeze blew by. A sturdy green figure appeared in front of him. The cold weather and the diffuse smoke made it impossible for number 17 to see the stranger's face clearly. "Who are you?" Number 17 became alert. He felt that the green shadow was extremely dangerous. Sissing. A series of creepy noises kept coming. Whoosh! Suddenly, the owner of the green shadow appeared in front of number 17. This person looked extremely ugly and scary, with spots all over his body, a scary tail, and thick and wide lips. This was Cell in the second stage. Cell looked at number 17 with greedy eyes. "You're still alive? Great!" After that, Cell's tail swayed closer to number 17. Number 17 immediately realized that the person was not kind, and that ugly tail was very harmful. His whole body began to tremble, and the innate fear arose spontaneously. "You really made it difficult for me to find you, No 17. No 17's confused eyes were gradually replaced by fear, and he asked loudly, "What are you going to do?" Cell smiled evilly and looked at number 17 with vicious eyes. "Haha, another one who can't move, then become a part of my body." Cell's tail stretched out, and finally opened the suction cup, aiming at No 17's head. "Woo woo woo! Let go!" Before the voice fell, number 17 disappeared in this space. And Cell showed a satisfied smile. Then, Cell's body began to mutate, cells began to divide, and muscles began to rearrange. Compared with the second form, Cell's perfect form is much more handsome. Cell, who has reached the perfect form, looked up at the sky with an arrogant face. At this moment, he felt that he was invincible. Chapter 23. The sky is full of fog, and the sky is full of fog. Temple of the God of Heaven. Son Gohan's eyes were closed, and he was meditating and training at this time. One after another of his former enemies floated through his mind, first Raditz, Nappa, and the Jinyu force he met on Namek. Son Gohan defeated them all, and now he can easily deal with these enemies. Then, Frisia's appearance appeared in his eyes. Son Gohan smiled indifferently, and directly used a Kamehameha wave to blast Frisia's body into smoke. Son Gohan stood firmly in place, that is, in the distance, several faint shadows floated in the mist. These shadows exuded an extremely evil aura, and Son Gohan had sensed that Bojack and his group were approaching the earth. Son Gohan clenched his fists and was ready for a full-scale battle. But the next second, another strong and strange aura suddenly appeared, and Son Gohan suddenly opened his eyes. Son Gohan came to the edge of the Temple of Heaven and looked down. At the same time, Mr. Popo beside him also noticed something unusual. What's going on? This aura? Son Gohan said tremblingly. The strange aura that Son Gohan felt was none other than Cell, who had reached the complete form. At this moment, Cell no longer hid his aura, and the powerful aura had spread to the entire earth. All martial artists can feel it. Mr. Popo's dark forehead was already covered with sweat, because he had sensed that this sudden burst of aura did not seem kind. "Gohan, it seems that the earth has some more troubles," Mr. Popo said to Son Gohan. Bulma opened her eyes wide, and her doubtful eyes fell on the two of them. What happened?" Bulma, who is not a martial artist, can't sense Cell's breath at all, but judging from the reactions of Son Gohan and Popo, this must be a bad thing. Bulma's question was met with Son Gohan's answer. "Aunt Bulma, another strong breath has appeared." After that, Bulma's eyes were dazed and she said in disbelief. "Is it Bojack? Coming to Earth so soon?" Son Gohan shook his head seriously and said heavily. "No, it's another enemy." Son Gohan paused for a second, then added, "Bojack and the others are also approaching the Earth, and it seems that there is more than one person." After listening to Son Gohan's words, Bulma's emotions instantly became excited. She was already worried, but now she heard a shocking news: a new enemy appeared. Bulma couldn't help but feel panic and helplessness. She grabbed her ears tightly and shook her head vigorously. Her voice was full of disbelief. What a joke! How could this happen? A new enemy appeared. Son Gohan's eyes were bright and he knew that he had to find out what happened now. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death. After all, this new breath made him a little unbelievable. In this breath, he could actually sense the breath of several people at the same time, including Son Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, and even his uncle Piccolo. However, this mixed breath also revealed an evil spirit. For this reason, Son Gohan decided to take a risk and find out. Vegeta has saved the Earth once and is now continuing to practice in the Spirit Time Chamber. Now he is the only one who can take responsibility. Mr. Popo, please take care of Aunt Bulma. I'm going to find out the reason. After saying that, Son Gohan's body rushed down like a sharp blade, and his target was Cell. Gohan, be careful, Bulma reminded Son Gohan. But Son Gohan had disappeared without a trace at this moment. Bulma turned her head and looked towards the Spirit Time Room, her hands tightly clasped on her chest. In the wasteland, Cell looked at Kula, who had been blown into pieces, with contempt. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on an eyeball with a look of shock. Although Kula's body had been torn into pieces, their clan had a strong vitality. His eyes witnessed everything that had just happened. Coincidentally, his eyes just looked at Cell. Oh! An existence that has never been recorded. Cell leaned down and picked up the eyeball on the ground to look at it. Rubbed it. His eyeballs trembled for a moment and finally closed tightly. A bloody smell rushed into his nose, and he felt that the bloody smell seemed to be very similar to the Frieza blood flowing in his body. It's related to this guy Frieza. He has been blasted into pieces by Vegeta, but he can still be conscious. He is really tenacious. As he spoke, the muscles on Cell's face twitched slightly, and a smile flashed across his face. Because he also has Frieza's cells in his body, he, like Cooler, also has a tenacious vitality. Whoosh! Cell stopped smiling, an array of light shot out from his fingertips, and Cooler's eyeballs turned into charcoal and danced with the wind. At the same time, he caught a breath from the sky. He looked up at the sky, and Son Gohan's breath was gradually approaching. It seems that a good show is about to begin. Cell muttered to himself. Suddenly, Cell's pupils dilated, and a figure was getting closer and closer. Finally, a young man with golden hair appeared in his sight. This person was none other than Son Gohan. Son Gohan landed right in front of Cell. He looked around and found the pieces of meat squirming on the ground. He quickly recognized that this was the body of Gura that was blasted into pieces. But this was not important. What was important was the huge monster in front of him. Son Gohan looked at Cell in front of him calmly. He was sure that the mixed breath came from Cell. The two looked at each other. Suddenly, Cell smiled contemptuously. Son Gohan, it seems that he has become a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan frowned. He had never seen the monster in front of him, but the other party knew his name. Son Gohan became alert and asked back, "Who are you? Are you in the same group as Bojack?" Cell looked confused. Bojack? What? Cell, who has reached the perfect form, is now extremely inflated and speaks arrogantly. The reason for this is mostly due to the Saiyan cells in his body. Cell continued, "Want to know who I am? It's very simple. I will tell you if you beat me." Cell's voice paused, and his expression changed the next second. "But if you can't beat me, I will kill you, and I will also kill everyone on this earth." Chapter 24. Under the dark sky, the golden light that continued to burst out from Cell's body was particularly dazzling. Cell's arrogant words did not upset Son Gohan. Now Son Gohan has become quite calm after the special training in the Spirit Time Chamber. After some thinking, Son Gohan clearly knew that the strange monster in front of him must be eliminated. Son Gohan's eyes gradually became firm, and the muscles of his whole body were tense. In a moment, a burst of invisible arrogance began to gather around Son Gohan. Then, the invisible arrogance was replaced by golden arrogance. Son Gohan began to roar, and endless power swept out from his body. A huge energy wave blew around, and another dazzling golden light bloomed in the dark night. Son Gohan released the power that had been accumulated in his body for a long time. The strong wind swept across Cell's cheek, and a trace of disbelief flashed across his face. In his impression, Son Gohan would never have such strength. If it was a few minutes ago, he would definitely not be Son Gohan's opponent. The golden light continued to burst out, and the breath continued to surge. For a time, this powerful breath was transmitted to the Temple of the Gods. Suddenly, the entire Temple of the Gods began to shake violently. This scene made the father and son who were practicing stunned. Trunks stared at the shaking door of the Spirit Time House. Because the Spirit Time House is almost isolated from the outside world, Trunks and Vegeta can't feel the breath of the outside world. What happened? Could it be that Bojack has already arrived on Earth and started a fight in the Celestial Palace? No. With Bojack and his friends' methods, Mom and the others will definitely be in danger. In order to find out, Trunks immediately ran to the door of the Spirit Time Chamber. And Trunks' inner monologue instantly reached Vegeta's mind. Then Trunks did something that shocked Vegeta, and he opened the door directly. In an instant, Son Gohan's breath immediately poured into the Spirit Time Chamber. The Celestial Palace was just trembling, and it was not Bojack and others who caused this movement, but Son Gohan. Vegeta, who was practicing, closed his eyes and told Son Gohan's breath. He nodded. Is this the result of Gohan's practice? I'm afraid. I have already surpassed me when I came out of the Spirit Time Chamber on the first day. But, what happened outside? Why did Gohan burst out with such power? Has Bojack come? At this moment, another mixed breath also entered the Spirit Time room. Vegeta was stunned. He opened his eyes in disbelief, and muttered to himself. Is this cockroach's breath? But the next second, Vegeta immediately denied it. Because he also sensed that in addition to Son Goku's breath, there was also Frieza, Piccolo, and even Vegeta's breath. Looking at Vegeta's reaction, Trunks had guessed what happened outside. Sure enough, Cell also appeared. Trunks's voice floated into Vegeta's mind, and Vegeta stared at Trunks. The father and son looked at each other. Trunks was also a little surprised by Cell's appearance. Shouldn't the android siblings have been killed by their father? According to the strength of this aura, Cell should have absorbed the androids and reached their perfect form. This is getting troublesome. Cell has appeared before Bojack has arrived. Paragraphs after paragraphs of text floated into Vegeta's mind. And Vegeta's face darkened. He clearly remembered that he had beaten number 18 to a state of paralysis, and number 17 and Kula were also engulfed by his ultimate flash. But what he didn't know was that Cell would intercept and absorb these two androids when they were about to die. After learning that the powerful aura outside was caused by his mistake, he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Tisk. What Cell? Bojack. Vegeta, don't care. I will defeat them all. Vegeta suddenly put his hands on his chest, and an ultimate flash burst out, and then he skillfully controlled its trajectory. Brilliant light burst out from Vegeta's body, and Vegeta actually manipulated the ultimate flash to hit himself. Vegeta's muscles were tense, veins on his forehead bulged, and his hands reached out to the ultimate flash. Vegeta learned this training method by eavesdropping on Trunks' thoughts. Before this, Vegeta had tried this extreme training method many times. But this time, Vegeta used more force than any other time. Vegeta's efforts were seen by Trunks, who supported his head with one hand. He now understood. Due to his arrival, the butterfly effect took effect, and the history of the future time and space is developing in an unknown direction. In the future time and space of the original work, Cell should have appeared after Trunks grew up. And the Cell that appeared now should be Cell from another time and space. The time and space he is in seems to be quite exciting. It has become more turbulent on the basis of the future time and space where Goku died of a heart attack. The difference from the main time and space of the original work is that all the Z fighters have died, and the main fighting force has become Vegeta and Son Gohan. Judging from what happened in the past few days, what will happen in the future seems to be beyond his expectations. Trunks shook his head, closed the door of the spirit time chamber, and then began to practice. Outside, Cell looked at Son Gohan, who was releasing his breath thoughtfully. The Scion cells in his body were playing tricks, and excitement surged into his brain. Whoosh! Cell's body flashed in front of Son Gohan and kicked him with a whip kick. But at this moment, Son Gohan's spiritual eyes moved, and he stretched out his arms to block at a very fast speed. Cell stretched out his hand knife again and chopped Son Gohan, who suddenly jumped away and successfully avoided Cell's attack. Then a series of chaotic fists were swung at Son Gohan, but all of them were dodged by Son Gohan. Cell smiled and said, "Well, it's pretty powerful, kid, I will be more serious in the next attack." Listening to Cell's words, Son Gohan did not dare to relax his vigilance for a moment. Suddenly, Cell rushed towards Son Gohan like a beast, and smashed Son Gohan's head with an iron head. The thick-skinned Cell was safe and sound, but Son Gohan's forehead was already bleeding. Cell's attack did not end there, and an even more surging fist unexpectedly fell on Son Gohan. This was the most brutal attack Son Gohan had ever suffered since he was born. The heart-wrenching screams spread throughout the wasteland. Cell showed a proud smile at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly he shouted, "If that's all! I'm so disappointed." Cell hit Son Gohan hundreds of meters away with a cross-mountain strike, and Son Gohan's abdomen was almost sunken. It's not that Son Gohan is too weak, but that Cell is too powerful now. Son Gohan was blasted to a distant mountain. For a moment, the ground shook, and the mountain was shattered by the powerful impact. The rebel buried Son Gohan. Cell sighed to himself, "Haha, it seems that this is the extent. After all, you are just a child." "Oh, no, you are not an ordinary child, but Son Goku's child. The Son Goku of this time and space is dead. In this case, just kill his child." Cell stood straight in place, revealing a playful evil smile. "Let me think about how to kill you." "Oh, I thought of it, then use Son Goku's best trick." As he said, Cell put his hands on his waist, which was the signature move of Kamehameha. At this moment, several strange breaths passed through Cell's mind. Cell looked up and saw a light spot as big as a star was getting bigger and bigger. And those evil breaths came from it. "Oh? It seems that something interesting is going to happen again." The spaceship actually flew straight towards Cell. Cell was a little confused as to why the spaceship was flying towards him. Swishing! A strange sound came from the rebel in the distance, and Son Gohan slowly walked out of it. His face was solemn, his steps were light, and his aura was still rising. He knew that there would be another fierce battle waiting for him. The spaceship finally landed in the wasteland. 5 people in strange costumes walked out of the spaceship. They were the infamous BoJack 5. Chapter 25. The 5 people stood in a neat row on the ground. One of them was a strong man wearing a yellow scarf and a scar on his face, BoJack. Next to him was a beautiful girl with blue skin, his girlfriend, Zangia. There was also a warrior with a sword, who looked particularly dazzling, his name was Gago. Next to Gago, there was a short red warrior, Butchan. The last one was the blue warrior, Peter. BoJack glanced at them coldly, and the smell of blood in the air quickly attracted his attention. He had already discovered Gura's floating corpse, and he grinned slightly, with disdain on his face. Zangia said slowly, "It's really disappointing. I didn't expect that Gula was killed. As he said that, Zhang Jia turned his head to look at Bojack, wanting to ask what to do next. Bojack's eyes condensed, what to do? Since Gula is dead, there is no fun on Earth. Kill everyone on Earth and go to other planets. Bojack said lightly. The next second, the other 4 people understood and looked at Cell and Sun Gohan in front of them with a covetous look. Blue Peter said, in this case, let's start with you two. After that, Peter attacked Cell. But the next second, he regretted it. He shouldn't have pointed the spearhead at Cell. I saw Cell leaping in the air, and Peter couldn't find the direction in an instant. Cell had disappeared from his sight. When Peter reacted, he was met with a heavy punch from Cell. The fist was deeply embedded in Peter's abdomen. This swift punch knocked Peter to the ground, and his eyeballs almost popped out. Before he could react, a red laser shot at his arm. Suddenly, Peter's clothes turned bright red, and blood gushed out. This blow from Cell undoubtedly gave Bojack's 5 people a warning. Sun Gohan on the side was shocked. Cell was actually fighting for the Earth? But soon Sun Gohan gave up this idea. Impossible, Cell threatened to kill all humans. Sure enough, what Cell said the next moment verified Sun Gohan's idea. Cell looked down at Bojack's 5 people and said, kill all the people on Earth? Good idea, I have the same idea. It's just that you can't kill me, but I suggest you start with that guy. Cell pointed at Sun Gohan. Among the people present, besides Bojack, Sun Gohan's strength interested Cell. Sun Gohan, who had been severely injured by him, stood up again, and his strength was also improved. In addition, he also wanted to see who was stronger between Bojack's group and Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan immediately became very alert, and at this moment he was ready to fight 5 people alone. Regarding Cell's suggestion, Bojack questioned, oh? You also want to kill all the Earthlings, aren't you an Earthling? When I say kill all the Earthlings, I mean all creatures except the 5 of us. Cell laughed and said, haha, you can let your men try. As he said that, Cell's breath was no longer concealed, and the breath of the storm swept the world in an instant. Then, his tail, which had degenerated into a funnel shape, began to twitch sharply, and his face became hideous. In an instant, 5 sticky things rolled out from his tail, and a shocking scene appeared in everyone's sight. This is the notorious Little Cell. The 5 little cells showed a quirky smile, mixed with evil and viciousness. Cell waved his hand, and the 5 little cells rushed towards Peter in an instant. A bloody scene appeared, and the 5 little demons instantly surrounded Butchin's body. The little cells smiled evilly and suddenly grabbed Peter's head and limbs with their hands. Wow! Blood sizzled. The 5 little cells instantly tore Butchin into 5 pieces, and the blood splashed on their faces, but the 5 little cells seemed unusually calm. They even licked the blood on their faces, and they were definitely living devils. The behavior of the 5 little cells shocked everyone present, except the cold-blooded Bojack. Such a bloody scene, Sun Gohan immediately believed Cell's words that he wanted to kill all the people on Earth. He clenched his fists, and he knew that the purpose of Cell's behavior was to attack him. Cell's appearance was unexpected, and now Bojack, who was expected, is also eyeing the Earth. Sun Gohan's mood was extremely depressed. He knew that his current situation was extremely dangerous, at least he couldn't handle it alone. Bojack didn't pay much attention to Butchin's sacrifice. Instead, he felt very appreciative of Cell's behavior. Cell's methods were too similar to his. Zonga and others cast a pleading look at Bojack. After all, this was a comrade in arms for many years. Now he died in front of them. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel heartbroken. But they overlooked one point. Bojack didn't care about their life or death at all. They were just pawns. Looking at Bojack, who was indifferent, Zonga and others had already given up Bojack's idea of taking revenge for Butchin. Now Bojack seemed to have acquiesced to Cell's suggestion. If they wanted to survive, all they could do was to attack Son Gohan. They all swarmed towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan was on guard, soaring into the air, facing the attack of the four people. Attacks continued to attack Son Gohan, and at this moment, Son Gohan's speed and reaction had been well trained in the Spirit Time Chamber. Son Gohan resolved the attacks one after another. This was the first time that Son Gohan encountered a 1-on-4 situation. With his skilled perception of the breath, Son Gohan seemed to be at ease under the attack of the four people. Suddenly, Son Gohan turned from defense to offense. He seized a gap in Zonga, flashed in front of her, and kneed hard. Zonga showed a look of astonishment, and at that second, Son Gohan took the opportunity to grab her hair and smashed it towards Butchan. Son Gohan's hands kept flashing with light, and countless gas bombs blasted towards the two. Boom boom boom. Smoke and dust spread all over the sky, and Zonga and Peter flew out together. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a blade being unsheathed rang around Son Gohan's ears. It was Gago who was drawing his sword and swinging it towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan's body danced like a snake, slid sideways, and immediately grabbed Gago's arm with his hand. Then he kicked the sword out of his hand and kicked him away with his legs. Son Gohan's bravery and fighting skills made Cell particularly excited, and for a moment, he was in a playful mood. He waved his hand and ordered a few little cells, "Go, my children." Chapter 26. The 5 little demons approached Son Gohan like mad dogs after hearing Cell's call. The strength of little Cell should not be underestimated. Peter's death made Zangjia and the other 3 feel terrified. As soon as the little cells appeared, they immediately retreated. Although their strength was not as good as Cell's body, they had actually reached the level of the first stage of the late Super Saiyan. They showed a sly smile and made a face at Son Gohan. Then, 3 of the little cells gathered light waves towards Son Gohan at the same time. And this action was familiar to Son Gohan. This was his father's signature skill, Kamehameha Wave. At this moment, Son Gohan's heart was in his throat. If this trinity of Kamehameha waves hit him, he would really fall. And Cell's words of killing all the people on Earth would also come true. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Son Gohan quickly burst his breath to the strongest. Golden light burst out from a point, rushing straight into the sky, sweeping away the clouds. The sky-high golden light burst out from Son Gohan's body, and Son Gohan finally released all his power. Son Gohan only felt warm all over, his body was nourished by power, and at this moment he didn't know that he had reached the full power state of Super Saiyan. In just a blink of an eye, the Kamehameha waves had gathered in the hands of little Cell. 3 blue Kamehameha waves quickly flew towards Son Gohan. Ah! In an instant, Son Gohan's body burst out with unprecedented power. He raised his hands to his forehead, crossed his palms, and shouted, "Magic Flash!" Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst out from his palms. The light was as hot and dazzling as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. Then, a huge golden energy beam rushed past at an astonishing speed, as if it was going to break through the clouds and penetrate the sky and the earth. Accompanied by a deafening roar. Boom boom boom. 2 extremely powerful burst energies collided violently like meteors. In an instant, the whole world was shocked, and the night was instantly lit up as bright as day. Endless light and shock waves raged everywhere, and the surrounding air seemed to boil because of this thrilling collision. In the end, Son Gohan's full-strength magic flash was better, and the 5 little cells were also blown away. The air was filled with gunpowder smoke. When the smoke cleared, Son Gohan gasped heavily. This attack had indeed consumed too much of his strength, but fortunately, the little cells had been severely injured by him. Son Gohan's bravery made Cell's expectations of him even higher. Cell actually showed a gratified smile on his face, and he murmured, "Son Gohan, you really made me excited." The reason why Cell had such a reaction was largely related to the Saiyan cells in his body. Bojack, who was standing aside, also showed a look of astonishment at this moment. He, who always looked down on everyone, was also trembling in his heart at this moment. His eyes were focused on Son Gohan, and he did not expect that an earthling would have such strength. The next second, Son Gohan's hateful eyes shot towards Cell and Bojack next to him. To capture a thief, you must first capture the king. Son Gohan certainly understood this truth. But just when Son Gohan wanted to move his body, something strange happened. His body could not move. His muscles kept twitching. And severe pain surged throughout his body. As long as he moved a little, the pain would be magnified 100 times. Ah! Son Gohan screamed in pain and hysteria. Son Gohan's body was bound by several transparent thin threads. The one who did all this was the Red Dwarf Butchin, who was the only one in Bojack's group with superpowers. Butchin was familiar with and confident in his methods. He shouted to the other people, "He has been controlled by me. I don't care what you want to do to him." Bojack couldn't help but smile after listening to Butchin's words. He knew Butchin's superpower very well, even some people who were stronger than Butchin were no problem. Unless, the strength of the trapped person was far better than Butchin. It was also such a scene that Bojack felt at ease. If Son Gohan could be bound, it meant his strength is still inferior to his own. Because Butchin's superpower is ineffective against him. Laughing, Bojack took a tentative look at Cell. And it was this little action that was caught by Cell. Cell's face was still calm, as if he was saying to Bojack, "Come and try if you have the ability." After hearing Butchin's words, everyone moved closer to Son Gohan. Zangjia climbed up from the ground in pain, and his ugly face suddenly became sinister. Gago, who was knocked away, flew back to the battlefield at a very fast speed. The little cells who were severely injured and covered in bruises laughed creepily, and their bodies that were broken by the explosion began to heal slowly. Cell stared at those who moved closer to Son Gohan again, and he still had expectations on his face. "So Son Gohan, how will you deal with it?" Just when Cell was wondering how Son Gohan would respond next, something disappointing happened the next second. Son Gohan was still struggling in pain, and suddenly, the golden light on his body went out. He closed his eyes tightly, his strength was exhausted, and his blonde hair turned black, and finally the arrogance that symbolized the Super Saiyan disappeared completely. He had tried his best, and he was already exhausted and had no way to break free from the shackles of superpowers. Cell sighed. "Forget it, I thought you could have some way to deal with it. If it's just like this, you'd better be killed. What a cowardly kid." Every word of Cell was heartbreaking. Son Gohan's closed eyes were now red, and he insisted on not letting tears fall. The dead people appeared in his mind. He still remembered what he promised Piccolo to protect the earth well. Finally, the figure of Son Goku appeared in his mind. He thought to himself, if it was Dad, there must be a way, if Dad was still here. Enemies like tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves were pressing forward step by step, and their palms had gathered their own killing moves. Son Gohan had given up struggling at this moment, and death was approaching him step by step. Suddenly, a dazzling blue shock wave fell from the sky. The power contained in it is self-evident. And the target of this shock wave was none other than Butchin, who was using his superpowers. And Butchin had to loosen his control over Son Gohan. Then, a golden figure appeared in the sky, and the man said in a low and magnetic voice, "Gohan, I'm here." In an instant, Son Gohan felt relieved, and he immediately looked towards the sky. The dazzling golden light made him feel a strong sense of security, and that feeling was like his dead father. But when Son Gohan opened his eyes and looked carefully, he found something strange. The blue Qigong wave turned into gold. What he thought was Kamehameha Qigong wave was actually the ultimate flash. The person who rescued him was not his father, but Vegeta. Son Gohan wiped his tears, his eyes were full of stars, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Uncle Vegeta." Chapter 27. A few minutes ago. Son Gohan's overwhelming aura continued to flow into the heavenly palace. The golden flames were carried by the wind straight into the sky, blowing Bulma's hair in the heavenly palace into a mess. What a momentum! Bulma, who didn't understand the aura, simply looked at Mr. Popo, but couldn't tell anything from Popo's expression. She asked, "Mr. Popo, what's the situation now?" Popo responded, "Through the special training in the Spirit Time Chamber, Son Gohan has become very powerful now. The storm just now was caused by him." Listening to Popo's answer, Bulma's face bloomed with a bright smile, and her bright eyes also flashed with joy. "Great! I knew Gohan could do it." But the next second, Popo's eyes widened and solidified, and his mouth was half open. "No, the situation seems to have changed. Gohan is in danger." Hearing this, Bulma's expression froze instantly. "Mr. Popo, are you saying that Gohan can't beat him?" Popo nodded heavily, and Bulma's mind suddenly became confused. If Son Gohan was killed, she didn't know how to explain to Chi-Chi. Is the enemy so powerful? Suddenly, Bulma's eyes fell on the entrance of the Spirit Time Chamber. One day outside is 1 year inside. Vegeta has been in there for a while. Bulma clenched her hands on her chest. She raised her head suddenly and shouted to Popo, "Mr. Popo! The only one who can save Gohan now is Vegeta." As she said that, she walked quickly to Popo's side. "Mr. Popo, can you let Vegeta out?" Mr. Popo was stunned. As a servant of the temple, he did have the authority to enter and exit the Spirit Time House. He didn't expect Bulma to come up with such a method. Popo hummed, and then ran quickly towards the entrance of the Spirit Time House. With a clang, the door was opened by Popo. Immediately, he ran towards the Spirit Time House. The father and son who were practicing hard looked at Popo in confusion. Vegeta was a little puzzled. He clearly remembered that Mr. Popo said that only 2 people could enter the Spirit Time House at a time, but now Mr. Popo also entered it. A third person appeared in the house. Trunks on the side was not too surprised. The so-called setting that only 2 people can enter the Spirit Time Chamber is actually not reliable. In the Majin Buu arc, when Gotenks fought against Majin Buu, there was a scene where 4 people entered the Spirit Time Chamber at the same time. But what made Trunks suspicious was how Mr. Popo could suddenly enter the Spirit Time Chamber. Before Mr. Popo could explain, several powerful auras instantly rushed into the brains of the father and son. Mr. Popo shouted anxiously, "Vegeta! Gohan is in danger. Please help him." Vegeta understood and rushed out of the Spirit Time Chamber immediately. At this moment, his blood began to surge. Compared with Son Gohan's life and death, he cared more about who could put Son Gohan in trouble. Taking this opportunity, he could just test the results of his training. Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his body merged with the golden light. His body, moving at the speed of light, passed through Bulma's eyes. His eyes glanced at Bulma, and on her face, Vegeta saw a smile. Time was running out, and there was no time to say goodbye. He had already sensed that Son Gohan's breath had become weaker. Vegeta's figure jumped down along the Gallon Tat. And the dazzling golden light attracted the Cat Sage. After observing for some time, the Cat Sage had broken the inherent impression of Vegeta. Although he had invaded the earth before, now he has become as trustworthy as Son Goku. The Cat Sage waved his scepter and shouted Vegeta's name loudly. Vegeta, who was falling, noticed the Cat Sage, and saw the Cat Sage throwing a bag at Vegeta with all his strength. He said, "Vegeta, there are senzu beans in it. You can use them." Vegeta moved his body at a very fast speed, grabbed the bag, and his body turned into a sharp blade and galloped towards where Son Gohan was. Soon he arrived at the battlefield. Several strange and evil figures came into view, and Son Gohan was tied up. Vegeta, like an eagle eye, instantly spotted Butchin, who was using his superpowers. He placed his hands on his chest. Shoot out a golden shock wave. The ultimate flash swept past everyone and accurately shot at Buchan. Boom boom boom. Explosions came one after another, and Buchan was submerged in the sea of energy light. Vegeta appeared in front of Son Gohan like a god descending from heaven. Gohan, I'm here. Son Gohan was grateful. He didn't expect that Vegeta, who once wanted to destroy the earth, would save him from the water and fire at the critical moment. Uncle Vegeta. Vegeta responded coldly, Humph, as the son of Kakarot, how can you shed tears easily? After saying that, Vegeta made a prompt decision and glanced at Buchan, who was not dead yet. This troublesome guy with superpowers must not be allowed to live. Whoosh! A fine energy beam instantly penetrated Buchan's chest, and the troublesome guy among the Bojack 5 died instantly. Vegeta took out his pocket, took out a senzu bean from it and threw it to Son Gohan. Son Gohan caught it accurately, put it into his mouth, and revived with full blood. Son Gohan regrouped and glanced at the remaining two people in Bojack's family. Vegeta's eyes also swept over the two of them. The two of them had a high degree of tacit understanding, and two golden auras burst out immediately, and the two golden air lotuses reached the same height. This means that Vegeta has also reached the full power state of Super Saiyan. Unexpectedly, Son Gohan has reached this level after only entering the spirit time chamber for one day. What a terrifying talent! But now is not the time to sigh. Vegeta continues to increase his aura. Whoosh! He instantly flashed to Zangjia's side, and the punch that had been charged long ago instantly pierced Zangjia's side. Zangjia's pitiful eyes kept glancing at Bojack, as if asking him for help. But Bojack still did not move, and there was no abnormality on his face. Zanga shed tears of regret. She didn't expect Bojack to be such a cold-blooded person. She was Bojack's girlfriend and his subordinate, but at this moment, she completely understood. This relationship seemed to have always been what she thought. Swish! Vegeta's fist was pulled out of Zanga's body, and Zanga's life was ended. On the other side, Son Gohan grabbed Gogo's sword and inserted it directly into his body. In the end, Bojack was the only one left in Bojack's group. Chapter 28. The two stood in the air, shining with golden light. Vegeta's strength had already aroused all the fighting spirit of Son Gohan. The two men stared at Cell and Bojack with determination. Papa Papa! A series of crisp clapping sounds came from Cell's palms. Cell smiled and approached the two men. His behavior made Vegeta and Son Gohan not slack off at all. Suddenly, Cell stopped, turned his head to look at Bojack, and said in a contemptuous tone. It seems that your men are just so-so, even worse than my children. Bojack grinned, still with an expression of indifference. Then, Cell looked at Vegeta, and his smile was restrained. The Prince of Science, Vegeta. Vegeta's mouth curled up. Humph, I didn't expect that you, a disgusting thing, actually knew me. Tell me, what's wrong with you? Why do you have the breath of so many people in your body? Faced with Vegeta's questioning, Cell did not answer, he still said the same thing. Want to know? It's very simple, I'll tell you after you beat me. Cell's tone was quite arrogant. Vegeta vaguely felt that Cell not only had his breath, but also had a similar personality. Cell's proud attitude made Vegeta feel very uncomfortable. Vegeta snorted coldly and responded, Humph! Arrogant guy! Then let you feel my fist. Just as Vegeta was about to attack, Son Gohan suddenly shouted to Vegeta, Uncle Vegeta! I think we can go together. Son Gohan has already felt the power of Cell. Although Vegeta has become stronger, he can feel that Cell seems to have not yet shown his strength. How could the proud Saiyan Prince agree to Son Gohan? Vegeta immediately stretched out his hand and shook it, which was also a rejection of Son Gohan. Son Gohan gave up. Son Gohan hooked his finger at Vegeta, yet. Not bad, I admire you, Vegeta, in fact, it's not impossible for the two of you to come together. Vegeta's fighting spirit became stronger, and in an instant, an unheard of force burst out from Vegeta's body. Stop talking nonsense! His muscles were tense, and after a loud shout, Vegeta leaped up and ran towards Cell with all his strength. He smashed his fist, which had been charged for a long time, at Cell without reservation. Bang! A huge sound wave spread out, and even the air trembled. The powerful energy stirred up the smoke and dust on the ground, and Cell's body stopped sliding backwards at this moment. Cell's palm was close to Vegeta's fist, and this blow was taken by Cell. Cell's mouth corners rose. Well, good, interesting. Immediately, Cell changed his palm into a fist and began a fierce counterattack. The two kept using their fists and feet on each other's bodies, and the fist wind whistled, and the whole battlefield trembled. In the sky, two afterimages kept flashing, and ordinary people would definitely not be able to see clearly. In a moment, Cell was transformed into four. This was the four-body fist, Tien Shinyan's specialty. Son Gohan widened his eyes. Cell's move shocked him. Cell can actually use the four-body fist. Son Gohan felt more and more strange. Cell not only knew Kamehameha, but also the four-body fist. Son Gohan continued to observe the fight between the two. Vegeta in the sky immediately responded and directly pulled away. He was confident in dealing with this move. His two hands quickly began to dance. Under his command, countless air bombs rushed from his palms to the four cells. Like a fairy scattering flowers. The air bombs moved so fast that smoke and explosions filled the sky. Boom boom boom. The explosion sounded and then receded, and finally Cell's real body finally appeared. However, he had an extra red Chi Yuan Zhan in his hand, which was Frisia's special skill. The red disc shot towards Vegeta, who just glanced at it and then moved at the speed of light in the distance. Afterimages stood in the air, and Cell controlled the disc to chase Vegeta. He ran, and it chased, and a thrilling scene took place. Bojack, who was watching the battle, had to admit that he was not wrong about the person. Cell was indeed a good partner. The next second, Bojack was startled, and saw that the red disc suddenly cut Vegeta's body in half. Bojack was stunned, thinking to himself, is this the end? But in the blink of an eye, Bojack found something wrong, and saw that the severed body did not bleed. At this moment, a bright light suddenly appeared in the sky. A rapidly concentrated gas bomb was approaching the red disc. Swoosh! The gas bomb knocked the red gas element away, igniting brilliant sparks in the air, and Vegeta's proud figure appeared in his sight again. Bojack now understood that the two guys fighting in front of him were not simple. In a flash, Vegeta's body was doing accelerated falling motion, falling from the sky. His two thighs were close together, the muscles of his thighs were tense, and the whole person turned into a rocket, stepping on the power of thunder and kicking towards Cell on the ground. At this critical moment, Cell's eyes became sharp, and he raised his hands above his head, ready to take Vegeta's blow. Boom! With a tearing sound, the ground under Cell's feet was torn into pieces, and in a moment, it turned into a large circular pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Cell and Vegeta were in the center of the circle, and the depth of the large circular pit was still increasing. Vegeta's attack was extremely fierce, and both the speed and power were very strong. In an instant, the broken stones surged like waves. Vegeta stared at Cell with a sharp look, as if saying to him, "How is it? Are you still arrogant?" But in the next second, Cell suddenly raised his head and looked up at Vegeta. Cell's face changed, and the flying stones also stabilized at this moment. He laughed from the bottom of his heart, and the laughter changed from a hidden laugh at the beginning to a big laugh. This scene made the three people present instantly confused. Cell shouted, "It's so good! It's so good!" Vegeta frowned, feeling strange about Cell's reaction. Seeing Cell like this, Vegeta had to give him a few more punches. Asshole! Your smile is uglier than crying. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sound of fists bursting broke out in Cell's chest. Cell's body stood still like a mountain. He sneered, Vegeta, you are worthy of my ultimate strength. After saying that, Cell's breath was finally no longer concealed. He raised his hands above his head and pressed down his arms instantly. Ah! After a loud shout, Cell's body was once again shrouded in golden light. The powerful arrogance immediately overshadowed the light on Vegeta's body. Vegeta's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but step back a few steps. Son Gohan, who was watching the battle, frowned immediately. Cell's power was now completely superior to his. Bojack, who was standing by, watched Cell's performance with great interest. Chapter 29. The momentum displayed by Cell was indeed shocking, but how could Vegeta be the kind of person who would retreat in the face of difficulties? Vegeta put his hands on his chest, and the golden energy particles continued to gather. The ultimate flash rushed towards Cell without stopping. Vegeta gathered energy for a full minute for this attack, but surprisingly, Cell was as steady as a mountain. Cell had no intention of dodging at all. Boom boom boom. The golden energy column washed Cell's body, and a few seconds later, Cell fell to the ground. His limbs had been completely broken, leaving only a head and the upper half of his body. How could Cell, who was so arrogant just now, be in such a miserable state now? Bojack, who was watching the show, could not help but ask questions. On the other hand, Son Gohan and Vegeta, who had personally fought against Cell on the battlefield, already knew that things could not be so simple. As expected, Cell's almost disappeared aura was revived, and then, Cell's broken limbs actually grew back. Such a scene even shocked Bojack. What? Bojack could only associate this terrifying recovery ability with superpowers, and it was at this moment that Bojack understood the horror of Cell. The reason why Bojack became a little uneasy was that he had secretly analyzed Cell's performance. Cell actually had the same strength as him, and if they really fought, it was not certain who would win or lose. But now, Cell actually had such a terrifying recovery ability that he could be exhausted to death by simply consuming him. Cell's movement has made Son Gohan and Vegeta suddenly realize. Regeneration of broken limbs. Such an ability is only possessed by Namekians. And Cell has Piccolo's aura, so this ability can only come from Piccolo. From the fighting style and recovery ability just now, the two have understood that Cell not only has the aura of everyone, but also has moves and abilities. This is not the time to be shocked. Vegeta regrouped and wanted to attack Cell again. Just as he was about to make a move, Cell's arrogant face suddenly appeared in front of him. Cell smiled evilly, and the whistling fist landed on Vegeta's temple. In an instant, Vegeta felt a white in front of his eyes, followed by a dizzy spell, and the whole person flew out again. His body was like an out-of-control shell, blasting the mountain in the distance to pieces. Uncle Vegeta! Son Gohan screamed sharply. Immediately, his arrogance rose, and he wanted to help Vegeta. But at this moment, Bojack, who had been calm in the distance, actually blocked him in front of him. You want to help? Bojack smiled evilly. He enjoyed the painful expression of Son Gohan very much. This might be his hobby as a cosmic bully. He just wanted to watch Vegeta being tortured to death by Cell, and Son Gohan was powerless. Son Gohan cursed, "Get out of my way." Bojack looked fearless. He took off his headscarf and the headscarf flew away with the wind. The two of them wrestled with each other. Vegeta staggered to his feet, and his vision began to blur. He shook his head vigorously, but he couldn't see anything clearly. He only felt that a line of red liquid was infecting his vision. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation in front of him, and saw a hazy green figure. Cell waved his hand in front of Vegeta's eyes, pretending to be concerned and asked, "Are you okay? Proud Scion Prince?" Vegeta gritted his teeth and punched with all his strength. But Cell dodged this punch, and then Cell's mocking words followed. Vegeta, if you are only this level, I am really disappointed. Although you have never hit me, I am still willing to tell you why I have the breath of Sun Wukong and you. Cell's voice became excited, as if he was giving a speech, and he told Vegeta his origins in detail. The ultimate android from the future, in order to achieve perfection, did not hesitate to transform into a cocoon and ride a time machine to the present. In his mouth, it was like an inspirational story. How is it? Vegeta, my body is almost perfect. Vegeta smiled. He spat and cursed, you are just a thief who steals other people's cells. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta felt that the burning sensation became stronger. At this moment, Vegeta's vision had been restored. What came into view was a ball of blue energy leaping in Cell's hand, and this ball of blue energy was none other than Kamehameha. That was the Kamehameha that Cell had been gathering for a long time. Vegeta reacted quickly, but he was severely injured and no longer had the speed of the past. Wherever he flew, Cell followed. Cell taunted, Vegeta, I really feel sorry for you. Do you know why I want to use Kamehameha to finish you off? It must be painful to be killed by the moves used by your nemesis. After speaking, Cell immediately fired the Kamehameha that had been gathering for a long time. For a moment, Vegeta's world was rendered blue, and time seemed to be frozen. Vegeta's mind entered a revolving lantern form. From the first time he came to Earth, to meeting Bulma, and then giving birth to Trunks. Vegeta's mind appeared the appearance of Bulma and Trunks. Is it over like this? Vegeta was quite unwilling, but he had indeed tried his best. His thoughts began to drift, recalling the days of training with Trunks in the Spirit Time Chamber. I'm sorry, Trunks, I still can't change all this, and I disappoint you. And the Super Saiyan 2 you mentioned, I think. I probably won't have a chance to reach it. The energy beam blasted Vegeta's body into the sky. After more than 10 seconds of baptism, Vegeta's heavy body was in free fall. A sharp explosion sounded through the sky with a thunderous momentum. Uncle Vegeta! Son Gohan's eyes were red, 2 tears splashed, and he looked at Vegeta's position desperately. Suddenly, Son Gohan's brain seemed to be formatted. The next second, his mind was filled with Vegeta's appearance. If it weren't for Vegeta, he would never have known Mr. Popo, nor would he have known the Spirit Time Chamber. If Vegeta hadn't told him how miserable Piccolo's death was, he would never have been able to break through the Super Saiyan. If Vegeta hadn't arrived successfully, he would have been killed by the team. In his eyes, the evil Saiyan had long disappeared. Son Gohan saw Vegeta's transformation. Everyone died. Only he and Vegeta could fight. But now, he was the only one left. At this moment, several creepy little demons suddenly came to Vegeta's side. 5 little cells lifted Vegeta's body, and one of them put his hand on Vegeta's chest. The faint heartbeat was sensed by Little Cell. Report to father. He seems to be alive. Cell calmly put his hand on his chin and made a killing gesture. The 5 little cells understood immediately. And they hugged Vegeta's head and limbs respectively. This action was seen by Son Gohan, who had demonstrated this scene before. Peter, one of Bojack's men, was torn into pieces in this way. No! Stop it! Son Gohan was furious. Looking at Son Gohan's heartbroken look, Bojack couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Son Gohan's eyes were scarlet, as if they were about to bleed. His originally frowned eyebrows were now even higher, and the blue veins on them were bulging, like earthworms wriggling wildly on his forehead. His eyes were full of despair, but this despair was soon replaced by endless hatred and anger. He couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. He couldn't imagine what kind of pain Bulma would suffer if she knew that Vegeta was cruelly torn into pieces. Son Gohan felt as if he was being bitten by millions of ants. He clenched his teeth tightly and clenched his fists. Suddenly, a force of overwhelming power burst out from Son Gohan's body. Swish! Swish! The golden aura was rising. The powerful impact instantly sent Bojack flying. Bojack was confused. He didn't dare to believe his eyes at all. He thought it was all just an illusion. He once again stopped Son Gohan, but at this moment, he suddenly found that Son Gohan's appearance had changed. The golden hair soared into the sky, becoming more intense than before, and there was a faint arc of electricity attached to his surroundings. Son Gohan had broken through. Super Saiyan full power, reaching Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, the battlefield was silent, and everyone was attracted by this sacred light. Chapter 30. The more he tried, the more he tried. Bojack's eyelids twitched. He was panicking and couldn't pretend to be calm anymore. The power that Son Gohan had shown now far exceeded his. And if he blocked Son Gohan's way now, it would be a dead end. But what he didn't know was that it was too late. Just as Bojack was about to make way for Son Gohan, the pain hit his nerves like a sickle. Bojack couldn't hide his shocked look at all. He hunched over like a shrimp with its thread removed. Sweat beads covered his forehead and he looked towards his abdomen tremblingly. A seemingly harmless fist was deeply embedded in his body, and the depression of his belly was getting bigger and bigger. With a bang, Bojack's body was knocked dozens of meters away. Cell looked at Bojack with contempt. I thought he was so powerful, but it turns out that he is just a good-for-nothing like his subordinates. But as soon as Cell finished speaking, there was a sudden noise in the distance. Son Gohan's figure had already appeared behind Vegeta. He waved his big hand and cut off the arm of a stunned little Cell with a knife. Purple blood dripped on Vegeta's head, and the little Cell who was holding Vegeta's head was kicked away by Son Gohan. The other little Cells saw Son Gohan as if they saw the King of Hell. For a moment, they all felt fear. The 4 little Cells fled in panic, but how could Son Gohan give them a chance? Whoosh! Son Gohan's body was as fast as lightning. In just 1 second, a little Cell was knocked away by him 100 meters away. Then, Son Gohan's phantom appeared again and again. The chests of several little Cells were instantly pierced by him, and the whole process was smooth. After doing all this, Son Gohan did not attack Cell directly. He flashed in front of Vegeta, squatted down, and wiped the blood off Vegeta's head with his hands. Suddenly, he noticed that Vegeta's eyelids moved, which prompted Son Gohan, who was extremely angry, to maintain the last bit of reason. Vegeta is not dead, he is still alive. But now Vegeta is only 1 step away from death. What is holding Vegeta back so that he has not died? It is the brilliant golden light blooming from Son Gohan's body. The glory of Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 is sprinkled on Vegeta's body. Vegeta smiled, he smiled with relief. He was a little unconvinced, why he was not the first to transform into Super Saiyan 2. But fortunately, someone has achieved it, and the next thing is left to Son Gohan. He also wants to see what Super Saiyan 2 looks like with his own eyes. However, he no longer has the physical strength to open his eyes again. Vegeta used his last strength to grab Son Gohan's hand. His breath was extremely weak, and he said to Son Gohan in a broken voice, "Go. Trunks. Just. Please." But just when Vegeta wanted to say his final goodbye, he suddenly felt something slip into his mouth in an instant. Vegeta licked it with his tongue. A touch of sweetness broke into his nerves. This thing Vegeta is very familiar with, it is senzu bean. He chewed the bean with the remaining strength, and in an instant, he felt the dying cells in his body burst out with strength again. Vegeta opened his eyes instantly. Son Gohan in Super Saiyan 2 came into his sight. The bag of senzu beans was empty and was being swept into the air by the flames around Son Gohan. Vegeta felt Son Gohan's breath and didn't dare to move his eyes away from him. Son Gohan turned around without looking back and said coldly, "Uncle Vegeta, leave it to me next." Vegeta wanted to say something, but found that there was nothing to say. He just stared at Son Gohan's seemingly short but extremely powerful back. Until Son Gohan appeared in front of Cell. Looking at Son Gohan, who was gradually approaching, Cell didn't see any panic on his face. "Don't be so arrogant, kid, I just beat some small fish. You don't think you can really beat me, do you?" Son Gohan had a blank expression and cold eyes. "I will definitely do it." Hearing this, Cell's pupils shrank slightly, because Son Gohan's words were full of confidence, which made him. I felt a little uneasy for a moment. However, how could Cell be frightened? He shouted, "Then let me show you my strength." Ah! Cell began to explode, and for a moment, dust flew up, and his breath rose again. Bojack, who was knocked away, stood up again in the rubble. He hid in the dark and observed the fight between the two. Looking at Cell with a soaring breath, Bojack shook his head disappointedly. "If it's just like this, it's impossible to be the opponent of that Earth kid." Bojack's eyes were empty, and he felt a little flustered just by seeing the back of Son Gohan. After hesitating again and again, Bojack made an inglorious decision. His eyes looked at the spaceship parked in the distance. Taking advantage of the gap between Son Gohan and Cell's duel, he decided to stay away from the Earth, a place of trouble. In order not to attract attention, Bojack planned to approach the spaceship on foot. Everything was going according to his plan, and when he was about to succeed, an accident happened. Boom! A wave of Qigong fell from the sky, and his spaceship exploded on the spot. A low and magnetic voice came from behind him. "Want to run?" The owner of the voice was Vegeta, who held his chest with one hand, and the energy ball in the other hand was jumping. The spaceship was destroyed, and Bojack's plan to escape was shattered. He suppressed his anger. Since the seal was lifted, he had never been so embarrassed. He was discovered while escaping. If this got out, his reputation would be ruined. "Are you afraid?" Vegeta said with disdain. Bojack was slightly startled, and it was obvious that his heart had been seen through. He pretended to be calm and said, "Afraid? Are you kidding? Are you so sure that this kid can defeat Cell?" Vegeta said without hesitation, "Yes, he can. Because he is Kakarot's son. In addition, his form is called Super Saiyan 2. Someone told me that if it is Super Saiyan 2, it will definitely be able to defeat you and Cell. You are smarter than that guy called Cell. You have already realized that you are not far from death, but you are thinking about running away. I am sorry, Vegeta, will never let you succeed. You and that guy called Cell will be killed by Gohan." After saying that, Vegeta immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan full power state. Vegeta's breath attracted the attention of another person. Whoosh! A golden figure immediately appeared in front of Bojack. This scene caught Bojack off guard, and his heart instantly jumped to his throat. He just looked at Son Gohan. Boom! Son Gohan's fist instantly pierced his abdomen. Not only Bojack didn't react, but Vegeta did too. Bang! Another punch. Bojack's huge body fell to the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. He knew that Son Gohan was very strong now, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Vegeta opened his mouth wide. Bojack, who was just talking to him, was knocked to the ground by Son Gohan's 2 punches. The power of Super Saiyan 2 was beyond his imagination. But the person who transformed into Super Saiyan 2 was not him. Vegeta gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He swore that he would also reach Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, Cell's anger was officially over. Cell walked towards the two of them with a swagger, and he said calmly, "Son Gohan, didn't your father tell you that it is very rude to leave when others are increasing their strength?" But just as Cell finished speaking, his eyes became sharp. He saw Bojack lying in a pool of blood at a glance. What? He killed this guy while I was increasing my breath for a few seconds? Cell's eyes were not as confident as before. Sun Gohan said to Cell coldly, "Are you okay? Then, I'm going to start." Cell was still immersed in shock, but an extremely hard fist had already hit his abdomen. This punch, Cell had no time to react, only to see Cell holding his stomach in pain, and his body involuntarily stepped back a few steps. The severe pain was like a sickle running through his body. Cell's proud and strong body seemed so fragile at this moment. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood gushed out of Cell's mouth. However, this was just the beginning, and a flurry of fists appeared on Cell's body one after another. Cell, who had just recovered, fell into a passive position again. Seeing that there was no room for fighting back, Cell began to hold his head and panic. Damn it! How did this guy become so strong? Cell's back teeth were almost broken, and he had no choice but to complain. Bang! A Hercules kick, with overwhelming force, exploded on Son Gohan's legs, and Cell's heavy body was knocked 1,000 meters away. That's how Cell finally got out of the passive position. He released 2 Chi-Yuan slashes with both hands, and with a swing of his arms, the Chi-Yuan slashes made irregular movements in the air and finally headed towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan's eyes reflected the 2 Chi-Yuan slashes that were approaching rapidly. This seemingly fierce attack seemed a little tame in front of Son Gohan. Son Gohan easily stretched out his hand to stop it, and instantly exploded and shattered it. The blows again and again made Cell furious, and Cell's eyes were wide open with anger. The one-sided situation just now has completely disappeared. In front of Son Gohan's absolute strength, Cell's methods were like strange tricks. Looking at the defeated Cell, Vegeta felt happy. Cell, who didn't believe in evil, flew into the sky again, and instantly transformed into 4 identical figures. 3 of the figures swooped down towards Son Gohan. They punched and kicked Son Gohan, but Son Gohan remained motionless. His eyes were fixed on the sky. It turned out that he had seen through Cell's trick long ago. Sure enough, a yellow spiral light wave fell from the sky. Son Gohan was very familiar with such a trick. This was the magic light cannon. Using Piccolo's skills to attack Son Gohan, Cell touched Son Gohan's reverse scale. Son Gohan frowned suddenly, raised his head and faced the magic light cannon. Son Gohan's body was half squatting, with a horse stance, the center of gravity of the body forward, and his hands on his waist. A large number of blue energy particles gathered quickly. Son Gohan stretched out his voice and shouted sharply, "Kameha!" The blue energy pillar flew into the sky. In just 1 second, its volume instantly changed from the size of a thin line to 100 meters wide. The magic light cannon shot by Cell seemed so small in front of it. The result is predictable. Soon, the Kamehameha wave quickly swallowed the magic light cannon. Cell, who was overwhelmed by hatred, woke up at this moment. Sensing the heat wave, he gave up using the magic light cannon. His expression twitched. If he didn't take any measures, he would die miserably. Damn it! Cell wailed in pain. The next second, Cell put his hands together, and the same blue energy wave gathered in his palms. Cell planned to fight hard. The 5 big words Kamehameha wave came out of his mouth. The 2 seemingly evenly matched energies collided, but they only lasted for a second. The Kamehameha wave fired by Son Gohan in the Super Saiyan 2 state quickly absorbed the Kamehameha fired by Cell. Boom boom boom! Brilliant fireworks bloomed in the sky, and the entire sky was contracted by the ocean of light. After a painful groan, Cell disappeared in the sky. After a moment, Son Gohan turned his head and looked at Vegeta. Vegeta nodded slightly to Son Gohan. The 2 smiled at each other. But at this moment, something strange happened in the sky. Cell's voice appeared again, and this time his laughter was crazy. Ha ha ha! Namekian cells are so useful. Something shocking happened, Cell was reborn again. Vegeta stared at Cell's appearance. Unlike before, Cell's body was wrapped in lightning. Vegeta couldn't believe his eyes, and opened his mouth in astonishment. Cell's breath has surpassed Gohan. At this moment, Son Gohan's eyes trembled, and he stared at Cell in disbelief. He couldn't understand why Cell came back to life again. Damn it! I clearly sensed that his breath was gone. Standing in the air, Cell looked down and spoke to himself in a high-pitched tone. I really didn't expect that my body would be so perfect. Scion cells and Namek cells make me stronger. After that, Cell suddenly looked at Vegeta. Haha, Son Gohan, I will let you die with regret. I will torture the people you want to protect to death one by one. Cell flashed to Vegeta's side and suddenly strangled Vegeta's neck. A strong sense of suffocation instantly surged into his body. Vegeta stared at Cell fiercely, but he was helpless. No. Let him go. Son Gohan rushed towards Cell. He punched and kicked Cell. But Cell had no intention of letting Vegeta go. Boom! Cell punched Vegeta far away. Vegeta felt as if his pain nerves were being eaten by ants, and he lay limp on the ground with his limbs powerless. Something even more troublesome happened. Bojack, who was lying on the ground, was not completely dead, and he was walking towards Vegeta quickly. A ferocious beast was walking towards Vegeta, but he had no strength to stand up again. Vegeta cursed, "Asshole!" Bojack grinned evilly, and he was resentful of what Vegeta had said to Bojack before. Bojack swung his arm back, squatted down, and punched Vegeta in the face. Puff! Blood and saliva spurted out of Vegeta's mouth at the same time. I'm going to kill you! Son Gohan's eyes turned red, and he teleported to Bojack's side, with a gas bomb already gathered in his hand. Just as Son Gohan was about to finish Bojack off, Cell followed in his footsteps and grabbed Son Gohan's hand. Bojack's life was saved, and Cell gave Bojack a thumbs up. Well done, useless thing! Hearing Cell's praise, Bojack felt quite unhappy, but now if he wanted to survive, he had to swallow his anger. He knew his situation clearly. In this battlefield, whether Cell won or the two Scions won, his fate would be to die. But Cell was a villain like him, after all, and he had never attacked Cell. Now that Cell had reversed the situation, maybe he could still survive if he flattered him a little. Bojack responded timidly, "Thank you for the compliment, Master Cell." Seeing Vegeta being abused like this, Son Gohan could no longer bear it. He vented all his anger on Cell. The fight between the two escalated again, but the scene of suppressing Cell just now did not appear again. Okay, it's over, Son Gohan, there's no point in fighting anymore. Cell put his hands on his waist, and he remembered the humiliation of his failure to bow just now. This time, he must save his face. With a roar, Kamehameha Kigong wave shot from Cell's waist to Son Gohan. Now Son Gohan can only use Kamehameha Kigong wave to deal with it. Cell's expected fight against Bo was performed as he wished. The collision of huge energy made everything around tremble, and arcs gradually appeared at the intersection of the two blue Kigong waves. The equally matched Kamehameha Kigong waves piled up an energy ball at the intersection. The two auras spanned thousands of miles and eventually spread to the Temple of Heaven. Trunks had a serious expression, his eyes fixed on the intense light in the distance. Bulma, who was standing by, stamped her feet anxiously, her eyes fixed on Trunks' face. As long as his face showed a little worry, Bulma would go crazy. Trunks struggled in his heart, although he didn't know what was going on over there. However, sensing that Vegeta's aura had become low again, he knew that the situation should not be optimistic. Moreover, Cell could actually compete with Son Gohan, and he should have reached the level of Lightning Cell. Dad, Brother Gohan, you must win. Vegeta lay on the ground helplessly. He just felt that he was too embarrassed now. He came here to save people, but now he was beaten like this. Son Gohan was fighting bloody, but he was lying on the ground. As he was thinking, suddenly, a dazzling light instantly invaded Vegeta's eyes. Vegeta turned his head, and the scene of Son Gohan and Bojack fighting Bo just happened. Son Gohan was shouting with all his strength to awaken all his strength. I will never let you succeed. Cell. Everyone on the earth. I will protect them well. A 9-year-old child was struggling to protect the earth, and those arrogant words were breaking into Vegeta's brain. Protect everyone. Vegeta was not interested in protecting everyone, but he did have someone he wanted to protect. His thoughts began to wander, and Bulma gave him tenderness more than once in this night spent with him. But now, he had no way to protect Bulma. Instead, Son Gohan stepped forward. No. I can only protect my woman by myself. Vegeta's body suddenly began to move, and then his thigh, which was clearly powerless, suddenly rushed towards Son Gohan with strength from nowhere. This scene made Bojack feel incredible. Scions are all weird. Just when Son Gohan felt that there was no way to win, Vegeta's hand appeared beside him. Son Gohan looked at Vegeta in surprise. He didn't expect Vegeta to still have strength. Vegeta didn't say much, but tacitly transferred energy to the Kamehameha wave. The blue energy ball in the middle was also wrapped in a golden veil at this moment. This was the result of Vegeta's ultimate flash being injected into it. Uncle Vegeta, I didn't expect, you still have strength. Keep transferring energy, don't talk. With Vegeta's participation, the energy ball in the middle was getting closer and closer to Cell. Cell suddenly felt something was wrong, and he yelled at Bojack, "Hey! That waste! Come and help!" Bojack understood and immediately jumped in front of Cell. Bojack's strength is below Super 2 and above Super 1 full power, and Lightning Cell has more strength than Son Gohan. After Bojack joined, Son Gohan and Vegeta were at a disadvantage again. Soon, Vegeta felt that his hands became extremely heavy. The energy ball was getting closer and closer to the two of them, which meant that death was getting closer and closer to them. Is there still no way to win? If it was Dad, what would he do? Son Gohan's voice became depressed, as if he had seen the end. Whenever he was desperate, he would think of his father. King Kai's planet. Piccolo and Son Goku had halos on their heads, and they were sensing everything happening on Earth through King Kai. Piccolo was sweating coldly, and Son Gohan was under pressure that he shouldn't have at his age. Old son, do you think Gohan and Vegeta can win? Son Goku had a serious expression and shook his head. He had heard Son Gohan's call to him through King Kai's ability. But now he no longer belongs to the world of the living, and if he helps, it will definitely break the rules. Lord Kai, can't I teleport back? Sun Wukong looked at the back of King Kai's neck and begged again. King Kai shook his head violently and said again, no. No means no. The consequences of breaking the rules are very serious. Listening to King Kai's words, Sun Wukong was speechless. At this moment, Piccolo suddenly spoke up and asked King Kai, Lord Kai, what are the consequences of breaking the rules? After that, King Kai scratched his head. He hesitated for a long time and didn't say 1, 2, 3. In King Kai's consciousness, it is wrong for the dead to go to the world of the living. As for who set this rule, he didn't know at all. He only knew that this rule could not be broken. Eager to save his son, Piccolo, as a former god of the earth, would actually say such high-sounding words. Since Lord Kai doesn't know either, does it mean that Lord Kai hasn't thought it through yet? The implication of Piccolo's words is that this rule was set by King Kai. King Kai's face instantly turned red, and he was about to be pissed off to death by Piccolo. I'm telling you, Piccolo. Before King Kai finished speaking, his mouth and eyes were covered by Piccolo at the same time. As long as Lord King Kai didn't see it, it wouldn't be considered a violation of the rules. Piccolo winked at Son Goku, and Son Goku immediately understood what Piccolo meant. He placed 2 fingers side by side on his forehead in a sword shape, searching for Son Gohan's breath, but the next second, he froze and gave up the idea of teleporting. Piccolo stared at Son Goku and shouted angrily, what are you doing? Old son. Son Goku smiled indifferently and said to Piccolo, I don't think it's necessary, Piccolo. Earth. Vegeta clearly felt the pressure on his hands becoming more obvious. But he couldn't fall down, because Son Gohan in front of him didn't give up. As a proud Saiyan prince, how could he let go? In mid-air, Cell, who was in an advantageous position, started to taunt, ha ha ha. Son Gohan, Vegeta, where is the power you are so proud of? Vegeta suddenly woke up and cursed, shut up. How dare a thief speak? Cell continued to taunt, haha, Vegeta, you are just a waste who only talks about the proud Saiyan prince. Son Gohan is right. If it was Son Goku, he would definitely have a way. After all, that's the person you have been chasing for your whole life. Hearing this, Vegeta was silent. He hated that he was too weak, which led to the current situation. He was obviously the Saiyan prince, but he walked behind others again and again. The first person to transform into a Super Saiyan was Son Goku, and he was left far behind. The first person to transform into Super Saiyan 2 was Son Goku's son, Son Gohan. He should have been the strongest Saiyan, but now he is behind others. He really couldn't understand why he was always left behind despite his efforts. Son Goku was fine, but even his son got ahead of him. The guy named Cell in the air was even more disgusting. He could reach the level of Super Saiyan 2 just by stealing other people's cells. Why couldn't he reach it? For a while, Vegeta fell into deep self-blame, and his heart seemed to be shrouded in endless darkness. Facing Cell's ruthless ridicule, he felt extremely powerless and humiliated, and his anger burned in his heart and could not be contained. He was angry at his own weakness. Why couldn't he become Super Saiyan 2? These questions kept echoing in his mind, making him feel heavier. Vegeta knew that if he lost this battle, not only he, but also his wife and children would suffer. Why didn't he have enough power to protect Bulma and Trunks? For a moment, Vegeta's hatred for himself reached the extreme. At this moment, Son Gohan was deeply attracted by the breath emanating from Vegeta. This scene was exactly the same as when he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 just now. Vegeta is on the verge of breaking through. The next moment, lightning began to condense around Vegeta, and the amount of hair that soared into the sky increased again. The powerful breath washed everything around. Cell, who was in the air, suddenly felt that his hands were as heavy as lead. Cell's expression froze. Because he sensed that Vegeta's breath had reached the same height as Son Gohan. And the energy ball in the gap also moved in the opposite direction at this moment. Vegeta successfully broke through Super Saiyan 2 through his hatred and anger for himself. Go to hell! Cell! Vegeta transferred all the power of Super 2 into the ultimate flash. In a moment, Cell and Bojack lost their composure. The two of them looked flustered. In a hurry, Bojack suddenly put his hand on Cell's shoulder. He wanted to use Cell as a shield. Cell's eyes widened with anger, and he questioned him, waste. What do you want to do? Cell grabbed Bojack's hand. He had seen Bojack's intention. Haha, then I'll do it for you. After that, Cell blocked Bojack in front of his chest. No. Don't. Bojack kept wailing. The combination of Ultimate Flash and Kamehameha swallowed Bojack in an instant. The situation was not good. Cell turned around and ran after doing all this. The energy ball strengthened by Ultimate Flash and Kamehameha didn't give Cell a chance to escape. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky, and Cell's body was blown to pieces. The core in his brain disappeared immediately, and there was no possibility of survival. The powerful impact swept away the clouds, and the sky at this moment has become a paradise of light. The dark sky also became bright. After confirming that Cell was really dead, Son Gohan fell to the ground with a plop, and his body lay on the ground in a big letter shape. Vegeta stretched out his hands and felt this new power. Temple of the Gods. Trunks suddenly stood up, and his excitement could not be concealed at all. Bulma asked anxiously, "What's going on?" "Trunks?" Trunks smiled with relief, "Mom, Dad, and Brother Gohan won." Hearing such good news, Bulma was so excited that she shed tears. Then she smiled and said to Trunks, "Trunks, do you want a brother or a sister?" Trunks was speechless. Mom really didn't seem to be joking. A second later, Trunks said, "I think, the sister should be better." King Kai. King Kai was scolding Son Goku and Piccolo angrily. "How foolish! Piccolo! I've told you so many times but you won't listen. If the great King Kai knows, I won't be King Kai anymore." "Really?" Piccolo quickly said, "Isn't this breaking the rules?" "King Kai, how about I tell you a joke? Once upon a time." Son Goku smiled with relief. He didn't expect that not only Son Gohan broke through to Super Saiyan 2, but even Vegeta did it. At this moment, Piccolo suddenly asked, "Old son, do you want to contact Gohan and the others again?" Son Goku scratched his head and thought, "Sure." "Piccolo, did you deliberately say that you went to fight with other masters in the underworld this time?" Son Goku shook his head. "Now Gohan is capable of being on his own, so there's no need to tell such lies, hee." Pico sighed, "I really don't understand you. Even if Gohan knew you were next to us, what could he do? You're already dead, and according to the rules, there's certainly no way for him to go over and help." Sun Wukong laughed and said, "Who said there was no way? You know, Bulma was there at the time. She saw with her own eyes that Grandma Zanpu brought my dead grandfather to me. Similarly, if she knew I was next to her, I can't guarantee that Bulma would let Grandma Zanpu take me back for a day." Pico's brain was working very fast. He didn't expect that there were people like Grandma Zanpu in the world. "Forget it, anyway, your goal has been achieved, but you are right. In one day, you may not be able to defeat so many enemies. Letting Gohan be able to stand on his own is the ultimate solution to the problem." Then, Piccolo said to King Kai with a flattering face, "Then I'll leave it to Lord Kai." King Kai was intoxicated by Piccolo's jokes. Since Piccolo's jokes were very good, he forgot about Piccolo's disrespectful behavior to him just now. Son Goku put his hand on King Kai, and the communication was connected immediately. "Son Gohan, I am North King Kai." Son Gohan, who was lying on the ground, suddenly became energetic. "Lord Kai." Seeing Son Gohan's reaction, Vegeta beside him also became interested. But the next second, King Kai's voice stopped. And then there was a voice that surprised Vegeta and Son Gohan at the same time. "Hi, Gohan, Vegeta, long time no see." "Dad." "Kakarot." Gohan's eyes suddenly turned red, and 2 lines of tears burst out. Vegeta was very sensitive to Goku's voice. Seeing Gohan's red eyes, he chose to give up the opportunity to talk to Goku first. After these days of getting along, he felt that Gohan was also quite pitiful, unlike his son Trunks who always had him by his side. "Gohan, I'm very happy that you can stand on your own." "Well, Dad. It was Uncle Vegeta and I who saved the Earth together." "Come on, Gohan. The future Earth still has to be protected by you. You can still become stronger." After getting his father's affirmation, Gohan smiled happily. "By the way, Dad, are you doing well over there? My mother and I miss you very much." "Don't worry, Gohan, the food here in King Kai is quite good. I'm still practicing here every day." After hearing this, Vegeta suddenly spoke. "Kakarot. Are you saying that you have been training with King Kai?" "Ah, yes, Vegeta, I have never stopped training." Vegeta snorted coldly, his eyes shining. "Humph, I can already transform into Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, I think I will definitely be stronger than you and your son in the future." Vegeta was so determined because he had the trump card of being able to eavesdrop on Trunks' thoughts. Sun Wukong's tone was greatly shocked. Really? Vegeta? I really want to fight with you. I don't know if your Super Saiyan 2 is stronger or mine is stronger. Vegeta was stunned. Wait, Kakarot. Are you saying that you have also reached Super Saiyan 2? Sun Wukong suddenly realized that he seemed to have let something slip and laughed. Ah? What Super Saiyan 2, what did I just say? Humph. Don't play dumb with me, Kakarot. I will surpass you and your son sooner or later. Vegeta roared at the sky, but there was no response from Son Goku. After learning that Son Goku had reached Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta flew away from his original position and flew towards the Temple of Heaven. Son Gohan's face was full of smiles. He didn't expect that his father had also reached Super Saiyan 2 a long time ago. At this moment, Son Goku's playful voice sounded again. Gohan, is Vegeta still there? Son Gohan responded, Uncle Vegeta is gone, Dad. Oh, really, I just let it slip. Suddenly, Son Goku's voice became firm. Gohan, you still need to become stronger. If Vegeta hadn't broken through Super Saiyan 2, the Earth. Well, I know, Dad. Okay, that's it, Gohan, Lord Kai is urging me. By the way, Gohan, tell Mom you're sorry for me. You left so suddenly. Sun Wukong's voice stopped ringing, and Sun Wuhan headed towards Baizai Mountain. He flew forward, and he couldn't wait to tell Kikai the news. Chapter 31. The Earth is the most beautiful place in the world. Earth. Universal Capsule Company. It has been 7 years since the defeat of Cell and Bojack. Brother. Are you not going to school again? The person who spoke was a cute little girl with a sweet look and the same blue hair as Bulma. After Vegeta and Son Gohan solved the Earth crisis together, Bulma finally fulfilled her promise. This is Bulma and Vegeta's second child, Bra. The cute little girl with blue hair stood on tiptoe, pouting and scolding Trunks in front of her wearing a martial arts uniform. Trunks turned around, put his hands together, and smiled at Bra. It's the same this time. Please, my dear sister, just say I'm sick. As he said that, Trunks took out a lollipop from his arms and walked to Bra. Bra's eyes lit up immediately, and he stood on tiptoe to take the lollipop. Although Bra is only 1 year younger than Trunks, Trunks has been training in the Spirit Time Chamber for almost a year. He is said to be only 7 years old, but in fact he is 8 years old, so he is much taller than Bra. Looking at the lollipop in his hand, Bra still agreed to Trunks' request. Now Trunks and Bra have reached school age, and they are both in the first grade this year. But since the start of school, Trunks has always skipped classes, and his identity as the son of the world's richest man is there, so the teachers in the school just turn a blind eye. While licking the lollipop, Bra asked Trunks. Brother, don't you want to go and see? I made a new friend at school these days, a new female classmate. Trunks waved his hand. He didn't care about the things in school. I don't want to go. I'm busy practicing. Then brother, aren't you afraid that parents will know that you have been skipping classes? Trunks, who was tidying up his martial arts uniform, was stunned for a second, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. If Vegeta knew that Trunks skipped classes to practice, wouldn't he wake up with laughter in his sleep? Besides, Vegeta basically let Trunks go. If Trunks wanted to practice, Vegeta would certainly agree with him with both hands and feet. As for Bulma, Trunks probably just scolded him a few times when he skipped classes and then let it go. Class? What class? The son of the world's richest man still needs to go to class? Trunks smiled smugly again, which made Bra feel confused. She said. Hey, brother, what are you laughing at? Trunks came back to his senses and stammered, Oh, it's okay, Bra, if my parents find out, you can ask for me, and I will give you lollipops every day, okay? Trunks' eyes flashed with a cunning look. Bra is the treasure of Vegeta and Bulma. As long as Bra shows up for such a small matter, Bulma won't have to scold him. Okay, brother, I'll go to school first. With that, Bra threw out a universal capsule, got on the plane, and set off for school. And Trunks flew into the sky, flying alone to a small island. A figure shuttled through the sky, and Trunks looked down at everything under his feet. After 7 years of reconstruction, the Earth has now recovered more than half. Although some places are still under reconstruction, the metropolis of West City has long been restored to prosperity. Just as Trunks was flying at full speed, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes. A blonde boy was dealing with a group of gangsters who were robbing a bank. Brother Gohan is doing good things again. In these years, after the Earth has restored peace, Son Gohan has not stopped his training. Son Gohan has been studying and practicing at the same time, and a large part of this comes from Trunks. In order to prevent the incident of Nobita Gohan in Dragon Ball Super, Trunks often went to Son Gohan to practice. Trunks even secretly put the gravity room that Bulma tailored for Vegeta into the universal capsule and gave it to Son Gohan. Therefore, Son Gohan's training has never been left behind, and Trunks's training has also been superb. In the city, another familiar back caught Trunks' attention. A girl with twin ponytails was secretly following Son Gohan, and she already knew that Son Gohan was the famous Saiyan Superman. Trunks couldn't help but sigh, what a fateful encounter. What a sweet couple. Gohan Ge's love is coming. Trunks teased, increasing his speed. Soon, Trunks appeared on a small island. This is an isolated island far away from the mainland, surrounded by the ocean, and few people can find it. The scenery here is extremely beautiful, revealing a primitive atmosphere. Day. The crisp sound of footsteps sounded from the ground. Trunks' eyes suddenly became sharp at this moment. Swish! Suddenly, 5 energy waves came towards Trunks from different bushes. Trunks raised his head sharply, and instantly supported himself with his hands, and rolled over several times on the ground. The 5 energy waves were successfully avoided by Trunks and perfectly hit the mountain behind him. Moo moo moo! Suddenly, the roars of large animals came from the woods. Then, 5 young figures appeared in front of Trunks at the same time. They were none other than the little Cell who was born by Cell. Son Gohan didn't kill them completely back then. After all, they also have Cell's bloodline, and their strong recovery ability saved their lives. After Cell's death, they were leaderless. In order to avoid being discovered by Vegeta and Son Gohan, they lived here all year round. At the beginning, Trunks did have special combat training with Son Gohan, and his combat skills were indeed improved. Over time, he discovered the shortcomings of fighting with Son Gohan. Son Gohan's overwhelming power could only make him be knocked away again and again, which was very insignificant for improvement. So Trunks found these 5 little cells and used them as sparring partners. The 5 little cells attacked Trunks at the same time, and at this moment, Trunks instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. The hot golden flames continued to rise sharply, and soon Trunks had reached the full power state of Super Saiyan. One of the little cells shouted in surprise, "Not good. After not seeing him for a month, how come the boss's aura has become stronger again?" Another little cell blocked his eyes with his hands and blinked. Like. So much like. The boss looks so much like Gohan back then. After being tortured by Trunks hundreds of times, the little cells had long since become obedient. At first they were quite unconvinced, but Trunks gradually became stronger and defeated them one by one, and finally the little cells recognized Trunks as the boss. Since Trunks called Son Gohan brother, the little cells also respected Son Gohan. Bang! As soon as the 2 little cells finished speaking, their bodies crashed into the other little cells like a truck out of control. 5 little cells slumped on the ground, holding their stomachs, and in front of them a blonde boy was retracting his legs. Trunks said with cold eyes, "I said, don't call me boss. Trunks didn't have much good feelings towards these little cells. After all, they wanted to cut Vegeta into pieces. If it weren't for the fact that these little cells had the intention to turn over a new leaf under the influence of his fists and feet in recent years, he would have killed them all. One of the little cells immediately nodded and said to Trunks, "Okay. Lord Trunks. We got it. Lord Trunks is a genius. Your aura is even stronger than the last time we met." Trunks pursed his lips and recalled the past 7 years. He has been practicing hard in the past few years and dared not neglect it at all. He knew that due to his arrival, the inherent history of this time and space has been changed. He had no idea what changes would happen in the future. All he could do was to keep getting stronger. But 7 years have passed, and he has only reached the level of Super Saiyan full power. Next, the strength of the bosses to appear is based on the standard of Super Saiyan 2. There is no Son Goten in this world, so the idea of merging into Gotenks is simply unrealistic. No. You can no longer make me progress. It's too late. After saying that, Trunks threw down a few universal capsules, jumped up, and flew away from the island. And a few little cells, as if they saw a treasure, their eyes lit up and scrambled to pick up the universal capsules. I wonder what toys the boss brought us this time. Hey! Just now the boss told us not to call him the boss, didn't you hear us? We should call him Lord Trunks. Bang! Pile of toys popped out of the universal capsule, and the little cells were ecstatic. These toys made the little cells willing to. As a bargaining chip for sparring, he would leave some toys after beating them up every time. The little cells are like children in nature. After so many years, they still maintain the body shape of children. Hey, what do you think the boss just said? Asked one of the little cells. A little cell who looked smarter suddenly paused, and suddenly he shouted, "Does it mean that Lord Trunks thinks we are too weak? If Lord Trunks doesn't come to us for sparring in the future, then we will never get toys again." As soon as these words came out, several little cells were like a pot of boiling water. Since they were born by Cell, their strength has been stagnant at the level of the late Super Saiyan. They are playful and have hardly practiced, which is one of the reasons why Trunks was able to defeat them. No. For the toys. We have to practice too. Several little cells said in unison. Chapter 32. The sun was setting, and the sky was still burning with the last sunset glow. In the yard of Bulma's house, a jet plane was slowly landing. Swish! The door of the plane was opened, and Bra playfully jumped out of the plane. "Mom! I'm back!" Little Bra called Bulma happily. Hearing Bra's call, Bulma, who had been waiting in the yard for a long time, took little Bra into her arms. At the same time, Vegeta, who was training hard in the gravity room, was also attracted by this sweet voice. He quickly changed his sweat-soaked clothes and took a shower at a very fast speed. After changing his clothes, he quickly flew out of the yard. Dad! Bra's intimate call was like an oasis in the desert, warming Vegeta's heart. Vegeta's eyes were full of kindness, just when he was about to reach out to hug Bra. Bra suddenly turned around and walked straight to the front of the plane. This move made Vegeta stagnate in place. His kind smile froze instantly, and this scene happened to be seen by Bulma. Bulma turned around secretly and squinted her eyes and laughed. Vegeta's old face actually flushed at this moment, and he had no choice but to hold his outstretched hands back to his chest. "Come down! Everyone!" Bra shouted towards the plane, and everyone's eyes gathered towards the plane. 3 short figures slowly jumped off the plane. "Uncle and Aunt, hello, we are Bra's classmates. Please take care of us." The 3 people said in unison, bent down, and bowed politely to Vegeta and Bulma. These 3 people are none other than the Pilaf trio, but they are now children. They found the Dragon Balls a year before the appearance of the androids, and accidentally realized their wish to become children. After the appearance of the androids, the Dragon Balls disappeared with Piccolo's disappearance. The three also gave up the idea of using the Dragon Balls to conquer the world. The three people who became children could not be as powerful as they were when they were young. In desperation, the three had to choose to become good people. Children of different ages should do what they should do. The three worked hard to earn tuition fees and embarked on the road of learning. They unexpectedly became classmates with Bra. After Pilaf's investigation, they also discovered Bra's identity. The daughter of Bulma, the richest man in the world today. The three approached Bra purposefully and tried every means to make friends with him. Looking at the two people and the dog in front of her, Bulma couldn't move her eyes away for a long time, looking up and down with deep eyes. Pilaf, who turned into a child, suddenly became alert and stood up straighter. Oh no, didn't he really recognize us? Xiao Wu's eyes flickered, with an expression of doing something wrong, and the scene of her confrontation with Bulma kept attacking her memory. Is he going to be recognized soon? Ash stretched out his finger and poked Pilaf, but he was sweating and couldn't make up his mind. Pilaf kept bending over at this moment, his body trembling constantly, for fear of being recognized by Bulma. Damn it, if he is discovered, then he will definitely not be friends with Bra. Wivu, Bra said that there are many delicious foods in her house, it seems that I am destined to have no chance to have these. Bulma's stare continued. Pilaf took a sneak peek and found that Bulma was approaching the three people seriously. The three people who were timid were even more uneasy. You are the new friends of Bra? She always mentioned it to me. Look up quickly. You are so polite. Hearing this, the three people quickly looked up, looking at each other. The three smiled at each other and then looked at Bra. Bra smiled, haha, don't be so nervous, you three. My mother is very good. Bulma nodded in agreement, Beulah, then take them to play. I have already greeted the kitchen. Take them to eat when they are tired. Well. Okay, Mom. Let's go. Bra led the Pilaf trio into the house. Only Bulma and Vegeta were left in the yard. Bulma came close to Vegeta and smiled sideways. What's wrong, proud Scion Prince? Bulma. Irma felt the fragrance on Vegeta's body. It was obvious that Vegeta had washed his body carefully to welcome his daughter home from school. The reason why Vegeta had such a habit was that one time when Bra came home from school, he wanted a hug from him, but the large amount of sweat made Bra very disgusted. Vegeta still clearly remembered the derivative of Bra's resistance at that time, so since then, he would wash his body every time Bra came home from school. Vegeta was inevitably a little disappointed when he didn't get a hug from his daughter. But Bulma had obviously seen through his inner thoughts. Vegeta blushed, hugged his chest and turned away, it's so noisy. Just as Vegeta was about to return to the gravity room again, a familiar breath was approaching him. In the sky, a golden cloud was floating over the Universal Capsule Company. Son Gohan waved to Vegeta and Bulma, Aunt Bulma, Uncle Vegeta. Day. Son Gohan jumped down from the somersault cloud and waved politely at it, thank you. Somersault cloud. Gazing at Son Gohan, whom he hadn't seen for 7 years, Vegeta carefully sensed the aura of Son Gohan. Well, not bad, it seems that this kid has not neglected his training over the years. It seems that Trunks did not steal my gravity room in vain. I really want to fight him if I have a chance. Gohan. Why are you here? Where is Trunks? Didn't he go to find you? Bulma asked. Son Gohan scratched his head and looked around. Trunks? Isn't he at home? Speaking of Trunks, he hasn't come to me for training for a long time. Aunt Bulma, I came here this time to ask you for a favor. Bulma raised her eyebrows. Son Gohan actually took the initiative to ask her for help. Most of the Scion's favors were related to training. Bulma asked, do you want a new gravity room? Son Gohan shook his hand and told all about saving people today. Aunt Bulma, I want you to help me design a combat suit so that others can't recognize me. Bulma patted her chest, okay, leave it to me. Swoosh! Another figure appeared in the sky, and Trunks looked down at the ground. Oh! Brother Gohan is here too, it's so lively. Chapter 33. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Trunks landed on the ground without stopping. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Gohan, why are you here too? Before Son Gohan could answer, Vegeta, with a gloomy face, suddenly walked to Trunks' side. The old father's majesty was revealed in an instant. He frowned and asked in a low voice. Trunks, I heard from Gohan that you haven't gone to him to practice for a long time. You refused to train with me at the beginning and had to go to Gohan. Was it because you were lazy? Looking at Vegeta's oppressive face, Trunks had to tell the truth. Well, Dad, I started training with Brother Gohan, but I found that I couldn't beat him at all. So, I went to those little cells. From Trunks' words and face, Vegeta felt that Trunks was not lying. So what are the results of your training? Are those little cells your opponents? After saying this, Trunks looked confident. They are not my opponents, and they also want to recognize me as the boss, but I didn't agree. Hearing this, Vegeta was very happy. The 5 little cells were not Trunks' opponents, which showed that Trunks had not neglected his training over the years. Vegeta nodded slightly in satisfaction, and continued in a pretentious tone. It's just 5 little cells. After saying that, Vegeta looked at Son Gohan with a sharp gaze, which was the real purpose of his bringing up the topic. So, what about you, Gohan? Speaking of this, Son Gohan's expression changed, and he lowered his head, and the atmosphere became solemn at this moment. Uncle Vegeta, I didn't stop training after the battle between Cell and Bojack. My strength is also further enhanced. But... Son Gohan paused, his face became a little unconfident. Vegeta asked hurriedly, but what? Gohan blurted out, but I found that no matter how I practiced, I just simply increased my strength. This is what I thought. We can break through from Super Saiyan and transform into Super Saiyans that surpass Super Saiyans. Then the Super Saiyans that surpassed Super Saiyans. Trunks frowned. He knew what Gohan wanted to say, but it was too difficult for him to understand. Trunks smiled awkwardly and interrupted Son Gohan, Brother Gohan, the transformation after Super Saiyan is called Super Saiyan 2. After thinking for a moment, Son Gohan nodded and continued. In short, we can break through from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2, which means there must be a transformation above Super Saiyan 2, let's call it Super Saiyan 3. After practicing for these years, I always feel that my strength seems to have reached a bottleneck. I think my Super Saiyan 2 has reached the extreme, but I can't break through it and reach Super Saiyan 3. Listening to Son Gohan's story, Vegeta fell into deep thought. It seems that Gohan has also practiced Super Saiyan 2 to the extreme. And he has also realized that there is no way to break through to a further transformation. In Vegeta's opinion, Son Gohan's analysis was not wrong. After all, Vegeta had heard Trunks' voice at the beginning. The sentence that the tail is a necessary condition for transforming into Super Saiyan 4 has always been imprinted in his mind. There must be 3 between 2 and 4. But at present, he and Son Gohan are facing such a problem. That is, he cannot reach Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta's eyes are fixed on Trunks' little head. If you want to know the answer, you have to look at this kid Trunks. The next second, Trunks suddenly broke the deadlock. Brother Gohan, I want to go to the Spirit Time Chamber to practice tomorrow. Do you want to come with me? It happens that tomorrow is the weekend. As soon as these words came out, Vegeta immediately became energetic, and Trunks was puzzled by Son Gohan's invitation to the Spirit Time Chamber. Son Gohan said puzzledly, "Ah? Tomorrow?" Trunks responded, "Yes, Brother Gohan, after all, we haven't fought for a long time, and I also want you to see if I have made any progress." "Just right, I feel that I have reached a bottleneck and need your spur to move forward." To face the next enemy, Trunks had to do this. He had to reach Super Saiyan 2 in a very short time, so he had to enter the Spirit Time Chamber. Son Gohan lowered his head, a little embarrassed, that. Trunks, I have an appointment with a classmate tomorrow. Looking at Son Gohan's look, Trunks immediately grinned. Brother Gohan, the classmate you are talking about is a sister with twin ponytails. Could it be your girlfriend? Son Gohan blushed instantly, looked at Trunks in shock, and stammered. Trunks? How did you know? Son Gohan realized that he had said the wrong thing and was at a loss. No, I mean, how do you know what she looks like? She is not my girlfriend. Trunks smiled meaningfully, I saw her following you today, so I guess it was her. Looking at Son Gohan's expression, Bulma beside him instantly became interested. Really? Gohan, you have a girlfriend? How is she? Is she pretty? Does your mother know? No, I have to call Chi-Chi. Hoo-ho! Bulma turned around and ran into the house with a cheerful step. She couldn't wait to tell Chi-Chi the good news. Son Gohan scratched his head. He really didn't expect Trunks to happen to encounter what happened today. According to Bulma's operation, after returning home, maybe he couldn't explain it to Chi-Chi no matter how much he tried. Actually, Brother Gohan, why can't we let that big sister enter the Spirit Time room with us? Son Gohan was stunned, thinking. Right. Anyway, Videl is also here to practice. Can't she enter the Spirit Time chamber with us? But on second thought, Son Gohan asked. The gravity in the Spirit Time chamber is different from the outside world. She is just an ordinary person, right? Besides, can't the Spirit Time chamber only allow 2 people to enter? If we go in, what about Videl? Before Trunks could answer, Vegeta spoke. This is easy. You bring a gravity chamber in and set it to -10 times gravity, so that it can offset the gravity of the Spirit Time chamber. Vegeta used this method to make Trunks adapt to the gravity of the Spirit Time chamber. In addition, the Spirit Time chamber may not only allow 2 people to enter at a time. Mr. Popo, Trunks, and I have been in the Spirit Time chamber at the same time, so it should be possible for multiple people to enter at the same time. Vegeta's explanation made Son Gohan smile. This way, he could do both things well. Listening to Vegeta's words, Trunks couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in his heart. As expected of a father. Trunks's thoughts drifted into Vegeta's mind, but Vegeta couldn't be happy now. He was still a little unhappy that Trunks invited Gohan to the Spirit Time room but didn't invite him. After that, Vegeta walked towards the gravity room. Trunks wouldn't invite Gohan to the Spirit Time room for no reason. Haha, I must go there tomorrow too. Chapter 34. The night was just right, and Gohan and Trunks were lying on the roof. Bulma learned that Gohan would have an appointment with Videl tomorrow, so she called Chi-Chi and said that she wanted to keep Gohan and dress him up. Chi-Chi happily agreed. So Gohan had to stay at Trunks' house. Trunks, why do you have to go to the Spirit Time room tomorrow? Gohan put his hands on the back of his head and looked up at the stars in the sky. The breeze brushed Trunks' cheeks, and he looked serious, with the image of Super Saiyan 3 in his mind. In the original work, only 2 people have achieved Super Saiyan 3. The first person was Goku. The second person is Gotenks. The former kept training in the underworld and finally broke through to Super Saiyan 3. The latter was formed by the fusion of Goten and Trunks. The 2 little guys just took a look at Super Saiyan 3. In the Spirit Time chamber, he merged into Gotenks and reached the state of Super Saiyan 3. Throughout the original Dragon Ball world, only Goku and Gotenks reached this form. Others either skipped or had their own forms. And whether it was Goku or Gotenks, neither of them cultivated Super Saiyan 3 in an ordinary environment. Goku was in the underworld, while Gotenks was in the Spirit Time chamber. So Trunks guessed that the Super Saiyan 3 form can only be cultivated in a special environment. Gohan could not go to the underworld. To break through to Super Saiyan 3, the only place Trunks could think of was the Spirit Time Chamber. Trunks smiled and explained to son Gohan. Brother Gohan, of course it's to become stronger. As for why it's tomorrow, Trunks avoided talking about it. Only he knew that Majin Buu would appear soon. And this time and space has undergone earth-shaking changes due to his arrival. Who knows what will happen next? After all, in the previous 7 years, Cooler and Bojack's group appeared. What unexpected boss will appear in the days to come? Trunks still vaguely remembered that Bojack's seal was unlocked due to the death of King Kai of the South. What happened in the South Galaxy is all unknown. All he can do is to make the people around him and himself stronger, and let Son Gohan reach Super Saiyan 3 one day earlier, so that he can be more stable. Trunks' incomplete answer still made Son Gohan a little confused. Just when he was about to continue asking, a childish voice came from below. Brother! And Brother Gohan! Come down quickly! Mom asked me to call you to eat. Trunks looked down, and Bra was waving his hands, and a scene that made him unbelievable appeared. There were 3 more figures behind Bra. Is this the Pilaf trio? Why are they here? Trunks stared at Pilaf, with small eyes and big doubts. Seeing Trunks's doubtful eyes, Pilaf, who was living under someone else's roof, smiled immediately. Hello. Bra's brother, we are Bra's classmates. Of course, we are also your classmates, but it seems that we have never seen you in school. Trunks' head was buzzing, he really didn't expect these 3 people to become Bra's classmates. His eyes were focused on Xiao Wu, who was his future girlfriend. But when he thought that her actual age was older than his mother, he couldn't accept it. Oh! Perhaps because he was too shocked, Trunks simply moved his lips and jumped down with Son Gohan. Trunks walked in front alone, frowning all the time. He could not see the things in this time and space clearly. Son Gohan behind him was confused. Trunks, who had just been chatting happily with him, suddenly became indifferent. Bra pouted and wondered in his heart, what's wrong with my brother? He is not like this usually. Well, Pilaf, Xiao Wu and Ash, I'm really sorry, my brother may be thinking about something. Pilaf and Ash smiled and kept repeating. It's okay, it's okay. Xiao Wu on the side had a different reaction. Her eyes were fixed on Trunks. Back view. Her little face turned red, and she secretly sighed in her heart, he is so cold, I am so. Soon, they arrived at the dining place. Bulma had prepared the food long ago, but what puzzled Trunks was that there were 2 tables here. On one table was a full banquet, and on the other side were piles of plates. Bulma waved her hand, and a group of robots took away the plates in an orderly manner. Bulma put her hands on her waist helplessly and apologized, I'm sorry, my husband had something to do just now, so he left in advance. Trunks felt Vegeta's breath and was indeed no longer nearby. Trunks, who had been hungry for a long time, didn't care so much. So, the dining table turned into a battlefield, and it became a whirlwind for a while. After dinner, Son Gohan was forced to change a lot of clothes. In the end, under Bulma's arrangement, he was forced to wear a brown suit. By the way, Aunt Bulma, when will my transformation costume be ready? Gohan cares more about this than the suit. Bulma is one of the most talented scientists on Earth, and she has already done this little thing. She handed a watch to Gohan, it's already been made, all according to your requirements, press this button and you can transform. Gohan took the watch, put it on, and instantly transformed into the Saiyan-masked Superman under the gaze of Trunks and Bulma. Gohan looked in the mirror and was very satisfied with his new clothes. He also did a few strange movements. He was deeply influenced by the Jinya force when he was a child, so he was like a fish in water when doing these movements. How about it? Trunks? Handsome. How about Aunt Bulma also make a set for Trunks? Trunks was stunned in place. He had prepared himself mentally for this scene, but he didn't expect that when this scene really happened, he still couldn't hold it back. That Gohan brother is really handsome, but I don't think he's suitable for me. How about you ask Sister Videl tomorrow? Speaking of Videl, Son Gohan became normal again. Oh, that's right, I don't think I've told Videl not to come to my house tomorrow. Forget it, I'll pick her up early tomorrow morning. As he spoke, a black shadow suddenly passed by the window, and the shadow flew very fast. But Trunks and Son Gohan also sensed the breath of this black shadow at the same time. It was none other than Vegeta. Trunks looked out the window in confusion. It's so late, what is Dad doing? Chapter 35. The new day begins with the sound of early birds. A new day begins with the sound of birds chirping. Trunks, who is sleeping soundly, has no idea that Gohan has already left. Gohan transforms into the masked Saiyan and sets out to find Videl. Since the Cell of this time and space was defeated by Gohan and Vegeta in one day, the Cell games were not held. Satan did not become a great hero in this world. No one has ever heard of the defeat of the android by Gohan and Vegeta. They only know that the android suddenly appeared one day 7 years ago and suddenly disappeared a few days later. In their opinion, maybe the king successfully found the boy who had defeated Piccolo and saved mankind again. In Zidou, in a place called Satan Martial Arts Hall. Since Satan was not considered a great hero, there was no Satan City. Although Satan did not know how to use Chi, he was one of the best among ordinary earthlings. He was also well known in the local area and opened a martial arts hall. Later, the business was expanded and the martial arts hall was opened in Zidou. A cute girl with twin ponytails wearing a white shirt was packing her luggage. Dad! I'm leaving. Vidalai took out a universal capsule, got on a jet car, and prepared to embark on the journey to Bayazai Mountain. Satan put his hands on his waist, waved goodbye, and said suspiciously, "What do you mean by visiting someone who is more powerful than me? Is there anyone in this world who is more powerful than me, Satan?" Vidalai said loudly, "Dad, I can be sure that he is very powerful." After that, Vidalai stepped on the accelerator and drove at full speed. Vidalai studied in a high school in Zidou. Although she did not become a young lady, Satan was able to make her worry-free. Under the influence of Satan, Vidalai was still keen on martial arts. In her own martial arts hall, she was already invincible and was praised as someone who could surpass Satan in the future. But until one day she witnessed a blonde boy catching bullets with his bare hands and solving all the gangsters at a very fast speed. What's more terrifying is that she saw that the blonde boy actually jumped up to the 18-story building. And now she is about to go to this boy to discuss martial arts. Even in the prosperous West City, robberies and shootings still happen every day. Unfortunately, Vidalai saw it. She is a kind-hearted person who is well versed in martial arts. What she hates most is such a bad incident. She quickly stopped the car and walked towards the gangsters without hesitation. Just as she was about to take action, a stranger in strange clothes suddenly appeared in front of her. Another familiar set of bare-handed bullet-catching operations was performed in her eyes. The speed shown by the person in front of her made her unable to see clearly. It was just a few seconds to subdue all the gangsters. The gangster cursed, "Damn it! Who are you?" I saw Son Gohan raised his hands to his forehead, squatted, and made a few gorgeous circles. "I am the righteous, masked Saiyan Superman who specializes in punishing evil." Looking at the strange man in front of her doing abstract and clumsy movements, Vidalai couldn't help but sigh. It was really too childish. Videl slowly approached Son Gohan and poked his arm with her hand. "Gohan-kun." Son Gohan was frightened out of his wits. He looked around anxiously. After making sure there were no other familiar people, he leaned close to Videl's ear. "Videl, how did you know it was me?" Hearing this, Videl spread her hands and replied, "I heard it from your voice. Who else but you can solve the criminals so quickly?" Son Gohan laughed awkwardly. Haha, it seems that I can't talk too much in the future. Vidal asked, why is Gohan here? And why are you wearing such clothes? Son Gohan fluttered his cloak and took a look at his clothes. Hee, Vidal, isn't my transformation costume good looking? Looking at the self-indulgent Son Gohan, Vidal couldn't tell the truth after all. It looks good. But didn't we agree that I would find you? Son Gohan glanced at the car behind her and said, it's like this. Due to changes in the situation, I have to go to a place called the Spirit Time Room for training. Vidal. Aren't you going to learn how to fly from me, classmate? Why don't you go in with me? It's a special space inside, 1 day outside is 1 year inside. Listening to Son Gohan's words, Vidal's eyes lit up, her ponytails almost stood up, and she was so excited. 1 year inside, 1 day outside. This is amazing. The girl couldn't hide her curiosity at all, and immediately put away the jet car. Gohan. Let's go. Son Gohan didn't expect Vidal to be so excited, and nodded fiercely. Okay, Vidal classmate, but we have to go to the Universal Capsule Company now, and I have to wake up Trunks. Vidal was stunned. Universal Capsule Company. Isn't that the world's #1 company? Why would Gohan go there? Before Vidal could react, Son Gohan's hands were already on her waist. Vidal's whole body shuddered, and subconsciously tensed her nerves. The ignorant adolescent girl's cheeks suddenly turned red, her breathing became rapid, and she turned around to look at Son Gohan. But Son Gohan just said seriously, Ms. Vidal. We are leaving, please hold me tight. The next second, her body was suddenly lifted up by Son Gohan. Although she was different from ordinary girls, she was still a girl after all. It was inevitable that she was a little scared for her first time flying. She hugged Son Gohan obediently. At this moment, it was her first time to experience the joy of flying. The incomparable feeling made her forget everything. She let the wind mess up her hair, but for some reason, the wind was not cold at all, but warm. After flying for dozens of seconds, the two finally arrived at the Universal Capsule Company. Day. The two landed at the same time. The wonderful and magical feeling just now made Vidali linger, and her little face was still rosy. Her little eyes kept scanning the huge yard and the magnificent decoration. She was sure that she had arrived at the Universal Capsule Company. Vidali, please wait for me for a while, I will call Trunks now. Just then, an extremely beautiful young woman appeared in Vidal's eyes. Bulma was approaching the two of them, smiling and waving at Vidal. You are Gohan's girlfriend. The word girlfriend was about to come out, and Son Gohan immediately felt bad. Fortunately, Bulma immediately realized her mistake and continued. Female classmate, Vidal classmate, I am Bulma, nice to meet you. Vidal was shocked. She had heard that the Universal Capsule Company was the industry of the world's richest man, and she had heard of this young and beautiful woman in front of her. Hello. Hello. Ms. Bulma. Nice to meet you. Bulma smiled slightly and took Vidal's hand. Haha, don't be nervous, just call me Aunt Bulma, just like Gohan. Oh, let me tell you, Gohan is a very good kid. I watched him grow up. Looking at such a passionate Bulma, Vidal's suppressed heart instantly relaxed a lot. At this moment, Gohan's face was already blushing. Bulma completely regarded Vidal as Son Gohan's girlfriend. In order not to embarrass Vidal, Son Gohan had to interrupt Bulma. Aunt Bulma. Please help me call Trunks. We agreed to go to the Spirit Time House. As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared on the roof. Brother Gohan. In fact, Trunks had been waiting for a long time. He had just watched a good show. His face was full of smiles, and he looked like he was still not satisfied. Let's go. Hearing this, Trunks flew directly to the Temple of Heaven. Son Gohan hugged Vidal's waist. When he was about to keep up with Trunks' pace, Bulma stopped the couple. Wait a minute. Please take this with you. Gohan. Bulma then took out a few universal capsules and handed them to Son Gohan. This is full of food, all of which Trunks likes to eat. I don't know how long you will stay in there, so I prepared some more. Son Gohan took the universal capsule and followed Trunks. Watching the few people disappear without a trace, Bulma took out a remote control and summoned the mother-child robot. A large screen appeared out of thin air, and Chi-Chi appeared on the screen. Bulma said, "How is it? Chi-Chi, are you satisfied?" Chi-Chi smiled happily, as long as Gohan likes it. Chapter 36. The sky was full of stars, and the sky was full of stars. In the sky, 3 figures were galloping forward. Videl recalled what Son Gohan told her about the spirit time chamber. 1 day outside is 1 year inside. She had only seen this special space in science fiction novels. Is there really such a magical place, Gohan-kun? Videl stared with big eyes, like a curious baby, eager for Son Gohan's answer. Before Son Gohan answered, Trunks had already responded, "Big sister, you will know when you get to the spirit time chamber. In addition to 1 year inside and 1 day outside, the gravity inside is also 10 times that outside. Even the temperature difference between day and night is very large." Trunks explained to Videl in a quirky way. "What do you think, big sister? Are you still going to go in with us? After all, you are just an ordinary person." Videl fell into silence. What Trunks said was not without reason. Trunks and Son Gohan were both able to fly. Although she was also a martial artist, she seemed too ordinary in front of these 2 people. However, how could she give up easily? After all, she was already here. "I still want to go in with you. Gohan-kun promised to teach me how to fly." After saying that, Videl gritted her teeth and looked at Son Gohan firmly. "Right, Gohan-kun." Son Gohan was also very motivated for a while. "Since Videl classmate is determined to practice with me, let's go in together." Hearing this, Videl and Son Gohan smiled at each other. Trunks was also very motivated. It seemed that he would be the light bulb. The 3 of them increased their flying speed, and soon Videl saw a building floating in the air in their eyes. "The Temple of Heaven is in front of us, Videl, the spirit time room is inside." Swoosh! The 3 of them landed on the Temple of Heaven at the same time. Videl, nestled in Son Gohan's arms, was immediately attracted by the mysterious and magnificent Temple of Heaven. She looked left and right, blinked suddenly, and then came to the edge of the temple and looked down. Is this true? Is there really such a place in the world? Is this where the gods live? Big sister guessed right, this is where the gods live, called the Temple of Heaven. Trunks explained. Videl's eyes were full of surprise. What she encountered in the past few days were all things beyond her common sense, and all of this was related to Son Gohan. Videl looked at Son Gohan with admiration again. At this moment, Son Gohan was looking for something. Strange, where did Mr. Popo go? Why can't I see Mr. Popo? It has been 7 years since the last time they came here. Now Gohan and Trunks have grown physically. Worried that Mr. Popo would not recognize them, Gohan shouted twice. "Mr. Popo! Are you there? I am Gohan. I came with Trunks to borrow the spirit time room." Still no one answered. Gohan immediately felt something was wrong. After all, no matter how much he and Trunks changed their appearance, Mr. Popo could still sense their breath. "Brother Gohan!" Trunks's shout interrupted Gohan's thoughts. Gohan looked at Trunks, who was standing at the entrance of the spirit time room. Gohan was surprised to find that the door at the passage was actually open. "Brother Gohan, Mr. Popo's breath is in here." Trunks had already sensed Mr. Popo's breath, and it was at the end of this passage. The 2 brothers nodded to each other. Realizing that something must have happened, and rushed to the passage in tacit understanding. The two ran all the way, and their footsteps resounded throughout the Temple of Heaven. The confused Videl couldn't keep up with the two. Gohan-kun! Trunks! Wait for me! But the two ignored Videl's shouting and continued to run down. The door of the Spirit Time House seen on the Temple of Heaven is actually just a door leading to the bottom of the Temple of Heaven. The door opens into a passage, and the end of the passage is the Spirit Time House, which is at the bottom of the Temple of Heaven. Finally, the two saw Mr. Popo squatting next to the Spirit Time House. His face was very bad, and his dark face was covered with sweat. Even the arrival of Son Gohan and Trunks did not attract his attention. Mr. Popo! You! How could he be guarding outside the Spirit Time Chamber? Son Gohan asked Mr. Popo anxiously. Trunks also cast a concerned look. Mr. Popo, what happened? As he said that, Trunks waved his hand in front of Mr. Popo's eyes. Finally, a little life appeared in Popo's eyes. After seeing that the person coming was Trunks, Popo actually showed an apologetic look. His nose was sour, and he almost cried, "I'm sorry, Trunks, It's all Popo's fault." Popo failed to stop Vegeta from entering the Spirit Time Chamber. Son Gohan and Trunks were shocked at the same time. It turned out that Vegeta left without saying a word last night and entered the Spirit Time Chamber. It turned out that from that time on, he had already entered the Spirit Time Chamber. Then why is Mr. Popo crying? Son Gohan asked. Popo's voice became low and explained, Vegeta has entered the Spirit Time Chamber twice, and the time of both times did not exceed 2 days, but he entered the Spirit Time Chamber this time. The total time has exceeded 2 days. If it exceeds 2 days, the door of the Spirit Time Chamber will disappear forever. Vegeta can never get out now. Trunks, I'm sorry, I tried my best to stop Vegeta at that time, but he didn't listen at all. He also said that if he didn't let him in, he would blow up the Temple of the Gods. Listening to Mr. Popo's explanation, Trunks' mouth twitched. In his opinion, this kind of thing is indeed something his father can do. But Trunks didn't show that he was very sad. He just helped Mr. Popo up from the ground and comforted him. Mr. Popo, don't blame yourself too much. Trunks' reaction made Son Gohan and Popo look at him strangely at the same time. It should be the time for him to be sad, but he comforted Popo. This behavior made Son Gohan blink his eyes, with a little shock on his face. Is Trunks stimulated? Then Mr. Popo, is there any other way to save it? But before Popo could answer, Trunks looked confident, his eyes were firm as if he wanted to join the party. There was no sadness on Trunks' face, but surprisingly happy. Mr. Popo, Brother Gohan, please don't worry. My dad will definitely come out. After this, Son Gohan became more confused. Vegeta was trapped in the Spirit Time Chamber, but he didn't expect Trunks to be able to laugh. Son Gohan had to look at Mr. Popo again, eager to get an accurate answer. P.S. The setting of the Spirit Time Chamber is mentioned in the Dragon Ball Complete Works. The Spirit Time Chamber is located at the bottom of the Celestial Temple. In the Dragon Ball Z Majin Buu arc, Piccolo let Son Goten and Trunks practice in the Spirit Time Chamber for a while to delay time, and took Big Buu to take a detour. This is the setting added here. Chapter 37. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for a long time. Gohan-kun! Trunks! Wait for me! Accompanied by a girl's gasp, Videl appeared in the eyes of the three. Sorry, Videl, something went wrong. Sorry. Son Gohan looked apologetic and told Videl the whole story. Hearing the news that Vegeta was trapped in the Spirit Time Chamber, Videl unconsciously looked at Trunks and comforted him. Trunks, I'm sorry to hear this news, don't be too. Trunks raised the corner of his mouth slightly and interrupted Videl. Don't worry, Sister Videl, my dad will definitely come out. Trunks's confident answer brought everyone's doubts. After all, he has been so sure that Vegeta can come out more than once. The silence of the crowd was broken by Mr. Popo. As a servant of the Celestial Temple, Mr. Popo knows a lot about the Spirit Time Room. Once the door of the Spirit Time Room disappears, the people inside will be trapped inside forever. But there is another way to get out, that is, when the strength reaches a certain level, you can break the space barrier and come out. Mr. Popo's words instantly made everyone boil. So, as long as Uncle Vegeta can break through the space barrier with his strength, he can come out of the Spirit Time Room. Son Gohan's eyes became dazed. From last night to now, it has been nearly half a day, so it has been half a year in the Spirit Time Room. Uncle Vegeta has not come out yet, which means that his current strength is not enough to break through the space. Then why is Trunks so sure that Uncle Vegeta will definitely come out? Let's go, Gohan, Videl, we can practice outside. Let Gohan teach you the air dance. Trunks' tone was unusually calm, and there was no worry on his face. Because in his opinion, Vegeta's strength has reached the peak of Super Saiyan 2. After entering the Spirit Time Chamber, breaking through Super Saiyan 3 is just around the corner. In the original work, Gotenks transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and broke the space barrier. By then, Vegeta will definitely be able to break through the space barrier and come out of the Spirit Time Chamber again. Seeing that the two were reluctant to move, Trunks had to push Son Gohan's back. Let's go, Gohan, what are you thinking about? In the universe. In the endless darkness. A little bit of light seemed particularly dazzling, and a spaceship was approaching the Earth at the speed of light. In the spaceship, a man was in hibernation. However, his sleep condition seemed to be very bad. His eyebrows were raised again and again, and his strong body was tested again and again. Finally, he suddenly opened his eyes. For a moment, the pungent smell of blood rushed into his nose, and his ferocious eyes looked at the corpse in the corner. It seemed that the owner of the corpse did not seem to have been dead for long. Garbage! The man looked at the corpse with contempt, and the next second he actually put it into his mouth and ate it raw and bloody. His spaceship was getting closer and closer to the Earth. Temple of the God of Heaven. Bidliri was closing her eyes tightly, directing her breath without distraction. Under the guidance of Son Gohan, she finally touched the threshold of the sky dance technique. But in less than a second, the air in her palm disappeared, and her body softened. I didn't expect Videl to improve so fast. It's true that martial artists are easier to learn. Son Gohan couldn't help but give Videl a thumbs up. Hearing Son Gohan's praise, Videl was delighted. Then can I fly? It's not enough to just do this, Sister Videl, this is just the beginning. You can learn to fly after you learn how to use your energy. Trunks kept flying in the sky, and from time to time he circled behind Videl. Videl looked at Trunks flying casually with envy and jealousy. Suddenly, a familiar voice came into the minds of the two brothers, and Trunks became calm. Gohan! Something big happened. Lord Kai! Son Gohan and Trunks said in unison. The man who killed the South Kai 7 years ago has come to our North Galaxy. Son Gohan and Trunks immediately became very alert. It was because this person killed South Kai that Bojack was resurrected. Your father and I have observed him for many years. Originally, he went to the Western Galaxy, but for some reason, he disappeared in the Western Galaxy. 7 years later, he reappeared in our Northern Galaxy. And he is heading to Earth. Hearing this, the two brothers immediately perked up. The old voice trembled as he continued to speak. Please. Gohan. Trunks. This man's strength is terrifying. So much so that Goku wants the fortune teller to take him back to Earth for one day. Son Gohan's body trembled, even Dad thinks it's terrifying. He needs to go on stage himself. Trunks became alert, who could be the person that even Uncle Goku finds terrifying? King Kai continued. Yes. Goku wanted to come back, but something happened in the underworld, and he and Piccolo have already rushed over. So, the earth is handed over to you. After he solves the chaos in the underworld, let him come back to the world to help you. By the way, where is Vegeta? Son Gohan was speechless. Lord Kai. Uncle Vegeta is trapped in the spirit time chamber, and he may not be able to get out for a while. Hearing this, King Kai stamped his feet anxiously, but he didn't expect Vegeta to be away at the critical moment. At this moment, Trunks' figure was frozen in the air, and he raised his head and looked up at the sky. At the same time, Son Gohan also looked up at the sky with his head held high. Brother Gohan, do you feel it too? Son Gohan's keen insight has already sensed that this extremely violent breath has reached the Earth's atmosphere. Lord Kai. I can't take care of so much. Trunks and I will go first. After that, Son Gohan and Trunks cut off the connection with King Kai. Sorry, Videl, Trunks and I have something urgent to do, so you stay here and don't go anywhere. Looking at the serious Son Gohan, Videl just nodded fiercely. Obviously, something big happened. In order not to cause trouble for them, she planned to do what Son Gohan said. The figures of Son Gohan and Trunks turned into two lights and flew towards the direction of the violent aura. The two dared not neglect it for a moment, because they had just talked with King Kai, and they had already noticed that the enemy had arrived on Earth. A few dozen seconds later, the two successfully arrived at a wasteland. A spaceship came into view, and a tall and burly man with a naked upper body appeared in their sight. And Trunks recognized the identity of this person at a glance. It turned out to be Broly. The old version of Broly. But what made Trunks even more unexpected was that Broly actually had a capital M on his head. Chapter 38. The two of them were in a forest of stones. In the wasteland, two people in strange clothes were secretly observing Broly. One of the tall people with wrinkles on his face was respectfully asking the short man beside him. Lord Kaishin, do you want to stop these two earthlings? Jebet, don't you think this guy looks familiar? King Kaishin's eyes were sharp, staring at Broly. Jebet followed King Kaishin's gaze, and Broly's proud figure instantly reminded him of something. It's him. The one who put the southern galaxy in crisis. How could this guy appear on Earth? He has disappeared for a long time. How come he suddenly appears now? The eyes of King Kaishin have become crescents, because he has found the letter M on Broly's forehead. Jebet, the situation seems to be more complicated than we thought. I didn't expect that the guy controlled by Babadai is him. Jebet's mood is very unstable now, and the current situation has exceeded his expectations. Damn! What should I do? The two of them have heard of Broly's methods. Saving people is important. Let these two earthlings escape first. After saying that, the two of them jumped up at the same time and blocked Son Gohan and Trunks at the same time. Earthlings! Go away, it's dangerous here. Jebet glared at Trunks and Son Gohan and warned them. Looking at the backs of Jebet and King Kaishin, Trunks immediately recognized them. But Trunks and Son Gohan did not do what Jebet said. The two walked forward without hesitation, staring at Broly with deep eyes. It's dangerous here. Please leave quickly. King Kaishin warned the two again in a dull voice. But just as the voice fell, King Kaishin suddenly felt a breeze blowing by his ears. Whoosh! The two brothers appeared in front of Jebitu and King Kaishin. King Kaishin was full of doubts. This? When did they come here? Son Gohan took a fighting posture and kindly reminded the two behind him. It's dangerous here, please leave. Looking at the boy and the young man in front of him, King Kaishin's eyes began to be dazed. Hey, the two uncles behind, stay away, I'm afraid I'll hurt you later. The person who spoke was Trunks, who kindly reminded King Kaishin. King Kaishin had no idea that his life was tied to Beerus. If Beerus knew that this guy dared to fight Broly, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. The wrinkles on Jebet's face became denser, and it was obvious that he was angry. "Asshole! Do you know that the person in front of you is the current?" Before he finished speaking, Trunks instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. A wave of heat swept over and successfully hit Jebet's face, and Jebet swallowed the words he was about to say. A child can actually burst out such energy. Jebet's breathing became slow, and he was deeply attracted by this scene. But the next second, a golden air lotus bloomed on Son Gohan. Realizing that the guy in front of him was even terrifying to his father, Son Gohan directly transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, it was not only Jebet who was shocked, but King Kai Shin beside him was dumbfounded. He felt that Son Gohan's strength surpassed him. "Two uncles, you can see that this guy is not simple, you are not his opponent, please stay away." Although Trunks' words sounded uncomfortable, King Kai Shin and Jebet still silently accepted this suggestion. He tilted his head towards Son Gohan and continued, "In addition, Brother Gohan, I think I have to go with these two uncles. I'll leave this to you first." Trunks' eyes could not leave the M on Broly's head for a long time. Now it seems that Babadai should have arrived on Earth. The most urgent thing he has to do is to kill Babadai with King Kai Shin. As long as Babadai is killed, the problem can be solved from the source, and Majin Buu will never be resurrected. The situation that Broly is controlled by Babadai is beyond his expectations. Once Majin Buu is resurrected, other unknown changes will occur. Son Gohan looked at Trunks in confusion. "What's going on, Trunks?" Trunks replied, "I think these two uncles need my help." As he said that, Trunks walked straight to King Shin. "Uncle, what is the purpose of your coming to Earth?" Trunks asked knowingly. Trunks seemed to be asking a question, but he was actually reminding King Shin and Jebet, and the two of them recovered from their shock. "Stop a magician named Babadai from resurrecting Majin Buu." King Shin replied. Trunks' tone became deeper, "So, did you find him?" The child's questioning was actually a bit oppressive, and King Shin replied truthfully. "No, but we found this person with the letter M on his head. He was controlled by Babadai, so we found him. As long as we follow him, we can find Babadai's whereabouts." Trunks continued to ask, "Then have you observed other people with the letter M on their heads on Earth?" Kaishin thought for a while, then shook his head. "Except for this person, we didn't find anyone else." After saying this, Trunks seemed to understand something instantly. Since Broly arrived at the Earth's atmosphere, everyone's attention has been on Broly. From the beginning to now, Babadai has not shown up. Looking at the reaction of King Kai Shin, Trunks felt a little disappointed. If I'm not mistaken, Broly is indeed a cover. We have fallen into Babadai's trap. What the hell are these King Kai and Jepitel doing? They are more likely to cause trouble than to help. Forget it, King Kai can't be blamed. God and Jepitel, it can only be said that Babadai in this time and space is too cunning. Trunks's eyes are on the weak-looking man in the distance. Broly exudes an extremely evil aura. If Broly is Babadai's subordinate, the energy that Broly bursts out of himself is enough to revive several Majin Buu. Presumably, Babadai has already collected all the energy, and the time that King Kai observes Broly is enough for Babadai to find Majin Buu's egg. Now it seems that the resurrection of Majin Buu is a foregone conclusion. Chapter 39. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the two were in a state of panic. Another wasteland on Earth. In a strange building. A dwarf-like magician was watching the entire battle process with a magic ball. And behind him was a flesh cocoon full of blood vessels and horrifying. Sure enough, as Trunks thought, Babadai had succeeded. Babadai grinned excitedly. "Good job, Broly. Haha, thanks to Broly for attracting the attention of the King of the Kai, I was able to find Buu's egg. This East King of the Kai is really stupid." A pink guy knelt on the ground humbly and said to Babadai. "Congratulations, Master Babadai, you will be able to revive Majin Buu soon." The person who spoke was none other than Dabura, the king of the demon realm. Babadai laughed cunningly. Dabura, go get all the energy you extracted from Broly before. Yes. Master Babadai. Babadai turned around and looked at the flesh cocoon that sealed Majin Buu with anticipation. My Majin Buu, I will revive you soon. A few seconds later, Dabura walked to Babadai with a few bottles that looked like chamber pots. Master Babadai, this is all the energy, what should we do now? Dabura asked. Idiot. Of course, all of them are for me, Buu. Babadai grabbed the chamber pot and kept injecting energy into the meat cocoon. Seeing this, Dabura also hurried to help. Finally, after a minute of energy injection, the meat cocoon that absorbed all the energy began to change. Under the gaze of Babadai and Dabura, the meat cocoon began to shake violently. Then, a large amount of smoke spewed out of the meat cocoon. Babadai didn't dare to move his eyes away from the meat cocoon for a moment, and he paid close attention to every change of the meat cocoon. Swoosh! The next second, a breaking sound was heard. Babadai's tongue almost fell to his neck, his eyes were abnormally bulging, and his mouth was wide open. Because there was nothing in this meat cocoon. Babadai began to panic. Where's Majin Buu? Where's my Majin Buu? Babadai was almost crazy. Without seeing Majin Buu, his eyes almost broke and his expression was extremely distorted. Master Babadai, what is this? Dabura pointed to the pink mist above the cocoon. After a while, the pink mist quickly gathered and a human figure appeared. The fat Majin Buu appeared in Babadai's sight. Great! My Majin Buu! So you are finally resurrected. But the newly resurrected Majin Buu didn't seem to take Babadai seriously at all. Babadai just put his face on the cold butt. Majin Buu pouted and asked, Who are you? Babadai responded, Majin Buu, I am your master, Babadai. Faced with Babadai's self-introduction, Majin Buu ignored it and made a face at him. Babadai was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, Majin Buu stopped his funny movements and knocked his head, looking like he was recalling something. Babadai looked at Majin Buu with longing, thinking that he seemed to remember something. But the answer he waited for from Majin Buu was, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Dabura, who was standing by, saw this scene and couldn't help but blush and said, Lord Babadai, why does this guy look stupid and not strong at all? Did we make a mistake? Babadai immediately scolded, Shut up. You are also worthy of mentioning my Majin Buu. Babadai was like a father who had just had a baby. After learning that Majin Buu was hungry, he frantically searched for food on his body. But it was not ideal. He had no food on him. Sorry, Majin Buu, I'll find it for you right away. As soon as these words came out, Majin Buu's face changed instantly. His eyes became cunning, and finally his sight focused on Dabura. Whoosh! A purple light shot from his head towards Dabura. Humph! You are the fool! Turn into chocolate for me! The light shot out at a very fast speed, exceeding Dabura's reflex arc. There was no time to dodge, and Dabura was finally turned into chocolate, and Majin Buu put it into his mouth. Babadai's eyes trembled, gone. Dabura was eaten. But the next second, a sinister smile appeared on his face. As expected of my Majin Buu. He killed Dabura with one blow. Pull. Babadai didn't care about Dabura's death at all. Compared with Dabura, Babadai valued Broly, the great hero, more. Let's go, Majin Buu, let's go find Broly together and teach that Kai a lesson. At this moment, Babadai has become ambitious, which is all the confidence given by Majin Buu. But he didn't wait for Majin Buu's reply, and saw Majin Buu made a face at him again. Babadai was furious, Majin Buu. If you don't listen to me, I will seal you in there again. As he said, he pointed to the cocoon on the ground that was split in half. At this moment, Majin Buu was still in the state of a simple child. Seeing Babadai scare him like this, he became honest in an instant. So, the two flew to the place where Broly was. "Brother Gohan, let's go together." Trunks flew to Son Gohan's side. "Don't the two gentlemen need your help?" Son Gohan asked. Trunks shook his head. He didn't want to say too much at this moment. He had already deduced that Majin Buu had been resurrected, and now he had to solve the problem in front of him. Looking at Son Gohan, who was gradually approaching him, Broly suddenly noticed something strange. He frowned, always feeling that the person in front of him was somewhat similar to the old friend in his childhood memory. He asked tentatively, "Kakarot?" Son Gohan, who was moving forward, was stunned. Broly actually called his father's scion name. Is he also a scion? "Brother Gohan, don't be distracted. This guy has already set his sights on you," Trunks reminded Son Gohan. He knew Broly's past clearly. As long as he saw Son Goku or someone who looked similar to him, his rationality would instantly drop by half and his fighting power would soar. Sure enough, after this sound, Broly's muscles began to swell. The next second, his body was surrounded by golden light. He is indeed a scion. Before Son Gohan finished exclaiming, the golden light was instantly replaced by green light. The flowing and soaring golden hair also turned green under the rendering of green light. Round after circle of energy auras washed everything around. Jebet and King Kai Shin, who were hiding in the pile of rocks, were already stunned at this moment. In just one day, he saw 3 people whose strength was superior to his. Jebet had investigated Broly before. In his opinion, he should have some strength to kill King Kai of the West, but he disappeared strangely afterwards, and he did not do too much research. He thought Broly's strength was just like that, so there was the scene where he and King Kai stopped Son Gohan and Trunks together. Are all scions monsters? Jebet sighed. King Kai Shin also covered his eyes with his hands. Such a scene was far beyond expectations. The legendary Super Saiyan? It's really perverted. Trunks complained. Under the stimulation of Broly's super form, the Saiyan cells in Trunks and Son Gohan began to tremble. "I'm a little scared, but very excited, Gohan brother." "Trunks? Me too." While speaking, the two of them kicked their legs hard, and their legs left the ground instantly, and a breeze arose under their feet. The two brothers gathered their strength in their legs and rushed towards Broly. Bang! With a muffled sound, a blow with the power of crushing stars hit Broly's chest. Then, punch after punch exploded on Broly's body. Dazzling fists were swung wantonly, and Broly's body began to retreat backwards. But Trunks knew that this was just an illusion, and Broly was actually testing them. Sure enough, Broly suddenly showed a cunning look. A fist as big as a sandbag suddenly filled Trunks' eyes. "Get out of the way, you're in the way." Trunks was blown away instantly. There was nothing he could do. How could he, a Super Saiyan at full power, be a match for Broly's super form? This Broly was a demon with reason. Now all he could see was Son Gohan. The underworld. The underworld. Deep in hell. Goku and Piccolo were suppressing the riot led by Cell. But they didn't seem to notice that there was a red kid wearing headphones in the distance. And the red kid's job was to manage the evil thought cleaner, but now he was obsessed with music. Chapter 40. The sky was full of fog, and the sky was full of fog. "Hey! Buu, wait for me." Under the blue sky, a dwarf was chasing a pink fat man. Majin Buu, who had seen the light of day again, was full of curiosity about everything on the earth. He looked around excitedly. Looking at Majin Buu, who was getting farther and farther away from him, Babadai became furious and cursed. "Damn it! Bastard Buu! If you don't wait for me, I will seal you up again." But at this moment, there was a deafening explosion in front of him. Babadai stared into the distance while flying, watching the explosion with wide eyes, and saw that the city in the distance was suddenly shrouded in haze. Babadai said in astonishment, "Did Bu do it?" But the next second, his head hit Majin Bu's stomach. Majin Bu was also staring at the city with curiosity. The humans in the city were like ants on a hot pot, and wailing continued from their mouths. The originally prosperous city quickly fell into crisis, and the cause of all this was a monster with only the lower body. The monster had no upper body, but it could burst out with destructive energy. It destroyed the city wantonly, and in just less than a minute, the city turned into ruins. At this moment, a strange thing was happening in the West Capital Universal Capsule Company. An old man with a weird pink body was kneeling in front of Bulma. Obviously, he didn't look like an earthling. The old man's name was Hoi, and he was a magician. Please use the Dragon Ball to open this music box. Only by releasing the hero can the monster be defeated." After that, Hoi presented the music box to Bulma with both hands. Looking at Hoi, who was so sincere, Bulma really wanted to help. "Sorry, I have bad news to tell you. The Dragon Ball disappeared 7 years ago, but don't worry, my husband will definitely defeat the monster." Listening to Bulma's answer, Hoi's eyes flashed with a strangeness. "Are you serious?" Bulma responded sincerely, "Sorry, but I can be sure that my husband will definitely defeat the monster." Hearing this, Hoi put away the pity in his eyes, stood up from the ground in an instant, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Hoi jumped up and flew towards the monster with only the lower body on the other side of the city. The name of the monster is Hildegang, a demon awakened by the dark magicians 1,000 years ago. Under the urging of the magicians, Hildegang began to wreak havoc in an attempt to conquer the universe. Later, he was cut into 2 halves by a righteous priest and sealed in the bodies of 2 heroes. In order to completely seal Hildegang, the 2 heroes planned to seal themselves in 2 music boxes. Not long ago, Hoi removed the seal of Hildegang's lower body and let the lower body kill the hero, so he gained the right to summon Hildegang's lower body. And Hildegang's upper body was sealed in this music box, but this music box seemed to be sealed very tightly. No matter how he cracked it, it would be useless. So he set his sights on the Dragon Ball, trying to get Bulma to help him summon the dragon to remove the seal of the music box. For this reason, he directed and acted in the scene just now, and Hildegang with only the lower body was summoned by Hoi. His purpose was to make Bulma believe that what he said was true, but now he learned that the Earth Dragon Ball had disappeared. So he planned to control Hildegang with only the lower body to trample the entire Earth into ashes. Just as Hoi was about to make a move, 2 figures appeared silently behind him. "Hey, that guy, did you summon this toy with only the lower body?" Hoi trembled, and he didn't know when 2 people appeared behind him. Hoi turned his head and saw a thing that looked even uglier than him looking at him aggressively. And next to this ugly thing was a big pink fat man. "Who are you?" Hoi became alert. And at this moment, Babadai glanced at the music box in Hoi's hand with a sharp look. "What an evil power! So interesting." Babadai's eyes suddenly became sinister. "The thing in your hand seems to be sealed, but I should be able to unlock it. As long as you agree to be my subordinate, I will help you unlock it." Hoi subconsciously shrank back. He shrank back and asked, "Why should I agree to you? Who are you?" I saw Babadai's voice become excited. "The greatest magician in the world, Babadai, he is called Majin Bu." Hearing this, Hoi was shocked. As a person who also used evil magic, Hoi had heard about Majin Bu's deeds. He never thought that he would meet Majin Bu, who turned the entire universe upside down hundreds of years ago on Earth. Nonsense! Majin Bu has obviously been sealed by Babadai. Babadai smiled and said, "It's true that he was sealed by my father, but now I have unsealed him." Listening to the conversation between the two, Majin Bu felt bored and began to doze off. Hoi was still hesitant and half-believing, but Babadai didn't have such patience, and his expression changed. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Bu! Turn him into cookies, you're hungry." The sleepy Majin Buu instantly became energetic and happy like a child. In just a blink of an eye, he turned Hoi into cookies. The music box also fell down, and Babadai took it into his arms and considered it carefully. It turns out that it was sealed. A second-rate magician like him can't unlock it at all, but it can't be difficult for me at all. Babadai waved his staff and washed the music box with a beam of magic. Soon, the music box was opened. Then, a red-haired brave who looked like a Kaishin with a sword on his back appeared in Babadai's sight. The man's name was Tapio, and the upper body of Hildegang was sealed in his body. The two looked at each other, and Babadai soon noticed the monster sealed in the body of the red-haired brave. "Asshole! What have you done?" Tapio roared, because he knew what it meant for him to see the light of day again. The next second, Babadai showed an evil smile and pointed his staff directly at Tapio. A strange light enveloped Tapio's body, and for a moment, an irresistible force pulled Tapio's soul out. A heart-wrenching cry followed. Tapio felt that the person in front of him was forcibly awakening Hildegang's upper body in his body. Tapio moved his hand painfully, and with a swoosh, his trembling hand pulled out the sword from his back. Tapio wanted to end his life. But how could Babadai give him a chance? With a clang, the sharp blade fell to the ground. Tapio's body suddenly disappeared without a trace, replaced by a cloud of mist, which eventually turned into a monster with only the upper body. "It's out! I'm such a genius magician!" Babadai cheered. He controlled Hildegang's upper and lower bodies to merge, and finally the complete Hildegang stood behind him. The difference was that there was a capital M on Hildegang's head. So far, another boss from the movie version was controlled by Babadai. "Let's go, Bu, let's continue to look for Broly." Chapter 41. The old man was secretly studying something. Hell! An old man was secretly studying something. The old man was Dr. Gero, who was killed by androids 17 and 18. He hated the failed works of androids 17 and 18. Unexpectedly, he did not expect that the ultimate android Cell, whom he had secretly studied, would absorb the two androids in a time machine. Dr. Gero took out a notebook filled with information. After learning that the android Cell he studied was killed by Son Gohan and Vegeta, he was very unwilling. That is, 7 years ago, he began to do more in-depth research on how to make Cell stronger in Hell. At this time, a green figure appeared in front of Dr. Gero. Cell rubbed the wound on his face and cursed, "Damn it! Damn Son Goku!" Cell was full of dissatisfaction, because he was in Hell. He had died once and had no chance to use the cells of Scions and Namekians to refresh the near-death passive. Although he was practicing, who of those who went to Hell was not in the state of soul? Cell, who had no entity, had made little progress in the past few years. Compared with kind people like Son Goku and Piccolo, who were as good as alive after death, their strength was far beyond what Cell could keep up with. "This is the 1000th time you have started a riot, Cell," Dr. Gero said earnestly like an old father. Cell looked disdainful and very unconvinced. When he first entered Hell, he could obviously fight Son Goku for a few moves, but as time went on, he gradually found that the gap between him and Son Goku was getting bigger and bigger. Humph! If this wasn't Hell, I would have defeated Sun Wukong long ago. A sharp look flashed in Dr. Gero's eyes. He flipped through the notes in his hand, smiled with relief, and said to himself, "If this wasn't Hell, hee. The reason why Hell is called Hell is because King Yama will imprison prisoners based on the bad guy's disgust." In a lively garden, there was laughter everywhere, and a group of winged elves were singing and laughing. They were playing happy songs around a big tree, and on the big tree, there was something like a white cocoon hanging. Suddenly, the white cocoon shook violently. Frieza gritted his teeth and roared, "Idiot Cell! Defeated by Sun Wukong again." As soon as the laughter sounded, Frieza knew that these elves were celebrating the cessation of the riot in Hell. At the same time, on another big tree, shouts and curses were heard. "Get out of here! Get out of here!" Gula kept shaking his body wrapped in a white cocoon like a maggot. And in the tree next to him, there was also a white cocoon, but this one was much larger than the other two. King Kurd stared at the elves with disgust, cursing, "Sun Wukong! All this is your fault. This seems to be a harmonious environment, like heaven, but for the father and his two sons, it is a real hell." The three people kept cursing, but King Kurd and Frisia hated Sun Wukong, and Gula hated Vegeta. Yama Palace. Sun Wukong and Piccolo, who had just suppressed the riot in the underworld, were reporting the situation to King Yama. "Thank you so much, Goku and Piccolo. You are the ones who suppress these evil people every time." King Yama was very pleased. If it weren't for Sun Wukong and Piccolo, who knows how many troubles would have been caused in these years. Sun Wukong touched his head and said with a smile, "You're welcome, Lord Yama. Piccolo and I just want to practice." "Right, Piccolo." As he said, Sun Wukong looked at Piccolo on the side, but Piccolo was staring at the endless team of souls. The meticulous Piccolo immediately discovered the heresy. "Lord Yama, why did so many people die today?" King Yama's expression suddenly became serious, because his workload today was indeed much higher than usual. King Yama explained, "You are right, many people died today. And, I looked, they all seemed to be killed by others on earth." When these words came out, Sun Wukong and Piccolo were immediately surprised. Because they knew that there was a very, very powerful person. Could it be Broly? Sun Wukong said in astonishment. And at this moment, King Kai's voice suddenly appeared in Sun Wukong's mind. "Goku! Something bad has happened." "Lord King Kai? What happened?" Sun Wukong asked anxiously. King Kai's voice trembled to the extreme. Earth has encountered an unprecedented crisis." As soon as these words came out, Piccolo and Sun Wukong's hearts rose to their throats at the same time. "Is Broly killing people on Earth? Lord King Kai?" King Kai's old voice was intermittent. "No. The situation is more complicated, and a new enemy has appeared. A monster with only the lower body slaughtered a city." Sun Wukong nodded firmly, "Yes. Let King Yama contact the fortune teller. I think that Son Gohan and Trunks are not enough to deal with it. You must return to Earth quickly." Pico's face was very bad, because he only heard Son Gohan and Trunks, so he asked. "Lord Kai, where is Vegeta?" King Kai's voice paused. "This is also the reason why I asked Goku to go back quickly. Vegeta is trapped in the spirit time chamber. It is a question whether he can get out." "What?" Piccolo's face was sweating, and he turned to look at King Yama. "Lord Yama, please contact the fortune teller quickly. Let me go back to Earth for one day." But at this moment, a deafening sound broke out from the depths of hell. Everyone was attracted by the sound. Before they could exclaim, suddenly, one cloud after another that looked like candy rose directly from the ground without any sign. Son Goku and Piccolo were alert at the same time, and they jumped up and jumped out of the Yama Palace. But the Yama Palace was not so lucky. These clouds were not candies, but a kind of barrier. The entire Yama Palace was trapped in the barrier, and the next moment, a fat, big-eared monster with holes on its body suddenly pressed down on the Yama Palace. The monster cheered, "Evil thought wave, evil thought wave." Chapter 42. The green energy aura was waving freely, and circles of energy aura spread out from Broly's swollen body. This terrifying aura swept across the world, and Trunks and Son Gohan clearly noticed that Broly's aura had increased again. "Kakarot! Kakarot! Finally I found you! Ha 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 ha!" Broly laughed foolishly, and his eyes locked on Son Gohan like an eagle's eyes. The attack that Son Gohan and Trunks had just launched on him seemed to have no effect at all. "Damn it! This guy is really the same as the rumors. Trunks gritted his teeth, and energy light waves began to gather in his hands. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The overwhelming energy balls formed a huge net in the sky and rushed towards Broly. Boom, boom, boom. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and a lot of smoke filled Broly's body. Broly appeared in Trunks' eyes unharmed, and suddenly, a breeze that caught Trunks off guard blew across his side face. He felt a burning sensation lingering in his ears. Trunks tilted his head slightly, and a huge fist was attacking his left temple. When he saw this fist, he knew that there was no way to avoid this blow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bones in his head made a crisp sound, and Broly's fist had already hit his forehead. For a moment, Trunks' body was out of control and flew out with his body spread out in all directions. This scene happened so fast that Trunks didn't realize that his body had flown hundreds of meters away. During the time when his body was forced to fly, Trunks felt that his head was about to explode, and blood splashed out from his sunken temple. Boom! His body was like a cannonball that had derailed, slamming into the stone forest. This was the savage power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Trunks! Son Gohan roared at the top of his lungs, and he stood up instantly, raising his aura to the highest level. Son Gohan immediately rushed towards Broly, and driven by anger, he launched a fierce attack on Broly. The twisted body gathered all the power in his right fist, and the punch that was ready to go hit Broly's chest. Bang! A ball of hot air flew up from Broly's chest, and it disappeared in just a breath. It was as if Son Gohan's attack was lost along with the gas. Broly's already strong body became even harder after Babadai's demonization. Son Gohan's mouth twitched. His attack could not hurt Broly at all. But how could he give up when his heart was filled with anger? Son Gohan raised his legs high, his body rotated 360 degrees in the air, and kicked Broly's arrogant face with a side whip kick. Day! A scene that made Son Gohan's scalp numb appeared. Broly actually pinched Son Gohan's leg with one hand, his expression changed, and he laughed ferociously. Then, a bloody scene appeared. Broly dealt with Son Gohan in the simplest and most violent way. He lifted Son Gohan's leg with one hand and dragged his whole body away. The shocked Son Gohan struggled hard, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Broly's restraints. In a hurry, Son Gohan put his hands on his waist and gathered Kamehameha waves with his palms. Boom! Son Gohan hit the Kamehameha waves on the ground, and he wanted to use the reaction force of Kamehameha waves to break free from Broly's hands. Tisk! Broly snorted coldly, not caring about what Son Gohan did. The next second, Broly's palm directly covered Son Gohan's face. He showed a row of teeth, smiled grimly, and used his strong arms to force again. Duan! Son Gohan's head sank into the ground. Ah! The miserable screams were endless. Trunks, with a bloody head, slowly climbed up from the pile of stones. Looking at Son Gohan who was being tortured by Broly, Trunks was thoughtful. No. Broly is a demon. Gohan and I are no match at all. Trunks looked at the Kaishin duo hiding on the side. And his eyes finally fell on the Kaishin's ear. Now Dad. Trapped in the spirit time chamber, unable to get out, only Gohan and I can stop Broly. If you are just Super Saiyan 2, you can't be Broly's opponent. Broly is too strong, you can only use Potara. The Kaishin duo was speechless by Broly's bloody violence. They didn't notice that a scarred body was approaching them. Trunks then staggered to the front of the Kaishin and Jeppet. Looking at the bruised Trunks, the Kaishin was embarrassed and lowered his head, ashamed to the extreme. Sorry, I can't help you at all. Please. Just as Trunks was about to speak, a green light attracted his attention. I saw that a large amount of energy factors were gathering in Broly's mouth, and an indescribably powerful energy light wave was dazzling. Broly is trying to kill Gohan. Gohan will definitely die with this blow. If he dies, then forget about using Potara fusion. Trunks put one hand on his chest and made a gesture to release the ultimate flash. Damn it! Broly! Trunks gathered the last of his strength in his palm, and the golden shock wave flew towards Broly. But the next second, Trunks had to change his mind. The ultimate flash released towards Broly finally hit the sky. Broly suddenly stopped gathering energy waves in his mouth, and he suddenly blocked the dying Son Gohan in front of his chest. If Trunks didn't stop, he would kill his brother Gohan with his own hands. Damn it! Trunks cursed. But then, Broly's huge body appeared behind him silently. Snap! A hand knife fell behind Trunks. His eyes became empty, and a feeling of powerlessness spread all over his body. This all happened too suddenly. With a clang, Trunks fell to the ground. In the last second of his blurred consciousness, he saw Broly's hideous face. Jebet and King of the King's Shin, who were behind Trunks, looked confused. They didn't see Broly's movements at all. Son Gohan and Trunks, who were much stronger than them, fell down, and King of the King's Shin panicked instantly. Broly's claws were about to reach King of the King's Shin, but at this moment, an idea flashed through his mind. Jebet! Use teleportation quickly, escape! Jebet reacted immediately. At the critical moment, he performed an enhanced version of teleportation and finally disappeared from the earth. Broly looked at the air in front of him with a confused look on his face. In a blink of an eye, Son Gohan and Trunks on the ground also disappeared. Broly roared to the sky, and a green ray gushed out of his mouth, turning everything into dust wherever it went. Chapter 43. The target was lost, and Broly stood there, his eyes completely white. For a moment, he didn't know how to vent his anger. His chest rose and fell violently, and his nostrils kept breathing heavily. For many years, the seed of hatred for Son Goku that had been buried deep in his heart completely erupted after seeing Son Gohan. He mistook Son Gohan for Son Goku, and all his hatred and anger were focused on this man with a similar face to Son Goku. At this moment, Broly had only one thought in his mind: find the two brothers who had just disappeared. His eyes scanned the surroundings, not missing any clues. Asshole! Kakarot! Broly's roar resounded throughout the space, with endless resentment and unwillingness. His voice echoed in the air, as if to tear the world apart. Boom boom boom! Aimless energy waves hit the ground where Son Gohan was lying just now. For a moment, broken sand and stones splashed in the explosion, and the whole earth fell into a sea of light. Obviously Broly didn't understand Son Gohan's disappearance very much. He was so angry that he could only vent his anger in this way. In the distance, Babadai and Majin Buu were floating in the sky. Look, Majin Buu, this is Broly. Babadai pointed to the big guy in front and introduced him to Majin Buu vividly. Majin Buu's eyes narrowed into a crescent shape and glanced at Broly. Are we in the same group? Majin Buu asked curiously. Babadai suddenly smiled. Buu, what are you talking about? Of course we are in the same group. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to revive you so easily. But the next second, Majin Buu suddenly dodged Babadai and pointed back. Then why is he rushing towards us? As soon as he said this, Babadai only saw a huge figure running towards him. Babadai reacted immediately. Broly was furious at this moment. He cursed, damn it! This guy is out of control again. After that, Babadai hurriedly recited a spell and activated magic to try to strengthen his control over Broly. But the next second, Broly's wild body still rushed towards Babadai. Babadai panicked. He didn't know why Broly was so disobedient this time. Buu, help me! Babadai finally couldn't hold on any longer. Seeing that Broly was about to kill him, he finally asked for help from Majin Buu. Majin Buu, who was standing by, looked like he was watching a show, and even expected Babadai to be crushed by Broly. Majin Buu had long hated Babadai. After all, Babadai had just threatened him with sealing him, and he didn't approve of Babadai as his master. Upon hearing Babadai's cry for help, Majin Buu turned around and pretended to be scared. Babadai was stunned to see Majin Buu looking so weak. He didn't expect that the demon-like Majin Buu in his father's mouth would be so cowardly. Just when Babadai thought he was going to be killed by Broly, a cloud of smoke suddenly surrounded his body. Finally, a horrifying behemoth appeared in an instant. It was the phantom demon Hildegen. With a violent swing of his huge arm, Broly's uncontrolled body was slapped to the ground. Babadai's frightened face became steady after this scene. He smiled evilly at the giant behind him. "Well done, Hildegen, you are worthy of being my good toy." Hildegen raised his foot suddenly, trying to crush Broly's body directly. "Wait! Hildegen!" Babadai stopped Hildegen. He looked at Broly lying on the ground and began to chant a spell. Soon, the rioting Broly was instantly controlled by him and then returned to normal. Broly, who returned to normal, seemed like a different person. His face was extremely haggard, completely different from the face just now. Broly's teeth creaked, and he stared at Hildegen viciously. Not only Hildegen, but even Babadai and Majin Buu were treated with hatred by him. Babadai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Damn, this guy is getting harder and harder to control. It took me 7 years to control him, but fortunately he is still useful." 1. Thinking of this, Babadai looked at Majin Buu beside him with a look of disappointment. "Hey! Buu! Why didn't you come to save me just now?" Babadai scolded Majin Buu. But at this time, Majin Buu seemed to have changed his face. The weak side just now had completely disappeared. He was staring at Broly with wide eyes. Obviously, Majin Buu was very dissatisfied with Broly's glare. This performance of Majin Buu made Babadai a little confused. Could it be that Buu was pretending just now? At this moment, Babadai had already suspected the fat Majin Buu. But looking at Majin Buu's innocent and silly face, Babadai felt it was impossible. "Forget it, maybe I thought too much." Looking at the 3 monsters in front of him, Babadai already felt that he was invincible. He was very satisfied with his 3 subordinates. Then a bolder idea came to his mind. That is to control more evil people and make them his subordinates, so that he can rule the entire universe. Ha ha ha! This trip to Earth is really not in vain. Majin Buu was resurrected, and Hildegen was also obtained. Then next, let's start from ruling the Earth and implement the plan to rule the entire universe step by step. Temple of the God of Heaven. Vidalai was looking at Mr. Popo with a sad face, because she saw panic on Popo's face. "Sir, please ask, did you sense anything?" Mr. Popo was sweating at this moment. "Little girl, the situation is not good. I sensed that the breath of Son Gohan and Trunks disappeared." "Disappeared? What do you mean?" Popo nodded heavily. Although he was unwilling to believe this fact, he did sense that the breath of Son Gohan and Trunks had disappeared from the earth. Vidalai covered her mouth in disbelief. All this happened too fast. 2 people who were still full of energy a few hours ago, just gone like that? Gohan-kun. Vidal's eyes were already red. Although they had only been in contact for a few days, Son Gohan's sincerity had long been engraved in her mind and could not be erased. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the entire celestial palace trembled. Judging from the frequency of the vibration, the source of the earthquake was at the bottom of the celestial palace, which was the spirit time room. Popo's eyes that had lost hope glowed again. Could it be, it was Vegeta? Chapter 44. The city is full of strange people. 3 strange people broke into the sight of humans. A pink fat man, a short magician, and a taciturn muscular man. Majin Buu, who was always complaining about being hungry, couldn't help being attracted by the candy store. Seeing the delicious food, he rushed into the candy store. Ah! Accompanied by bursts of screams, everyone in the candy store was scared by the fan monster in front of them and fled. Only one dedicated clerk still maintained his professional ethics. She gently patted Majin Bu's back and asked tentatively, "Sir? Hello? We need to pay here." Before the woman finished speaking, Majin Bu turned around suddenly, and his fat face pressed against the clerk's forehead. This shocking face frightened the clerk out of his wits. Majin Bu asked, "Payment? What is that?" Looking at Majin Bu's inhuman appearance, the clerk stammered, "Nothing. Nothing." The woman's body went limp, trembling back a few steps, and then she crawled out of the candy store. Seeing the woman leave, Majin Bu nodded his head, his eyes full of confusion, but what he had to do now was to fill his stomach with these candies. His attention was no longer on the woman who had just fled, his eyes were full of candies. Majin Bu took a deep breath, and with the air storm, countless candies were sucked into his abdomen. This scene was seen by Babadai, who was standing outside the candy store. "Is this really the Majin Bu that my father left for me? Can this guy really scare the whole universe?" Babadai couldn't help but question Majin Bu. Majin Bu obviously has the ability to turn others into candy, but he didn't turn humans into candy and eat them, but chose to come to the candy store. "No. You have decided to rule the world. Then you have to teach humans a lesson. Majin Bu, I order you. Turn all those humans into candy." Babadai shouted at Majin Bu. But Majin Bu was immersed in the sea of candy and ignored Babadai's words. Babadai frowned, and he had to look at Broly in anger. "Broly, go kill those people." Broly only raised his eyebrows slightly in response to Babadai's order. Then, his lips twitched a few times, and his face was full of dissatisfaction with Babadai. Seeing Broly's actions, Babadai involuntarily took a few steps back, chanting spells. "Shut up!" Broly scolded. But the next second, he still flew into the sky, the energy in his palm quickly gathered, and the laser eroded the city like a rainstorm. The wailing of the earthlings continued to be heard on the street. Seeing that Broly still did it obediently, Babadai's hanging heart was still put down. Suddenly, he smiled evilly and flew high into the sky. He began to use magic, shouting to people all over the world. "Everyone on earth, listen to me. I am the magician Babadai, and I will be the master of your earthlings in the future. From now on, you must submit to me. My men just killed a city of people. If you don't want to be killed, then be my dog. In addition, if you have evil thoughts in your heart, you can be promoted to be my subordinate. Humans on earth, do you understand?" Babadai's declaration spread to the minds of everyone on earth under the urging of magic. For a time, everyone on earth was boiling. "What are you kidding? Magician! Be the master of humans. Just now the news reported that City Z seemed to have been destroyed. Is this true?" Some people are still skeptical. But some have already taken action. In just a few minutes, some people with evil intentions have communicated with Babadai. They just witnessed the whole process of Broly destroying the city. They worshipped Babadai as if he were a god, and finally they got what they wanted. On their foreheads, there was an M character. Controlled by Babadai, they began to commit crimes in the city. Zidu. A large number of evil people controlled by Babadai are entering. Attack the Universal Capsule Company. After being demonized by Babadai, the evil in their hearts was infinitely magnified. With the precedent of the android incident 7 years ago, Bulma took certain preventive measures for this situation. In a hurry, she had to open the defense system, and the entire Universal Capsule Company was wrapped in a protective shield. "Oh my god! What happened again?" Bulma was puzzled. In just one day, the Earth fell into crisis again. And it happened to be the time when everyone entered the Spirit Time House. Bulma was worried. "Where are you, Vegeta?" "In the yard." The Pilaf trio was looking at the rioting humans outside with a confused look on their faces. "Did you also hear the voice of Babadai just now?" Pilaf asked. Xiaowu and Ash nodded at the same time. Pilaf gnashed his teeth and clenched his young fists. Hey! How dare you say you want to rule the world in front of me, Pilaf? How ridiculous! We are seniors in this regard. Xiao Wu's eyes were shining, and she looked at Pilaf with admiration. I haven't seen Lord Pilaf like this for a long time. But suddenly, Xiao Wu felt as if her feet were being pulled by something. Xiao Wu lowered her head and saw that a hole suddenly appeared on the ground. A fierce face suddenly poked out from the ground, and Xiao Wu made a sharp explosion. Ah! Lord Pilaf! Save me! And at this moment, a figure fell from the sky, and Bra stood in front of Xiao Wu like a savior. Asshole! You are not allowed to bully Xiao Wu! Bra's flying kick directly kicked the man into the ground. Bra, who was furious, instantly ignited golden flames around him. Xiao Wu was stunned in place, staring at Bra, because in her eyes, Bra had golden hair. At this moment, Bra had completely changed her appearance, and she was no longer the good girl she was in school. Bra! Bra! The next second, Xiao Wu's cheeks turned red. Bra, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, also attracted Bulma's attention. Super Saiyan? When will Bra transform? Her daughter had always been ignorant of fighting. In her eyes, Bra was a good daughter, unlike Trunks and Vegeta. Bulma covered her face and complained, it seems that both my daughter and son are like Vegeta. As she spoke, a gratified smile flashed across her lips. Chapter 45. The sound of Babadai's magic penetrated the ears, drifted thousands of miles, and finally reached the Temple of Heaven. Bidalai looked a little dazed. The previous wave of things had not been resolved yet, and a new change had occurred. She recalled what Trunks said when she first came to the Temple of Heaven. Trunks's father was trapped in the Spirit Time House. And the mysterious building under the Temple of Heaven had been shaking violently for several minutes. Inside the Spirit Time House, Vegeta has been here for almost a year. Recalling that day when he entered the Spirit Time House, Popo tried to stop him in every way. He ignored Popo's advice, and in order to make him quiet, he had to threaten Popo with blowing up the Temple of the Gods. At first, he just wanted to enter the Spirit Time Room in advance, practice inside, and then wait for Son Gohan and Trunks to come in. But unexpectedly, the door of the Spirit Time Room disappeared for some reason. At first, Vegeta didn't notice it at all, and he was still practicing as usual. Days passed one after another, and he suddenly found something wrong. According to the time, it should be the next day outside, but he didn't see Trunks and Son Gohan coming. His eyes couldn't help but look at the door of the Spirit Time Room. But something happened that shocked him. The door of the Spirit Time Room disappeared strangely. Looking at this white space, Vegeta was confused. No door means that he will stay here forever until the food runs out and he starves to death here. He and his wife and children will also be separated. Vegeta panicked when he thought of this. No. No. I, Vegeta, must not be trapped here forever. Bulma. Bra. Trunks. I will definitely come out. Ah! I saw Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his golden aura soared wildly. In just 1 second, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2. With his extremely expanded power, the full power of Super Saiyan 2 was also reached. But at this moment, Vegeta actually vaguely felt that his body was suddenly in a very strange state. His pupils suddenly dilated, and his mind was filled with a picture. A savage giant ape howled to the sky, then transformed into a human form, and finally turned into a baby. And that baby was him when he was a child. Then, the baby switched back and forth between him and the giant ape when he grew up. Suddenly, Vegeta's body was occupied by S cells, and his body was infected by Saiyan energy. As the roar continued, Vegeta found that his body was actually changing. In addition to the crazy expansion of the energy pool, he felt an itch on his head. Then, his hair began to grow wildly, and the air in the spirit time chamber constantly interacted with the cells in his body. The golden hair extended to his waist, and at the same time, his brow bone quickly lowered, and his eyebrows disappeared. Vegeta clenched his fists, and he was very sure that he had broken the shackles of many years. Ha ha ha! Is this the Super Saiyan 3 that Trunks said? Vegeta charged and punched, feeling this new power. Suddenly, Vegeta charged with both hands, and an ultimate flash shot into the distance. Boom boom boom! The originally white space was instantly filled with golden light, and the spirit time chamber was immersed in a sea of light. Vegeta was very excited now. With the previous experience of the first transformation into a Super Saiyan, he knew that he had to restrain his excitement. So, he stayed in the spirit time room for another month. As for why it took a month, it was because he had very little food left. If he didn't get out, he would starve to death here. What he had to do now was to use the power of Super Saiyan 3 to see if he could get out of the spirit time room. After a month of adaptation, Vegeta knew the transformation of Super Saiyan 3 very well. Ah! He shouted, and then transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Then, he frantically increased his strength. A large amount of breath swept out of his body. The shouts became more and more passionate, and the energy in Vegeta's body became stronger and stronger. The entire spirit time room began to shake violently. Finally, under Vegeta's unremitting efforts, the snow-white space actually cracked a gap, through which Vegeta vaguely saw the scene on the Temple of Heaven. Vegeta was ecstatic, he saw hope, but he knew that this was far from enough. The crack must become a hole. Only then can he rush out of the spirit time room. But the next second, Vegeta suddenly sensed 3 extremely evil and powerful auras coming from the crack into the spirit time room. The keen Vegeta immediately noticed the heresy. In addition, Vegeta also found that he did not sense the aura of Trunks and Son Gohan at all. Something happened outside. A thought suddenly grew in his mind. Ah! Out of concern for Trunks, Vegeta's energy once again broke through the limit. The crack suddenly expanded and turned into a big hole. But the big hole had a vague sign of disappearing. Vegeta jumped out of the spirit time room without thinking. Vegeta put away the edge of Super Saiyan 3. As expected, there was no trace of Trunks and Son Gohan in the temple. He glanced around and saw a strange woman, and next to her was Mr. Popo. The two seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time, and were extremely anxious at this moment. Vegeta raised his head suddenly and flashed in front of Mr. Popo. Where is Trunks? Why did his trace disappear? Are there any enemies? Vegeta's tone was very manic, and he was eager to know what happened. Popo took a step back. This was no time to dawdle. Popo told him everything about Son Gohan and Trunks going to Broly. I'm sorry, Vegeta, Trunks and Gohan's traces have disappeared. At this moment, time seemed to be still, and Vegeta's inner world turned grey. Vegeta's heart felt like it was pierced by 10,000 needles, and the face of Trunks in his mind was shattered by these needles. The Dragon Balls have disappeared, and it is impossible for Trunks to be resurrected. Vegeta screamed to the sky, shouting in agony, "Damn it, Trunks! How dare you kill my Trunks!" Vegeta, heartbroken, turned his body into a sharp blade and flew towards the evil aura he felt. Chapter 46. The sky was full of clouds, and the sky was full of stars. In the sky above the city, a supreme chair was suspended in the air, and on this chair, a little guy was sitting. Babadai was enjoying this moment of admiration from thousands of people, with Broly on his left and Majin Buu eating a lollipop on his right. Under his feet were thousands of his followers. Babadai couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. This is just the earth. When I rule the universe in the future, more and more people will follow me. Suddenly, Babadai's young body trembled, and he suddenly laughed. What an angry energy! Could it be that it came to join me? Babadai was very excited, staring into the distance, his eyes full of expectation, and he couldn't help but stand up from the chair. But Broly, who was behind him, suddenly grinned, revealing his tightly locked teeth, looking ferocious. Babadai turned his head slightly, glanced at him, and warned. "Hey! Broly! Be honest! This is someone who came to me." But before he finished speaking, dozens of laser rains like thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, and their target was none other than Broly. Seeing this, Babadai quickly showed a look of horror. Just as he asked for help, Broly beside him actually moved directly without his order. Bang bang bang! Broly instantly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan form, and he had sensed that the visitor was not kind. His eyes focused on the golden light in the sky, and suddenly, a golden figure fell from the sky. "Asshole! How dare you kill Trunks!" A burst of extremely angry voice shook the earth, and the golden light on Vegeta's body was more dazzling than ever before. Vegeta's eyes were fixed on Broly, and the next second, his body was as bright as a meteor. His body was surrounded by lightning at this moment, and he was doing accelerated falling motion, and all the energy in his body was attached to his fist. And his target was Broly's head. Seeing Vegeta's figure, Broly was like a beast. He roared to the sky, and his strong body jumped up under the power of his two thighs. Excited, he punched hard. An energy halo quickly spread into the air with the fists of the two as the center. The powerful energy fluctuations washed everything around with destructive energy. For a while, even the air was roaring. And the group of demonized earthlings below had been all blown away by this powerful residual power. Babadai had also tightly grasped the vest of Majin Buu and hid behind him. What a powerful force! It seems that this guy has a strong resentment in his heart. Babadai said with an excited evil smile. However, if it was only this degree, Broly would still beat him to death. What a pity! Babadai shook his head with a regretful look. Vegeta and Broly's fists were pointed at each other, and their arms were in a straight line. The next second, Broly threw another punch again, and his contemptuous eyes kept shooting at Vegeta, as if telling Vegeta, "That's it." But when Broly's fist was only 5 centimeters away from Vegeta, Vegeta's body burst out with a devastating force. His long golden hair hung straight to his waist, and his sharp eyes were aimed at Broly. Vegeta bent his arms and blocked Broly's 2 fists with one hand. Broly's body froze, and his white eyes were full of questions. "Asshole!" Vegeta shouted, and his endless anger erupted again. The originally evenly matched situation was changed at this moment. Vegeta went down all the way and pushed Broly's body to the ground. Then, punch after punch hit Broly. Vegeta vented his anger unscrupulously. Every time he threw a punch, he imagined a frame of Trunks being killed by Broly. At this time, Vegeta had forgotten everything. His mind was only on his son. Vegeta was more brutal than Broly at this moment. At this moment, Broly had been beaten back step by step, and Vegeta's attack seemed to give him no time to react. Roar! Broly roared. Broly tried to fight back, but just as he roared again, an energy cannon was directly stuffed into Broly's mouth. Boom boom boom! Vegeta's Big Bang attack hit the blooming in Broly's mouth. Broly's body was shaken and sent flying 1,000 meters away, and blood flowed from his mouth at this moment. He licked the blood in his mouth, and the muscles on his face twitched. He seemed to enjoy this feeling. He glanced at where Vegeta was, but for some reason, he didn't find Vegeta at all. Just as he was confused, a golden figure stood behind him. Vegeta shouted loudly, "I want you to be buried with Trunks." Ultimate Flash! The dazzling golden light continued to gather in Vegeta's palm. Vegeta's strength stunned Babadai. This is Broly going to be killed? Majin Buu on the side was watching the battle with relish. He actually imitated Vegeta and put his hand on his chest. Obviously, Majin Buu was imitating Vegeta's moves, and he did this to recognize Vegeta's strength. Just when everyone thought Broly was doomed, an accident happened. The ultimate flash gathered in Vegeta's hands suddenly disappeared, and his Super Saiyan 3 form was also released. How could this happen? This has never happened in the Spirit Time Room. Vegeta was shocked. The weakness of Super Saiyan 3 has already emerged at this moment. Since the Spirit Time Room is a special space, the leakage of Super Saiyan 3 is not so fast. Now that it is in the outside world, this shortcoming is reflected. At this moment, Broly has seen the gap, and he hits Vegeta's forehead with his head. Bang! This blow made Vegeta sober up. He kept shaking his head and transformed into Super Saiyan 2 again, ready to deal with Broly. But at this moment, Babadai on the side actually showed a cunning smile. Very good, you can beat Broly like this. If it weren't for his thick skin and flesh, you would have beaten someone else to death. You are very strong enough to be my subordinate, so now, become my dog. Babadai stretched out his hands and aimed at Vegeta, and his palms continued to generate magical energy. Vegeta's pupils suddenly dilated, and he covered his head in pain. All the evil he had done when he was young was remembered by him. Painful roars continued to sound, and finally an M appeared on Vegeta's forehead. Looking at the M on Vegeta's forehead, Babadai smiled contentedly. So, you are my dog now, ha ha ha. But in just a blink of an eye, Babadai couldn't laugh anymore. Vegeta smiled evilly and responded brazenly, really? The next second, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3 again, staring at Babadai and Broly who had just dealt him a heavy blow. Chapter 47. The two of them were very close. Hey! Hey, from today on, I am your master. You have to call me Lord Babadai. Listen. My dog. Looking at Vegeta's unruly look, Babadai was very unhappy and kept scolding Vegeta while pointing at his nose. Vegeta slowly raised his head, his eyes trembling constantly, as if he was fighting inside, and his eyes had turned red. Seeing that Vegeta did not respond, Babadai planned to activate magic again to make Vegeta listen to him obediently. I told you to call me master. Didn't you hear it? In a moment, Vegeta actually raised his head and looked at Babadai with contempt. Really? Swish, swish. For a moment, the battlefield was once again lit up by the glory of Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta's hunched back stopped instantly, and that supreme and unruly figure appeared on the earth again. Seeing this scene, Babadai's heart was like 1,000 galloping wild horses. His eyes became messy, and he kept repeating. No. Impossible, my magic is the most powerful. He can't have his own reason. Listen to my command. My dog. Babadai, who didn't believe in evil, once again urged magic to try to control Vegeta's heart. However, Vegeta still stood firmly in place. How could a proud Saiyan prince be controlled by an ugly thing like you? However, I have to thank you. It is you who made me stronger. To thank you, I will turn you into ashes, you ugly bastard. I saw Vegeta's body turned into a flash of lightning and attacked Babadai at a speed that no one could catch. In this short second, Babadai felt that this was the closest he had ever been to death. Bu, save me! Babadai wailed. Just as Vegeta was about to kill Babadai, a huge monster suddenly emerged from a cloud of smoke. The phantom demon Hilda just took the punch for Babadai. Then, the phantom demon once again turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared without a trace, taking Babadai with him. Only 3 people were left on the battlefield. Vegeta cursed, Tisk. Wait until I kill these 2 guys before looking for you. As he said, Vegeta looked at the Majin Buu on the side. But to his surprise, Majin Buu in front of him was looking stupidly at the place where Babadai was just now. Majin Buu's brain was working fast, and the next second, he murmured, Babadai doesn't want me anymore. Great! Buu is free. Majin Buu was as happy as a big monkey. The cheerful laughter made Vegeta on the side stunned. What's wrong with this guy? Just when Vegeta's thoughts were stuck, Broly below actually soared into the sky and fired a gas bomb at Vegeta. It can be seen that Broly was very dissatisfied. And Broly's move once again ignited Vegeta's resentment. The clenched fist immediately waved and swung at Broly. Majin Buu, who thought he was free, also ran away from the battlefield at this moment. There was no Buibidi around him. He ran away at will. The next second, the thing that made Broly I didn't understand it happened. Gita said that Bergita did not answer, but it was surprising that this big piece would speak. He always thought that Broly I was just an idiot who would only be slammed. At the moment when the two bodies were about to touch again, Broly still chose to attack with brute force. But just when he thought he had succeeded, Vegeta's body suddenly turned 360 degrees. A sharp-edged man with long golden hair flashed in Broly's eyes. Vegeta was making Broly unbelievable. The speed passed over his side face. Suddenly, Broly felt a hot wind blowing across his face. Ta! A crisp sound burst out beside his ears. Broly's white eyes reflected a thigh moving at a high speed. And the thigh had moved away from his temple, and he didn't even know when the thigh was attached to his face. Puff! A mouthful of old blood spurted out of Broly's mouth, and his sturdy body fell to the ground. In his eyes, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 form had degenerated into Super Saiyan 2 form. At this moment, Broly seemed to understand that Vegeta was not without the power to maintain the Super Saiyan 2 form. Instead, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 at the moment when the two bodies touched. But it was too late, Vegeta's attack had already caused critical damage to him. He suddenly got up, his body was already staggering, and of course he chose to fight again with his strong body. He got up again and again, and stood up again and again. Broly knew that if he could keep getting beaten, he could keep adapting to the intensity of Vegeta's attack. But he underestimated a little bit, Vegeta was now in a state of extreme anger. In every physical contact between the two, Vegeta's fist would only be harder than the last time. Bang bang bang! Vegeta enjoyed the pleasure of revenge wantonly. Use the form of Super Saiyan 2 to maintain endurance, and then use the form of Super Saiyan 3 to deal critical damage. Only he, Vegeta, could think of such a wonderful way to overcome the shortcomings of Super Saiyan 3. This is also the result of his repeated transformation in the Spirit Time Chamber to adapt to Super Saiyan 3. Finally, under Vegeta's repeated brutality, the piece of land under Broly's feet slowly turned bright red. And Broly's body was indeed beyond Vegeta's expectations. After so long, he was still alive. But it was precisely because of this that Vegeta could vent his hatred better. After all, the man killed by Broly was his son who made him change. Ultimate Flash. Finally, the ultimate flash that was not fired just now finally washed over Broly's body. At this moment, Broly, the savage Saiyan who never felt pain, finally let out a painful wail. Vegeta turned around without looking back, tears looming in the corners of his eyes. Trunks! Beating Broly violently did not ease Vegeta's pain of losing his son. Vegeta raised his head and stared at the sky, with Trunks' smile reflected in his mind. It was at this moment that a scene that Vegeta could not imagine was taking place on the skyline. He wiped his eyes, checked again, and exclaimed, "Bart! Leakum! Geez! Aren't they, are they dead?" There was another person present who was even more surprised than him. It was more like a frog than a person. Not far from Broly, there was a frog looking at the sky in astonishment. Chapter 48. The two of them were killed in a car accident. Zidu. Universal Capsule Company. Bra, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, had already killed all the humans controlled by Babadai. But something unexpected happened to her, less than a minute later. Those who were killed by her actually came back to life. There was really no other way, so Bra had to kill them again. "You are so awesome, Bra." Xiaowu gave Bra a thumbs up, and Bra's face turned red under Xiaowu's praise. Bulma also showed a gratified smile on her face, and praised Bra, Bra. You are really my mother's pride. No, hee hee. Bra touched her head, and when she was about to return to normal, suddenly, her eyes suddenly turned into diamond shapes. There were a few more people in her sight. She felt something was wrong. A man and a woman appeared in her field of vision. Number 17, no 18. Bra's eyes were full of hatred, and he clenched his fists tighter, and for a moment he raised his breath again. The android siblings who ran out of hell actually found Vegeta's family to avenge Vegeta. They had never seen the strange little girl in front of them. Number 17 glanced at Bra and said contemptuously, "Oh? You seem to be familiar with us." Number 18, who was standing next to number 17, looked at Bra carefully. It seems that she should be the daughter of Bulma and Vegeta. Hee hee, if Vegeta knew that his daughter and wife were killed, he would be very painful, right? After that, number 18 quickly flashed to Bra and punched Bra in the abdomen. Looking at the demon in front of her, she dodged sideways, then punched number 18 in the face, and shouted angrily, "This time, I will never let you hurt my mother." Bang! 18 retreated dozens of meters, looking at Bra in surprise. Damn! Didn't expect Vegeta's daughter to be so strong? Also, what does this guy mean by this time? Just as 18's thoughts drifted, Bra attacked her again. Bra's offensive was endless, making 18 unable to resist. Finally, 18 was no longer reserved and cursed at 17, "Asshole! Do you want to repeat the same mistake again? Come and help me." Hearing this, 17 remembered that it was because of his arrogance that Vegeta was able to reverse the situation and kill them. 17 also joined the battle. Even so, Bra could handle it with ease and gain the upper hand. Just when Bra thought he could win a great victory, another figure appeared in the sky. This man was extremely strong, blue all over, and wearing a yellow scarf. It was Bojack back then. There was no one behind him, because he had treated his subordinates' lives as dirt, so even if he ran out of hell, he was alone and no one followed him. Bojack, who fell from the sky, gathered Qigong waves in the sky and prepared to shoot them at Bra. But at this moment, a disc-shaped object suddenly attacked from behind him. Qi Yuan Zhan. After that, several exciting voices followed. Cao Qi Bomb. Qi Gong Cannon. Dong Dong Bo. Attacks from 4 directions rushed towards Bojack at the same time. Although Bojack dodged Qi Yuan Zhan, he could not dodge the next attack. His Qigong wave was interrupted. Krillin, Tian Xinyan, Jiaozi and Yam Sha were standing in the sky. Looking at the backs of the crowd, tears welled up in the corners of Bulma's eyes. She wiped her eyes and pinched her face fiercely. Pain! I'm not dreaming, everyone is back. The 4 people in the sky turned around in unison. Krillin waved and smiled, "Long time no see, Bulma." "Hey, Krillin, let's deal with this guy first." Yam Sha reminded. "Yes, don't forget the mission given to us by Lord Kai," Tian Xinyan said. The sudden appearance of several people made Bojack instantly angry and he took off his headscarf. He looked at them with disdain. "Humph, a bunch of trash." The 4 people looked at Bojack with unwavering eyes. They knew that the person in front of them was quite troublesome, but now, they had to go. Swoosh! In less than a second, Bojack flashed. When he got to Jiaozi, the speed was too terrifying for Jiaozi. Seeing that Bojack's knife was about to fall on Jiaozi's shoulder, everyone was on edge. Jiaozi! Tian Xinyan was furious and rushed towards Jiaozi at the fastest speed. The next second, for some reason, Bojack's body was frozen in the air. I saw that his limbs and head were firmly locked by the 5 little guys. The 5 little cells shouted in unison, "Go to hell!" With a bang, the 5 little cells collectively exploded, and gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the sky. Bojack's body was ashes, while the bodies of the 5 little cells were recovering quickly. "Hey! How dare you attack the boss's sister and mother? The 5 little cells shouted at the same time. After dealing with Bojack, they looked at number 17 and number 18 with a covetous look. The boss's sister. Leave these 2 to us. Times 5. Bra's expression was dull, and she obviously didn't know what was going on. She stared with her eyes wide open, and couldn't help but ask a little cell, that, you mean, you are the brothers' younger brothers? Little cell responded, the boss doesn't like us to call him the boss, but we like to call him the boss. Listening to the little cell's answer, Bra twitched her mouth, and her face was full of shock. She really couldn't imagine that the 5 little cells would recognize Trunks as the boss. Not only Bra was confused, but even Krillin and the others felt incredible about this scene. The 4 of them also learned about what happened when Son Gohan and Vegeta solved Cell through Piccolo's narration. You know, these little cells were deadly at the beginning, but now they have become Trunks' younger brothers. Krillin couldn't help but sigh, I can actually accept them as my younger brothers. Trunks, this kid, I really want to meet him. Under the siege of the 5 little cells, the android siblings were defeated again and again, and finally disappeared from the earth again. Everyone. Bulma greeted everyone, her voice mixed with excitement and happiness. Her dead friend actually met her again. This excitement was incomparable. Just as everyone was about to land, Vegeta's figure appeared above the Universal Capsule Company. It seems that the trouble has been solved. Then, he looked at Krillin, Tien Shinyan, and others. Are they resurrected too? I saw Vegeta flying down in a hurry. He couldn't wait to know something. Chapter 50. The 2 of them were so happy that they met. Vegeta. Long time no see. Krillin was the first to greet Vegeta. In the past few years since his death, Krillin often heard Piccolo talk about Vegeta's story. Krillin had learned that Vegeta's temperament had changed, so he greeted Vegeta in a friendly way. The situation was urgent, but Vegeta still had a stern face. He just wanted to know what happened, so he asked directly. Hey, how come you guys are resurrected too? Krillin pursed his lips and smiled bitterly, it seems that Vegeta is still the same. The next second, Krillin explained, in fact, we are not resurrected, we just came out of heaven, and it seems that the same is true for hell. It's just that without the restrictions of hell, those who escaped from hell can also use their powers like when they were alive. At this moment, Tien Shinyan said, now the dead seem to be able to run to the living world. Not only those of us in heaven have come out, but also those in hell. Since we can all come out, Lord Kai might as well let us suppress the evil people who have run out of hell. Tien Shinyan's words made Vegeta fall into thought, and a second later he asked anxiously. Then have you seen Trunks and Son Gohan? They should have gone to heaven like you after they died. As soon as these words came out, the whole room was silent, and everyone fell into silence. Bra's nose was sour, her lips trembled, and she muttered to herself, brother is dead. She had sensed that the breath of Trunks and Son Gohan suddenly disappeared, and because she knew that the 2 were going to the spirit time chamber, she didn't think much about it. But Vegeta's words just now made her stunned in an instant, with a blank look in her eyes. Bulma on the other side was not much better. Finally, Bulma walked towards Vegeta, with her hands on his shoulders. Vegeta. What did you say? Trunks and Gohan. Hearing this news, Bulma still couldn't accept it, and 2 lines of tears flowed down. She clearly remembered that the brothers took Videl to the spirit time room this morning. This happened too suddenly. Looking at Bulma with tears in her eyes, Vegeta gritted his teeth and clenched his fists even tighter. Finally, after a minute of silence, Krillin interrupted the sad atmosphere. Vegeta, are you saying Gohan and Trunks are dead? If they are really dead, we should meet them in heaven. I think, they should still be alive, right? Hearing this, Vegeta's body trembled, and he shouted at Krillin, are you serious? Krillin wiped the spit on his face, his eyes were firm, it's true, you can ask Yamsha, Tian Xinyan, and Jiaozi. The other three nodded at the same time, and Vegeta believed it. Krillin continued, people like Gohan and Trunks should not go to hell. If they do, Vegeta may have a higher probability. Pa! A crisp slap sounded on Krillin's face, and Krillin roared loudly, what are you doing? Bulma! It hurts. Is this the gift you gave me after so many years? What nonsense are you talking about? Krillin! Vegeta is different from before. Bulma put her hands on her waist and looked at Vegeta. Vegeta's frown relaxed, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So, where did Trunks and Gohan go? Bra, who had listened to all this silently, also smiled at this moment. Great, my brother is still alive. Vegeta realized that something was wrong and looked at Krillin suspiciously. By the way, since you are all in the world, where is Kakarot? Krillin continued to explain, Goku and Piccolo are fighting a monster called Evil Thoughts in the underworld. Lord Kai said that the chaos between the underworld and the underworld is likely related to evil thoughts. The Yama Palace has been set up with a barrier, and King Yama and some ghosts are trapped, resulting in heaven being unattended. It's just that the people in heaven are very obedient, and most people didn't run out. We came out with the permission of Lord Kai. If Goku and Piccolo can get rid of evil thoughts, this farce can be stopped. Krillin laughed, but if Goku is here, there must be no problem, right? However, what Krillin didn't know was that in Hell, another incident is taking place. Hell! At this moment, a hearty battle is taking place, and the duel between Sun Wukong and Xiannianbo has once again reached a new height. This guy is so troublesome. Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Xiannianbo with full concentration. He has used all his skills, but he can't cause any harm to Xiannianbo. Xiannianbo, Xiannianbo. Xiannianbo laughed creepily, as if mocking Sun Wukong. It seems that I can only use that form. Sun Wukong adjusted his standing posture. With both hands on his waist, his body was in a half-squatting state. Ah! A soul-stirring cry came out of Sun Wukong's mouth, and more breath gathered around him. Circles of yellow flames rushed towards him with Sun Wukong as the center. Old Sun, are you going to become Super Saiyan 3? Piccolo put his hand in front of his forehead, and his eyes were almost unable to open. In this world, he was killed by the androids and had no chance to merge with the gods, so there was no such thing as Super Namek. From the moment Sun Wukong used Super Saiyan 2, he knew that he was no longer able to join this battle. Seeing that Sun Wukong was always at a disadvantage, Piccolo was terrified. Fortunately, he finally saw that Sun Wukong was going to use the form of Super Saiyan 3, and his heart was put down and settled at this moment. If it is Super Saiyan 3, this guy will definitely be defeated. Old Sunday! I will leave it to you. The golden light swept across the whole hell, and then a spirited blonde man stood there. You are very strong, Xiannianbo, and you can actually let me use this form. Sun Wukong's deep eyes fell on Xiannianbo. Xiannianbo showed a weird smile, with no surprise on his face, but clapped his hands. But the next second, Sun Wukong moved to Xiannianbo's side in an instant. Boom boom boom. The messy fists hit Xiannianbo's body without rules. Xiannianbo, Xiannianbo. Xiannianbo screamed, and his fat body was like a big maggot that kept wriggling in the sky. However, this was just the beginning. Sun Wukong jumped up and kicked Xiannianbo directly to the top with a high kick. Ah! Ha! Sun Wukong roared, chasing Xiannianbo relentlessly. In an instant, his two hands ignited golden flames, and he threw them on Xiannianbo recklessly. A lightning bolt rushed in Xiannianbo's abdomen, and Xiannianbo's body fell to the ground at this moment, lying in a pit of 10,000 meters. Sun Wukong jumped into the sky again, gathering Kamehameha waves in his palms, and he decided to give the evil thought wave a final blow. The moment the blue Kamehameha was shot out, it illuminated the entire hell and successfully calmed Piccolo's heart. "It's really old son, it seems that it's over." Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled indifferently. But the next second, Piccolo's blue Kamehameha was actually bounced away directly. A strange figure appeared in the deep pit, but he was muttering, "Evil thought wave." Evil thought wave also transformed, and the stupid-looking him had changed into a different person. The fat and weird face became delicate, and the sinister layer covering his face became more and more obvious. Chapter 51. At this moment, both of them showed their strongest forms. Piccolo, who was watching the battle, was sweating profusely. He thought that Kamehameha in Super Saiyan 3 could defeat evil thoughts directly. Who knew that evil thoughts could transform? Looking at evil thoughts in a new form, Sun Wukong's fighting spirit burned again. A series of afterimages flashed by, and Sun Wukong's body was moving at high speed. He clasped his 5 fingers and filled his fist with power. The speed of this punch was so fast that Piccolo could not see clearly. As expected, this punch did hit evil thoughts. But the next moment, a scene that surprised Piccolo appeared. Xiannianbo didn't seem to be trying to dodge at all. His evil eyes stared straight at Sun Wukong, as if he was hit on purpose. Then, Xiannianbo quickly threw a punch at Sun Wukong. This punch, both in speed and power, was far superior to Sun Wukong's. Fortunately, Sun Wukong had rich combat experience. He noticed Xiannianbo's movements and leaned back suddenly. He dodged Xiannianbo's attack with a beautiful backflip, and kicked his legs towards Xiannianbo's face. However, something even more weird happened to Sun Wukong. His feet that were kicking at Xiannianbo were inexplicably empty, and the feet that were supposed to kick at Xiannianbo's face were actually kicking at the air. Sun Wukong's nerves tensed instantly, and he looked at his feet in astonishment. He saw that Xiannianbo's face was slowly disintegrating into a blood-red cube, and a second later it was restored to its original state again. Evil thought wave. This voice was full of teasing. The strange move made Sun Wukong confused, and in desperation, Sun Wukong had to distance himself again. He saw that his hands quickly accumulated 2 light balls, and his hands merged into one, raised above his head, and threw it with all his strength. A bright light rushed up, moving irregularly in the air. While running at a high speed, the energy was sublimated and concentrated again. Sun Wukong wanted to destroy the evil thought wave in one fell swoop. Looking at the energy light ball getting closer and closer, the evil thought wave was not panicked at all. He just raised his hands slightly and placed his hands on his chest, and a round of white holes appeared. He blocked it in front of him, and the fierce energy ball rushed into it in the next moment. But after entering, the gorgeous fireworks did not appear. What a weird move! Piccolo's eyes were greatly visually impacted. Suddenly, a white hole appeared silently behind Sun Wukong. Piccolo felt something was wrong and shouted, "Old son! Watch out behind you!" Sun Wukong realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. He turned around suddenly, and the energy ball that was supposed to hit Xiannianbo's body escaped from the white hole. Caught off guard. Unable to dodge. This energy ball was too fast and too close to him. Even if Sun Wukong used the fastest speed to resist, it was useless. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Sun Wukong's body was attached to light, and a miserable wail followed. Sun Wukong was seriously injured by his own blow. However, this was just the beginning. Xiannianbo didn't know where to pull out a sword, the sharp blade was out of the sheath, and pointed directly at Sun Wukong. The seriously injured Son Goku had no time to resist and could only dodge around. A thrilling hunting battle began immediately. But the prey was Son Goku, so there was no advantage at all. Looking at the troubled Son Goku, Piccolo's scalp numbed. Damn it! This guy is so tricky that even old Son is no match for him. Piccolo knew that the current situation was very serious and Son Goku was also in a passive position. Suddenly, he had an idea and seemed to have thought of something. Metamorpho-fusion technique. Maybe this is the way to defeat the enemy. Piccolo was about to yell at Son Goku, but the next second, he was stunned. No. The difference between my strength and old Son Goku is too great. Even if we fuse, we can't achieve the expected effect. Besides, I am a Namekian. If I fuse with old Son Goku, I may not even be able to become a Super Saiyan. Pico bit his back teeth. He hated his weakness so much that he couldn't help at all in such a life-or-death situation. While Piccolo was thinking, Sun Wukong had been caught up by the evil thought wave. The sword energy swung by the evil thought wave had severely broken Sun Wukong's left arm. Injury. The exhausted Sun Wukong had been beaten into a state of normalcy. Xianianbo was running towards him step by step, ready to kill him with the last sword. No. Old Sun is in danger. Piccolo raised his hands above his head and shouted, "Magic Flash!" The golden energy column hit Xianianbo's body like a mayfly shaking a tree, without any pain or itch. However, Piccolo's goal was achieved. Old Sun! Close your eyes! Sun Wukong understood. Sun Fist! Accompanied by Piccolo's shout, a strong white light pierced Xianianbo's eyes. Taking this opportunity, Piccolo held Sun Wukong and asked, "Is everything okay? Old Sun, can you still use teleportation?" Sun Wukong's eyelids trembled, and he raised 2 fingers with difficulty. "I'm really unwilling." "Piccolo, this guy!" Pico scolded. "Okay. Old Sun, don't talk yet. Go to Lord Kai. Quick!" Sun Wukong used his last bit of strength to use teleportation and escape from the battlefield. Evil Thought Wave! Evil Thought Wave! Evil Thought Wave rubbed his eyes and yelled. When he opened his eyes, there was no one here. Evil Thought Wave roared to the sky, venting his dissatisfaction. The whole hell fell into a great earthquake, and then, a huge white hole appeared in the sky. Evil Thought Wave jumped up and got into the white hole, and on the other side of the white hole, it was connected to the earth in the world of the living. King of the Gods! King Kai Shin and Jebet were looking at the 2 people lying on the ground with worry. These 2 people were Son Gohan and Trunks. "Jebet! Keep going!" Jebet put his hands on Son Gohan's chest. He had been trying very hard to use his healing ability, but he couldn't wait for Son Gohan to wake up. Son Gohan was too weak now and was on the verge of death. "Lord King Kai! I have tried, very hard." Jebet panted heavily. He had consumed too much energy. Fortunately, God will not let down those who work hard. Son Gohan, who was lying on the ground, finally had a glimmer of life. Son Gohan suddenly sat up with a sharp look in his eyes. At this moment, he was still thinking about Broly's arrogant face. "Great! You finally woke up!" the 2 King Kais said in unison. Son Gohan, who had just recovered, was confused and asked, "Where is this?" But before he could get an answer, his hand felt cold. Son Gohan's pupils dilated, and it was Trunks lying on the ground. He shouted, "Trunks!" Shin Kaioshin on the side comforted him, "Don't worry, wait until Jebet recovers, then treat him." Shin Kaioshin looked at Jebet, "You will treat this man named Trunks later, I will go get the sword of the King of the Gods." Jebet nodded frequently, thought about it, and always felt something was wrong. Lord Kaioshin wants to use the sword of the King of the Gods to defeat that big guy? But can Lord Kaioshin pull out the sword of the King of the Gods? Haven't we tried it a long time ago? Even if we work together, we can't pull it out. The King of the Gods blushed, and Jebet had to tear off his last fig leaf as the King of the Gods in front of Son Gohan. He scolded Jebet, "Why do you keep bringing this up? Of course I know I can't pull it out, but I can bring the stone with the Kaishin sword stuck in it. Is that okay?" After that, the Kaishin left. After all, he now placed all his hopes on the Kaishin sword. Chapter 52. The sky is full of fog, and the sky is full of fog. Temple of the Celestial God. Mr. Popo, who was repairing the entrance of the spirit time room, was stunned for a moment. Mr. Popo had sensed that the Frisia trio was approaching the spirit time room. Popo was deeply impressed by this notorious trio. He still remembered clearly that 7 years ago, Cool went directly to the Temple of the Celestial God and asked him to hand over the Temple of the Celestial God. If it weren't for Vegeta and Son Gohan, he would have been killed by Cool. But now, there is no one in the Temple of the Celestial God except him and a weak woman. Popo quickly flew to the main hall. Popo's heart suddenly rose to his throat, and he looked at Videl worriedly. He had sworn to live and die with the Temple of Heaven, but according to Videli, he had no right to decide someone's life. Miss! Please hide quickly. 3 very dangerous guys are rushing here. Hearing this, Videli's heart rose to her throat, and she asked tremblingly, "Isn't this the safest place? How could they?" As soon as the voice fell, everything was too late. Videli's body froze, as if she was held by a pair of invisible hands. She turned around in horror, and 3 people with extremely strange looks were reflected in her eyes. One of them was 2 meters tall, and the other was more than 2 meters tall. Only the one in the middle was even shorter than her. A dark figure blocked Videli's way. "What are you doing?" Mr. Bobo opened his hands, ready to fight. Gula took heavy steps, his eyes full of sinisterness. He was very familiar with this place. It was here that Vegeta had killed him. His eyelids twitched, and he obviously remembered it very clearly. "What are you doing?" "Haha, you'll know the answer when you die." After that, Gula stretched out his finger and was about to finish off Popo and Videl. Ah! The terrifying scene made Videl let out a sharp explosion. She had already felt Gula's threat to her life. She tried hard not to tremble, but under extreme fear, her body was no longer under her control. How could an ordinary person be the opponent of these 3 cosmic bullies? Just as Gula was about to take action, an elegant and polite voice suddenly came from behind Gula. "Oh, miss, please don't be afraid, we have no ill intentions." Gula's eyes were empty, and he turned his head to look. Frisia actually said such words. Gula didn't understand what his brother was going to do for a while. It was him who proposed the Temple of the Gods, but he didn't let him kill anyone. Moreover, this is not Frisia's style at all. "Hey, Frisia, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation," Frisia asked. Frisia did not speak, but walked slowly to Frisia's side. He stood on tiptoe and quickly slapped Frisia's fingers off. The energy that was gathering disappeared as a result. Suddenly, Frisia's expression changed, and he whispered in Frisia's ear, "Idiot." Frisia gritted his teeth in an instant, became angry, and stared at Frisia fiercely, "Asshole! What did you say? Do you know this thing called chi? My stupid brother! Are you trying to attract Vegeta's attention with such a trick? If you kill them, Vegeta and Son Gohan will come and kill us immediately." Frisia suddenly realized. Frisia just laughed and then walked quickly to Mr. Popo and Videl. "Hello, sir, and miss. I am Frisia, and I am glad to meet you." After that, Frisia bowed politely and gentlemanly. Frisia's actions shocked everyone present. King Kurd widened his eyes and stared at Frisia. Videl, who had already collapsed, was also confused, and Mr. Popo was even more confused. Frisia continued to say, "That, sir, do you know a magical house?" The real purpose of Frisia was revealed. Popo's heartbeat accelerated sharply. He didn't expect that the purpose of these 3 people was the Spirit Time House. "What are you going to do?" Popo became alert. Frisia continued to say politely, "We have no ill intentions, we just want to stay in for a while, and then we will leave." Popo looked haggard, "I can't. I can tell you." But the next second, Frisia looked around the Temple of Heaven, Please don't be afraid, we won't kill you. That being said, Frisia instantly jumped in front of Videl and used his tail to stun Videl with brute force. First courtesy and then force, this is Frisia's method. Don't move, otherwise you will die. Frisia smiled sinisterly. After that, Frisia threatened Mr. Popo and said, "Let's go, take us, otherwise I'm not sure how long she can live." Mr. Popo clenched his fists. After an inner struggle, Mr. Popo had to compromise and led the three people to the spirit time house. With her throat locked, Videl struggled immediately. She knew how much trouble it would be if these three people with bad intentions came out of the spirit time house. Mr. Popo now regretted repairing the entrance to the spirit time house. Finally, the three were brought to the door of the spirit time house. Frisia said with a smiling face, "Please open the door, sir. Please let her go, otherwise Popo will not open the door." Popo begged. Gula roared, "Now is not the time for you to negotiate with me. I just need to move my fingers." But before Gula finished speaking, Frisia actually put Videl down. Gula wanted to say something, but Frisia suddenly put his hand on his lips, "Shh. No. Mr. Popo. Don't put them in." Bedeli shook her head frantically. "Go. Miss Bedeli." Mr. Bobo ordered. At this point, Bedeli could only run away frantically, and finally she ran out of the hall. After Bobo made sure that Bedeli was far away, Bobo finally put his mind at ease. Because, in his mind, he already had a plan. He opened the door of the spirit time house, but was greeted by the questioning eyes of the father and his three sons. "You go in first," Frisia ordered. In order to dispel doubts, Bobo went in first. "Come in, there is no problem inside." King Kurd and Gula also entered. When it was Frisia's turn, he smiled sinisterly and gestured with his hands. There was a scream from the hall outside, and a big tree rose from the ground, just like when Frisia used his superpowers to make Krillin explode on Namek. And the big tree fell on Videl's thigh. Videl did not die, but just lost the ability to move. Frisia didn't want to cause trouble, he just needed to restrict Videl's actions to prevent her from leaking information. If Videl was killed directly, it would definitely attract Vegeta's attention. After doing all this, Frisia entered the spirit time house with satisfaction. Then, what he had to do next was to restrict Mr. Popo's actions. But the next second, something he didn't expect happened. I saw Popo instantly blow down the door of the spirit time house. "Then, you will stay here forever." The father and his two sons showed astonishment at the same time. And Frisia roared, "What did you say?" I saw Popo said righteously, "With your current strength, there is no way to get out of it. Also, I will tell you a secret. This place is isolated from the world. Once I enter the spirit time room, my breath will disappear, and Vegeta will definitely notice it. He will find this place soon, and you will be killed by him in the end." Frisia's body trembled. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect to miss this place. He was furious and finally knew why Mr. Popo entered the spirit time room first. Frisia made a prompt decision. Anyway, he would soon attract Vegeta's attention. He suddenly jumped up and attacked Mr. Popo with all his strength. What surprised him was that Mr. Popo was able to fight with him for a few moves. Seeing this, the father and his two sons attacked Mr. Popo at the same time. "Go to hell!" Finally, the three cosmic bullies simultaneously fired chaotic laser rain at Popo. Although he had rich combat experience, he could not withstand the overwhelming force of the opponent. The corners of Popo's mouth rose slightly. From the moment he entered the spirit time room, he had expected this scene to happen. Even without his reminder, Frisia would eventually notice the abnormality here. Popo smiled and slowly closed his eyes. He said in his mouth, "Lord God, Popo is here to see you." At the same time, Vegeta, who was in the West capital, also felt that Mr. Popo's breath had disappeared. He was asking everyone about Sun Wukong's news and suddenly, "Be alert! Mr. Popo's breath has disappeared. Something must have happened in the Temple of Heaven. Damn it! What on earth happened?" Vegeta looked back and told Bra, you surprised me. You and these little cells are responsible for protecting their mother here. In an instant, Vegeta suddenly flew towards the Temple of Heaven. Bra nodded suddenly, and the 5 little cells also obeyed Vegeta's words at this moment, standing straight. Looking at Vegeta who was leaving, everyone also concluded that something must have happened, so several people followed Vegeta's footsteps. The 5 little cells were on full alert, and they would not let go of even the slightest movement around them. But in the next second, the bodies of the 5 little cells could not stop shaking. One of them suddenly swallowed his saliva and said to the others, "Everyone, did you feel it too?" The other 4 little cells' faces suddenly changed in shock, because they sensed a familiar breath. It was the kind of blood suppression, and this breath was their father. In a dark basement. This is Dr. Gero's research institute. Dr. Gero, who regained his freedom, did not go to the laboratory like androids 17 and 18 to give up his life. Instead, he took Cell back to the laboratory where he had worked hard all night. Dr. Gero was laughing at the computer. After operating for several minutes, Dr. Gero leaned back and collapsed on the ground. Dr. Gero threw the notebook he brought out of hell back in ecstasy. Success! Dr. Gero looked at the culture cabin next to the supercomputer. The one gurgling inside is the young Cell of this time and space. When Vegeta and his companions destroyed the adult Cell from other time and space, they did not find Dr. Gero's laboratory. So this young Cell has been in the development stage. After being killed by Son Gohan and Vegeta, the adult Cell also went to Hell. After learning about this, Dr. Gero has been studying hard in Hell how to make Cell stronger. And today, because he ran out of Hell, he can finally show his theories for many years through practice. I saw Dr. Gero came to another culture chamber, which also had a cell, but this was an adult cell. Now the crazy Dr. Gero is doing an experiment that he has been planning for many years. That is to transform into an adult cell so that he can continue to have the ability to absorb. And his purpose is to let the adult cell absorb the young cell. Then create a more powerful cell. And now, he is about to succeed. Dr. Gero directly pressed the confirmation button, and at once, the 2 incubators began to operate. The tail of adult cell, which had been retracted into the wings, grew out again. The next second, the tail stretched directly into the incubator of young cell. Wow, wow, wow! An indescribable bloody scene was staged. Dr. Gero smiled and looked at the scene with satisfaction. Finally, after a few seconds, adult Cell suddenly opened his eyes. The sound of muscle reorganization sounded again, and at once, Cell completed a new evolution. His body turned purple at this moment. "Welcome to wake up, my child." Dr. Gero smiled. Cell carefully felt this new body, which made him dumbfounded. "Then, obey my orders and conquer the world," Dr. Gero ordered. Cell looked at Dr. Gero with disgust. "Oh? Is that so, my father?" Dr. Gero felt something was wrong instantly, and a fear of his head falling to the ground came to his mind. Dr. Gero looked at Cell in disbelief. "How is it possible? Didn't I set it as the first command to obey my orders?" What Dr. Gero didn't expect was that Cell was not only stronger now, but also had a stronger self-awareness. Whoosh! Cell glanced at Dr. Gero, his eyes shot out lasers, and Dr. Gero's head rolled down. He crushed it with one foot without blinking. Now, what the stronger Cell has to do is revenge. "Vegeta, Son Gohan, I will torture you well." After saying that, Cell put his finger on his forehead. Whoosh! Cell's figure disappeared on the spot. A second later, Cell slowly removed his fingertips from his forehead, and in his field of vision appeared the enemy he had been thinking about day and night. Long time no see, Vegeta. Chapter 53. The two of them were on their way to the Temple of Heaven. Vegeta and his group were stopped by Cell on their way to the Temple of Heaven. Looking at Cell, who had changed his appearance, Vegeta had sensed that Cell was more than just a change of skin color. The purple skin Cell in front of him could actually use teleportation, which was unexpected for Vegeta. Krillin, who was behind Vegeta, exclaimed, "Did Cell come out too? Damn it, how could this guy teleport?" Cell smiled and responded, "Good question, this is the result of my fight with Son Goku in Hell." Speaking of Son Goku, Cell gritted his teeth in anger. He just used a compromise expression. It was more like a one-sided beating than a sparring. In the beatings again and again, Sun Wukong always used teleportation with Kamehameha to attack him. As Cell, who possessed Sun Wukong's cells, had a very strong learning ability. He also learned teleportation in Hell. Finally today, he had the opportunity to show it on Earth. Sparring? From your expression, it seems that you hate Kakarot to the core. I'm afraid you were beaten by Kakarot. Vegeta said disdainfully. This sentence just hit Cell's sore spot, and he cursed, "Asshole." Vegeta smiled contemptuously, and obviously he didn't like Cell. But now, going to the Temple of Heaven is the most important thing. He immediately ordered the people behind him, "You, go to the Temple of Heaven, I will deal with this guy." Just when the Z warriors nodded, Cell spoke. "You. Not one of you is allowed to leave." After saying that, Cell finally stopped hiding his aura, and a breath of overwhelming power burst out from his body. For a moment, the dark sky was brightened by the aura bursting out from Cell. The pressure of the aura alone made Krillin and the others unable to open their eyes. I saw Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. He attacked Cell at a rapid speed. Then, something unexpected happened to Vegeta. As expected, Cell has become stronger now. The scene that made him at a loss 7 years ago appeared again. No matter how he hit Cell's body, Cell still didn't blush or beat. "Are you tickling me, Vegeta?" Cell's tone was full of provocation. But the next second, Vegeta's hair extended to his waist, and the Super Saiyan 3 figure instantly hit Cell's face. Bang! This punch directly sent Cell flying hundreds of meters away. Looking at Vegeta, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Krillin, Tien Shinyan, Yamcha and Jiaozi all looked surprised. Krillin exclaimed, Super Saiyan 3! I didn't expect Vegeta to be the same as Goku. He has also reached this level. Let's go. Now is not the time to be surprised. Let's go to the Temple of Heaven." Tien Shinyan woke Krillin up. Although he was surprised, he still had to do what he had to do. So, several people flew towards the Temple of Heaven. But the next second, Cell directly used teleportation to stop them. "Where do you want to go?" Cell, who was more than 2 meters tall, stood directly in front of Krillin, catching Krillin off guard. Boom boom boom! A golden energy wave bloomed on Cell's back, and Vegeta's voice came from behind, "Your opponent is me, Cell." Cell turned around with interest, "Okay, then I'll kill you, and then kill them, it's the same." The battle between the two was about to break out, just a glance at each other, and waves of energy ripples appeared in the sky. The speed was so fast. Only the flash of lightning could be seen, but the figure could not be seen clearly. Seeing this, Krillin and others quickly flew to the Temple of Heaven. Before landing, a painful sob was heard. Several people soon found Videl, and the big tree had broken her legs. Fortunately, Videl usually practiced martial arts. If it were an ordinary person, she would probably be dead. Tien Shinyan raised his hand and threw the tree aside. Videl cried bitterly, "You are here to look for Mr. Bobo, right?" He was taken into the spirit time house by 3 strange-looking people. Videl was so anxious that she seemed to have forgotten that her leg was broken. Tell me slowly, don't be anxious, can you describe the appearance of those three people? Yam Sha asked. Seeing that Videl was so seriously injured, Krillin had already flown towards Galantat. Videl described the appearance of the Cold King trio in detail. What? Frisia and the others entered the spirit time chamber. Krillin's voice slowly rose from the edge of the temple, and the senzu beans in his hand spilled out of the bag. Although the Dead Z warriors had never entered the spirit time chamber, they learned from King Kai that there was such a magical place in the heavenly temple, and that Vegeta and Son Gohan relied on this to turn the tide. But now, the infamous Frisia trio actually entered it. What's more terrifying is that they also held Mr. Popo hostage. Krillin picked up the senzu beans and handed them to Videl. Eat it, and you'll get better soon. However, at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in front of several people. The people who came were Son Goku and Piccolo. Wukong! Everyone said in unison. Krillin continued to ask, why are you and Piccolo here? Have you solved the evil thought? Son Goku is still the same Son Goku, always appearing when his companions need help the most. However, now his face is full of solemnity. Sorry, Krillin. Piccolo and I failed. We failed to defeat the evil thought. I was seriously injured. Fortunately, Lord Kai asked Dendi to treat me. And if the evil thought was defeated by us, those of us who died should also return to heaven, instead of coming to the world at will. Listening to Son Goku's words, Clinton suddenly realized. Tien Shinyan on the side realized that something was wrong and asked, what do you mean? I saw Piccolo with a gloomy face suddenly said, evil thought, he came to the world. This news made everyone drop their jaws instantly. Lie. Goku. Krillin looked at Son Goku in disbelief, wanting to get a negative answer. But from the solemn expression of Sun Wukong, this is simply impossible. That, Goku, I also have something bad to tell you. That is. Frisia, Gula, King Cold, the three of them entered the spirit time chamber. Krillin said. Hearing this news, Sun Wukong's already solemn heart became even heavier. Sun Wukong instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and rushed towards the spirit time chamber. The next second, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Sun Wukong. After sensing Sun Wukong's breath, Cell actually moved to Sun Wukong's side in an instant. And behind Cell, another person familiar to Sun Wukong appeared. Asshole! Running away again. Vegeta roared and attacked Cell. But after seeing Sun Wukong, Vegeta stopped moving. He wiped his eyes, confirmed again and again, and sensed the breath that he would never forget in his life. Kakarot! You have indeed reached Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong looked sideways, and saw Vegeta who had also transformed into Super Saiyan 3 behind Cell. Oh! Vegeta! Long time no see, I didn't expect you to have transformed into Super Saiyan 3. That's great! Looking at Vegeta who had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with relief, and an idea was born in his mind. Sun Wukong flashed to Vegeta's side, and said to Vegeta with his arm around his shoulder, Vegeta, hee. Vegeta slapped Sun Wukong's hand off his shoulder, and looking at the laughing Sun Wukong, Vegeta always had a bad feeling. What are you doing, Kakarot? Now is the time for battle. Just after Vegeta finished speaking, two shock waves attacked the two at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Sun Wukong, who was still laughing just now, instantly turned his eyes into diamond shapes, and Vegeta also became very alert at this moment. Hey! I say, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, do you think I'm not here? Cell's eyes revealed endless hatred. The two people in front of him, one is the man who once killed him, and the other is the man who tortured him 1,000 times in hell. Cell hated them to the bone. But now they were talking and laughing in front of him. Instant movement was activated, and the exasperated Cell punched both fists at the same time, directly hitting the abdomen of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It was at this moment that Sun Wukong realized that Cell's appearance had changed, and his strength was different from before. The bodies of the two were moving irregularly in the sky. Vegeta quickly stabilized his body, and then put his palm on Sun Wukong's back to stabilize Sun Wukong's body. Kakarot. This guy is stronger than before. Sun Wukong's eyes were sharp, and he responded seriously, I feel it. Just now, I also met a very powerful enemy, and I didn't beat him. You mean Evil Thought Wave? Humph, Kakarot, if it were me, I would definitely be able to defeat that guy. Vegeta taunted. Sun Wukong sensed Vegeta's current strength, and it was indeed improved a lot, but it was impossible to defeat Evil Thought Wave. Because the two of them are not much different, if you really want to defeat Evil Thought Wave, you must use the Metamorphosis Fusion technique. Vegeta. Listen to me. The situation is quite urgent now. I believe you have already noticed that Cell's power is actually greater than yours and mine. In addition, Evil Thoughts has also arrived in the world of the living, and Frieza and the others are still in the Spirit Time Chamber. I have a way to make us stronger. Are you willing to try? Listening to Son Goku's words, Vegeta fell into deep thought. It turned out that Frieza entered the Spirit Time Chamber. The current situation is really too troublesome. Hurry up! Kakarot. Son Goku made an awkward fusion gesture in the air, and said to Vegeta vividly. Fusion. We can solve these troubles by fusion. After fusion, a super warrior will be born, so whether it is Cell or Evil Thoughts. But before Son Goku could wait for Vegeta's reply, Vegeta in front of him had already left Son Goku's sight. Only Son Goku was left there. He turned around and found that Vegeta had rushed towards Cell. Hey! Vegeta! Why are you leaving? Sun Wukong yelled at Vegeta. But Vegeta ignored him and rushed forward. Tisk, what a joke! You asked me to do such a shameful thing. I am a proud Scion Prince. And I want to merge with Kakarot. You might as well kill me. Suddenly, Vegeta's body turned into a flash of lightning, and he rushed towards Cell with all his strength. However, the next moment, Vegeta's head was directly pressed by a hand. He was shocked and looked up. Cell appeared beside him without anyone noticing. Haha, Vegeta, you are no longer my opponent. A big fist appeared in Vegeta's sight unreasonably, and he suddenly felt a burning sensation coming out of his nose. Cell's fist hit Vegeta's nose, and his nosebleed wet his clothes. Asshole! Vegeta cursed angrily. Then the golden field spread out around him. Vegeta placed his hands on his chest, sparks bursting out from between his hands. Ultimate Flash! The golden energy column defected from his hands and pointed directly at Cell. Cell smiled contemptuously and put his hands on his waist calmly. Kameha! The golden and blue Qigong cannons collided violently in the sky. The energy column with a diameter of 100 meters illuminated the sky, but it was obvious that Cell's Kamehameha was better. Damn it! Vegeta roared. It was at this time that Sun Wukong appeared next to Vegeta again. Vegeta! How about it? Do you want to merge? After asking, Sun Wukong still tried his best to hit a Kamehameha and merged it with the ultimate flash. Asshole! Kakarot! Are you taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Even if I die, I can't merge with you. Seeing Vegeta so stubborn, Sun Wukong focused all his attention on the wave. But the next moment, the Super Saiyan 3 forms of the two instantly degenerated into Super Saiyan 2. The shortcomings of Super Saiyan 3 were exposed. Losing the power to compete, the Kamehameha used by Cell immediately devoured the skills of the two. At this critical moment, Sun Wukong said to the people in the Temple of Heaven. Everyone! Run! The people in the Temple of Heaven suddenly felt bad and fled quickly. After seeing that everyone had moved away, Sun Wukong immediately put his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Instant movement was then launched. And Cell's Kamehameha wave successfully hit the Temple of Heaven. Boom boom boom. A violent explosion resounded through the world, and the Spirit Time House was destroyed at this moment. At the same time, 3 figures gradually walked out of the smoke. Damn it! Who did this? Gula was angry. Came out of it and cursed. Wow, you actually destroyed this house, you are really smart, Vegeta, but... Frisia's voice paused. He clearly felt Vegeta's breath, but he didn't see Vegeta. It turned out to be Cell who appeared in front of him. Looking at the dusty Frisia trio, Cell now disliked everyone and provoked, "Haha, Frisia? It's really embarrassing." Frisia frowned and asked, "Did you blow up the house? It seems that you want to kill me." Cell said disdainfully, "So what? A strange place." Sun Wukong looked at the stranger in front of him with a confused face. "Strange? I obviously want to teleport to Lord Kai, where is this?" The stranger responded, "Gentlemen, this is the Kaishan realm." Chapter 54. The old man was awakened. King of the Gods. Jebit put his hand on Trunks' chest again. After Jebit's treatment, Trunks finally opened his eyes. "Where is this?" Trunks sat up in shock and looked around. The strange environment in front of him quickly made him realize that this was not the Earth. Then, a figure appeared in his view. "Great, you finally woke up," Jebit said with concern. Trunks stared at Jebit, and now he understood that this was the King of the Gods. "My brother Gohan and I were saved by these two." Well, it was quite useful at the critical moment. Just as Trunks was sighing inwardly, suddenly, a roar came into his ears. Trunks looked in the direction of the sound, and the owner of the sound was Son Gohan. And in his eyes, Son Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Next to Son Gohan was the shocked king of the world's Shin. What? Could it be that he can really pull out the king of the world's sword? The person who spoke was Jebit, and at this moment, the wrinkles on his face were blown by the explosion of Son Gohan. Jebit immediately flew to where Son Gohan was. Swoosh! With a strange sound, the king of the world's sword was directly pulled out by Son Gohan. Jebit and king of the world's Shin were both stunned, and their mouths almost fell to their chins. I was right. Gohan can pull out the sword of the King of Gods. The King of Gods praised. At this moment, Gohan looked at the King of Gods Shin with doubt. "Lord Kai, is this sword difficult to pull out?" The face of the King of Gods Shin was quite ugly, and he was in a very embarrassing situation. The King of Gods, he couldn't pull out the sword of the King of Gods, which should belong to the King of Gods. Ahem, Lord Kai of course can lift it. In order to save the face of the King of Gods Shin, Jebit ran out to speak for him. Gohan looked at Jebit curiously, ecstatic. "Ah! Jebit is here too. Isn't Trunks awake too? Oh, Lord Kai, help me get the sword." After that, Gohan threw the sword of the King of Gods Shin directly to the King of Gods Shin and turned to look back. Ah! What? King Kai Shin's eyes kept dodging, and the King Kai sword was about to hit him. Day! In the end, King Kai Shin chose to dodge. His strength was not enough to pick up the sword, and the King Kai sword finally fell to the ground. The sound of collision sounded, and the 3 people looked at the big pit on the ground at the same time, and the King Kai sword fell into the big pit. The next second, the King Kai sword was picked up by a hand. This hand was a little small, and the owner of the hand was Trunks. "Trunks? You're awake!" Son Gohan cheered happily. Trunks nodded slightly, picked up the King Kai sword and smiled, "Well, brother Gohan, I'm awake." But the next second, Trunks instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. The golden breath rushed over, catching King Kai and Jebit off guard. However, the next second, Trunks's aura increased again, and something happened that even Trunks couldn't believe. There were several arcs of electricity around him, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Could it be? Is it the reason for this near-death resurrection? Trunks suddenly realized, and now he understood that to break through now, he must have enough anger. Trunks closed his eyes, carefully recalled Broly's hideous face, and then thought of the scene where Son Gohan was abused. Anger was about to explode. Ah! As soon as he opened his eyes, Trunks shouted, and then his golden hair became more and more. Trunks successfully reached Super Saiyan 2. And the next step, Trunks looked at the sword in his hand. If Brother Gohan is developed to his potential, Broly can also be killed. Old Kai, come out! Just when Son Gohan was happy that Trunks broke through Super Saiyan 2, something unexpected happened to him. Trunks exerted force instantly, and with a sound of Kaz, the Kaishin sword was broken in half by Trunks. The air became heavy at this moment, and time seemed to stand still. Ah! Trunks! What have you done? Jepitel and Kaishin pressed their temples at the same time, and let out a ghostly wail. The two kept spitting out saliva from their mouths, and continued to scold Trunks. This is the last trump card of Lord Kaishin. The king of the Kaishin sword can cut off all evil. Yes. Trunks, how do we deal with that big guy now? Facing the two's rebuke, Trunks said to the king of the Kaishin duo with a serious face. But, Lord Kaishin, even Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 can't beat Broly. In comparison, my Super Saiyan 2 should be inferior to Gohan's. My Super Saiyan 2 can break the king of the Kaishin sword. Can this king of the Kaishin sword really cut off all evil? What Trunks said immediately made Jebit and the king of the Kaishin think. Trunks' words made no sense, and the two became speechless for a while. Suddenly, Trunks quickly noticed something strange. Trunks' mouth corners slightly raised appeared. Trunks looked back and asked knowingly, "This old man, who are you?" The old Kai said, "I am the Kai before the 15th generation. Which descendant released me?" The appearance of the old Kai shocked everyone except Trunks. The two Kais were like seeing a ghost. After all, they had never seen this person in the Kaishin realm. Old ancestor? Kaishin asked tentatively. The old Kai glanced at Shin, "You released me." But the old Kai instantly denied his idea. His peripheral vision fell on Trunks, who was holding the broken Kaishin sword in his hand, and he immediately determined that the person who unsealed him was Trunks. Hey, it was actually released by a human child. The Kais are really getting worse with each generation. Trunks immediately called out to the old Kai, "Old Kai, the universe is now in danger of being destroyed. Even the Kai can't solve it." At this point, the Kais Shin and Jepit lowered their heads in shame. For the safety of the universe, Shin directly informed the Kais of what happened on Earth. "Really, as a dignified Kai, you are so scared?" The old Kai scolded. Then, he took out a crystal ball and used it to observe the situation on Earth. The first thing the old Kai observed was Broly, who was roaring at the moment. But the next second, the camera suddenly turned to Babadai and Majin Buu. The Kais Shin's eyes trembled constantly, and he said incoherently, "It appeared." Majin Buu, as expected, "Have we fallen into a trap?" Trunks' eyelids twitched. As expected, Majin Buu has been resurrected. Shin Kai opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly, "Damn it! Old ancestor, Majin Buu!" Shin Kai told Old Kai about the past of Majin Buu. Old Kai glanced at Shin Kai and Jepit with his dead fish eyes. These two guys who couldn't even pull out the sword of King Kai were not worth relying on. His eyes were focused on Trunks. After all, it was this kid who released him from the sword of King Kai. The kid's potential was also extraordinary. However, Old Kai learned from Shin Kai that the two had just defeated the Earth. So he said, "I can develop this kid's potential and make him stronger." Trunks smiled proudly, "Old Kai, Brother Gohan is more powerful than me. Can we develop the potential of the two of us together?" This is Trunks' real purpose. With old Kai's ability, it is more than enough to develop the potential of both of them. Are you trying to tire me to death? The old Kai rolled his eyes. Hey, great old Kai, if you develop the potential of both of us, wouldn't that give us a better chance of winning? If we can stop Babadai and the others, then wouldn't the credit be yours? Trunks launched a series of sugar-coated bullets and praised the old Kai to the sky. In this way, the old Kai agreed. The strange magic circle was summoned, and Trunks and Son Gohan were developed by the old Kai together. Time passed by minute, and the crystal ball kept broadcasting what was happening on Earth. Jebet and King Kai-Shin sat next to the crystal ball and observed Broly's every move. Suddenly, they both screamed at the same time, "Sure enough, this big guy is in the same group with Babadai. Wait! This monster released by a cloud of smoke is... What? What? Who is this person?" He was able to get rid of Babadai's control over him and defeated this big guy. Looking at the two people who lost their composure, the old Kai couldn't help but yelled, "Don't make noise! Be quiet!" But the other person had a different reaction. Trunks frowned. "Get rid of Babadai's control, does that mean that Dad has come out of the spirit time chamber?" "Focus, Trunks!" the old Kai told Trunks. Trunks smiled, "Okay, Lord Kai." The ceremony continued, and the two Kais sitting next to the crystal ball were often startled, but because they were afraid of affecting the normal progress of the ceremony, they chose to whisper. But as time went on, the events on the crystal ball became more and more explosive. The two Kais finally couldn't hold it back. Kai-Shin shouted, "Oh no! Ancestor! Things are far more complicated than we thought. What happened? Really, they are just two small characters. Once I develop their potential, the problem will be solved soon." The old Kai said angrily. The mood of the King of Kings Shin was extremely unstable. He knelt and crawled to put the crystal ball next to the old Kai, Trunks, and Son Gohan. "Look for yourself." Trunks and Son Gohan opened their eyes at the same time, looking towards the crystal ball. These scenes hit Trunks' nerves. A large number of Friesia's troops who escaped from Hell appeared in the sky of the Earth. And these people were besieging Majin Buu. The camera shook, and it was Babadai who was building his own power, and behind him was Hilda. Swish! The crystal ball shook again and finally stopped at the Temple of Heaven. A purple cell was actually fighting with Vegeta and Son Goku. Moreover, Son Goku and Vegeta were both in Super Saiyan 3 state. They were actually at a disadvantage. At this point, Trunks and Son Gohan stood up immediately. Son Gohan asked, "Old Kai, are you still not well?" Old Kai opened his eyes and smiled, "Actually, it has been well for a long time." Trunks was completely dumbfounded. So many things happened in just one day. Even if the potential is successfully developed, it may not be a match. Suddenly, the crystal ball was covered by a sea of light, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta were about to be engulfed by the Kamehameha wave shot by Cell. Trunks stood up and yelled hysterically to Jebet, "Lord Jebet! Please save our father!" Looking at Trunks' extremely nervous face, Jebet has realized the seriousness of the matter. His figure disappeared on the spot. A second later, he brought two people. Sun Wukong touched his head and asked in confusion, "Strange, where is this? Didn't I teleport to Lord Kai?" Jebet looked at Sun Wukong's puzzled eyes, "Gentlemen, this is the Kai King's realm." "Trunks?" Vegeta was very excited, "You are not dead." Vegeta put his hands on Trunks' shoulders and kept shaking him, almost picking him up. Trunks was shaken so hard that he saw stars. "What do you mean he is not dead? Did Dad think I was killed? That's why he defeated Broly? Sure enough, Dad has changed, but I feel dizzy." Trunks's thoughts were transmitted to Vegeta's mind. Vegeta realized that he had lost his composure and quickly became serious, looking Trunks up and down. "No, why is this kid's aura stronger? Then he looked at Son Gohan. Even Gohan. Ah! Gohan! You have grown up. As he said that, Son Goku walked towards Son Gohan and patted his shoulder. Looking at his father whom he had not seen for many years, Son Gohan's eyes were a little red, and he hugged Son Goku tightly. Thousands of words were hidden in this hug, and a few seconds later, Son Goku continued, Gohan, I feel that your power has become stronger. Son Gohan glanced at Old Kai and responded, yes, it was Old Kai who developed the potential for me and Trunks. Now we are stronger. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at Old Kai in surprise at the same time. This old man who looked so weak actually had such ability. Old Kai waved his hand and laughed. Looking at the smiling Old Kai and the surprised Son Goku and Vegeta, Trunks thought to himself. If Old Kai gave Dad and Uncle Goku, what would happen if I could develop my potential? This thought was heard by Vegeta, and it successfully attracted Vegeta's attention. His eyes fell on the Old Kai again. At this time, Sun Wukong also noticed the strange child in front of him. Ah! You are Trunks, right? The son of Vegeta and Bulma. Trunks smiled slightly, hello, Uncle Wukong. Sun Wukong touched Trunks' head, hey, Chi-Chi told me that she wanted a second child. If I hadn't died, maybe that child would be about the same age as you. Vegeta flicked Sun Wukong's hand away from Trunks' head. Hey, Kakarot, shouldn't we think about a countermeasure now? Vegeta gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it! Kakarot, don't you have a son? I haven't touched Trunks' head like this. Sun Wukong's expression became serious again, Vegeta. You have to think about what I just said. Vegeta looked down on him and yelled, you'd better give up this idea. Seeing Vegeta's firm attitude, Sun Wukong had to turn his attention to Son Gohan on the side. But Vegeta went straight to Old Kai. Chapter 55. The old man was very happy. Hey, old man! Vegeta hugged his chest and greeted Old Kai in his own way. Old Kai looked at the person who came and frowned. He was a little dissatisfied with Vegeta's attitude and replied perfunctorily, what are you doing? Develop my potential for me, and I will be stronger than Son Gohan. Vegeta said calmly. Vegeta's action directly stunned Trunks. He didn't expect Vegeta to take the initiative to find Old Kai to develop his potential, and in such a straightforward way. As expected, as Trunks expected, the Old Kai just snorted coldly and replied, humph, rude. Old Kai, my father. Trunks hurriedly tried to smooth things over. But at this moment, Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to him. If you don't develop my potential, I don't think there is any need for this place to exist. Vegeta's eyes were full of domineering, and for a moment, the Kai-Shin and Jebit were trembling with fear. Cold sweat began to appear on the forehead of the Old Kai, and the atmosphere became tense at this moment. On the other side, the father and son who were talking also looked over here. Vegeta! What are you doing? Sun Wukong asked. Vegeta snorted coldly and ignored Sun Wukong at all, his breath was still rising sharply. Shinkai hid behind a big tree. Such pressure was beyond his ability to bear. In front of him were Old Kai and Jebit, who were hugging the tree. Shinkai glanced at Trunks and then at Vegeta. He complained, is this really Trunks' father? Why does he have a completely different personality from him? Suddenly, Shinkai remembered something. Vegeta looked like the man who defeated Broly. And that man was controlled by Babadai. Sure enough, there was a faint M on Vegeta's forehead. Shinkai had already understood that the Vegeta in front of him was definitely not joking. That, ancestor. Otherwise, you can help Trunks' father. Although he is rude, he is also thinking about the safety of the universe. Shinkai said humbly to Old Kai. Old Kai was frightened by Vegeta's behavior, so he had to give himself a way out, I think you make sense. Then, Old Kai said to Vegeta, I agree to develop your potential. Hearing this, Vegeta suddenly calmed down and became normal. Trunks had to secretly give Vegeta a thumbs up. Please follow me. Old Kai had lost his airs and said respectfully to Vegeta. Vegeta followed Old Kai. It was at this time that the crystal ball trembled violently. Trunks looked over involuntarily, and the picture showed King Kurd fighting Cell. However, this guy turned into the third form like Frieza. More and more unknown enemies appeared, but fortunately they fought and could not do other bad things for the time being. Now Trunks had several solutions to the problem in his mind. First, summon the Super Saiyan God. In this world, there are only 5 Saiyans, including Bra. There is another one, Broly. However, the condition for becoming a Super Saiyan God is to have 6 kind Super Saiyans. Broly, a Saiyan who is born violent, obviously does not meet the condition. After all, he is a born bad seed. At this time, Videl has not married Son Gohan. In fact, Trunks suggested that Son Gohan take Videl to the Spirit Time Chamber to train together for a purpose. It is not easy for adolescent boys and girls to control themselves. After staying in the Spirit Time Chamber for a year, they will fall in love with each other. Maybe Xiao Feng will be born early. By then, there will be 6 kind Saiyans in this world. However, because Vegeta entered the Spirit Time Chamber early, the Spirit Time Chamber could not be entered, so this idea was temporarily unsuccessful. The plan of Super Saiyan God was directly scrapped. Second, that is to use fusion or earring fusion. The former requires that the 2 people are not much different in size and strength, while the latter does not need to be considered. So Trunks originally planned to ask King Kai-Shin for the earrings, but was knocked out by Broly. Now that there has been such a big change in the outside world, there are other candidates for fusion or combination. At this time, Trunks also noticed Son Gohan and Son Goku on the side. The 2 were making awkward gestures, and Trunks recognized at a glance that this was the dance of fusion. It seems that Uncle Goku has already begged Dad, but Dad is still unwilling? That's why I found Brother Gohan. Trunks muttered to himself. In the distance, Son Gohan was practicing the fusion dance. Dad, this dance seems to be more handsome than the posture of my Saiyan Superman on stage. Son Gohan laughed. Right, Gohan, I also think this fusion dance is very handsome, but Vegeta thinks it's ugly, really. Son Goku scratched his head. I already know how to do it. Dad. Let's try. We can't waste time. If we continue like this, the earth will be even more chaotic. Sun Wukong nodded, full of energy, okay. Gohan. The 2 stood in a straight line, ready to move. Fusion. ×2. Surrounded by white light, Trunks couldn't help but come to check. But the next second, a skinny man appeared in front of him. Trunks knew that the fusion failed. Well, Uncle Goku and Brother Gohan, why don't you ask Lord Old Kai, maybe he knows where the problem is. Trunks said this because he wanted them to go directly to Old Kai to give earrings. After all, Old Kai was very confident in Potara. But the weak skinny man in front of him had difficulty even walking. There was no way, Trunks had to carry them over. And on the way, Trunks heard bursts of shouting. The owner of the voice was Vegeta. Damn it! It hurts. Is this what you call developing potential? The old Kai was using his special ability to pull out Vegeta's tail. The tail. It's the source of your Saiyan power. If you want to become stronger, just hold it in, the old Kai scolded. As soon as he said this, Vegeta suddenly remembered something. Is that so? Trunks also said this. Thinking of this, Vegeta endured the pain and shouted, pull it out quickly. Pull it out for me. Trunks, who was standing aside, felt that this scene was familiar. He suddenly put down the kidney deficiency on his back and shouted. Old Kai! I'll help you. A new plan appeared in Trunk's mind. Chapter 56. The Earth is the only place where the Earth can be seen. Earth. Babadai was looking at Hildegang behind him with satisfaction. He gave him a thumbs up and praised him, "You are my capable general." Hildegang. "Humph, you are much more useful than Bu. I didn't expect that Majin Bu would be so timid. I really don't know why my father created it. Such a waste, Bu. It's better not to have it. Now, let's conquer more people." Hildegang. A large number of humans with the letter M have gathered behind Babadai. These are puppets that he controls with magic. In addition to these humans, there are also a large number of Frisia's troops and Gula's former lackeys, Saviza, and others flying in the sky. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky. Babadai's nerves were tense at this moment, and he looked up at the sky in surprise. I saw gorgeous fireworks bursting in the sky, and billowing smoke drifted from the Temple of Heaven to the surroundings. Babadai was as excited as a skinny monkey, shaking the staff in his hand. Wow! So powerful! Such an evil power! Go! Hildegang! Take me there! Under Babadai's command, a giant stepped towards the direction of the Temple of Heaven. Behind him, groups of puppets followed closely. Above the Temple of Heaven, Cell was provoking Frisia and his two sons. "Yes, this is what I blew up. What's wrong? Are you not convinced?" Cell hugged his chest and didn't give Frisia any face. Frisia sneered and said, "Wow, it seems that you have become stronger, Cell. You who were beaten up by Son Goku in hell never thought that you would have such a day. Damn it! Son Goku! I must kill you!" Frisia mocked him fiercely like Cell. Looking at Frisia's mean look, Cell was furious. "Asshole, Frisia!" But the next second, Cell put away his angry face. "Humph, to be honest, Son Goku and Vegeta have just been killed by me." After saying this, Frisia put away his previous expression. He buried his head, his expression became gloomy, and his face was covered with a layer of haze. "What did you just say?" Frisia said in a dull tone. Angula and King Kurd beside him were also waiting for Cell's answer. Cell spread his hands and said calmly, "I said, I just killed Son Goku and Vegeta. Didn't you hear me? Idiot!" Cell's voice was like countless needles piercing Frisia's heart. In an instant, the veins on his forehead popped up, and his face was a little more angry. "Asshole! You killed Son Goku! Son Goku can only be killed by me." Frisia's voice was a little hoarse, and he was quite dissatisfied with what Cell did. At the same time, King Kurd behind him also made a move. Suddenly, King Kurd's face became sinister, and the scene when Son Goku killed him and Frisia echoed in his mind. "You shouldn't have killed Son Goku, Cell." For a moment, King Kurd's breath gushed out, holy light emerged, and he directly transformed into the third form. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Suddenly, a dense mass of small dots appeared in the distance, and the four people were also attracted by this scene. Then, a cloud of smoke hovered in the sky. A wretched laugh echoed in the sky. "Ha ha ha! You all can be my dogs." Babadai sat on Hildegang's shoulders, and the magic energy was constantly released from his staff. He wanted to control all Frisia and others. Frisia looked at Babadai like a fool, thinking to himself, "Where did this ugly thing come from?" But the next second, Frisia suddenly felt a splitting headache, and began to hold his head with both hands. The same reaction was also shared by King Kurd and Gura beside him. "Ha ha ha! The whole universe belongs to me, Babadai, and all you sinful people will be controlled by me." Babadai's laughter was unbridled, and his laughter was extremely penetrating. But in a moment, his laughter stopped. His puzzled eyes accidentally glanced at Cell. "Hey? Strange, how come you are okay?" The corner of Cell's mouth twitched slightly. "Boring trick, the person who wanted to control me just now has been killed by me. Why, you don't think you can control me? Cell's sharp eyes suddenly turned to the Frisia trio. Hey, Frisia, if you are really controlled by this ugly monster, I am so disappointed. After saying this, Babadai said in shock. What are you, kidding? Someone can get rid of my control again. Damn it. I don't believe it. Babadai continued to increase the output of control magic, but the result was not satisfactory. What made him unbelievable was that the painful expressions of the Frisia trio disappeared instantly. Frisia slowly raised his head, with a wicked smile on his lips. Haha, forget it, stop acting, Gula, Dad, you should not be controlled either. As he said, Frisia looked at Gula and King Kurd on the side, and the pain on their faces disappeared in an instant. No. Impossible. How could this happen? Babadai's voice trembled, and he began to doubt his magic. Damn it! How dare you look down on me? You! Come on! Babadai called out to the group of people behind him who were controlled by him, but it didn't go as she wished. She saw that these guys stood there motionless. They looked at the Frisia trio tremblingly. It's King Frisia, King Kurd, and King Gula. How can we be their opponents? We will die. That's it. For a while, everyone behind Babadai talked a lot. Even if they were controlled, the oppression of Frisia and others was still buried in their hearts. Among these densely packed people, Gula soon noticed an old acquaintance. Shaviza? Oh? I didn't expect you to be controlled too. What? Do you want to help this guy kill me? Suddenly, Shaviza's legs softened. No. Lord Gula. I Shaviza will serve Lord Gula until my death. As he spoke, Shaviza took the brunt and fired an energy cannon at Babadai. Under Shaviza's leadership, the group of controlled people behind him all began to rebel against Babadai. Asshole! Hildegang! Kill them all! Babadai said viciously. Originally thought that these people would be controlled by him, but unexpectedly, this group of people were afraid of Frisia's trio. As he spoke, Hildegang spurted out a huge energy cannon from his mouth, and no grass grew in the place where it swept. All those controlled by Babadai were killed, but Babadai was not satisfied at all. Hildegang! Kill them all together! Before he finished speaking, Babadai felt a coolness on his neck. Then, the coolness turned into pain. His head was separated from his body in the blink of an eye. Bang! A muffled sound, as loud as thunder. Babadai, like a clown, saw an incredible scene a second before his death. Cell punched Hildegang on the back. Hildegang's body flew out of everyone's sight. Then, Cell said, Hey, the garbage has been cleaned up, so Frisia, do you want to avenge Son Goku? Created a group 7402600630. Chapter 57. The sky was full of fog, and the sky was full of fog. Cell stood proudly in the sky, holding his chest and looking down on the Frisia trio. You better not let me down. As soon as the words fell, a huge monster suddenly rushed in front of Cell. The man in front of him threw a heavy punch, and the whistling fist wind immediately rose. This sudden burst of power really shocked Cell. The strength of King Kurd has also been improved. In Hell, the two also fought for territory, but King Kurd's strength at that time was not as good as his. Later, King Kurd was imprisoned in another place, and the two never met. Cell carefully observed the face of King Kurd now, and sure enough, it had changed. This was obviously a large third-stage Frisia. Hey, too slow. Cell's face changed instantly. The swaying body was like a nimble little snake, and King Kurd flew into the air, his body frozen in place. With a snap, Cell's hand knife had already landed on King Kurd's back. The seemingly light blow actually had an elusive explosive power. King Kurd gritted his teeth, bit his lips, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The overwhelming pain exploded on King Kurd's back, and the Terry's major muscle on his back sank at this moment. The next moment, Cell's expression changed, and he directly pressed his hand against King Kurd's abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of impact continued, and Cell unscrupulously vented his emotions with his fists. The arrogant King Cold was toyed by Cell like a toy. Frisia and Cooler showed no concern when they saw this scene. Is this the result of Dad's training? It's really disappointing. He just got back his old transformation. It seems that Dad is really old. Frisia said coldly. Cooler, who was standing by, looked at King Cold being abused by Cell, and just tucked his lips and shook his head. King Cold, who was beaten without any ability to fight back, was instantly blown away by Cell's Qigong wave. He was finally sent to Frisia and Cooler. The physically devastated King Cold held his old waist, gasping for breath, and blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. He wiped it and then cursed, "Damn it, if you give me some more time, I will definitely be able to break through." Frisia rolled his eyes at King Cold and said, "Dad, you are old." "Dad is right, if the house is not destroyed, maybe, hee. Swish, swish, swish. Several purple energy waves flew down and rushed towards the Frisia trio. Frisia had noticed it, his expression changed, and he flew up and directly bounced the energy bullets away. "Cell, you have indeed improved." "Hey, Frisia, your father is really a piece of trash, you should be almost the same, right?" Cell mocked. Frisia smiled cunningly, "Ho ho, what you said before is right, my father is indeed a piece of trash. But I am better than him." After that, Frisia looked at King Cold with disdain, and then he floated in front of Cell. At this moment, Cooler, who was behind Frisia, suddenly flashed in front of Frisia. His straight body faced Cell, instantly blocking the short Frisia. "You mean, you killed Vegeta?" Cooler confirmed again and again. "How many times do you want me to say it? Stinky lizard!" Cell scolded. After learning the answer he wanted, Cooler's whole body tensed up, his facial expression was a little abnormal, and suddenly he laughed. "Ha ha ha ha! Good death, but I can't kill him personally, I'm sorry. So this regret, let you make up for it." After saying that, Cooler's body suddenly emitted a dazzling silver light, as if a layer of mysterious shield tightly wrapped it. The silver light was extremely strong, instantly illuminating the entire sky, and the originally blue sky was now rendered into a dazzling silver. As the silver light surged, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted, and everything became blurred. It seemed that only the silver light column and Cooler, who was shrouded in light, were left between heaven and earth. At the same time, a powerful airflow gushed out from the center of the silver light, quickly sweeping around. The various gases in the air were attracted by this force and began to spin rapidly around Gula involuntarily. Finally, after all these visions ended, Cooler appeared in front of everyone with a brand new face. Silver-white Cooler. At this moment, Cooler completely blocked the petite Frisia and stole all his limelight. This made Frisia very unhappy. "Asshole, I didn't expect him to reach this form." Swish! In just a moment, Frisia also turned silver-white. The two brothers gradually approached Cell. Frisia suddenly flew in front of Cooler and said to Cell, "Haha, Cell, this is the result of my half-month training. To be frank, if I am given more time, my strength will reach another dimension. I am different from my father. I am a genius that our clan rarely sees in 1,000 years." Cell laughed and pointed at Cooler, saying, "Once in 1,000 years? What about this guy? He looks taller than you, so he should be stronger than you, right?" As soon as these words came out, they immediately hit Frisia's sore spot. What he hates most in his life is that others mention his height. Asshole! Go to hell! Frisia immediately flashed to Cell's back, gathered his fists together, and slammed into Cell's neck. Cell smiled evilly, smelling the smell of danger, he turned around and blocked the attack. Then he immediately mocked, "When I was in hell, I was wondering why your brother and your father were so tall, but you look like this. Are you a mutant?" The blood vessels on Frisia's forehead were like earthworms, and his anger value exploded at this moment. A dragon's tail swing directly hit Cell's face. "Idiot! Shut up!" The angry Frisia's attack was extremely fierce, and Cell's body kept retreating, and his arrogant face became serious at this moment. The two fought from the sky to the ground, stirring up circles of energy storms. Knowing that what his brother hated most was others mentioning his height, Gula didn't intend to intervene. After all, he also wanted to see the results of Frisia's hard work. However, his vicious eyes gradually looked at King Kurd on the side. He gradually approached the Kurdish king and cursed, "Waste!" King Kurd was immediately furious, pointing at Gula's nose and cursing, "Rebellious son! Say it again!" Gula just smiled indifferently, raised his hands above his head, "Sorry, Dad, our family doesn't need waste, you are just a burden now. Also, this is the last time I call you Dad." A purple energy ball instantly expanded and was thrown at the Kurdish king. After a wail, the Kurdish king's body was hit by the energy ball and was 100 miles away. A grand fireworks display was set off. Gula turned his head to look at Cell and Frisia who were fighting. But he suddenly felt that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him from behind, so he turned around and said vigilantly, "Who? Come out." I heard a overlapping voice from the back, "Haha, what a good son." Chapter 58. The old man was lying on the ground. Half an hour ago. The Kaishan realm. A skinny man in a vest was lying on the ground. A strange scene was playing out in front of him. Vegeta was hugging a black steel block, which was the hardest object in the universe. His face was flushed, his back teeth were locked, and he was in great pain. On his butt, a small piece of furry thing could be vaguely seen. This was his tail that had disappeared for many years, and now a small section of it had strangely appeared. And behind him were the old Kaishan and the Kaishan duo. "Old ancestor, can this really stimulate Vegeta's potential?" asked King Kaishin. "Don't talk nonsense. Just watch, let you see the special abilities of the King Kai 15 generations ago. It's time to teach you a lesson." At this moment, Trunks already knew what the old King Kai was going to do. "Old King Kai, I'll help you." After that, Trunks quickly came behind the old King Kai and held his waist. "Boy! Let go! Don't rush! This can only be done slowly." The old King Kai scolded, "Your strength is too great. This will break his tail again. Let go." After that, the old King Kai broke free from Trunks' hand. The thin man in a vest on the side had a runny nose and looked at the scene in front of him with a confused look. What's going on?" But a gust of cool wind blew, and he immediately covered his body with both hands, looking weak and vulnerable. So cold." Jebbit immediately noticed the stranger in front of him and asked, "Who is this?" The thin man in vest instantly became arrogant, pointed his thumb at his face, and said confidently, "I am neither Son Goku nor Son Gohan. I am the super soldier they fused together." When the thin man said this, he himself was a little bit unconvinced, and his snot bubbles came out again. When the cool wind blew, he trembled again. This scene made everyone feel extremely suffocated, and even Vegeta, who was tortured by pain, was speechless. Kakarot said the winning method, but he combined to produce such a broken thing. Asshole! Fortunately, I didn't agree to him. It's so embarrassing. The thin man's performance was indeed unsatisfactory, and the Kaishan duo were dumbfounded. Looking at the speechless people, Trunks smiled and explained, "It seems that there is something wrong with the fusion, ha ha ha." Then, Trunks's eyes shifted to the old Kaishan. He carefully observed the actions of the old Kai. As expected, the corners of the old guy's mouth slightly raised. Trunks knew that it should be done. The old Kai suddenly stopped pulling Vegeta's tail and looked at the thin man beside him. Haha, what kind of fusion technique are you using? This kind of fusion technique has its shortcomings, and now it has been fully demonstrated by you. As soon as this was said, Trunks immediately took it up and asked with joy, Old Kai is knowledgeable, you must know a better way, right? The old Kai smiled knowingly, and he took off the earrings on his ears instantly. Use this, Patara. As long as you wear it on the left and right ears of two people, you can make the two people merge. The words of the old Kai were like magic sounds, and Sin, as the contemporary Kai, knew nothing about it. Patara has such an effect. Old Kai glanced at Shin Kai, don't believe it. Just try it with Jebit. Just when the two were about to try, Trunks stopped them. Well, Old Kai would never lie, so it's better for you and Mr. Jebit not to try. Old Kai snorted coldly and continued, once you merge, you can't undo it. Fortunately, Trunks stopped you. When he said this, Old Kai couldn't help but feel sad, and told everyone about him and a witch. He could never go back to the handsome Kai who was full of vigor and vitality. Now he has become a wretched old man, all because of the fusion with the witch. But it was also because of this that he gained some witch abilities. Trunks was not in the mood to listen to Old Kai's past. He just wanted to confirm one thing now, and he asked Old Kai, are you sure it really can't be undone? Old Kai scratched his head and thought carefully. Oh, it's been too long, I'm a little confused. Patara's permanent fusion seems to only work on King Kai. As long as one party is King Kai, they will be forever combined. Old Kai's words made Trunks feel relieved. Sure enough, the setting of Patara was the same as he thought. Trunks grabbed Patara and turned to look at the thin man behind him. Now we just need to wait for Son Goku and Son Gohan to disintegrate. After explaining the earrings, Old Kai began to pull out Vegeta's tail again. Looking at Vegeta's small tail, Trunks' eyes were filled with hope again. After Dad's tail grows out, with his current strength, he will definitely be able to transform into Super Saiyan 4. In this way, there is a new solution to the current problem. As long as he can regain his sanity after transforming into a golden giant ape, then Dad can transform equals I have become a Super Saiyan 4. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Dad will not lose his mind after transforming into a giant ape. Trunks didn't know that all his words had been heard by Vegeta. Vegeta's heart skipped a beat. So, the tail is the secret of our Saiyan potential. Transform into a giant ape, then we can use an artificial moon. Hee. Fool cockroach. Just merge with your son. I, Vegeta, will never merge with you. Day. Two phantoms separated from the thin man's body and split into two. Son Gohan and Son Goku finally recovered. Oh, why did the fusion fail? Son Goku asked. Dad, I remember, it seems that our fingers are not aligned. Son Gohan has already found the problem. Uncle Goku and Brother Gohan, you also heard it just now, right? This is Patara, how about this? Trunks handed the earrings to the two. Goku stared at Patara, is it really that magical? Then, he put it on his left ear. Gohan put it on his right ear without any doubt. Instantly, a mysterious light emanated from the two bodies. The dazzling white light dissipated, and a brand new warrior appeared in front of everyone. He put his hand on his forehead without saying a word. He disappeared instantly. Chapter 59. The sound of the sudden and inexplicable sound seemed to come from all directions, which startled Groudon, who had transformed into a silver form. He couldn't help but turn back and look, but he didn't see any figure in his sight. Swoosh! Suddenly, a cool breeze blew over his head. Groudon became alert and looked up in a hurry. However, there was still nothing above, nothing. Groudon's nerves were tense, and he began to look around, trying to find the source of the sound. However, Only Frisia and Cell were fighting around. He couldn't help but feel a little confused and uneasy. Where did this mysterious voice come from? Gulatun decided to stay highly alert and continue to observe the movements around him. Who? Come out! Gula's face no longer had the calmness he had just transformed into the silver state. He just heard someone talking. Just as he was questioning, a handsome face suddenly appeared in front of him. Gula's body took several steps back uncontrollably, his eyes widened, and his face was full of unbelievable expressions. Who are you? Gula was extremely vigilant, just because the person in front of him was indeed not simple. He was able to approach him unnoticed after he transformed into the silver state. Finally, Gula saw the face of the person in front of him clearly. Wearing an orange martial arts uniform with a word printed on his chest, Gula felt a little familiar. But there was a pair of earrings hanging on his ears. The stranger in front of him did not respond. Looking at the surprised Gula, he just waved his fist, as if he was adapting to his body. How rude! Gula was immediately furious. This guy had been teasing Gula since he appeared, and Gula could no longer bear it. Boom! Purple energy bloomed at Gula's fingertips, and he shot at the person in front of him crazily in anger. And it was at this moment that the person in front of him finally got serious. Hey, hey, hey! The golden flame on his body suddenly burned up, like a dazzling sun, emitting endless light. The golden ring was like a vortex, sweeping the entire space continuously, as if it was going to swallow everything in. On the other side, Frisia and Cell, who were originally fighting fiercely, also stopped at the same time. They felt the oppression of this powerful breath, and their faces showed shock. Frisia stared at the figure with wide eyes, wondering in his heart, who is this person? Cell looked solemn. At this moment, the whole battlefield became tense because of this mysterious figure who suddenly appeared, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. For a moment, a breath that shook the world came to his face. The three of them raised their breath to resist this pressure. And it was this pressure that made all the purple lasers shot by Cooler go to waste. The man's eyes were sharp, and he carefully sensed the power in his body. Very good, is this the power of Padara? Since it is the fusion of Son Goku and Son Gohan, then let's call it Hang Kong. The stunned Cooler stared at Hang Kong. He finally knew why he was familiar at this moment. It turned out to be the fusion of Son Goku and Son Gohan. Hang Kong had transformed into a Super Saiyan. The next second, he looked sideways and looked at Cooler. I don't like your unfilial behavior, so I decided to deal with you. Swoosh! The golden figure disappeared and instantly arrived beside Gula. A heavy fist suddenly appeared on Gula's chest. This punch had the power to shatter stars, and the speed caught Gula off guard. Bang! Gula's body was knocked thousands of meters away and finally fell to the ground fiercely. At that time, a scar was instantly drawn on the earth, and Gula's body opened a hole on the earth. And his body continued to slide. It's not over yet. Just when Gula reacted, his body was about to hit the huge mountain behind him. Asshole! Damn it! The body is out of control! Gula roared. Ah! In an instant, Gula's body was shrouded in silver light again, and the power in his body was fully stimulated at this moment. Finally, just away from the mountains. When his hand was less than 1 meter away, his body stabilized. But at this moment, the figure that frightened him appeared in front of him again. The person who came was Fan Kong. Fan Kong wiped the tip of his nose with his thumb and teased, "Hee hee, I don't know why, although the Kurdish king is a bad guy, your behavior still makes me very unhappy." Gula stood up, raised his head suddenly, and cursed, "It's not your turn to interfere in our family affairs. Bastard!" The angry Gula was like a beast, kicking his legs violently, and attacked Fan Kong with the power of thunder. Facing the surging attack, Fan Kong just stood there, his face was calm. He just twisted and dodged the attack. Too slow. Hearing Fan Kong's ridicule, Gula couldn't bear it anymore, and used his hands and feet. Gula fell into a state of defeat. In the sky, Frisia and Cell, who were fighting, also reached a tacit understanding and stopped fighting to observe Cooler's battle. "Hey! Frisia!" Cell touched Frisia with his shoulder. Frisia turned around. "Hey! Is this all your brother can do?" Cell questioned. Frisia looked indifferent. "I don't know, maybe I just adapted to this form. I told you, I'm a genius, I've stabilized this form a long time ago. I haven't practiced since I was born. I only need to practice a little bit to reach a height that you can never reach, Cell." Cell looked at him with disdain, and then responded, "Really? Frisia, so your talent is so high? Don't forget, I also have your cells in my body. Oh, by the way, I have never practiced either. If you are really a genius like you said, I think I can do it too." Frisia was also quite surprised by such news, raised his eyebrows and said, "You are just a thief who steals other people's cells. Do you think a fake can beat me?" Just when the two of them looked at each other with dislike, a silver-white object was hitting them at the speed of light. The two of them focused on each other. With a bang, Cooler's body hit Cell and Frisia. The three of them were knocked out together. Whoosh! At this time, ISO also appeared in front of the three. Fang Kong glanced at the three people with contempt. "What are you talking about? If you have anything to talk about, go back to hell and talk." On the other side, at Majin Buu's place, a strange-looking monster happened to meet him. The monster looked at the fat man in front of him and muttered, "Evil thought, evil thought." Majin Buu stared at him with his crescent-shaped eyes and asked, "Hey! Who are you?" Evil Thought stared at Majin Buu blankly and blinked. "Evil Thought, evil thought." A capital question mark appeared above Majin Buu's head. "Ask who you are." "Evil Thought, evil thought." The pink head kept spewing white mist. And he couldn't help but run towards the evil thought. Created a chat group, 740260630. Chapter 60. The two of them were so angry that they had to stop fighting. Looking at the sudden attack of Ichigo, Frisia and Cell had to temporarily stop fighting. At this moment, the grudges between the two were also written off. Because they saw the shadow of their old acquaintance on Ichigo. Frisia's eyes trembled constantly, and Ichigo's breath made him feel disgusted. He murmured, "Son Goku." And Cell also reacted at this moment. The breath of the person in front of him was very similar to that of Son Gohan, but there was also the breath of Son Goku. "So that's it, it's Son Goku and Son Gohan." Frisia pushed away the embarrassed Gula in his arms, and rubbed his hands and floated towards Ichigo. "Although I don't know what happened to you, Son Goku, but fortunately you are still alive. The one who killed Son Goku. It can only be me, Frisia." After saying that, Frisia's body burst out with an aura that was superior to that of Gula. Such momentum made Gula dumbfounded, and his heart was full of shock and disbelief. He never thought that the brother he once looked down on would be so powerful. All along, Gula sneered at Frisia for never practicing. Born with strong fighting power, but never practicing. However, now, the strength shown by Frisia completely subverted Gula's cognition. He couldn't help but begin to doubt whether his previous views were too narrow and one-sided. At this moment, Gula finally realized that he could no longer despise Frisia. He had to re-examine this brother who he once thought was a waste. At the same time, Cell next to Frisia also spoke. "So, I didn't kill you just now, Son Goku. Son Goku, Son Gohan, both are people I hate. If I don't kill you, I can't relieve my hatred." Frisia's body turned into a shuttle of light and rushed towards Hong Kong. "Cell, get out of my way. He's mine." Cell cursed, "Why do you do that? Shorty." Cell followed closely behind Frisia, and the two of them ran towards Hong Kong from the left and right. Compared with Cooler's strength, Frisia and Cell are indeed a step up. Hong Kong was not afraid of danger, and he kept dodging the attacks of the two. But what was waiting for him was a more violent fist, like a storm of fists constantly attacking him. Unexpectedly, he didn't expect these two people to surprise him. Hong Kong's body kept retreating, and the next second, Frisia and Cell's fists actually hit his face. This scene surprised Hong Kong a little. Not only he was surprised, but also Trunks, who was in the Kai King realm. He was surprised that Frisia did not transform into Golden Frisia, but was in the current state. Was it a transitional form between Golden Frisia? In addition, there was another thing that surprised him. This performance, why does it feel like it didn't meet expectations? Trunks looked at Hanjura in the crystal ball with a hint of disappointment. It was at this time that the old Kai King was also attracted by the crystal ball. Potara's role has not been fully utilized by these two people. If the two people who merged are both enemies and friends, and regard each other as opponents, only when these two people merged can Potara's role be maximized. Old Kai's earnest words benefited the Kai duo a lot, and they said in unison, "Old ancestor, you know a lot." Old Kai smiled, "You too, although you are the Kai and Kai candidates of our seventh universe, you really know too little about these things. In the future, I will slowly popularize some things to you." Listening to Old Kai's words, Trunks suddenly realized. His eyes couldn't help but look at Vegeta. The two people who are both enemies and friends, aren't they talking about Dad and Uncle Gaku? Vegeta was in great pain when his tail was pulled out, but his attention was always on the crystal ball. Trunks' gaze made Vegeta turn his head away instantly and said coldly, "Trunks, I can't use Potara with Kakarot. Rather than that, I'd rather die." Trunks said calmly, "What if Brother Gohan and Uncle Gaku lose the battle?" To be honest, Trunks didn't know the strength of Brother Gohan and Uncle Gaku. After all, they were the fusion of father and son, and they didn't use Potara as a weapon. Use it to the extreme. In other words, it can't reach the strength of Vegeta. If Uncle Gaku and Brother Gohan don't fight, then the Earth will be in crisis again, and Mom and Sister will also be in danger. "Dad, are you willing to merge with Uncle Gaku?" As soon as these words came out, Vegeta trembled all over. "Humph, Trunks. Even if they lose, I can defeat Frisia and the others." After saying this, Vegeta's heart couldn't help but tremble. To be honest, he actually has no idea now. After all, his tail has not been pulled out yet, and he just said this for the sake of face. But Trunks' words have indeed deeply touched him. "Bulma, brah. If there really is that day, I am of course willing to merge with Kakarot." However, at this moment, the words of old Kai King God gave the two of them a shot of stabilizer. "Well, although we failed to bring out Potara's greatest ability, the father and son are quite in sync. The best is yet to come." Faced with Cell and Frisia's relentless attacks, the Scion blood in Hanjura began to boil. For a moment, a strong storm shook Cell and Frisia away. Hanjura shouted, "Ha!" In an instant, golden arcs flew around him. The sky above his head suddenly lost its color, and golden air swirled. "You two really shocked me a little, but from now on, the battle is over. Because I have other things to do." Hanjura has transformed into Super Saiyan 2. After saying this, Hanjura has come behind Frisia and Cell without anyone noticing. The two confused people have already discovered that Hanjura, who is in front of them, has disappeared. Frisia and Cell shuddered, and the back of their necks began to feel cold. At that time, something even more incredible had happened. Their positions had been changed. And next to them, there was an extra person, and that person was the severely injured Cooler. What is this? Why are we here?" Frisia said in surprise. "It's teleportation. Damn! I didn't expect that he would practice teleportation to such an extreme that even I didn't react." Cell gritted his teeth. Just now, the suddenly disappeared Hanchura actually appeared behind Frisia and Cell, and he used teleportation to bring the two to Cooler's side. And the reason he did this was that he wanted to catch all three of them in one fell swoop. "I'm sorry, Cell, Frisia, Cooler, I have other things to do, so now, I must invite you back to hell." Only the voice was heard, and Hanchura was not seen. Cell and Cooler were both in a state of confusion. Only Frisia was still thinking of resisting. Suddenly, his body suddenly burned with a layer of golden light. "Hey? Just..." Frisia was about to say something, but the next second, a rapidly shining figure appeared instantly. Ichigo was putting his hands on his waist, and he shouted, "Magic Flash Kamehameha Kigong Wave." Suddenly, the energy cylinder with a diameter of 100 meters caught the three people in one net. What Frisia wanted to say was also swallowed at this moment. Instead, there was an incredible wailing. In the long-lasting wailing, the magic flash Kamehameha Kigong wave swallowed up the three people. And what Ichigo has to do next is another very important thing, that is, to find the evil thought wave, the culprit who disturbed the yin and yang worlds. Chapter 61. The world is full of hope. The world of the King of the Gods. Looking at the back of Ico who defeated Cell, Frisia and Cooler in the crystal ball, Trunks's heart finally settled down. Although it was not as shocking as the complete defeat of Vegeta, fortunately, all these villains were finally dealt with. Great Ancestor! It turns out that our Potara is so powerful. King of the Gods Shin cheered. Ico's success gave everyone infinite hope. Only one person was a little unhappy, and that was Vegeta lying on the ground. "Tisk, I wanted to go on stage myself, but I didn't expect Kakarot and Gohan to do it." In addition to King Kai-Shin and Vegeta, Gohan deeply touched another person. Jebet stared at King Kai-Shin's earrings in a daze, and suddenly an unrealistic idea appeared in his mind. "If I merge with Lord Kai, can I revive the power of King Kai?" After all, such troubles appeared in the universe, and the dignified King Kai could only pin his hopes on the Science. After thinking about it, Jebet reached out to touch King Kai-Shin's Potara. King Kai-Shin felt an itch beside his ear, turned around, and found Jebet. "What are you doing, Jebet?" King Kai-Shin asked. Jebet said with a smile, "Well, Lord Kai, how about we merge together? Then we can fight." As soon as this was said, the old Lord Kai scolded him immediately. He yelled at Jebet, "You bastard! You'd better give up this idea. With your level and his, even if you merge together, you are not enough to beat Frisia." Jebet and Lord Kai-Shin immediately lowered their heads. And Trunks, who was watching the show on the side, couldn't help but laugh. He smiled at Lord Kai-Shin and said, "Lord Kai, the Frisia you left alone before can now kill you and Lord Jebet with just one finger. I think what the old Lord Kai is saying is right." Hearing Trunks' words, Lord Kai-Shin lowered his head in shame. He himself did not expect that the people of Frisia's race were so perverted. He could really get rid of the previous Frisia with just a flick of his finger, but the current Frisia could do the opposite. Jebet smiled bitterly and said, "Hee hee, then I'd better give up this idea. It's good to be myself. These things should be left to you Scions." But just now, another story was happening in a tropical rainforest. Two epic monsters looked at each other head-on. Fat Majin Buu was furious and attacked the evil thought wave. But no matter how he attacked, the evil thought wave could always turn his body into countless cubes and reappear in front of him. And every time he did this step, the evil thought wave would look at the Fat Majin Buu with an expression of looking at a fool. Evil thought wave, evil thought wave. Sensing the full malice of the evil thought wave, the two holes on the head of the Fat Majin Buu continued to steam gas. He put his hands on his waist, pointed at Evil Mind and cursed, "Damn it! You pissed me off." Fat Majin Buu put his hands on his chest, and from the look of it, he was about to release Vegeta's famous trick, Ultimate Flash. He is indeed a genius. He only took a look at Vegeta's ultimate flash before, and he was able to learn it in a very short time. The golden energy column hit Evil Mind accurately. But this time, Evil Mind did not dodge, he just stood there quietly, waiting for some opportunity. Sure enough. Just when the ultimate flash was about to hit him, Evil Mind's mouth twitched slightly. And he confidently put his hands on his chest. A white hole appeared in his chest instantly. And the ultimate flash was also absorbed by the white hole at this moment. This scene made Fat Majin Buu, who was already mentally exploded, instantly furious. Damn it! You actually absorbed my ultimate flash! Damn it! Damn it! The gas on his head was getting more and more. The next second, a white hole suddenly appeared above Fat Majin Buu's head. Boom! The ultimate flash that was supposed to hit Xianbo actually exploded Fat Majin Buu's head. But Fat Majin Buu is a monster after all, and his powerful recovery ability allowed him to recover again. Asshole, I'm so angry! Fat Majin Buu said. He muttered to himself. Just as Fat Majin Buu was about to attack again, a strange voice sounded beside his ear. You are such a waste that you can't even beat him. Do you want me to help you? The fat on Majin Buu's body trembled violently, and he looked around. Who are you? Just then, a dull-colored thin Majin Buu appeared behind Fat Majin Buu. I am you, and you are me. But my appearance is thanks to you. You turned all the evil people who ran out of hell into candy and ate them. Their evil thoughts gathered in your body, and when you get angry, I am expelled by you. I am your evil side, fatty, said Thin Majin Buu and stuck out his tongue at Fat Majin Buu, full of sarcasm. Nonsense! I am me! Fat Majin Buu roared. Skinny Buu smiled calmly and imitated Fat Buu and said, Nonsense! I am me! Then Skinny Buu continued to do the same movements as Fat Buu. Evil Buu stood straight on the spot, as if looking at two children. But the next second, something unbelievable happened to Evil Buu. The furious Fat Buu used the ultimate flash again. On the other side, Skinny Buu synchronized his movements. The two ultimate flashes dissipated directly at the moment of contact. The powerful impact caused Fat Buu to be blown away, but Skinny Buu was helpless. Damn it! Bastard! Turn into chocolate for me! A pink light shot out from Fat Buu's head, the light swirled and finally shot at Skinny Buu. Faced with such an attack, Skinny Buu knew this move very well. He took a deep breath and blew it directly at Fat Buu. Finally, Fat Buu couldn't dodge and was turned into chocolate by himself. Skinny Buu slowly picked up the chocolate and swallowed it. His body also changed at this moment, and a lot of pink smoke ran out of his head. The smoke surrounded his whole body, and his originally thin body was covered with muscles. Thus, Big Buu was born. And Big Buu's sharp eyes finally looked at Xianbo. Fool, then it's your turn next. The stupidity of the fat man really makes me feel distressed. Big Buu touched his forehead, wanting to cry but without tears. Xianbo showed a weird smile on his face. He obviously felt that the pink monster in front of him was smarter than the previous one. Chapter 62. The old man was so angry that he was about to die. Go to hell! Ugly thing! Accompanying this roar, endless anger and murderous intent flashed in Big Buu's eyes. His body trembled slightly, and he was accumulating all his strength. Suddenly, a strange light began to emanate from Big Buu's fingertips. The light was only a faint pink at first, but soon it became as dazzling as an ignited flame. As time went on, the pink laser became more and more powerful, and its light even overshadowed everything around it, releasing unparalleled energy fluctuations. Under the pressure of this powerful force, the surrounding space seemed to begin to distort and deform. Countless dazzling rays rushed towards the place where Xianbo was like a torrent of destruction. The momentum was fierce, as if to tear the entire space apart. These rays formed a suffocating light net, and hit Xianbo fiercely with the force of thunder. However, at this thrilling moment, the situation suddenly changed dramatically. Big Bu widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Everything that happened before his eyes was far beyond his imagination and expectations. He could never have imagined that such an amazing scene would appear next. Xiannianbo raised his arms above his head without hesitation, and a huge white hole suddenly appeared. This white hole was like a towering mountain, exuding a palpitating breath. Then, Xiannianbo moved the white hole to his chest at an astonishing speed, like an indestructible shield. Those lasers shot by Big Bu surged like a tide. But the moment it came into contact with the white hole, it was swallowed up and absorbed. At the same time, in another direction, a brand new white hole quietly appeared. And the target of this white hole was Big Bu himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a thrilling rain of lasers poured down. These lasers were as dense as pear blossoms in a rainstorm, and they attacked Big Bu all over the place. Big Bu originally thought that as long as he launched a large-scale attack, he would be able to make the evil thought wave have nowhere to hide. Even with the white hole as a means of defense, it would be impossible to withstand so many lasers. But he seriously underestimated the true strength of the evil thought wave. What he did not expect was that the white hole of the evil thought wave could actually expand further. What a weird trick! It would be great if I could use it. At this time, a thought suddenly flashed in Big Bu's mind. His body instantly turned into a ball of meat, and then split into countless small pieces of meat. With this move, he avoided all the lasers that bounced back from Xiannianbo. However, his real purpose was not just this. His real purpose was to take Xiannianbo's ability for himself. His body quickly recovered and reappeared in front of Xiannianbo. What do you think, idiot? My ability is very strong. I thought Xiannianbo would praise his ability, but Xiannianbo still stood there blankly. Xiannianbo, Xiannianbo. Looking at Xiannianbo's dull expression, Big Bu seemed to have understood that the guy in front of him seemed to only know those 3 words. Hey! Is this the only rebound move you can do? You only know how to copy others. You are so unoriginal. And is there something wrong with your brain, you idiot? You only know evil thoughts, evil thoughts. As he said this, Big Bu imitated the dull and clear eyes of evil thoughts and stuck out his tongue. Evil thoughts, evil thoughts. After such ridicule, evil thoughts finally stopped standing there stupidly. He knew that the other party had just scolded him. Evil thought's face darkened, and a blue energy ball condensed in his hand. This attack was the move that severely injured Son Goku. The blue energy ball in evil thought's hand became more and more dazzling. But Big Bu's expression became more and more sinister. He he he. Big Bu chuckled softly, his voice like a night owl. Evil thoughts concentrated on condensing the energy ball, and was unaware of what was happening behind him. Sing. Suddenly, a slight sound came into the ears of Xiannianbo, but he was immersed in the gathering of power and did not pay attention to this abnormality. However, it was this slight sound that became the key to reversing the situation. Big Bu's eyes were focused on Xiannianbo. The minced meat behind. I saw a huge meat net swooping down from behind Xiannianbo, as fast as lightning across the night sky. In the blink of an eye, the meat net tightly wrapped Xiannianbo. Success! Big Bu cheered triumphantly. Oh ha ha ha! He laughed wildly, and the laughter was as piercing as the cry of a baboon. Majin Bu thought he had already won, but at this moment, an accident happened. His laughter stopped abruptly, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. I saw Xiannianbo's body suddenly turned into block-shaped pixels, successfully avoiding the meat net. After a breath, his body reassembled again. Swoosh! The blue air bomb lit up again from Xiannianbo's hand. Boom! Majin Bu was shocked by this scene. He didn't expect that the stupid Xiannianbo would have such an IQ. He had no time to dodge, and his body was blown to pieces. Xiannianbo just stood there, staring at the pieces of meat that were torn into pieces and squirming on the ground. Sizzle! The disgusting pieces of meat gathered together again from all directions, but this time it took much longer than the last time. Damn it! Big Bu cursed. Big Bu stared at Xiannianbo closely, and he was sure that the freak in front of him was no worse than him. Just as Big Bu sighed, Xiannianbo had already turned into a sharp blade in his hand. Swoosh! The sharp blade was unsheathed. The blood-red knife light reflected Xiannianbo's face, and the sword energy swept towards Big Bu. Big Bu, who reacted, did not dare to neglect it at all, and his body rotated 360 degrees in the air before dodging the attack. Boom! Big Bu was attracted by the explosion, turned his head, and found that the ground had cracked. All the trees in the jungle behind him were cut in half. The oppressive feeling of the evil thought wave made Big Bu feel a little afraid. At this moment, a white hole suddenly appeared above his head. The evil thought wave's fist fell on his head. Weird, it was too weird. Majin Bu looked at the white hole, his eyes flickered constantly, and he felt afraid of it. But the more afraid he was, the more he wanted to know what was inside. The fist swung down and successfully hit Majin Bu's head. This punch was beyond Majin Bu's expectation. It directly broke his body apart. Big Bu's body turned into countless pieces, and at this time, something that scared Big Bu happened again. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the horizon. The horrifying explosion was even more powerful than the pressure from Xiannianbo. Damn it! What on earth happened? Just as he was shocked, Big Bu sensed that an energy that was beyond his reach was approaching him. A person wearing an orange uniform and earrings suddenly appeared behind Xiannianbo. Xiannianbo, you are here! The double voice sounded, and Big Bu panicked. The infinite sense of oppression also interrupted Big Bu's thoughts at this moment. And Xiannianbo's blue energy ball hit his body again. Big Bu's loss of consciousness caused his breath to disappear at this moment. Xiannianbo stood up, staring blankly ahead, his eyes meeting with Hong Kong. Hong Kong stared at Xiannianbo in front of him and declared, "Then, it's time to end, Xiannianbo." Chapter 63. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Xiannianbo stared at Majin Bu, who had already disappeared, thinking that his life was over. A double and magnetic voice sounded from behind him. Xiannianbo turned around, and the person in front of him was strange and familiar. He tilted his head and fell into confusion. Soon, he noticed the shadow of Sun Wukong on Hong Kong. But before he could react, the person in front of him disappeared quickly. In Hong Kong's hand, an extremely bright light emanated, and a rapidly concentrated energy bomb was gathering in Hong Kong's hand. The energy bomb, like a living thing, kept beating in his palm, and the power contained in it could be imagined. A trace of fear flashed in Xiannianbo's eyes, a fear he had never felt before. This farce should end, Xiannianbo. Hong Kong waved his arms and was about to throw the energy bomb at Xiannianbo. In a moment, his body seemed to be locked by an invisible hand, and the whole person froze in place. Hong Kong looked at his body in disbelief, and a sense of powerlessness surged throughout his body. The next second, his body was split into two. Sun Gohan and Sun Goku looked at each other in confusion. Disintegrated, disintegrated. The father and son said in unison. At this moment, the energy ball that was enough to scare Xiannianbo away disappeared. Xiannianbo tilted his head and kept shooting suspicious eyes at Son Goku. He soon realized that the guy in front of him was his former defeated opponent. Evil Thought Wave let out a creepy cry, "Evil Thought Wave, Evil Thought Wave." Then, his body flashed to the side of the father and son. Accumulate a punch, and it will be thrown out soon. Sun Wukong suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, and Sun Gohan also transformed into a mysterious form at this moment. At the same time, a Kamehameha has gathered in Sun Gohan's hand. The blue energy column defected from his palm, just when Sun Gohan thought it was about to hit. Something that made his scalp tingle happened. Evil Thought Wave's body turned into countless pieces of meat like pixels. The Kamehameha that was supposed to penetrate Evil Thought Wave's body was perfectly avoided by Evil Thought Wave. Just as Sun Gohan was amazed at this scene, Evil Thought Wave's figure had already arrived in front of him. What a terrifying face! Sun Gohan couldn't help but be shocked, and then fled at the fastest speed. Gohan! This guy is dangerous. Since the Potara fusion failed, we must try to fuse. Only in this way can we have a chance to defeat him. Gohan nodded fiercely, I know. Dad. Find a chance to fuse. However, it was not only Gohan who heard this, but also Evil Thoughts. Evil Thoughts in the second stage was no longer the fat-headed and big-eared idiot in the first stage. The power displayed by Gohan and Goku just now had made him feel dangerous. He would never let the two of them have a chance to fuse. Snap! A blood-red sword energy flew across, and Evil Thoughts directly separated Gohan and Goku. No. Dad. This guy seems to understand our plan. Gohan forced himself to stabilize his body and said to Goku. Goku's brain was working frantically, and his combat IQ was fully demonstrated at this moment. Whoosh! Instant teleportation was directly launched. He had already grabbed Gohan's shoulders. Then, the next step is to activate teleportation again, escape from this place. And then continue the fusion plan. Swoosh! The teleportation was activated, and the three of them appeared in an unfamiliar place together. Gohan! Quick, merge! Sun Wukong said. However, Sun Wuhan said, no. Dad, Evil Thoughts. It was at this time that Sun Wukong realized that Evil Thoughts had also been brought here. Sun Wukong's idea was so wonderful that just when Sun Wukong was about to teleport away, Evil Thoughts had already put his hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. Evil Thoughts, Evil Thoughts. Evil Thoughts had no expression on his face and swung a knife at the father and son. The father and son were separated again, and at this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Old son. Gohan. Piccolo was shocked. Beside Piccolo, there were Krillin and others. It was Piccolo's breath that Sun Wukong sensed before using teleportation. Everyone looked at the father and son in amazement, not because of them, but because. Behind the father and son, there is a demon, Evil Thought. Krillin was startled and took a few steps back. Goku. Why did you bring this guy here? Sorry. Krillin, and everyone, I was careless. Evil Thought is so fast. Hurry up. The battle will affect you. Leave this to me and Gohan. Hearing this, everyone flew towards a safe place. Piccolo looked at Son Gohan worriedly and shouted, Be careful. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded slightly, and only when he saw Gohan nod did Piccolo go away. Son Gohan looked at Evil Thought firmly. Then, he made a bold decision. Dad, go find Uncle Vegeta. Use Potara to merge with him. I'll hold him back. Hearing this, Sun Wukong did not dare to neglect it at all. At this moment, Xiannianbo's hand appeared behind Sun Wukong without anyone noticing. Be careful. Dad. Behind you. Sun Wuhan reminded loudly. But it was too late. A round of white hole appeared directly behind Sun Wukong. Xiannianbo's hand stretched out from the white hole. Sun Wukong suddenly felt an irresistible energy binding his body. He was directly pulled into the white hole, and Sun Wukong, who had no time to react, disappeared from this land. Looking at such a bizarre scene, Sun Wuhan opened his mouth wide. Dad! This scene was unexpected. Sun Wuhan never thought that Xiannianbo had such an IQ. In order to prevent them from merging, he actually sucked Sun Wuhan into the white hole. In this way, they will never be able to merge again. Sun Gohan's pupils dilated in a second, and the muscles on his face twitched. He roared at the top of his lungs. Assholes! Give my dad back to me. His dad had died once. Son Gohan's mind was full of random thoughts. What would happen if he died again? Suddenly, a white lotus of air colored the world, and an unprecedented energy burst out from Son Gohan's body. Mysterious Gohan's radiance was extremely bright, and his furious body was instantly surrounded by a white dragon. Carrying the power to penetrate the world, and at an unattainable speed, Son Gohan's punch successfully hit Evil Thought Wave. This unstoppable punch actually shocked Evil Thought Wave. The moment the dragon fist touched Evil Thought Wave's face, he felt that half of his face had disappeared. It was at this moment that he reacted. His body quickly turned into countless blood-red pieces of flesh, and finally appeared in front of Son Gohan intact. Weird, too weird. Son Gohan didn't expect that his full-strength punch couldn't hurt Evil Thought Wave at all. Chapter 64. The battle was over, and the battle was over. Sitting next to the crystal ball and paying close attention to the battle situation, King Shin stood up immediately. He had never expected such a result. Evil Thoughts was so smart. This was beyond his expectations. Impossible. How did this guy's IQ suddenly become so high? King Shin stood up suddenly. He actually trapped Mr. Goku. Then it's impossible to reunite or merge again. It was this sentence that reminded Trunks. Trunks was alert instantly. How could Evil Thoughts have such an IQ with his stupid look? Vegeta, who was pulling out his tail, was also shocked and said, "What? Kakarot is trapped." After that, Vegeta felt the breath of Son Goku, and sure enough, he felt nothing. Damn it! Kakarot! Old man! Pull it out for me quickly! Trunks looked at Jebbit on the side and said to him, "Lord Jebbit, please take me to the battlefield. Now, only Brother Gohan and I can merge." After that, Trunks quickly took off the earrings on both sides of King Kai Shin. After this set of actions, King Kai Shin didn't even know when the earrings were gone. Hearing this, Jebbit nodded firmly. Hugging Trunks directly, the two disappeared on the spot. Battlefield. A hand suddenly rested on Son Gohan's back, and Son Gohan turned around. Trunks handed Potara directly to Son Gohan. "Brother Gohan, cheer up. We will win. Uncle Goku should not be dead. Believe me." Looking at Trunks, who was heading to the battlefield, Son Gohan rekindled his fighting spirit. He took the earrings and put them on directly. "Trunks! Let's rescue Dad." The two had already put on Potara. However, something unexpected happened. No reaction. The two did not merge. Trunks' body trembled violently. He probably knew the reason. Since Son Gohan had just merged with Son Goku, the power of the fusion that belonged to Son Gohan should not have been restored. Just like in the original work, after Vegeta disintegrated instantly, the earrings were still on the left and right ears. But because the power of the fusion of the two has not been restored, they will not merge again. In short, fusion and fusion are both CDs. Son Gohan and Trunks looked at each other. Neither of them had thought of such a situation. Then, something that shocked Trunks happened again. The evil thought that stood there stupidly changed. His red skin was replaced by a pink body. From those evil eyes, it can be seen that the person in front of him has become Majin Buu. To be precise, it is Majin Buu. Yes, just now, Evil thought he had destroyed Big Buu. But at the moment when the blue energy ball exploded, Big Buu went into the white hole released by Evil. He was surprised to find that it was indeed difficult to absorb evil from the outside, but when he got into the white hole, the secret of evil was inside the white hole. The white hole stores all evil thoughts, and these evil thoughts are the basis of evil. After Big Buu entered it, he absorbed all the evil thoughts and became the current evil Buu. And then, something even more outrageous happened again. Majin Buu actually wore a martial arts uniform. Not only did he absorb the evil thoughts, but even Son Goku was absorbed. Ha ha ha! Now I am the most powerful existence. Are you wondering how this stupid guy could be so smart? Ha ha ha, it's actually Ben Bu who has been operating. Majin Bu laughed crazily. Now he is the most powerful Majin Bu so far. It's not an exaggeration to call him Super Bu. Trunks looked at the Majin Bu in front of him in shock. Things are getting more and more difficult. Due to the appearance of Hong Kong, everyone's attention is all on him. The crystal ball can be said to have been revolving around Hong Kong. As for the movements of Majin Bu, Trunks still stays on his good deeds. Unexpectedly, because he absorbed a large number of evil people who ran out of hell, those evil thoughts also affected him. Then, Big Bu appeared. Now the situation is even more. It has come to this. Sorry. Brother Gohan. It's my negligence. Trunks lowered his head and clenched his fists. However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed a strange sound coming from behind him. Squeak! Trunks and Son Gohan turned around at the same time. In an instant, a flesh net was attacking Son Gohan. Oops! Brother Gohan, be careful! Trunks reminded Son Gohan. In the blink of an eye, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 and shot the ultimate flash at the flesh net of Majin Bu. But how could Trunks be his opponent for the current Majin Bu? The ultimate flash could not break through the flesh net of Majin Bu at all. In the end, in full view of the crowd, the flesh net directly wrapped Son Gohan's body like a hungry tiger. In the afterglow of Trunks and Jupiter, Son Gohan was absorbed. Ha ha ha! Now the strongest people have been swallowed by me. Ha, kid, then it's you next. Wait, this kid is a little weak, forget it. Majin Bu killed people and broke their hearts, but Trunks was not angry. Majin Bu was right. The worst people absorbed by Majin Bu were at the level of Super Saiyan 3. Although Trunks' potential has been developed, compared with Son Gohan, his potential is just a drop in the ocean, not enough to develop a new form. Mysterious Trunks? That's just talk. After all, no one's potential can be higher than his brother Gohan. His strength has improved now, but compared with Majin Bu, it's just a drop in the ocean. However, he can clearly feel that his physical strength has been improved. Then at this moment, Majin Bu smiled evilly and said to Trunks. In that case, I'll turn you into a cookie and eat you. At this moment, Trunks was concentrating. He knew how terrifying Majin Bu was now, and he quickly moved to Jebet's side. In a moment, Trunks turned his head and stared at Jebet. He put his ear close to Jebet. Lord Jebet. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Jebet instantly disappeared with Trunks. Majin Bu looked confused and carefully sensed Trunks' breath. But he didn't sense anything. A planet very, very far away from the Earth. Trunks had hidden all his breath, because he knew that Majin Bu had absorbed Son Goku, so he would definitely move instantly. In order to avoid exposing his position, he hid his breath. At the same time, he asked Jebet seriously, Master Jebet, can your teleportation reach anywhere in the universe? Jebet nodded vigorously, yes. Hearing this, Trunks smiled crookedly, I must pay for my mistakes. Chapter 65. The broken wasteland is full of blood. The purple flesh kept wriggling, and Cell, who was hit by Hong Kong, was not completely killed. After the transformation, his name Qian cells were also strengthened. At this moment, he was controlling his brain to make his body grow again. Beside him, there were also rotten meat belonging to Frisia and Cooler. The Frisia clan has a strong vitality, and the two brothers are not completely dead now. Frisia's eyes were jumping on the ground, and his eyeballs were extremely terrified, because he was witnessing the scene of Cell reshaping his body. He was really shocked by Cell's ability. Unfortunately, he didn't have such ability, and Frisia envied him. But then, something happened that made him excited. A pink figure suddenly appeared on this land. The person was Majin Bu, and he didn't care about the disappearance of Trunks and Jebbet. In his opinion, these two pieces of trash were not worth mentioning at all. He had more important things to do now, right now. He glanced at Cell, who was recovering on the ground, and then showed a disdainful look. Then, Majin Buu looked at Frisia. He greeted Frisia in a friendly way. "Hello. Hello." Frisia was startled, and a sentence flashed through his mind. And this sentence was told to him by his father, King Cold, "Don't provoke a pink guy." And the guy in front of him seemed to be. Frisia was surprised, and then something incredible happened to him. Super Buu placed his hand on his broken body, and a healing green light was sprinkled on Frisia's body. Something strange happened, Frisia's body was recovering. Soon, a brand new Frisia reappeared. Frisia looked at Super Buu questioningly, "You saved me." Super Buu pretended to be indifferent, "I just happened to pass by." "By the way, how did you become like this?" Super Buu asked with pretended concern. Hearing this, Frisia was immediately furious, and his fists were clenched tightly. The face of Goku appeared in his mind. "Asshole! Son Goku and Son Gohan! I will kill you!" Anger eroded his heart, he was very unwilling, and at the same time he hated Cell. "Asshole! Cell! If you hadn't destroyed the spirit time chamber, I would have been able to stabilize that form." After saying that, Frisia glanced at Cell on the ground, and his hands couldn't help but ignite. Looking at this scene, Super Buu became nervous and hurriedly stopped Frisia. Hey, wait, don't do it yet. What do you mean by that form?" Frisia's body trembled slightly. After all, Super Buu saved him. He was known as a gentleman and must give Super Buu face. Frisia's body suddenly burst into a golden light. Frisia's body also became tense at this moment. He was trying to break through his own limits. "Asshole! I must break through myself." Ah! Hatred filled Frisia's mind, and his hatred for Isako had penetrated into his bones. The golden light bloomed around him, and under the catalysis of anger, the gold became more pure. Finally, after a minute-long transformation, a brand new Frisia appeared in front of Super Buu. Frisia laughed foolishly, "Wow, now I am Golden Frisia. My friend, I am glad you saved me." But just after Frisia said this, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. His body has not fully recovered now, Super Buu just restored his body. The transformation of Golden Frisia is too exhausting. Now he is just a bloodless version of Golden Frisia. Looking at Frisia spitting blood, Super Buu showed a treacherous smile, but it was only fleeting. "You seem to be happy too early. Come on, relax, I will heal you again." Frisia suddenly became alert, looking at Majin Buu in front of him, and the advice that King Cold had given him kept ringing in his mind. But looking at the kind-looking Super Buu, Frisia became suspicious again. Accidents are often unexpected. Defense. Majin Buu's true form was revealed, and a flesh net directly wrapped Frisia. Frisia, who reacted, had no time to dodge, as he was too weak now. The reason for this was that Super Buu had left a trick. He deliberately did not heal Frisia completely. Frisia continued to struggle in the flesh net, whimpering and cursing. In the end, Frisia became normal, and Super Buu succeeded again. So far, Golden Frisia was absorbed. Ha ha ha! Idiot! Idiot! There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Ha ha ha! I will become stronger. I want to be the master of this world. As he said this, Super Buu turned his gaze to Cooler and Cell. The most troublesome Frisia has been absorbed, so what he has to do next is to absorb the remaining Cell and Cooler. He lowered his head, smiled greedily. He took a deep breath and sucked the not quite dead Cooler and Cell directly into his stomach. However, at this moment, his sharp eyes looked at a boulder. Behind the boulder, there was a pair of eyes staring at him. "Humph, come out, my food." As soon as these words came out, the boulder was instantly shot through by Super Buu's eyes. A muscular guy walked out from behind the boulder. The man was Broly, but he was actually replaced by Jinyu. You killed King Frieza," Jinyu said tremblingly. Super Buu smiled indifferently, and then replaced his face with Frieza. "What are you talking about? I am Frieza." Such a weird scene made Jinyu explode instantly, and he trembled and said, "No. You are not." The miserable Jinyu thought that he could serve Frieza again after changing to Broly. But now, even Frieza is gone. Faith collapsed. "Asshole! Give me back my King Frieza!" Jinyu fired a laser at Super Buu, but it was just a sprinkle of water, which had no effect at all. After all, Jinyu was not familiar with his body yet. Super Buu smiled contemptuously and said to him, "If you have anything to say, come into my body and talk." He approached Jinyu as he spoke. Even rabbits will bite when they are anxious. Jinyu witnessed Frieza being absorbed, and he will soon suffer the same fate. Switch body. Super Buu dodged sideways and muttered, "Oh? So that's it, the ability to switch body, interesting." Jinyu's plan fell through, and he was desperate and launched the body switch skill at Super Buu again. It was at this time that Super Buu saw a frog, and this frog was Broly, who was switched. After being taken over by Jinyu, he has been following Jinyu. Super Buu picked up the frog and threw it at Jinyu, and Jinyu finally turned back into a frog. Broly, who returned to his body, could not escape the fate of being absorbed. This scene was eventually seen by the King of the Kai Shin in the King of the Kai realm. His eyes fell on Vegeta, and he anxiously asked the old King of the Kai, "Ancestor, did you pull out the tail?" Chapter 66. The new Super Buu travels around the world. He is now free. With many strong people in his body, he now thinks that he is the best in the world. However, he thinks that all this is not enough to satisfy him. He was flying freely when he suddenly felt an evil breath. But he was as weak as Cell and Frieza before. A cloud of smoke was floating in the air. Hiding in the smoke was none other than Hildegard, who was punched away by Cell. Super Buu has all the memories of Fat Majin Buu in his body, and of course he knows the ability of this guy. But compared with himself, it is just a big witch meeting a small witch. Forget it, just turn it into chocolate and eat it. A ray of light shot out from the top of Super Buu's head, turning the dying Hildegard into chocolate directly. He stretched out his arm and put it into his mouth. It was this action that made his taste buds open. It tastes good. Then next, let's go find more chocolate. After that, Super Buu began to sense the breath of the remaining people on Earth. In the dark, he had already felt several relatively strong breaths hovering in the West City. In fact, all the strong people on this Earth have been absorbed by him. The rest are not in his eyes at all. However, in order to satisfy his appetite, Super Buu decided to find out. After all, in this end of the world, most of the remaining survivors are in the prosperous West City. After thinking about it, Super Buu flew towards the West City. West City. The Z warriors have gathered here. Just now, they had sensed that the breaths of Son Goku and Son Gohan had both disappeared. Piccolo's face was extremely ugly, because he also sensed that Super Buu was approaching to the west. What should I do? Piccolo. Krillin asked in panic. Tien Shinyan, Jiaozi, Yamcha, Bulma, Videl, and Bra were all worried. Where's Vegeta? Piccolo. Didn't he go with you? Where's he? Bulma asked anxiously. At the same time, Videl also asked Piccolo eagerly. Hello? Excuse me, where is Gohan? Videl's heart was hanging. She had already understood a little bit of breath, and she had just sensed that Son Gohan's powerful breath suddenly disappeared. It was at this time that Bra walked in front of the crowd. Now she was completely different from her usual well-behaved appearance. She rolled up her sleeves and stood in front of everyone. But the next second, Piccolo pulled her back. Don't go, you are no match for him. The aura of Old Sun and Gohan has disappeared. Vegeta's whereabouts are unknown. It all has to do with that guy. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent, but the next second, Bra instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now, I am the only one who can fight. I must take responsibility. Bra's words were so righteous at this moment, and everyone looked at her in amazement. It didn't sound like something a child could say at all. Bulma was about to say something to Bra, but the next second, a weird voice sounded from behind everyone. Hey, 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 everyone! You won't forget us, will you? The person who spoke was a little cell. Everyone looked back and saw that the 5 little cells were ready for battle. The little cell in the lead said, "The boss has always given us benefits. Now that the boss's family is in danger, we will definitely take action." Bra's eyes became dazed. She kept glancing at the little cells. She never thought that these little guys would come out to help. But your strength, plus Bra, is not his opponent. Piccolo's words awakened her. What Piccolo said was not without reason. Bra is only in the late stage of Super Saiyan now. The 5 little cells are only at the late stage of Super Saiyan. I don't want to hit you. The situation is very serious now. Piccolo's words poured cold water on the 5 little cells. But looking at these little cells, Piccolo seemed to see hope again. But the next second, he continued. I have a way to improve your strength. The 5 little cells looked at each other. After that, he looked at Piccolo expectantly and asked, what's the method? The 5 little cells are of similar size and strength, which is very consistent with the characteristics of the metamorphosis fusion technique. Fusion. Learn from me, do this action, 2 people in a group, so that the power can be fused. As he said this, Piccolo began to perform the fusion technique. Several little cells were stunned, because Piccolo's action was too funny. One little cell couldn't help laughing out loud, this. What is this? Haha. Pico's face darkened, and he scolded him, don't laugh. The situation is very serious now. You guys hurry up and do it with me. Boom boom boom. Lasers fell from the sky like a rage, and pink lasers instantly dyed the sky pink. Super Bu laughed wildly in the sky, and he said, turn all of them into chocolate. Ha ha ha. In an instant, magic lasers shuttled through the city, and countless humans were turned into chocolate. The Z warriors were working together to prop up a protective shield. Hurry up. We can't bear it. Piccolo. Teach them. Krillin put his hands on the protective shield and roared. At this time, the leader of the group, Little Cell, put his hand on the shoulder of another Little Cell. Hey, the uncle just now seems to be a Namekian, right? I think the fusion he said is so ugly. What do you think? The other Little Cells showed the same expression and agreed. Seeing this, Piccolo was about to continue urging, but suddenly he sensed a mysterious light blooming on the bodies of several little cells. I saw that the 4 little cells actually put their hands on another little cell at the same time. Piccolo was stunned. He was quite familiar with this scene, which dates back to many years ago, when Neru assimilated with him on Namek. Little Cell also had cells from Namek in his body, and Piccolo reacted immediately. Stop! Your consciousness will disappear. However, the other 4 little cells smiled calmly and said in unison, Uncle, don't worry about it, we have decided. 5 people become 1 person, and we can play with the same toy together, so there will be no fight over the toy. If we don't do this now, maybe we won't even have the chance to play with toys in the future. The boss's business is our business. The voice ended. The figures of the 4 little cells disappeared at the same time, and at the same time, a super little cell was born. Chapter 67. The 2 of them were so happy that they finally found each other. At this moment, everyone put aside their prejudices against the little cells. They never expected that the little cell who almost killed Vegeta and Son Gohan many years ago would make such a decision to assimilate for them. In full view of the public, the 5 little cells assimilated into one body. Under the appearance, no changes can be seen. But Piccolo, who also has Namekian blood, can see the difference of this little cell at a glance. The 5 playful souls merged into one, and the 5 of them were making okay gestures to Piccolo. At the same time, Piccolo also realized that the fighting power of the little cell in front of him was too powerful and too terrifying. Hee. Then it's time for me, Super Little Cell, to appear. As soon as he said this, Super Little Cell flew directly in the direction of Super Bu. His body was wrapped in golden flames at this moment, and the moment he flew out, the golden aura swept away all the pink magic lasers. A young figure appeared in front of Super Bu in the sky. Looking at this small body, Super Bu immediately read the identity of the visitor from Cell's memory. Soon, he said with an indifferent expression, "Oh, little guy, it seems that your strength is quite good. Well, not bad, you didn't disappoint me, you are worthy of being my son." Super Bu showed a cunning expression, his mouth grinned, and his head was replaced by Cell's head at this moment. "Haha, my son, are you going to attack your father?" Super Bu's tone was full of humiliation, and he stared at Super Little Cell. Who knew that this little Super Cell didn't want to pay any attention to him at all? After all, when they were about to be beaten to death by Son Gohan, Cell didn't care about them at all. Facing the suddenly grown head of Cell, little Super Cell jumped in front of Super Bu with a single step. Pa pa pa! Several slaps exploded directly on his face, and Super Bu shook his head in confusion, not expecting such a result at all. Asshole! Super Bu cursed. Who knew that a sidekick had already collided with his head? Little Super Cell roared, "You are the asshole! You actually let me see the face I least want to see. This guy is so weird, he can actually turn into his father's appearance, not only that, he also has the breath of Brother Gohan. Could it be? He absorbed them all just like his father absorbed androids 17 and 18. Super Bu was furious, being teased by a child was the greatest shame for him. The next second, Super Bu appeared behind Supercell at lightning speed while Supercell was distracted. "You are quite capable. I can use you to test the strength of this." Bu. The next second, a thick tail grew out from behind Bu's buttocks. It tied Supercell tightly like a python. This attack was obviously unexpected by Supercell. This guy's strength is too strong. He didn't even see his movements clearly just now. Asshole! Supercell cursed with gritted teeth. At this moment, his face was already blue and purple. If he continued like this, he would be strangled to death. At this moment, the spots on Supercell's body were covered by energy at this moment, and they turned red and warm from the original black. The rapidly rising power was about to explode. Super Bu also found that something was wrong at this moment. And the burning sensation in his tail became more and more intense. He sniffed the air, and the smell of meat became stronger and stronger. He looked down. For a moment, a red energy halo occupied his eyes. The sky had been rendered red, and a burst of red light filled the sky. The air roared, and the whole sky was immersed in a sea of light. At this moment, everyone watching the battle closed their eyes tightly, and the light was too dazzling. Boom boom boom. Then, a deafening muffled sound spread rapidly with Super Bu and Supercell as the center. Piccolo shouted, "Everyone, cover your ears!" But the next second, the sound waves generated by the explosion had swallowed up his voice. Everyone just saw Piccolo's mouth move. Fortunately, we have long been accustomed to such a big scene of Z battle. The warriors had been prepared. But Bulma and the Pilaf trio were different, they were just ordinary people. Fortunately, there was Bra, she directly threw several people to the ground and protected their ears with her breath. The explosion lasted for a minute, after which the clouds in the sky were replaced by thick smoke. Everything seemed to be gone. Piccolo stared at the sky with a complicated mood. He didn't expect Super Little Cell to fight Super Buu in this way. But the next second, a playful voice resounded through the world. Woohoo! Fortunately, I have Namekian cells in my body. After assimilation, the body's recovery ability is stronger. The voice was like a ray of nectar in the desert, successfully warming everyone's heart. Piccolo smiled again, muttering, "They are really amazing. Haha. It seems that I can ask the boss to give me more toys in the future." Super Little Cell jumped up in the sky and made a gesture. As he said that, he was about to fly towards everyone. "Hey, hey! Solved!" Super Little Cell said confidently to everyone. But the next second, Piccolo's eyes became flustered again, and he reminded loudly, "Watch out behind you." Super Little Cell turned around, and something unexpected happened to him. A big pink hand was reaching out from the white hole. Then, a very oppressive voice came to Super Little Cell's ears. "Bastard! You have pissed me off today." The big pink hand instantly pressed down Super Little Cell's head, and it was just a matter of lightning. Unable to move. There was no way to break free. The giant hands held Super Little Cell firmly, and the next second, Super Buu appeared in front of him again. He said nothing and walked straight to Super Little Cell's side. Pa pa pa! One slap after another slapped Super Little Cell in the face. Damn! But... ah! Super Little Cell wanted to fight back with anger, but the demon in front of him didn't give him a chance. Soon, his face became bruised and swollen. Woo! Super Buu's methods were quite cruel, and even Trunks had never treated him like this before. Super Buu slapped him repeatedly, roaring, "I wanted to absorb you. But I changed my mind now. I'm going to beat you to death." One after another, the sound of slapping came from the sky, accompanied by the grievance of Little Cell's whimpering. Piccolo locked his teeth tightly, put his forehead on his fingers, and had already condensed the magic light-killing cannon. He knew that this would not cause any harm to Super Buu. But he had to do something now. After all, Little Cell worked so hard, how could he be submissive? Damn it! Majin Buu! Piccolo roared at the top of his lungs. But at this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Prince Zanfa fell from the sky and hit Super Buu accurately. I give you 3 seconds to let him go. Chapter 68. The sky was full of hope, and everyone looked at Vegeta. Accompanied by a magnetic and deep voice. Everyone looked up at the sky, and a figure slowly appeared in their sight. Vegeta! Bulma's excited voice was full of hope, and everyone looked at Vegeta at the same time. I saw Vegeta's confident figure standing in the sky. Unlike the past, there was a tail behind Vegeta. Everyone knew that Vegeta must have his reason for appearing again. As expected, Vegeta hugged his chest and laughed coldly in the air. Haha, I didn't expect that Kakarot would be absorbed. I am really disappointed. Then next. Let me defeat you. Majin Buu. Vegeta pointed his finger at Super Buu's nose and said. Super Buu's attention was deeply attracted, and Super Little Cell's face covered with snot also woke up at this moment. Boss's father. But the next second, his face changed immediately. He knew that the current Super Majin Buu was extremely powerful. Even Vegeta was not his opponent. No. Everyone run. Even Boss's father is not his opponent. Super Little Cell roared. Super Little Cell struggled between the two extremely huge hands, but suddenly, he felt a sharp pain coming from his hot face again. Pa pa pa! Shut up! But you have some self-awareness. Super Buu slapped Super Little Cell several times. Then, Super Buu responded to Vegeta, This Buu, oh no, it's Super Buu, I want to see what you are capable of. Vegeta smiled indifferently, and then he gathered a glowing sphere with one hand. This sphere has no lethality, but it is very bright. And this scene made Krillin feel familiar. This is an artificial moon. Vegeta used it when he first came to Earth. Could it be? Vegeta wants to transform into a giant ape. As soon as this was said, everyone's heart was hanging again. Yamcha said worriedly, This giant ape Goku has never used it since he transformed into a Super Saiyan. This form. It seems that it is not as powerful as the Super Saiyan. After listening to the two, Piccolo's face became solemn, and he also remembered the past. The improvement brought by the giant ape transformation is far less than that of the Super Saiyan. He couldn't help but want to ask what Vegeta was doing. However, he felt that Vegeta could not do such a thing for no reason. I believe that Dad must have his reasons for doing this. Bra said with a firm look in his eyes. It was after this sound that the artificial moon became brighter and brighter, rising slowly, and finally, Vegeta looked up. For a while, Vegeta's body began to expand rapidly. Fangs grew in his mouth, and his eyes became fierce at this moment. A huge monster appeared in the sky, but unlike before, it was a golden gorilla. Roar! With a long roar, Vegeta stretched out his hands and felt this new power. The power in his body was constantly expanding, and his blood began to boil. Vegeta felt that his power had risen to a dimension, but strangely, his power did not stop rising. He transformed into a golden gorilla, but he did not lose his sanity. Something incredible happened again. The next moment, Vegeta's body shrank sharply. The huge body transformed into a human again. The golden hair also turned into red fluff at this moment, and the muscles were stronger than the previous 3 states. 2 flowing black hairs were placed on his neck, and his eye sockets turned red at this moment. The whole body revealed a domineering aura. This is the human body, wild appearance. Super Saiyan 4. He, Vegeta, was the first to reach this state. The people watching the battle were shocked. They had never seen a golden giant ape. And now Vegeta has changed his appearance. Bulma couldn't help blushing as she looked at Vegeta, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta looks even more handsome in this state. Vegeta clenched his fists and waved them a few times, feeling this new body. Then, he was full of. Nodding his head in satisfaction, is this Super Saiyan 4? Sure enough, Trunks was right. Vegeta looked at Super Buu with a sharp gaze, and then shouted. I am full of power now. The guy who absorbed Kakarot. Spit out Kakarot for me. I want him to see my new form with his own eyes. While speaking, Vegeta's wild body had already pounced on Super Buu like a beast. Vegeta's figure flashed back and forth in the sky, and his speed was self-evident. Facing the Super Buu attacking him, he just smiled faintly, and then his body followed Vegeta's breath. Bang! The bodies of the two were in a straight line, and violent explosions swept across. Waves of energy washed over everything around them, as if to swallow up the entire sky. Super Buu smiled evilly, haha, not bad, Vegeta. I really didn't disappoint you, but it just feels so good. Vegeta raised his lips and said, why don't you look behind you? Looking at Vegeta's confident expression, Super Buu had a question mark on his head. He looked back along Vegeta's line of sight, and saw that the super little cell who was trapped by him was rescued. It turned out that Vegeta's body was constantly flashing in the sky just now, not just to show off his speed. During that time, the hands that bound Super Little Cell had been cut off by Vegeta. Super Little Cell was also saved. Vegeta yelled at Super Little Cell, take everyone away. Leave this to me. Super Little Cell nodded, indicating that he understood. He turned around quickly, turned into a stream of light, and rushed in the direction of everyone. On the other side, Super Buu stood quietly, watching Super Little Cell leave. He had no intention of stopping it, as if it had nothing to do with him and he didn't care about it. Because in his opinion, the person in front of him was much more interesting than Super Little Cell. Well, not bad, Vegeta. You really didn't disappoint me. Tisk. I know you absorbed Kakarot. But please don't talk to me in Kakarot's tone. This makes me feel a little disgusting. As soon as these words came out, Vegeta's body tensed up again, and his fist was once again wrapped in golden light. He punched out with the power to shatter the stars. Boom! A big hole appeared in Super Boo's belly. But, the next second, Super Boo's body recovered quickly. Vegeta said disdainfully, "Hee, it's really a monster, in that case. Then give it a few more punches." Chapter 69. The two phantoms kept circling in the air. Vegeta in Super Saiyan 4 state has improved both speed and strength. But the enemy in front of him must be difficult to deal with. After absorbing many masters, Super Buu can only be described as perverted. The most difficult thing is that Super Buu also absorbed Golden Frieza. This is a transformation that spans the ages. At first, Vegeta was able to fight back and forth with Super Buu, but gradually, he found a problem. This guy didn't seem to have used his full strength at all. The most hateful thing is that he kept mocking him in the tone of Sun Wukong. "Hey, Vegeta, even after changing into this form, you are still left behind by me? It's ridiculous, Vegeta." Super Buu hugged his chest, stared at Vegeta like a clown. Bursts of heavy breath came out of Vegeta's mouth. It must be said that Super Buu is a murderer. Vegeta closed his eyes and carefully sensed the breath of Super Buu. This guy is so troublesome. The breath in his body is so messy. Frieza's breath, Kakarot's breath, and Gohan's breath. How many people did this bastard absorb? Humph, admit that you have some skills. But you are just a thief who steals other people's power like Cell. After saying that, Vegeta's figure flickered in the sky like a dragonfly skimming the water. A little light slowly expanded from his palm, and as the light gathered, his movement speed became faster and faster. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. For a moment, a net formed above the sky. As Vegeta waved his hand, countless energy bombs flew towards Super Buu like a mad dog. Boom boom boom. The energy ball carrying endless destructive power surrounded Super Buu. Wow, it's really an unstoppable attack. In that case, then I won't block it. Super Buu muttered to himself with a grin. Boom 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 boom. Boom. With a loud bang, the huge energy generated by the explosion instantly swallowed everything around. The whole sky was shrouded in thick smoke, as if it was a chaotic world. However, in this smoke, the figure of Super Buu still stood firmly. Despite the thrilling explosion, Super Buu was still unscathed. He stood there quietly, laughing creepily and exuding a suffocating breath. Ho ho ho, it's useless, Vegeta, I am the most powerful being. When I have enough fun, I will absorb all the people in this world. I am the master of this world. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the hideous face of Super Buu. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain, and he did not take the attack just now seriously. At this time, the artificial moon that was originally hanging high in the sky also disappeared because of the explosion, and the originally bright night sky became pitch black. However, at this moment, a bright light suddenly appeared in the dark night sky again. This light seemed to tear the entire night sky apart. Then, a sharp sound that cut through the night sounded. Ultimate Flash! A sonorous and powerful shout penetrated the endless darkness like thunder. Vegeta had appeared behind Super Buu without knowing when. The 1,000-meter-long energy pillar instantly swallowed up Super Buu's figure. This blow could scare people to death. From the sky above the earth, an unprecedented huge energy pillar has rushed out of the earth. At this moment, the entire earth was illuminated. The people who were fleeing were stunned and shocked by this scene. And in the Kaishin realm, the crystal ball has been occupied by light, and the dazzling light bounced Kaishin Shin away. Is this Is this Vegeta after his potential has been developed? It's so strong. Now, Majin Buu should be dead, right? Kaishin Shin covered his eyes, stood up again, and looked at the crystal ball with longing. A serious voice sounded from behind, and the old Kai slowly walked over from behind him. He said with a gloomy face, Majin Buu absorbed too many people. If he dies, the people he absorbed will also die. Hearing this, King Kai Shin instantly became excited. Grandfather, you mean? Will Mr. Gohan and Mr. Goku die too? Old King Kai nodded, and then continued. However, precisely because Majin Buu has absorbed many people, I think that Vegeta at this stage is not strong enough to kill him. That is really great. King Kai Shin hesitated. Asshole. Killing him is not okay. Not being able to kill him is not okay. After saying this, King Kai Shin clenched his fists tightly. Sure enough, as old King Kai said, Super Buu was not destroyed by Vegeta. His body has turned into countless particles, but even so, he can restore his body. Ho 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 ho. Sure enough. Even the most powerful person at this stage doesn't have the ability to destroy me. Accompanied by Super Buu's voice, it sounded again. The particles also turned into minced meat at this moment, and the minced meat gathered together again in the next second. Vegeta was shocked. He never thought that the full-strength attack he used would have no effect on Super Buu. Damn it! This guy is really a freak. The power of Super Saiyan 4 is indeed strong, but this Super Buu is even stronger than Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta at this stage. What's more terrifying is that this guy has a terrifying recovery ability. And from the beginning, Super Buu didn't seem to have any intention of dodging this attack. This crazy guy is still testing Vegeta's strength. I saw Super Buu step by step towards Vegeta again, jokingly. Well, I can be sure that you can't beat me. Then let's stop the game here. The move you just made is called Ultimate Flash, right? Something that can be learned at a glance. As he spoke, Majin Buu also imitated Vegeta and gathered the Ultimate Flash on his chest. However, just when Vegeta was about to go all out, a familiar figure appeared in the sky. Dad! I'm here to help you. Vegeta and Super Buu looked up at the sky at the same time. I saw Trunks appear in the sky. What shocked Vegeta was that Trunks had also become Super Saiyan 4. Trunks? Vegeta sensed Trunks's aura, and what made him unbelievable was that this guy's aura was even stronger than his. Chapter 70. A few minutes ago, a large-scale flash suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone held their breath. Trunks and Jeppet appeared in everyone's sight. Trunks? Brother! Bra and Bulma exclaimed at the same time. The two were puzzled by Trunks' sudden appearance. Bra stared at Trunks, and found something different in Trunks. Trunks's clothes had changed. This was a dress she had never seen before. In addition, his whole body was also a little different from before. This was the result of the old Kai's potential development for Trunks. Everyone looked along the line of sight of Bra and Bulma, and a very energetic child appeared in their sight. Krillin asked tentatively, Trunks? After all, Krillin had long wanted to know who this person was who could take Little Cell as his younger brother. Trunks waved to everyone in a friendly manner, but now was not the time to say hello. The light that appeared in the sky, Trunks had already sensed the powerful aura that Vegeta had burst out. But in addition to that, he also sensed the aura of Super Buu. No, the power of this Majin Buu seemed to have been sublimated again. What happened again? A crying voice suddenly sounded from behind Trunks, and then a small hand instantly rested on his shoulder. Boss! Woo! You are finally back! Super Little Cell released all the grievances in his heart at this moment, and he spoke with snot and tears. Boss! Fortunately, Boss's father is here. Otherwise, we would all be killed. Look! Look at the wounds on my face. All of them were done by that pink guy. He kept slapping me, slapping my face." As he spoke, Super Little Cell stroked his bruised face again. Looking at the extremely aggrieved Super Little Cell, Trunks instantly sensed that the little brother in front of him seemed to have undergone a huge change. Trunks vaguely discovered that there were 5 souls in the little brother's body. At this moment, Trunks also had a partial understanding of the ins and outs of the matter. He did not expect that several little cells would choose to assimilate in order to deal with Majin Buu. "Thank you for your hard work." Trunks smiled slightly and gave Super Little Cell a thumbs up. "Boss, your father is fighting fiercely with that guy. Moreover, he has unlocked a new transformation," Super Little Cell said. As soon as this was said, Trunks was shocked. A new transformation? Could it be that Dad has already transformed into Super Saiyan 4? But how did he do it? Without my reminder. After thinking about it, Trunks looked up at the sky. As expected, the artificial moon was lurking in the thick smoke. A powerful aura bloomed from the sky, and the next moment, the true appearance of the artificial moon was fully revealed. At that moment, Trunks' eyes focused on the artificial moon. His heart began to pound, and his pectoralis major muscles kept beating. In his eyes and mind, all he saw was the artificial moon. An indescribable feeling immediately surrounded Trunks' whole body. His body also became a giant ape like Vegeta. After the potential of Old Kai was developed, his body also had the necessary conditions to transform into Super Saiyan 4. For a moment, another huge monster appeared in front of everyone. "Everyone? Krillin, this is the Golden Giant Ape. Piccolo, what? Could it be that Trunks is also going to become Vegeta's form?" Beulah's eyes were full of doubts. "Brother and father have both achieved this transformation that I didn't know about." Just as everyone was surprised, Trunks' body gradually degenerated into a human form. Since Trunks also had the royal blood of the Saiyans in his body, he did not lose his mind after becoming a golden gorilla. His strong chest muscles were exposed, and like Vegeta, he also became a Super Saiyan 4. Trunks' hands kept shaking, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, which was an unexpected result for him. He felt the wild power from the Saiyans themselves, and he couldn't calm down his excitement for a long time, and couldn't extricate himself. Similarly, at the same time, the hearts of the people below were also surging with passion. Super Little Cell immediately ran to Trunks and circled around him with a smile. "Boss! You are so strong now." Trunks smiled confidently, but the next second, a breath that made him unable to resist suddenly burst out from behind him. And the owner of this breath was Super Buu. It was at this moment that everyone was on edge. Because everyone present felt that this breath had far surpassed everyone else. Not only Trunks, but even Vegeta had long been surpassed. Trunks stared at the horizon and whispered, "No, even if I transform into Super Saiyan 4, I can't be Super Buu's opponent now. It is very likely that I can't even touch him." Trunks' words were heard by Super Little Cell, and he asked in confusion, "Then, boss, is there any other way?" Super Little Cell kept circling around Trunks. "The 5 souls have been lingering around him." A picture appeared in Trunks' mind, and suddenly he put his hand on Super Little Cell. "There is a way, brothers, I need your help." This scene made Super Little Cell flattered. "Boss! What did you just call me?" This is the first time in so many years that Trunks admits that Little Cell is his younger brother. There is no time to get excited, and the next second, a bizarre scene happened to Super Little Cell. I saw that the assimilated Super Little Cell was divided into 5 at this moment, and the 5 little cells appeared vividly in front of him again. This scene shocked Piccolo. Divided, separated. What is going on?" The 5 little cells looked at each other, and then looked at Trunks in surprise. "Boss! What's going on?" Trunks said seriously, "You guys! Don't ask so many questions. Release all the Saiyan power in your body." Transfer it to my body. Quick! The little cells did not dare to neglect it. They held hands and transferred their power to Trunks' body. Swish! At this moment, Trunks' power was sublimated again. His aura was directly superior to Vegeta's. After doing all this, Trunks rushed to the battlefield in an instant. Chapter 71. The old man was very angry. During the time when Trunks and Jebbit disappeared, he went to Ydrit with Jebbit. And under the guidance of the elder of Ydrit, he learned another secret technique of Ydrit. Spirito forced separation technique. That is, the forced separation technique of Chi. This trick appeared in the Dragon Ball Super comics in the Moro chapter. Using the Spirito forced separation technique can separate all the things that have been fused, absorbed, and assimilated. The appearance of Super Buu has brought things to this point. Even Son Goku and Son Gohan were absorbed one after another. Moreover, Super Buu appeared too hastily, and everyone's attention was on the other bosses. This guy did something big quietly. With no way to go, Trunks had to let Jebbit take him to Ydrit. After returning from school, Trunks asked Jebbit to take him back to Earth as soon as possible. The situation was urgent, and Jebbit did not ask why Trunks knew there was such a magical planet. The moment Trunks returned to Earth, he was attracted by the breath of Super Buu. What he didn't expect was that Super Buu actually absorbed Frieza, Cell, and Cooler. Although he had Spirito, he was afraid that he would not even have the chance to touch Golden Frieza. Fortunately, there was an artificial moon in the sky. He had a tail, and his physical strength had been developed by the old Kai. By accident, he actually had the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Even if he transforms into Super Saiyan 4, he is no match for Buu at this stage. Although he is Super Saiyan 4, he is not as powerful as Vegeta. What he has to do is very simple, just touch Super Buu. Fortunately, the scene in the original work where a group of Scions deliver energy to Sun Wukong flashed in his mind. Trunks, who was filled with energy by 5 small cell brand power banks, exudes an aura that is stronger than Vegeta. Vegeta stared at Trunks in front of him, his eyes full of disbelief. Trunks? Dad? I'll help you! Trunks shouted, and his body instantly turned into a sharp blade and flew towards Super Buu. Super Buu tilted his neck and looked at Trunks with an evil smile. Oh? Little devil, we meet again. Well, I won't let you run away this time. Trunks exploded instantly to ensure that the plan would be foolproof. Trunks chose not to use Spirito first, after all, Super Buu was extremely cunning now. Bang! With a strange sound, Super Buu and Trunks' right arms were tightly pressed together. Their elbows kept rubbing, and their eyes sparked at this moment. Kid, it's really surprising. Your strength is even greater than Vegeta. At this moment, Trunks had no time to pay attention to Super Buu's trash talk. Almost, as long as he could reach his palm to his body. We could save everyone. It was this sentence that entered Vegeta's mind. He was shocked and reacted instantly, flying towards Trunks. Boom! Vegeta used an extremely concentrated energy ball and sent it to Super Buu. However, something incredible happened to him. Majin Buu once again used his evil thought power, and the energy ball was actually absorbed by the white hole. But the next second, Trunks immediately let go of his arm. Looking at the white hole, he clearly remembered that Super Buu used this trick to absorb Son Goku. If that's the case, then this can also lead to his body. Trunks flew towards the white hole without hesitation. And finally took the initiative to get into it. Trunks? Vegeta's roar was mixed with a hint of doubt. But the next second, Super Buu's laughter interrupted his shock. Haha, it's really unexpected, you and your son really surprised me. In that case, then merge with me. In an instant, a flesh net covered the sky and directly surrounded Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Now, I, Majin Buu, am the most powerful person in the world. The magic sound penetrated his ears. Super Bu's voice spread throughout the entire earth, and his voice could be heard in every corner. Kaishan realm. Kaishan Shin and old Kaishan sat on the ground, both of them timid and gloomy. The crystal ball was full of Super Bu's face. Is it over? Is everything over? Kaishan Shin murmured. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and it was Jebet. Jebet was full of joy and cheered loudly. It's over, but we won. In this way, Trunks should succeed. The next second, Super Bu in the crystal ball wailed instantly. The meat net wrapped around Vegeta was suddenly blown to pieces. Vegeta was not absorbed. It was at this moment that Super Bu was stunned in place. He felt the energy in his body was draining away. In his body, Trunks was using the Spirito forced separation technique on him. Asshole! What did you do? In a hurry. He immediately interrupted the absorption of Trunks and Vegeta. He immediately released a white hole and drove Trunks out of it. Boom! The white hole was also smashed to pieces by Super Bu at this moment. Super Bu was breathing heavily, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. He stared at the mysterious light in Trunks' hand. He guessed that Trunks must have done something to him. Seeing Trunks' mouth slightly raised, Super Bu knew that it was Trunks who stole his power. Just as he entered the white hole, Trunks had already entered the body of Majin Bu. But Super Bu reacted too quickly and expelled him. In a hurry, Trunks peeled something out casually. Otherwise, Trunks would continue to use the Spirito forced separation technique. The situation was urgent, and Trunks didn't know who he had peeled out of Majin Bu's body. At this moment, there was suddenly another person beside the father and son. Frieza was twitching all over, staring at Super Bu with his eyes. His face was extremely hideous, and the veins on his head were like earthworms. He shouted at Super Bu, "Asshole! How dare you deceive me?" Chapter 72. The last time he saw the dragon, he was in a state of panic. Super Bu was glaring at Vegeta and his son. The move just now was beyond his comprehension. However, what he didn't know was that a mad buffalo was staring at him. Just as Super Bu was about to attack the father and son, a sacred and bright golden light bloomed from his back. Frieza's eyes were wide open, and at this moment he transformed into a golden form again. Ah! Majin Bu! How dare you fool me! Frieza quickly flashed to Super Bu's side with a rage. The two looked at each other. The difference was that Super Bu's eyes were actually filled with fear. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Da-da-da! Frieza threw a few punches at the speed of light, which directly confused Super Bu. He only heard countless punches around his ears. This power that made his back cold, and he couldn't move at this moment, hit Super Bu's face with a critical damage. All this happened so suddenly, Super Bu stared at Golden Frieza with horror. But in the next second, a trace of cunning flashed in his eyes, and he weighed the distance between Frieza and him. Frieza's fist was right against his face. Damn! Bastard! Get back into my body! For a moment, Super Bu's face twisted a few times and turned into a ball of meat paste. He took advantage of the situation to wrap Frieza's fist, and what he wanted to do was to absorb Frieza again. But who is Frieza? How could he let Super Bu succeed again after suffering a loss once? Frieza's fist instantly burned with golden flames, directly forcing the pink meat paste away from his fist. Idiot! Are you going to use the same trick for the second time? How dare you blaspheme this king? The angry Frieza was so terrible that he now mobilized all the power in his body to his hands. A natural protective shield was formed on his fist. His fists were as dense as raindrops, and each punch was full of fierce momentum and endless power. Super Bu could not resist this fierce attack at all, and could only passively take the beating, his body shaking constantly. Damn it! Damn it! Super Bu roared angrily, but he was powerless. Super Bu suddenly jumped up, trying to get out of this predicament. Golden Frisia grabbed his head and beat him up. The breath was extinguished by Frisia in an instant, but Frisia's attack became more and more fierce. Super Bu was filled with resentment and humiliation. He never thought that he would be so embarrassed. He was clearly invincible just now, but now he was powerless in front of Frisia. His helpless, pitiful, and resentful eyes kept flashing. However, Frisia did not pity him, and Super Bu was still beaten mercilessly. Asshole! Super Bu was furious. The next second, a round of white holes appeared silently behind Frisia. The sinister smile on Super Bu's face was faintly at work. Go to hell! A fierce laser shot out from the white hole. Unexpectedly, Frisia did not seem to take it seriously at all. Just a slight burst of anger blocked the laser. Frisia's smile became more evil, and he looked at Majin Bu with a fierce look. Haha, why did my father tell me not to provoke you? It turns out that your ability is indeed a bit shocking. Ho ho ho, but in my opinion, it's just so-so. Bang bang bang. As soon as these words came out, a more shocking collision sound exploded on Super Bu's body. Frisia hit Super Bu from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the ground. Boom boom boom. Such a big movement directly stunned the father and son who were watching the battle. Trunks muttered, "No. I didn't expect Frisia to hate him so much." Vegeta's eyes were fixed on Frisia's body. His fists kept clenching, and Frisia played with Majin Bu like this, which made him very unhappy. After all, the current Super Bu is in such a weak situation, all thanks to Trunks. Damn it! Frisia! Majin Bu is mine! Instantly, Super Saiyan 4's light spread all over the earth. Vegeta flew towards Frisia and Super Bu. It was at this moment that Golden Frisia, who was fighting Super Bu in front, had a problem. In extreme anger, he did use overwhelming power to suppress Super Bu. But he was not in his prime after all, so he gasped for breath. Super Bu also saw an opportunity at this time, and a piece of minced meat was secretly doing something behind Frisia. Just as he was about to take action, Vegeta in the distance had already discovered his motive. This guy wants to absorb again. Humph, there is no way he can succeed. Frisia! Get out of my way! A red figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed steadily in front of the panting Frisia. Frisia was completely stunned, and he subconsciously turned his head and looked back. But he saw that Vegeta had stood behind him without him noticing, and a flying kick landed on Frisia unexpectedly. Boom! With a loud bang, Frisia was kicked and flew out. Frisia, asshole! Vegeta! How dare you sneak attack me? At the same time, Super Bu also gritted his teeth. Because of Vegeta's appearance, the plan he had just made with great difficulty fell through again. When Frisia, who was furious, was about to make another move, another red figure appeared in front of him. Trunks reminded, "You are too weak now. You have just used up your strength. If you don't want to be absorbed again, my dear King Frisia, please stay here obediently." Frisia stared at Trunks, and the boy in front of him was a little unfamiliar. But the aura he exuded was stronger than Vegeta's. He was indeed too weak now. Although Trunks' words made him very unhappy, they were prophetic and directly pointed out his weakness. Frisia had to give up and said with a half-smile, "Ho ho ho, you are Vegeta's son, right? You are the one who just rescued me from that guy's body, right? I will remember this favor." Trunks narrowed his eyes, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Then please stay with me, King Frisia. Next, I have to do more important things." Chapter 73. The old man was very happy. Vegeta exudes heroic spirit all over his body. For him, Super Bu at this stage is several dimensions lower than before in terms of speed and strength. All this is due to the fact that Trunks stripped Frisia from Super Bu. And it is precisely because he kicked Golden Frisia away just now that Super Bu has no chance of absorbing Golden Frisia again. If the power shown by Frieza just now made Super Buu unable to recover. And now the power shown by Vegeta can also make him terrified. Fortunately, Trunks stripped Frieza from Super Buu. Hey, after losing Frieza's power, I feel like you're just like that. Vegeta's fists kept hitting Super Buu's chest. Super Buu was beaten back step by step. Asshole! Spit out cockroach! I want him to see me transform into Super Saiyan 4 with his own eyes. Vegeta was extremely careful in every attack, because he knew that Super Buu was extremely cunning. If he wasn't careful, he would get a chance and absorb him. So Vegeta's fists were also attached with a layer of protective shield. Super Buu's face was quite ugly, because he didn't expect that he would be so passive after losing Frieza's power. Asshole! Super Buu cursed. The body then turned into countless pieces, which was the skill of the evil thought wave. A white hole appeared behind Vegeta again. Super Buu still wants to find a chance to absorb Vegeta, which is the only way he can think of to turn the tables. However, the next second, Vegeta smiled evilly. He let the meat net that suddenly appeared from the white hole surround him. Super Buu shouted, "Success!" But the next second, Vegeta's extremely confident smile appeared again. You seem very happy. Majin Buu. Vegeta's body was wrapped in flames, and a boiling air wave directly burned the meat net to ashes. This smiling face was like a devil, and it hit Super Buu's forehead again. What are you happy about? Vegeta smiled evilly. At this time, an extremely concentrated energy bomb had hit Super Buu's chest. Super Buu didn't know when Vegeta was gathered. Boom boom boom. Ah! The screams resounded through the world. This blow caused Super Buu's body to explode into countless pieces of flesh. Vegeta watched this scene with great satisfaction. The next second, Super Buu's body recovered again, but this time, it took him a long time. He gasped and stared at Vegeta. Damn, bastard! His eyes turned red. First he was played by Frieza, and now he was beaten by Super 4 Vegeta. At this time, Trunks also appeared in front of him. Super Buu's back teeth were almost broken. Ah! Damn it! Why? He instantly roared to the sky, and his mental state became irrational at all. After this roar, he stood there blankly, his eyes empty. At this moment, Trunks instantly felt something was wrong. Super Buu's power was rising rapidly, and he called out to Vegeta instantly. Dad! No! Let's leave! It was at this moment that Vegeta and Trunks disappeared from the spot. In Super Buu's stomach, two Super Buu were making strange movements. One Super Buu's face looked like Son Goku, and the other's face was Son Gohan. And this strange movement was nothing else. It was the movement of fusion dance. Super Buu read the memories of Son Goku and Son Gohan, and learned that this could create a powerful warrior. Fusion is different from absorption. The effect of fusion is far greater than absorption. Why did Super Buu choose Son Gohan and Son Goku in his body? Because he had seen how powerful Son Gohan and Son Goku were. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, the power will continue to double. The next second, the aura of Super Buu in the outside world expanded rapidly. Frieza, who had already returned to his original form, was shocked. He didn't expect Super Buu to become stronger again. Get up! Frieza! Accompanied by a roar, Super Buu quickly moved towards Frieza. The fist as big as a sandbag hit Frieza's face. Puff! Acid and blood gushed out of his mouth at the same time. Damn! Frieza's eyes kept looking for something, but he didn't find the father and son. Damn! When did these two guys leave? Damn! This breath! It's the combination of Son Goku and Son Gohan. Super Buu punched Frieza again and again. He returned the humiliation that Frieza brought to him tenfold. Ah! Asshole! Where did you two go? Frieza roared and transformed into a golden form again. However, something he didn't expect happened. The power in Super Boo's body was sublimated again. This breath is from Cooler and Cell. The crazy Super Boo's eyes were white at this moment. In his body, he controlled the people he had absorbed and performed the fusion dance in unison. He used the fusion dance excessively to absorb their power. Such a strong force has made Super Boo's nerves unable to bear it. This made Super Boo's mental state almost crazy. Reason has disappeared from his mind. But what he has to do is to kill everyone in this short time. Frisia was extremely scared, because just now, he was transformed into a golden form again, but he was beaten back to his original form again. Now he finally knew why Vegeta and Trunks ran away directly. The crazy Super Buu raised his hands above his head, and a giant pink energy ball with a diameter of 10,000 meters gathered instantly. The whole sky was illuminated by pink, and his body suddenly bent and threw it directly at Frisia. Frisia's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was shocked and cursed, "Madman! This guy is going to blow up the earth! Bastard!" Frisia knew clearly that if he didn't take the energy ball, he would perish along with the earth. The next second, Frisia put his hand into the energy ball without hesitation. Ah! The wailing continued. Frisia's hands were already smoking, and he chose to continue fighting despite the pain. But his strength was too weak, and soon the energy ball forced him into a desperate situation. His body sank deeply into the mud. Frisia grinned and cursed in pain, "Bastard! Vegeta and his son are so irresponsible. You keep saying you want to protect the earth. But now you're gone." Frisia yelled in pain, and a revolving lantern mode was turned on in his mind. He had died once, and if he died again, he didn't know what would happen. Frisia smiled with relief, "Asshole, I haven't been able to take revenge yet." A burst of heat gradually merged into Frisia's body, and his body was about to be swallowed up. Suddenly, he gradually felt an extremely healing light infecting his whole body. His strength was instantly restored at this moment. The golden form was activated again, and Frisia looked behind him in confusion. A strange man with wrinkles on his face was treating him. And on his right, there was a strange and familiar red-haired man, but he had a pair of earrings on his ears. The strange red-haired man smiled slightly and said with emotion, "Thank you for your hard work, Frisia, I really didn't expect you to protect the earth." Chapter 74. A few minutes ago. Trunks, who noticed the abnormal change in the energy in Super Buu, hurriedly called Vegeta away. The two evacuated to a safe place at the speed of light, which was where everyone was. Looking at the two returning, everyone's eyes became serious. Because they all knew that the breath in Super Buu in the distance was rapidly expanding. The fact that the father and son appeared in this place now showed that the situation had reached a very serious point. But everyone was silent. Only 5 little cells swarmed around Trunks, and one of them asked, "Boss, why did you run away?" Hearing this, Trunks clenched his fists. Why did he run away? The reason was simple, he couldn't beat him. This guy is crazy. Now, there is another way to defeat Majin Buu. As soon as Trunks said this, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Bra looked up and looked at Trunks with admiration. Sure enough, this brother can also stand up at a critical moment. I didn't expect that after being reborn, I can only stand behind my brother. Pico's body slightly tilted. He didn't expect that a child could say such a thing. The rest of the people also cast surprised eyes, looking forward to Trunks' answer in the next second. And Vegeta was full of pride, and sighed in his heart. "You are worthy of being my son, Vegeta." Bulma on the side also showed an expectant expression at this moment. "Trunks, what's the way?" Compared to others, Vegeta is the one who wants to know the answer the most. Vegeta echoed, "Speak, Trunks." The next moment, Trunks looked up at the sky and asked, "Lord Jebbet, please come to me quickly." After saying that, Jebbet flashed to Trunks' side at lightning speed. Trunks immediately approached Jebet after noticing his arrival. Jebet was about to say something, but he shut up. Trunks took off the two potteras on Jebet's ears without Jebet noticing. He swung the potteras in front of Vegeta and said to him seriously, "Dad, the solution is that we use the potteras to merge. Although the fusion effect may not be as good as Dad and Uncle Goku, this is the only way I can think of to break the deadlock." Vegeta's face changed, and the expectant expression just now was immediately retracted. His eyelids trembled. "No. Impossible, how can the proud Scion Prince merge with others?" After saying that, Vegeta hugged his chest and turned around, no longer paying attention to Trunks. Trunks teleported in front of Vegeta again and used his ultimate move on him. His eyes were dazed, and he said sincerely, "Dad, do you want Mom and Sister to be killed after we two are defeated?" Trunks' words were like needles, piercing Vegeta's nerves in all directions. Vegeta's inner world became blank at this moment. The next second, the appearance of Bulma and Bra filled it in. His body trembled violently, and he turned his head firmly to look at Bulma and Bra. Then he looked at Trunks again. These are all the people he wants to protect. Whoosh! Only a strange sound was heard passing by his ears, and the pottera in Trunks' hand had disappeared. Trunks smiled slightly, and this trick seemed to be really useful. Vegeta turned his back and hurriedly put the pottera in place. Seeing this, Trunks also put on the pottera. Clang, lang, lang, slang. A burst of white light stimulated everyone's eyes. And the bodies of the father and son merged into one uncontrollably under the mutual attraction of the strong light. Using the pottera fusion, the body size difference was too large and was not affected. Finally, a brand new super warrior appeared in everyone's vision. The combination of the power of father and son, the mysterious warrior appeared. This person has the stability of Trunks and the rebelliousness and confidence of Vegeta. The double sound channel sounded, and the mysterious warrior waved his fist, revealing starlight in his eyes, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Since it is the fusion of Trunks and Vegeta, it is called Vegeto." But the next second, the man suddenly felt something was wrong. "Then call it Vegeta. Then, everyone, leave it to me next." Vegeta turned around and walked towards Jebet, putting his hand on him. "Then Jebet, come with me." I sensed someone's breath was very weak. Seeing Vegeta slowly walking towards him, Jebet couldn't help but panic. "What? Do I have to go too?" Jebet subconsciously took a few steps back. Vegeta patted Jebet on the back and smiled, "Don't forget, you are a trainee Kaishin." After that, Vegeta's figure disappeared in a flash, leaving only Jebet in deep thought. Trainee Kaishin. The job of a Kaishin is to care about the affairs of the universe. Although my power is not as good as theirs. But I have to go too. Mr. Vegeta. Wait for me. Swoosh. Faced with the huge energy ball, Vegeta turned into Super Saiyan 4 without hesitation. Unlike ordinary Super Saiyan 4, his hair was actually a little red. "Frieza, then leave it to me next. You and Jebet just watch from the side." Instantly, a golden flame boiled up, and circles of energy storms unfolded around Vegeta. Vegeta put his hands on the energy ball. At the same time, Jebet had already healed Frieza. Looking at such a powerful Vegeta, Frieza couldn't help but widen his eyes. This guy is the fusion of Vegeta and Trunks. Jebet responded proudly, "Yes, it's the fusion of Trunks and Vegeta, awesome, right?" Frieza bit his teeth. He didn't expect that he would be saved by the father and son again. He was a little unwilling. But looking at the energy ball moving in the opposite direction, Frieza was relieved. However, at this moment, he also made up his mind that if he had the chance, he must train well. Just at this moment, a sonorous echo burst out from Vegeta. He said loudly, "Majin Buu! It's over!" He raised the energy ball high with both hands. In order to prevent the aftermath of the energy ball explosion from hurting other people, he actually compressed the energy ball. From the original diameter of 10,000 meters, it gradually shrank. After only a few seconds, the pink energy ball was annihilated. Chapter 75. The battle is over, but it is not over yet. Vegeta smiled confidently and faced the crazy Super Bu. A long sword grew out from his fingertips, and the edge expanded rapidly. Vegeta dragged the long sword and slashed at Super Bu crazily. Just the dancing of the sword energy can make Super Bu wail continuously. But the more this happens, the more excited Vegeta becomes, and more critical damage will explode on Super Bu. One-sided suppression has become a foregone conclusion. Crazy Super Bu is just resisting stubbornly. His body is reorganizing again and again, and splitting again and again. The speed of recovery is getting worse and worse. Vegeta's power dazzled Frieza. Finally, Vegeta stopped. He slowly walked to Super Bu, who was recovering. He reached into his body, and a white light burst out. Something was pulled out of his body. The guy covered in blood and wrapped in armor was pulled out. But Vegeta's target was not the guy named Evil Thought. He reached into Super Bu again. In an instant, Cooler and Cell were pulled out together. The two stared at Vegeta in amazement, their doubtful eyes constantly scanning him. No! Vegeta shouted, and kicked the two out of his sight. His hands reached out again, and finally, two familiar figures were pulled out. Son Goku and Son Gohan slowly opened their eyes. Sun Wukong looked at the stranger in front of him and said, "Hey! Such a powerful force! Who are you?" Sun Wuhan looked up and down at Vegeta, and soon he reacted. From the patara next to Vegeta's ear, he could tell that the person in front of him was a fusion person. He only remembered that before he was absorbed, Trunks wanted to use patara with him. And now, there is only one source of this strange fusion person in front of him. Sun Wuhan said to Sun Wukong, "Dad, let's go. I'll leave this to Trunks and Uncle Vegeta." Listening to Sun Wuhan's words, Sun Wukong was a little confused, blinked his eyes, and felt the breath of Vegeta. Wow! Vegeta really chose to fuse. But why didn't he fuse with me? Sun Wukong scratched his head, and then slowly moved his body to the side. Sun Wukong's words were obviously heard by Vegeta, and Vegeta's face changed. He showed Vegeta's unique Sundara face and said to Sun Wukong, "Humph, you'd better not meddle in other people's business. Also, leave the rest here to me. Just watch obediently." Sun Wukong grinned and confirmed again, "Sure enough, it's Vegeta." However, what shocked him was that Vegeta was in a completely new state now. He had never heard of this form, but he could feel that his strength was many dimensions higher than his own. Sun Wukong's brain circuit made Vegeta a little confused. He still had to separate the other things in Super Bu's body. Vegeta was too lazy to pay attention to Sun Wukong and reached into Super Bu's body again. The next second, a muscular man was pulled out. A sleeping lion suddenly opened his eyes, and his white eyes were full of hatred. Roar! Broly let out a thunderous roar. Bang! A big slap hit Broly's lips directly, and the roar stopped abruptly. Broly stared at Vegeta angrily, trying to intimidate him again. Snap snap snap! Continuous slaps slapped from his face again. Vegeta widened his eyes and threatened with absolute power. "Behave yourself!" What a powerful pressure, even Broly became honest at this moment. Facing Vegeta's threat, Broly actually regained his sanity. He showed a pitiful look, and his body returned to normal. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, and this action was once again noticed by Vegeta. He just glared at him, and he calmed down. Sun Wukong on the side looked at Broly, who had regained his sanity, and couldn't help but walk in front of him, stretched out his hand and greeted him in a friendly manner. "Hey, hello. Ah, don't mind, that guy has half of Vegeta's personality." But the next second, he instantly recognized the true identity of this person. Wow, it's you! The one who killed Lord South Kai. At this time, Broly also recognized that the person in front of him was the one who woke him up. The breath of critical strike rose again, and Broly instantly transformed into the super form, Kakarot. Kakarot. The vigilant Son Goku also instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, and the mysterious Gohan on the side also blocked Broly at this moment. Dad, I will settle the account with this guy. After that, the mysterious Gohan punched Broly in the chest. The scene became chaotic, and the rescued Cell and Cooler came to Frisia's side. Ask him what happened. Hey, Frisia, what happened? Cell asked. Frisia smiled sinisterly and said, you may not believe it, but we were saved by Vegeta and his son. Do you think it's ridiculous and shameful? And the culprit of all this is the pink guy who is being beaten. Frisia pointed to Super Buu, who was being beaten by Vegeta. Every time he was beaten, a new thing would fall out. Even the guy who was turned into chocolate and eaten was separated. King Cold, Hildegang, and Fat Majin Buu. And a large number of Frisia troops who ran out of hell. After doing all this, the Majin puppet was knocked to the ground by Vegeta's punch. It was at this time that a brand new Buu appeared in everyone's sight. It was not someone else, it is the source of all evil, little Buu. This person's breath is extremely evil, but his power is not as strong as before. Little Buu slowly walked out of the smoke. This scene attracted everyone's attention, and Son Gohan and Son Goku, who were pressing Broly under their feet, were also attracted. Frisia and his group also came to their senses. The little puppet showed an extremely evil smile, and then made a face at everyone. Looking at such a naughty little puppet, Frisia and his group couldn't help but speed up their pace, and their fists in their hands were clenched tighter. Ho ho ho, Cell, don't you want revenge? This guy's expression is really annoying. Haha, Frisia, it seems that you and I have the same intention? You dare to plunder my body? What's the difference between this and a thief? Cell said angrily. Kula whispered, aren't you the same? The three of them moved towards the little puppet very quickly and tacitly. At the same time, Sun Wukong and his son also moved closer. The powerful aura of several people was released instantly. The strength of each of them was higher than that of the little puppet. Soon, the little puppet was blocked in the corner by several people, and his eyes became flustered.